crime detection story taken from the pages of the leading detective publication, True Detective Mysteries magazine. Our story begins in a little farming community of Florence, Colorado.
All the fresh! A vegetable, all the fresh! Oh! Oh, stop you! Wow, you don't like it, wheat, eh? If you don't like it, stop! One and only say whoa. Hello, Mike. Bring you a nice vegetable. Nice and fresh.
Yeah, sure I know. Like yesterday's, eh? You don't know what a fresh vegetable looks like. They turn rotten when you touch them. Even your horse can't stand working for you.
How come you say that? Neroni's a very kind of man. He has the best farm in the whole neighborhood. I tell you, take a look at that lettuce. A nice crisp.
I don't know why I buy anything from you. Now, give me 6 heads.
And the tomato?
You call them tomatoes? I thought they were cherries.
You like always to make it the fun when I...
What's the matter?
Beautiful.
What in blazes are you talking about, Neroni?
That the girl over there, she is beautiful. What's her name?
Her? Well, she's Antonietta. Works here as a waitress.
Tony's got to meet to her. She's beautiful.
No, you don't. She's a good girl, Neroni. Hey, come back here. Hey, what's the idea of running away?
I didn't run away, Mr. Riley.
No, I didn't mean you, Antonietta. I was talking to this guy.
Don't you worry about this guy. I just don't want to talk to this girl a few minutes. I'll go soon.
Yeah, I'll see that it is soon.
You're the boss. He's a very nosy guy, eh?
Mr. Riley, we all think he's a real gentleman.
Oh, sure. What's your name?
Antonietta. I'm new here.
Yes, I know that. I come here for 8 months. I never see a more beautiful girl than you.
Oh, stop that, mister.
Call me Tony. Antonio Neroni is my name. But you call me Tony.
All right. Tony.
And I call you Antonietta? Antonietta. That's a nice name.
Hey, Neroni, you still in the vegetable business?
Sure thing. I'm a coming. I'll see you again tomorrow, Antonietta. Tomorrow, maybe? Goodbye, beautiful.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, beautiful.
Oh, hello, Hilton. You kidding me?
Who's the new Romeo, and why doesn't he get his pants pressed?
I don't know who he is. Well, that is, Mr. Riley buys vegetables from him. His eyes. They're so...
Uh-oh.
What do you mean by that?
You aren't falling for that farmer, are you?
Oh, don't be silly. I fall for a guy like that.
I recognize a little something in that tone. Okay, beautiful. Far be it from me to come between you and your farmer boyfriend.
Come on, girls, break it up.
Yes, Mr. Riley, I'll go up front.
No, you stay here, Antonietta. I want to talk to you.
I get it.
So long.
Antonietta, I have no right to speak to you this way. It's none of my business, but, Neroni, well, his reputation ain't so good in town.
Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Riley. He doesn't mean a thing to me.
Yeah? Well, I'm not so sure, see? Remember, I'm telling you this for your own good.
Sure, I understand.
He has a way with him, like a snake.
Now, Mr. Riley...
Let me finish. Now, he hypnotizes you, and then... Well, now that I've told you, you can do as you please.
Thanks, Mr. Riley.
Yeah, I can tell you. Riley, he don't like me.
It isn't that, Tony. He just told me that, well, that some people said you weren't so nice, I guess.
Oh, that's all he's saying, eh? You know what for he talking like that? You know? Well, I tell him. He loves you. That's why he wants you.
Don't be foolish, Tony. I don't mean this much to Mr. Riley. He certainly doesn't mean a thing to me.
Maybe yes and maybe no. Oh, Antonietta, I want to speak to you. Well, what do you want?
What do you have, folks?
Go on, you, when I want you, I call you.
Hey, don't be so sassy, mister. This ain't no waiting room. We want customers here, see?
Bring me some ginger ale, please.
Right.
Tony, you have a terrible temper. He'll get you into real trouble if you don't watch out. Try to control him, please.
All right, I'll take care. Antonietta, oh, I love you. I want you to marry with me.
What? Marry you? Well, I've only known you since yesterday. How can you expect me to answer, well, such a serious question?
Well, Stella, you can answer easy. All you gotta say is yes. I have a good farm. I make a good living for you, Antonietta.
Here you are, miss. Ginger ale.
Oh, that's the way to he bother me on the foot.
Tony, watch your temper, please.
Oh, sure, I watch. Tell me, Antonietta, you love me a little bit?
I don't know if I do or not, Tony. There's something about you that
That the what?
attracts me, I guess. Your eyes. Oh, but then your temper. I know I'd never be able to get along.
Well, why not try it for a little while?
What?
Oh, I see you. You don't get what I mean. I mean, a worker for me. Be cook for me and my partners. And then maybe you see if you love me.
No, I couldn't do that.
Because of why?
It wouldn't be right, that's why.
That's so wrong, Antonietta. You don't have to be afraid of anything. I pay you more than Mr. Riley. And you work, and that's all. I want you to know me, to love me. You don't think I'm going to do anything wrong, do you?
No. I won't work for you. Absolutely not.
Are you like our new cook, eh, Dominic?
What's the difference? The older one was just as good.
You hear what he say, Antonietta? You're no better than the older cook. He's a crazy, my partner is. The older one was not half as beautiful.
Remember what you promised, Tony.
Sure thing, I'll remember.
You got a more soup?
Sure, all you want. Here.
Where is Eckerly?
Working.
Listen, why don't you call him and tell him a dinner's ready?
If he don't know, why should we worry?
Oh, you're a nice partner, eh, Dominic? Go get that collie, I say.
All right, but don't howl.
Fools. That's what they are, fools. Maybe they think I care whether they eat or not. Fools.
Why did you make him call your other partner?
You want to know why? Listen, I tell you. Because I love you. Because I want to be alone with you, that's why.
Tony, you promised.
You talk like a foolish girl, Antonia. I promise, sure, but to keep a promise, that's the difference. You know, I love you. I love you the first time I look at you. Now, I want you to marry me.
Oh, no.
You got to change your mind. I'm making you change, Antonietta.
Here comes Hercule. Now, you don't bother me no more, Tony.
What's the matter, Hercule? You need a butler to ring the dinner bell?
No, I want to finish your work and let it fetch. Too many weeds.
Next time, you get no dinner if you come late.
What do you mean? What do you think you are, huh? We're no working for you, Tony. We are partners, see?
Yeah, Hercule is right, Tony. This farm is as much ours as yours. We not have to stand before you make this place a love nest, or...
Oh, so that's it, huh? You don't want I should love Antonietta, eh? Maybe you fellas love her.
Don't be crazy.
Yeah, you're nuts, Tony. We love her, huh?
What's the matter with her? What's the matter?
Nothing the matter with her, only...
Only what?
Only the whole town says she must be crazy if she see anything in you. That's all.
So, the whole town are not minding his business, eh?
You're big of food, Tony. You ask Dominic, he tell you, no? Now you're getting sore.
Tony, I'm going to leave in the morning. I can't stay here. You heard what they said.
I tell you, you don't leave. I fix everything. Just you give me a little time to think. I'll be back as soon as I got a think.
It's Tony, you can now take her on the chin, eh?
He never could.
I don't know what to do. I can't stay here.
Sure, I know. You can't stay here and you can't run away. Well, that's what they always say about Tony. He hypnotizes you like a snake, and then he strike.
Then he strikes?
Dominic, he's all right, Antonietta. If you want a peace, leave. Leave now. There's no tell what Tony will do when he gets it back. I can see him on the field now. He gets him mad by the minutes and burns himself up.
Sure, yeah. And if he know we tell you to leave him, he stop at nothing.
Sure.
I know Tony. He even a kill.
Dominic, he's all right, Antonietta. He's all right.
What do you say? Tell me what you talking. Antonietta, what they tell you?
Oh, nothing. But I have something to tell you, Tony.
What? Listen, I know it is you marrying me, eh?
No, I'm leaving you tonight, now. I can't stand this any longer.
Now I see. I understand. My partners, they talk to you, they give you ideas, eh? You know what Neroni do. You know what I do.
I don't want any letters, I told you. But there's one thing I do want, Neroni. I want to know where Antonietta is.
She ran away.
Well, he said she ran away, but I don't believe him.
I don't either. Where's Dominic?
Dominic and Antonietta ran away.
So did Hercule. Nobody's seen him for days. Neroni's partners and Antonietta have gone. Nobody knows where they are.
He killed her then.
Tony killed Dominic and Hercule and Antonietta, she would have married him, so he killed her.
Where did he hide him? Let's find out where he
Let's
put
tell the police. He's dangerous, that man.
Police? No, we never talked to the police.
Wait, John.
Now, you people know what I'm talking about. Why don't you answer?
What do you know about Neroni?
What happened to his partners or that girl who was working for him?
Well, it's no use, Chief. They won't tell us a thing. They know we're police.
I guess you're right, Gail. Come on. I've got an idea. Sit down, Fabrizio. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Chief.
I don't suppose you know what this is all about, Fabrizio. So I'll give you the whole story in a jiffy. We need your help on a tough case. We think you're the only man that can handle this job because it involves your people. You understand them and they believe in you. We can't get a peep out of them.
I'll do anything I can to help, Chief.
Well, it sure looks like we're going to need help. Plenty of it.
What's it all about?
Well, I'll tell you. You know that farmer named Neroni?
I don't know him, but I've heard about him.
Well, he had two partners named Dominic and Hercule, who shared his home. That is, if you can call that joint a home.
Yeah, it's an awful-looking dive.
Now, a few weeks ago, this Neroni guy goes gaga over a waitress named Antonietta. He met her in Mike Riley's coffee pot while delivering vegetables.
What kind of a girl is she?
Was, you mean. We can't find her. We can't find Neroni's partners.
I understand. Where does she live?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Neroni induced that girl to live up at his place and cooked for him and his pals. I understand he paid her more than she earned waiting on tables. Well, anyhow, as I said before, the three of them disappeared. We looked everywhere for some little clue, but found nothing.
And we arrested Neroni.
That's right. Now, we're holding this guy, but we can't hold him for long without any evidence. He's trying to find a lawyer now who'll get him out for writ of habeas corpus.
The looks on your faces, I assume that you suspect...
There's no use of us mincing words, Fabrizio. We suspect the worst. Murder. And we grilled him for hours, but all he says is they run away. My guess is he'll never crack.
I have an idea, Chief.
I thought you would, Fabrizio. What is it?
You say he's in jail?
Yep.
All right. Let's do this. We'll send for...
Get in there, you mug.
Hey, don't push, Copper.
How long do you keep me here?
I don't know, sweetheart. Here. I brought you a roommate if you're lonesome.
Now, listen, come back and let me get out of this place. I tell you, you can't keep me in a jail.
Hey, pipe down, you punk.
You calling me?
Now, look here, you crumb. I'm sharing this bunk with you, see? Go on that corner and shut up. I'll wrap this stool around your neck, understand?
You're not kind of talking to me like that. I mean, no rule.
I wouldn't care if you were to set your liberty. Get down there and shut up.
What's your name? Mine is Tony Neroni.
I ain't asking you who you are, and I don't care what your name is.
They're the police, sir. They arrest you?
No, I arrested myself because I wanted to look at your pan. That's what happened. Hey, turn around. I can't stand that mug of yours.
You're a tough guy, eh?
Wrong again. I'm here for picking daisies.
You steal?
Hey, what's it to you? I ain't asking you what your line is, am I?
Then if Donna got no right to arrest me.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't do nothing.
Hey, listen, pasty face. I don't care what you did or didn't do, see? Keep on squawking. You didn't do nothing, I'll push you through them bars.
Why you get arrested?
Me? Well, all I did was cut a sailor's throat for $12. They put me here for being so cheap.
You killed him?
What do you think?
But that's a murder, to kill somebody.
You're a pretty wise guy to open it all out by yourself.
That's all right. They arrest you if you murder somebody.
That's so. Hey, what are you here for? For telling kids there ain't no Santa Claus?
No, they got no right for arresting me. I don't do nothing.
Yeah, that's a hot one. You didn't do nothing. What'd they charge you with?
What?
They must have arrested you for something. What you here for, your health?
Police say that maybe I killed somebody.
Oh, maybe you killed. Well, did you?
No.
You mean to say they put you in this jug for nothing?
I no kill.
Well, then I can't help you.
You can't help. What do you mean you can't help?
Listen, you punk. If you're here for doing a man-sized job, I could teach you the ropes. Tricks of the trades order. If you're here for nothing, I don't want to have nothing to do with you.
I don't do nothing.
Okay, so you didn't. Now shut up and leave me alone. I want to think.
Let's pause here on KRLD.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Then what?
Oh, I used every trick I knew, Chief, but he wouldn't fall.
It looks like my plan didn't work.
No, we must work fast or he'll be out of jail. Neroni has already retained a lawyer. Can't stall much longer.
Well, won't be for anything else, Chief?
No, you can leave if you want to. If I need you again, I'll call you.
So long.
Right. Furnace speaking. Hello, Richards. What's up? What? Yeah. We sure are working on that Neroni case. Who? Giuseppe. He's who? Oh, brother, eh? That's nice. Yeah, sort of makes it a nice quartet, four of them. When did this happen? Yeah, I see. I get it. Okay. Right. So long.
What's the matter, Chief?
What happened?
Oh, another guy disappeared, and the gossipers charged that to Neroni, too.
Well, how could they? He's been in jail the last week.
I know, but this man disappeared before we arrested Neroni.
Before? Who is he?
A fellow named Giuseppe. He's Dominic's brother.
Brother? Good heavens, Chief. You don't mean to tell me that Neroni killed all of them?
Well, it doesn't seem possible. I don't know what else could have happened to them. Richards reports that Giuseppe told his wife he was going to see his brother Dominic. He never returned.
4 people missing.
Missing or murdered? Only we can't prove it. We've gone over his house with a fine-tooth comb. Can't find a single clue. Not even a drop of blood.
I've got another idea, Chief. It's a long shot, but I think we ought to try it.
I'll try anything. What is it?
Neroni knows that we're holding him here as a suspect of the murder of 3 people. As far as he's concerned, we know nothing of this 4th man.
That's right.
Now, Neroni doesn't know me, but he's heard of me. I've done a lot of favors for his people in town.
Yeah, they know of you, all right, and they like you.
All right. Now, my plan is this. I'll see this Neroni and tell him I can save him.
I'll follow you, Fabrizio.
Well, there's nothing Neroni would rather do than leave this country. He'll believe me when I tell him that I can get him a passport because I've done that for some of his friends.
I still don't understand. How are you going to find the bodies we're looking for by promising him a passport?
I'm going to make him tell us.
All right, there he is.
All right, thanks. Well, what are you waiting for? I told you I wanted to speak to this man in private.
All right. You don't have to be so sassy.
Those jailers are sure fresh. You're Tony Neroni, aren't you?
Yeah.
Gee, I had some tough time getting in here to see you.
Who you are?
Fabrizio is my name. You must have heard of me.
No.
Well, that doesn't matter. I've come here to help you.
I'm no sander for you.
Yes, I know, but some of your friends sent me here.
Because of why?
I told you to help you. Now, listen. I don't want any of those nosy Americans to hear me. Come over here.
What you want?
I've been sent here to see that you get a passport to go back to your native land.
Yeah?
Yes, and if you're interested, I'll tell you how you can show these fool Americans that we're smarter than they are.
Sure, we're lots of smart.
Not so loud. You're here because the police suspect you of killing 3 people.
Not to me. They run away. I no kill.
Shut up. There's only one way for you to prove that you didn't kill those 3 people.
How?
Tell the police the truth.
You mean the truth?
Yes. Tell them how Giuseppe killed them and hid the bodies.
Giuseppe?
Not so loud. Now, the police don't know that he ran away yet. What you've got to do is to tell them how Giuseppe killed Antonetta and the others. How he threatened you and then ran away.
Suppose they don't believe.
Don't be foolish. Why shouldn't they believe you? You saw Giuseppe kill them, didn't you?
Tell me, how can I prove Giuseppe killed Antonietta and my partner?
All you've got to do is tell them that what you saw, that's all. They'll try to arrest Giuseppe, discover he's run away, and that's that. And they'll have to let you go then.
Okay, I get that. That's all of what I got to do?
Yeah. When the police ask you why you didn't tell them this before, tell them the truth.
The truth?
Sure. Tell them that you were afraid, that Giuseppe threatened to kill you if he ever found out that you told on him.
Okay, I see.
I'm leaving now, Neroni. You do what you want to, but my advice is to tell them the truth like I said.
Sure, I tell them.
Now remember, don't lie to the police. By the way, you know where he hid the bodies, don't you? Then tell the police. Tell them the truth. That's the best way. Goodbye, Neroni. And don't forget the truth, the whole truth.
How'd you make out?
Well, we'll wait and see. Unless I'm wrong, our fine friend will bite on the bait I've given him.
You mean to say he fell for that yarn?
Sure.
Oh, Chief, Neroni wants to see you right away. Says he's got something important to tell you.
He has, Abe. Okay, I'll be right down. Gale?
Yes, sir?
Get Sloan to bring the bloodhounds to Neroni's farm.
Yes, sir.
Get the car ready. We're going to take Mr. Neroni for a little ride so he can tell us the truth. All right, Neroni. Come on. Tell us how it happened.
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
Let's like this. I was sitting in the house with Antoniette and Dominic and Eckerly. We all talk.
Oh, Dominic, you so
See,
funny.
Antoniette, Dominic, he say you a good cook.
Sure, she make a good wife.
That's right.
No can be a good wife, Dominic.
What?
All the wives are bad.
Oh, Eckerly, that's a
You hear that? You hear that, Antoniette? Eckerly say. Giuseppe, what for you come?
Shut up. I come because I want to come. Ask my brother. He know.
Hey, what's the matter, Giuseppe? Why you looking that way?
You don't know it, Dominic? You don't know what for I come?
I don't know.
You lie.
Your brother, he's a fool. Sit down, you say. Have some wine. We talk, eh?
I don't want to know wine. I don't want to know talk. I come to teach my brother a lesson.
What's the matter, Giuseppe? What have I done? Giuseppe, put down that gun. I'm going to kill you.
That's just how it happened. I get frightened and quick run away.
After he shot his brother, you ran out. Hmm?
Yeah.
You didn't see him shoot Antonetta or Eckerly?
Oh, no. Then what happened? I run into the woods there. Later, long time. I see Giuseppe come out and dig a great big hole. Then he go in the house and they carry out a body in a tub. 3 bodies. One by one. And a bury.
That's why we couldn't find any blood around. He carried them in a tub. And then?
Then he run away.
Which way did he run?
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
That way.
That's where the bodies are buried?
That's right. Over there. By barn.
Okay, men. Dig over there with the barn.
Right, Chief.
Do you know why Giuseppe killed his brother?
No.
Looks like you frightened your horse, Neroni. Even he doesn't like you. You know why Giuseppe killed the others?
I no can see.
You loved Antonietta, didn't you?
Sure, gonna marry.
Were your partners jealous?
Tell him the truth, Neroni.
Jealous? No.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah, find anything?
Go ahead.
Right.
Hey, look. Look at that.
Merciful heaven. 3 of them. 3 innocent people.
Shot through the head, every one of them. Look, there's the tub. And one of the bloodhounds couldn't help us.
Awful. Terrible. Gale?
Yes, sir.
Phone the coroner. Have him send up the wagon.
Okay, Chief.
I okay, a free man now?
You what?
I a free man. I'm telling you how it happened. I can go away now?
You go away? Sure. Sure you'll go away.
What's the matter? You laugh. You telling me you're my friend.
I just want to ask you one more question. I want you to tell the truth now. The real truth, understand?
I don't get what you mean. You say I tell.
Yes, I know. You told her the story and you think you fooled us, didn't you?
We're stupid Americans, aren't we? Well, maybe you're right. We're stupid enough, though, to want to know what you did with Giuseppe's body.
You double-crossed me.
That's not half as bad as murder, Neroni.
You lied to me. You lied. You double-crossed me. I kill you. I kill you. I choke you.
That'll keep him quiet for a while.
Yeah, almost broke your gun on his head, Chief.
Too bad I didn't kill him. Save the country a lot of money if I did. You all right, Fabrizio?
Yes, fine, thanks.
How are you, wise guy?
Oh, he double-crossed. I'm gonna kill him. He double-crossed.
What did you do with Giuseppe?
He run away. Giuseppe run.
Let's take him back, Chief. We'll find that other body if we have to dig up this whole farm.
Right. Boys, carry this guy to the car.
Okay.
Did you see this dispatch here, Chief?
Antonio Neroni, serving a life sentence for the murder of 4 people whose bodies were buried on his farm, was found dead in prison last night. He was beaten to death by a fellow prisoner when he attempted to attack a party of visitors.
Yeah, nice guy, huh?
Yeah, nice and ferocious.
Yeah, you remember how he looked, though, when we blasted his phony alibi by finding Giuseppe's body?
A real look of horror.
Yeah, it matched the house he lived in. A real horror house, if ever there was one. You
have just heard a thrilling story taken from the pages of True Detective Mysteries magazine, a McFadden publication.
And now, the case of the larcenous lark. It's late Wednesday night in New York, and in Arnie Kessler's very private gambling club on East 69th Street, tall, handsome, gray-haired George Watkins stands at the end of the dice table shaking the dice cup in his manicured hand and makes his roll.
5's your number.
Righto. Once again, Watkins shakes the cup.
Come on, little 5.
And makes his roll.
7.
Watkins smiles wryly, shrugs lightly, puts down the cup, and pushes through the crowd. He finds the door to Kessler's private office open and walks in. Kessler is seated at the desk.
Oh, Watkins. Sit down.
Thanks.
How'd it go tonight?
Well, for you, fine. I'm clean.
Tough luck.
Oh, bound to change. How's my credit?
Strained to the limit. I'm afraid I'll have to close the book on you.
That's all I wanted to know. Good evening, Kessler.
You're down for 35 grand, Watkins. That's a lot of groceries.
I understand. I'm a realist, Kessler. Don't fool myself. No false pride, so I have to face the fact. The moment I'm no big shot, I'm flat. Bum investment. I'm surprised you carried me this far.
Oh, you'll pay off.
I'm glad you're so sure.
It's my business to be sure.
In that case, a little more credit?
Now, let's not overdo a good thing, chum. Got to draw the line somewhere, you know. You just pay that 35 and you can have all the credit you like.
All right. I'll get it.
You bet you will, Watkins. You bet.
Rex, here you are. Just sign these papers and I'll run along.
Just a minute, Watkins. Reader, get this. How do you like this phrase? Da-da-dee, da-da-da. You're right, it's corny. Maybe it's better like this. Da-da-dee, da-da-da. Now, it was better before. Da-da-dee.
Rex, please. I've got to be going.
Okay, Watkins. Give me the papers.
Here you are. Here's the pen.
Okay. You know, it's funny, I had it the right way in my head, but it's gone. Dee-da-dee-da-dee. No. I tell you, if I could remember, it's terrific.
All right, Rex, but look what you're doing.
Signing my name. I gotta look for that.
Don't you even read what you're signing?
I can't be bothered. That's what I pay Watkins for, my business manager, huh, Watkins?
That's right. Now these checks.
Right.
I think you'd be interested.
Interested? In whereases and double entries and capital gains? I say it's spinach and to Watkins with it. Okay, Watkins, there you are.
Righto. Now you can get back to your work. So long, Rex. Goodbye, Miss Long.
Yeah, be seeing you.
Bye.
You gotta catch it. It's a natural, believe me.
What do you know about him?
Who?
Watkins.
Oh, great. Saved me nearly 10 grand in income taxes last year.
If you don't even check on him,
Rita, I know what I'm doing. I make the moolah. Watkins sees that I don't spend it faster than I make it.
Who's to see he doesn't spend it?
Oh, for the love of Pete, Rita.
I mean it. If you expect me to marry you, got to have some sense of responsibility.
Yeah, sure. Baby, there it is. I know I'd get it. You like?
Not bad.
Not bad. It's great.
What are you doing?
Calling my no good of an agent?
Rex, I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, not now, honey, not now.
Hello?
Halloran, listen, I've got a number, even you'll be able to sell it.
Who is it?
Who is it? The Cole Porter of the 50s. I'm telling you, I've got something that'll make you.
Rex?
Who else?
Look, Rex, before you get all
Now, will you shut up? You haven't even heard it yet. Goes with those lyrics I showed you yesterday. Now, listen. Did you hear?
Yes?
Well?
It's a nice tune, Rex, but you know that you
No
can't...
buts, Halloran. This is it. How soon can you get it to Sinatra?
Be reasonable, Rex. We can't...
Now, look, I don't want any argument. All the time I bang out songs that sell themselves, you try to sit on them. If it wasn't for that contract, believe me, brother, you'd be out, but fast.
Listen to the cornball. Where were you before I took you over? Strictly minor leagues.
Now it's the big leagues and you're beating them, huh? You got a nice tune. I'll do what I can.
Now, look, shut up. I want you over here this afternoon, understand? That creep always got to give me conversation. You'd think a guy'd get some encouragement once in a while, but no, nice tune, he says. And you won't even listen. Got to yap about what?
I listen, Rex. It's just that I'm worried. Do you have to turn everything over to Watkins?
All right, look, I'll take it once more, slow. Now try to dig it this time, baby, will you? When you're getting the chips, you hire yourself a business manager. Everybody does it. I'm not the only one.
Thanks so much for telling me. But everybody doesn't just sign papers and checks without even knowing what they are.
All right, let's not get in a hassle about it, huh?
Well, if we're going to get married...
Who says we're going to get married?
Rex!
Well, if it's going to be nag all the time...
You're not serious.
Maybe I am. I don't know.
Well, I was only trying to be helpful. I don't see why you have...
Oh, for Pete's sake. Look, baby, I got a great idea banging around in my head. I want to get it on paper. Do you have to pitch a hissy now?
I'm sorry, Rex.
Now, will you cut it out? Honey, look. Doggone it, listen, will you? All right, I'll call Watkins. I'll get an appointment, see. He'll explain just how I stand financially, black and white. Get it all figured out, see. Now, will you please turn off the Niagara and let me get to work?
Oh, Kessler.
Hello, Watkins. Mind if I come in?
No, of course not.
Thanks.
As a matter of fact, I have something for you.
Glad to hear it.
Yes. Here you are.
1, 2, 3, 4, $5,000. Good. That leaves an even 30.
It may take a little time.
Oh, that's all right. Just so long as you settle up before you leave town.
Leave town? What makes you
You bought a ticket for Chicago this morning.
How do you know? Have you been having me followed?
Let's just say I have a very sensitive Ouija board, You see, Watkins, when I have money outstanding, I like to keep in touch. That's why I don't want you going away until the account is closed.
I should have expected this. Very well, Kessler, you've got me. No use denying there's the ticket. I was leaving. As a matter of fact, I'm on a bit of a spot. Let's face it, I'm trapped.
How so?
Well, I'll tell you. Always was one for cards on the table. It's like this. That $5,000 I just paid you came from Rex Elber. Only Elber doesn't know it. I had counted on him for considerably more. From time to time, you understand. You can't rush these things or they show up.
Well,
Elber called a few minutes ago, wants to go over the account. I don't know what's gotten into him all of a sudden, but there it is. Have to face it. He wants an accounting, and I can't possibly explain the check I cashed. If it hadn't happened so fast...
So you were going to run out?
Well, what can I do? Perhaps if you give me back that $5,000 and I return it to Rex, he may not press the charges.
Sure. I blow $5,000, and if Elba decides not to play ball, you're in the soup anyhow.
Well, it was a thought.
I don't call that thinking.
Well, what can I do?
Elba isn't your only client. You have others. That's why I gave you credit.
Now, they watch closer. Still, I suppose over a period of time, I could raise the rest.
Take your time. I won't rush things so long as I get payments on account like this every so often.
But I don't have time. That's just it. Elber wants a showdown today.
Well, can't you stall him?
No, not for long. Only I could keep him from asking about that check. There must be something I can do.
Not only there must be, Watkins. There better be.
Come in, door's open. Okay, now what can I do? Hey, wait a minute. Hey, what's the idea?
Yeah? This where Mike Waring lives, the Falcon?
Yeah.
You him?
I'm he.
Well, Halloran's my name, Vic Halloran, Rex Elba's agent.
Congratulations.
On what?
Being Elba's agent. He must be a gold mine.
Golden goose, more like. Somebody killed him.
Oh?
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I need a detective. Heard a lot about you. Always figure anybody has a reputation, he must have something on the ball.
Well, I'll concede the point. Shall we go inside and talk business?
No need. I'll only be a minute. I discovered the body, see? So I'm on the spot. Cops just put me through the ringer.
Any reason you should be suspected, other than discovering the body?
They suspect everybody.
Oh, well, you've got nothing to worry about. No more than anybody else.
All right. It's like this, see? Who likes his agent? All the time gripes. How come you aren't doing more for me? Rex and me had words often. Loud words. But he's my meal ticket. I'm going to knock off my own meal ticket?
Ah, yes, the golden goose.
Get on it, will you, Waring?
Okay, Halloran.
Try Rita Vaughn, warbler at the Zigzag Club.
You think she did it?
She's mixed up in it.
How do you know?
She's a dame. Rex is current. And believe me, in a thing like this, always include the dame in.
I'll make a note of it.
Dames are trouble. You can count on nothing but trouble.
Halloran, you're speaking of the women I love.
Take it from me, Waring. Nothing but trouble.
Spoken like a confirmed bachelor.
Bachelor? I'm paying alimony 3 ways. Now get on it, Waring, will you?
Mike Waring has been in Vic Halloran's employ for 20 minutes. Just long enough to get from his own place to the Zigzag Club, where Rita Vaughn has just admitted him to her dressing room.
All right, Mr. Waring, now what is it?
Well, there's no question about it. You're a dame.
What a detective.
And dames are trouble.
Oh?
I have it on the authority of a 3-time loser.
And you're looking for trouble?
Rex Elba's trouble. Were you it?
I was his dame. But I had nothing to do with his death. So if that's all you want, you might as well run along.
Who said it's all I want?
I can tell you who killed Rex, if that's what you want.
Well, I'd like to get around with that, Angel, but I'm in no hurry.
His business manager, George Watkins.
Why do you say that?
Rex had an appointment with Watkins today to check on Watkins' handling of Rex's affairs. The murder was a little too opportune to be a coincidence.
All right, Rita, I'll check on it.
Well, you can't check on it in here.
Hey, you seem in a hurry to get rid of me.
I'm on in a few minutes. I'd like to get ready.
And the show must go on.
You said it, Mr. Waring. Maybe you think I'm taking Rex's death too... Maybe you think it doesn't mean anything. But I'll get out of here, will you?
Hello, George Watkins around?
Who wants to know?
Mike Waring.
Well, the Falcon. This is an unexpected pleasure.
You must be Arnie Kessler.
I must be. Can I offer you a drink?
No, thanks.
You get around a lot.
33.
How come you got around here?
Could be I like roulette.
Oh, you know better than the buck the house percentage, Waring?
That's no way to encourage business.
Some kinds of business I can do without. So you're looking for George Watkins, huh?
Yeah, I understand he's a regular patron here. I wanted to confirm it.
You expect an answer from me?
No, I guess not.
Is that all you wanted?
Well, I'd like to know how Watkins was doing. Yeah, well, I didn't think you'd tell me.
I'm not crazy. I start talking about my client's affairs, I'd be out of business fast.
Well, in that case, I guess I'm just wasting my time around here.
I'm glad you realize it.
Might as well be running.
Oh, no need to run, Waring. You can walk, as long as it's to the nearest exit.
Hello?
Hello, Watkins. This is Arnie Kessler.
Yes, Kessler. What is it?
Who knew that Rex Elba wanted an accounting with you today?
Well, I didn't know anyone did, except you. Why?
Mike Waring was just here, the Falcon. He guessed you'd been losing at the tables.
Oh, dear.
Relax. He's still guessing. I didn't give him anything.
But if he's checking...
I don't think he can prove anything, but I thought you ought to know.
Yes. Thanks, Kessler. But who could have put him on to... Of course. That girl.
What girl?
Rita Vaughn. Never did care for her style of singing. Maybe I can figure a way to make her change her tune. Hello, Rita.
Oh, Mr. Waring, back again, huh?
Yeah, I thought I'd catch the last show. But as long as you're table hopping, How about perching at mine for a while?
Well, I only have a minute.
I'll settle for that.
All right.
I've been checking on Watkins.
Find out anything?
Uh-huh. He likes to gamble.
Oh, well, that could explain...
What's wrong?
Speak of the devil. Hello, Mr. Watkins.
Hello, Rita. Am I interrupting anything? Yes, you certainly are. But sit down, you old devil. I beg your pardon?
Mr. Watkins, this is Michael Waring.
Waring? Oh, yes. Yes, I've heard of you. From Arnie Kessler? Why do you ask that? Why don't you answer it? I want to talk to Rita. Get in line. I was here first.
I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint both of you. Time for my number. See you later.
Has Rita been talking about me, Waring? Ask Rita. I intend to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now here she is. The little lady you've all been waiting for to play and sing for you, Rita Vaughn.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. Folks, I have something that I hope will be a treat for you. It's a brand new number that I wrote myself. And here it is for the first time anywhere. I hope you like it.
I wonder why she didn't come back to the table, Waring. She said something scared her. Didn't you see her face when she left the floor, Watkins? No, I didn't notice. That's why I wanted to get back here to the dressing room. Here it is. Hey, somebody's in there. Yeah. Look out, Watkins. Let's see if this door's unlocked. Yeah, it is.
Mr. Waring.
Yes, Rita. Come to take you in my arms.
Let go.
Not while you're waving shooting irons.
All right, Waring. She missed.
Yeah, so I see, Halloran. But let's not give her another shot at you. What are you doing here, anyway?
Telling her off. She's a crook.
He hit me. That's why I grabbed the gun. It was self-defense.
She's a crook, a grave robber.
Did you hit her?
We were arguing.
Did you hit her?
What difference
Did you hit her, Halloran?
Well, maybe I did.
Then the gunplay really was self-defense.
I told you.
Uh-huh, but I want Halloran to tell me.
Well, yes, it was.
All right. Then I can let her go. Much as I enjoy holding you in my arms, Rita, I like it under different circumstances. Now, what went on in here?
Well, when I heard her singing that song...
Did you hear? I didn't see you in the club.
I was over at the side, near the door.
All right, you heard the song.
Yeah. She said it was her song. She made it up.
I did.
Rex called me this morning. All hopped up. Here's a new number. Plays it for me over the phone. It's this very song, Waring. This very song.
I played it for Rex. That's where he got it.
He said it was his.
We were going to publish it under his name. We thought it would be more popular.
Look, I know Rex's style. You can't
I know his style, too. I was influenced by it, I admit that. But I wrote that song.
That's a lie.
Well, even if it is, Halloran, is that any call to slug the girl? Or did you just toss that in because you don't like dames?
I couldn't help blowing my lid, Waring. I'm sorry, but this crooked dame
All right, hold it. Rita, you say you made up this song?
Yes.
When?
This morning. Rex was working on a tune. It was something like this one, but not the same. Watkins, you were there, you remember.
Yes.
Well, then Watkins left, and Rex and I were talking, and all of a sudden it came to me.
And you played it for Rex?
Yes.
And he played it for Halloran?
Yes, and he told me that...
I know what he told you. Did you play it for anyone else, Rita, until tonight?
No.
And it's just your word against Halloran's.
Well, yes,
I don't know what you hope to prove, Waring. Each one will stick to his own story. Oh, I think I've proved plenty, Watkins. What? Who killed Rex Elder? You what? I've proved who killed Rex Elder. Maybe that isn't as important as who wrote the music, but it should determine who's going to have to face it.
Who, Waring?
Well, considering that Watkins is in deep to Kessler... Where'd you get that idea? Maybe from Kessler himself. You couldn't. Why not? Because I don't owe him. That's not what Kessler told me, Watkins. He didn't tell you anything. What makes you so sure? He told me he didn't. And there must be something he could... Rita, look out!
Oh,
Too late, Waring. I've got the gun from her. Now, what good do you think it's going to do you? Well, there's one sure thing. Won't do you any good if you make a move. So stay where you are, all of you. I'm getting out of here.
15 minutes have passed since George Watkins grabbed Rita's gun and beat a hasty retreat from the Zigzag Club. Mike has used that time to hurry to Arnie Kessler's apartment, where Kessler's thug Rocky has just ushered him in.
Here he is, Mr. Kessler.
Yeah. All right, Waring. What is it this time?
Well, I put you on kind of a spot, Kessler. I figured I ought to tell you.
What kind of a spot?
I told George Watkins you tipped me about his owing you. He grabbed a gun and cleared out. I thought he might come here.
Thanks for the warning. I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure. Still, I thought you ought to know.
All right. But how come he fell for your bluff?
Oh, I guess he's out of his element. I imagine that until today, except for a weakness for gambling, Watkins stuck pretty close to the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
And since he really is in the hock to you,
Is he?
his running out ought to clinch it.
How do I know he ran out? Just because you say so?
Well, I see you're not as green as Watkins.
Disappointed?
No, I expected it. Well, there could be the answer to if I'm bluffing.
Yeah. Rocky.
Okay, Mr. Kessler.
And just in case Waring isn't bluffing you, that's Watkins. Check him for artillery.
Right.
I want to see Kessler.
Sure. Turn around.
Why?
So far, you're right, Waring. It's Watkins.
And when you get to know me better, Kessler, you'll never doubt me.
Oh, bad.
All right, Mr. Kessler, here he is. And here's his heater.
Waring.
Hello, Watkins. I've been expecting you.
I should have known. You are on his side,
That's
Kessler.
what he wants you to think, but if you shut up and let me do the talking...
Certainly. Might as well face it. I've bungled again, played right into his hands.
Maybe, but now we have him on our home ground.
Please, Kessler, no violence.
That's not what I had in mind. At least for now. As long as we're both here together, he can't play one off against the other like he's been doing.
No, that's not necessary. I've proved my point.
I wouldn't say so. You rattled Watkins. He lost his head.
And came running to you. Why?
To check on what you told him. He thought I might have lied about him.
You mean he wanted to see if you told the truth about him? It's no use, Kessler. I know he's in hock to you. Now that I know who the murderer is, it's the only thing that makes sense.
Oh, you know that, too?
Yeah, sure.
Waring, I know how it looks.
Out of the talking, Watkins. Are you, suggesting that Watkins killed Elba, Waring?
Oh, I haven't said that.
But I thought...
You shouldn't jump to conclusions, Watkins.
Well, but then I don't understand. Unless you think I'm the murderer, what difference does it make if I owe Kessler money? My relation with him doesn't affect anyone else.
It affects Kessler.
But surely you can't think he killed Rex. Why, they didn't even know each other.
I know they didn't.
Well, then...
Now, wait. Elba demanded an accounting with you today, didn't he, Watkins? Never mind, don't answer, but you know he did. And you've been juggling the account to pay off Kessler, so you got panicked.
Well...
Shut up, Watkins.
Yes.
All right, you told Kessler about the spot you were in. You'd paid off part of what you owed him, but there was still a heavy balance. Now, if Elba sent you to jail, Kessler would never get his balance. So he killed Elba to protect his investment in you.
So that's it.
How many times do I have to tell you to shut up, Watkins?
Oh, I'm the one you'll have to shut up, Kessler. But before you decide on the rough play you so thoughtfully postponed before, you ought to know the police know I came up here.
Yeah?
You think I'd have stuck my neck out like this otherwise? Let's face it, Kessler, the jig is up.
One thing I don't understand, Waring.
What's that, Halloran?
You said my argument with Rita about the song is what tipped you to the murderer.
Yes, it did.
But if Kessler's the murderer, he had nothing to do with the song.
That's just the point.
What?
He didn't know Elba. Had nothing to do with him.
Then how could he...
Look, Halloran. Regardless of who really wrote the song, either way, we know that until last night, only you and Rita and Elba had ever heard the song, right?
Yes.
But when I was at Kessler's before Rita played it at the club, Kessler was humming the song.
He was?
He was. So I knew he must have been at Elba's. Remember Elba was at the piano when he was murdered? He must have been playing the tune when Kessler killed him.
I see.
Uh-huh. So that takes care of the murder. Now everything is settled except who really wrote the song.
Oh, that's settled, too.
Oh, it is?
Yes, I was wrong. Rita wrote it all right. We had a long talk, and she convinced me.
Oh?
Yeah, quite a dame, Waring. Quite a dame.
Thought you didn't like dames.
Who, me? Oh, all I said was, anybody who falls for a dame must be nuts.
Uh-huh.
Well, Waring, shake hands with Napoleon Bonaparte.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story, A Streetcar Named Schultz.
It was 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. Me and a bunch of muscle-bound wrestlers and a scared blonde. You didn't have to be an expert to know the difference between a broken toenail and a stranglehold. It began in the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. He'd called me in to meet a new client. Young guy, handsome, muscular, about 27 or 8, dressed in I did a take. He was dressed in a black cutaway coat, striped trousers, gray vest, and silk ascot. Without a program, you couldn't tell it from a wedding or a funeral.
Jeffrey, come in. I want you to meet our new client, the Earl of Gardner.
Hiya.
How'd you do? Jeffrey, our client, the Earl, has quite a problem.
Oh. Jilted at the church?
No, of course not. This is serious, Jeffrey, very serious. The Earl is a famous wrestler. Surely you've heard of him.
No television set.
Yes. Well, perhaps I'll let the Earl tell you his own story.
I think that would be advisable, gentlemen.
Okay by me. Start from the top.
Last evening, Mr. Regan, I was engaged in a match with a chap who called himself the Atomic Assassin. It was 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. Naturally, I won.
Naturally.
Shortly after the completion of the match, the Atomic Assassin suffered a stomach disorder. I'm not certain of the technical name for it.
Well, we can skip that.
The Atomic Assassin is no longer with us.
He retired?
He's dead.
It was in the papers.
The police have discovered poison in a post-mortem completed only a few hours ago. They suspected me of murder.
That part wasn't in the papers.
We must help our client, Jeffrey. He's given us a retainer of $100. You understand, Jeffrey, our client is innocent.
Oh, sure.
Yes, go on, Earl.
Well, the police are annoying me with their insinuations. The State Athletic Commission is being downright rude. I will not put up with this any longer. Do I make myself clear?
We find out who killed the Atomic Assassin, and you sidestep a murder rap.
Precisely.
What do you know about the other guy? The assassinated Adam?
Nothing.
Well, that's no help.
Well, he's a crude fellow, ill-mannered, dubious family background.
Look, you want a murder solved or a family history?
Just a moment, sir.
Jeffrey, our client...
Drop the vaudeville, Earl. Murder isn't show business. Give me some facts, and fast.
Okay, I tell you I don't know anything about it.
Well, that's better. At least I don't have to cut the accent with a knife.
$100 is a lot of money to me, Regan. I want answers, and I want them now. I don't like the smell of gas.
Well, that's normal.
Jeffrey, you are going to help the Earl.
Yeah, I'll help him. Just one thing, Fatso.
Yes, Jeffrey?
He's the wrestler. He takes the falls. All I got out of the Earl was that he trained at Mike Turner's gym downtown. Mike was also the guy who promoted the fatal match, so I headed there. 20 minutes later, I'd pushed my way through jammed-up L.A. traffic and walked up 2 flights of stairs to Turner's Gymnasium. It was packed with big muscles and cauliflower ears, the smell of liniment and the smell of sweat-stained leather. Somewhere behind the massive biceps, a little man came toward me. He was mopping his brow, trying to shake off the heat of the clammy room.
Hiya, want to work out?
Looking for Mike.
For why?
For reasons.
Whose reasons?
My reasons.
Okay, so I'm Mike.
The name's Regan. Lyon Detective Bureau.
The lights are, yeah.
You promoted the match last night?
What match?
The Earl of Gardner versus the Atomic Assassin.
Oh, that match.
What can you give me on it?
What did I get? Trouble. Please, Regan, let a guy live and forget, huh?
What about the assassin?
Truck driver. I picked him up, named Jay Morley. No family, nothing. Just a guy.
Enemies?
No. Nobody knew him around here. He just started in the business a month ago. Came from Toledo, I think.
Let's try the Earl of Gardner.
Schultz? Oh, that's different.
Meaning what?
Enemies. Enemies all over the place. Nobody likes him, but nobody.
His name's Schultz?
Yeah, Stanley Schultz. I gave him the title Earl of Gardner. Good, huh? He kind of fit. He used to be an actor. Then a streetcar conductor. He needed the dough, so I picked him up. He draws a crowd.
2 guys wrestle, one of them turns up dead. It's too simple. There's more somewhere.
Yeah, there's always more. Listen, maybe a workout will help you, huh? I'll get you some trucks.
Some other time.
Okay. Take a look around, Regan. The joint is yours. I got work to do. Big match coming up tonight.
The little man walked off, mopping his brow. I decided to take his advice, look around. I watched a barrel-chested guy in black tights grapple with a heavy bearded character in a turban, both practicing groans. Near the wall, a big guy, big even in that place, stood raising and lowering a 200-pound barbell. I walked over. His big arms flexed as the black weights went up and down. But his breathing was easy. There was something about the guy you couldn't help notice. His hair. It hung down his back almost to his trunks, in 2 long braids. I had turned my back to him. That was a mistake.
Hey, Regan, look out!
I stepped aside in time to miss the 200 pounds of solid iron that fell from the big guy's uplifted hands. Fell and crashed 6 inches from my head.
Regan, you okay?
Sure, Turner. I feel great.
King, come here.
You want me, Turner?
Yeah, King, I want you. What's the idea letting that barbell slip like that? You could have killed Regan.
Regan.
Go on. Tell him you're sorry.
Sorry.
Save the tears.
What'd you say?
He didn't understand you, Regan.
Yeah, but I understood him, and I don't like the joke.
Now, he's okay, Regan.
Okay.
Sure, you're okay. You just happened to drop 200 pounds of cast iron when my back was turned. You're okay.
Regan, it's no use in getting sore about it. King didn't mean it. Now, go on, King. Get back to work.
Work?
Yeah. That's good. He's just a big, dumb stoop, Regan. He didn't mean nothing.
What's his name?
Harry Walsh. He calls himself King Cobra. He fixes up those braids when he goes into the ring. They look like snakes. He draws a crowd.
Yeah, so would my funeral, Turner. Only the gate receipts wouldn't do me any good.
Well, no, it's no use being sore, Regan. The King's a little over-anxious, that's all. Got a big match tonight.
Who with?
The Earl of Gardner.
What?
I'll say that. That's right. You were asking about the Earl. Yeah, him and the King are set for the feature go tonight. Should be the match of the year.
How'd you get that?
Oh, didn't I tell you? They hate each other like poison. House is sold out. Should be nothing short of murder.
Thanks a lot, Turner. Maybe that's an idea. I headed out the door. It made sense. I couldn't lose anything having a talk with the cops. King Cobra weighed in at better than 300 pounds. And it made more sense. I wasn't going to continue the argument with him. It was late afternoon, half-empty streets. I was heading toward my car when I picked up the footsteps. High heels, walking fast to keep up with me. I slowed, they slowed. I picked up the pace. So did the high heels. Somebody had to end it.
Oh, wait.
You wanted something?
Oh, you're a detective, Mr. Regan, and I need your help.
Name?
Jean Turner, Mike Turner's wife. I saw you talking to Mike back there in the gym.
So you followed me?
Oh, please. Couldn't we talk somewhere?
Sure thing, lady. Come on. It was a combination bar and cafe. Baffo's, the sign said. I opened the door, place empty, and the girl walked on in. She was maybe 5'4", blonde, young, good-looking. Seemed straight on nylons on nice legs. She turned, looked deep into my eyes, turned away, scared.
I've changed my mind. It really wasn't important.
Let me decide. Back booth.
All right.
Hiya, patrons. Can I help you?
No, thanks. We'll take the back one.
The back booth? You won't like it.
Yeah?
No television. The only booth in the house where you can't see the television, patron.
We'll suffer.
You don't like television? You nuts? Everybody likes television. It's here to stay.
Sure.
Okay, only you're going to miss time for beanies. Okay. Be a reactionary. It's your life.
What's on your mind, Mrs. Turner?
Jean, please, Mr. Regan.
Okay. Jean?
Well, it's about the wrestling match.
Well, that's a good start.
Well, I'm terribly worried. Something horrible is going to happen.
It already did. The atomic assassin's dead, you remember?
Oh, that match.
Oh, that's what your husband said. Make sense, will you?
But, Mr. Regan, I'm talking about the match tonight. King Cobra is wrestling with the Earl of Gardner.
King Cobra? Well, what's that got to do with the murder of the guy last night?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it has nothing to do with it, but Mr. Regan, if you don't do something, there's going to be another murder, I'm sure of it. Now...
So you don't like television, huh? Maybe you'd like to hear what happened to me with television?
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Regan, I'll be right back.
What's wrong with her?
I didn't ask.
You should have. She got tears in her eyes. Oh, well, where was I? About television and me. Yeah, now there's a story for you.
Make it short.
I used to be a wrestler. Buffo the Blockbuster is what they called me. And I was great. Until along comes television and they cancel me after my first match. You want to know why? I'm too pretty. Can you imagine that?
Rough.
Me? Oh, well.
I'm philosophical. Look what happened to thousands of silent movie actors when they brought in sound. Who am I to stand up in the way of progress?
You know, that's a very good question.
Yeah, and besides, even my name, Buffo the Blockbuster, it's out of date. Now they got Jet Sam, Roger the Rocket.
4 shots from somewhere out back. Buffo and I headed that way in a hurry. Back alley empty. No traffic, nothing. Back inside, a storeroom empty. Buffo and I looked at each other.
What goes on here?
What else have we got back here?
Nothing.
What's behind the bar?
Storage space, washroom, telephone booth.
Where?
Phone booth's right over the... Oh, you don't think...
Look first, then think.
Oh,
Wait here.
No, I hope not. Oh, no, that's not true. My place.
Shut up. Jean Turner. 4 holes in her back. She was right, Buffo. There was going to be a murder. Hers. A wrestler who called himself the Atomic Assassin was dead after a match with another wrestler who called himself the Earl of Gardner. That's when the Earl hired my boss, the Lion, and me to find out who done it. I met a promoter named Mike Turner and another wrestler named King Cobra. Finally, I met Turner's wife, Jean. Only our acquaintance didn't last long. She wound up in a phone booth with a lot of slugs in her back. It made sense Lieutenant Candid of Homicide would have some comments.
Hello, Regan. Have a chair.
Thanks.
Which one's yours?
The Earl of Gardner?
Him.
You don't like my client?
Made a pass at my telephone operator.
I saw her.
Sure. What's on your mind?
You got anything on the Earl? I mean, real?
Maybe.
That's no answer.
Jean Turner makes a lovely corpse, Regan.
What about the Atomic Assassin, Candid? 2 murders fit. Somewhere.
Sure, maybe they do. Takes time, Regan. It's a shame a guy'd kill something as nice as that Turner dame. Whew. It's a shame.
Try once more. What about a wrestler named King Cobra?
Doesn't interest me.
What about the husband, Mike Turner?
Nope.
Okay, I'm sorry I asked.
Don't get sore, Regan. You know how these things are. It takes time.
Then you're going to let the Earl wrestle tonight?
Why not? Maybe he'll get himself killed. Save the taxpayers a lot of expense. Tell him for me, Regan. If King Cobra doesn't break his neck for him, maybe somebody else will.
I headed for my car outside. Candid was playing it close, all right. It gave me nothing. But I did have a wrestler who makes passes at a cop's telephone operator. My client, the Earl of Gardner, alias Schultz. About as popular as a case of measles. Chances were I'd find him at the arena checking in for the big match. I swung the car around in a hurry. I found him all right, stretched out on a table, getting a massage. He didn't seem happy to see me.
Oh, Mr. Regan, I presume.
Questions, pretty boy?
Something troubling you, Mr. Regan?
You.
Go on, Mr. Regan.
What makes you so popular?
Me? It's ridiculous. People hate me.
Why?
My job, Mr. Regan. I'm a professional villain. I'm paid to have people hate me.
You're taking your work home with you.
Other side, Oil.
Okay. I'm listening, Mr. Regan.
What about you and King Cobra? He says he's going to kill you tonight.
It's publicity.
Who's kidding who?
Max.
Huh?
Max, you better leave.
Okay, Oil.
Now listen, Regan, I like you. You're working for me. But King Cobra and I, well, that's business. Gate receipts.
Have it your way. I think different.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, Regan. Something maybe you ought to know about me.
You got the floor.
Oh, sure. Sure I'm a no-good heel. Out there in front of a crowd, everybody hates me. I make more money that way. It's my living.
Ever try anything else?
Plenty of things. I wanted to be an actor once. Like a lot of young punks, I came to Hollywood. I didn't get anywhere, Regan. I took jobs where I could find them. I ended up as a streetcar conductor.
A streetcar named Schultz?
Sure, why not? My father was in show business. I know what it's like to miss meals. It isn't fun.
Go on.
Well, Mike Turner spotted me on that streetcar. I got a good build, and he liked me. Mike's a square shooter, Regan. He gave me the title and the promotion. I eat now. Every meal.
See what you mean.
Huh? That's it. End of story. I eat now.
Okay, Schultz. It's your business. I got business, too. To clear a murder rap and keep you out of hot water.
Thanks, Regan.
You know why anybody'd kill the atomic assassin?
No. Honestly, I don't. I never met him before the match last night. We shared the same dressing room. He drank some water after the match. He was poisoned.
What about Jean Turner?
Well, I've seen her around here. Sweet girl. I like her, Regan. Used to walk her home nights Mike was busy.
That's all you can give me?
That's all.
Okay, Earl. You wrestle and I'll watch. But be careful. I got a hunch King Cobra and you haven't been reading the same publicity notices. It was beginning to make sense now. The Earl of Gardner, professional villain, wrestles unknown, name of atomic assassin. The assassin dies, the Earl lives. No motives. Only if you switched it around, gave the Earl the poison, you got motives all right. Motives by the dozens. Things could add now. I put in a phone call to my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Lyon Detective Bureau, Anthony J.
Okay, it's me, Fatso. I got a job for you.
Jeffrey, what's the rush?
I need an answer, and I need it within the next hour. There's a wrestler around town named King Cobra.
I know, and you want me to find out if he has a record. I'm ahead of you this time, Jeffrey.
Yeah, check the police on that already. Lyon, I want to know if King Cobra's married.
What?
Find out where he lives. Run out there. Meet the wife, if he has one.
Jeffrey, are you out of your mind?
It's important. Our client wrestles King Cobra tonight.
Yes, so I read in the... Oh, so that's your scheme, is it? Send me out on some wild goose chase while you enjoy the wrestling matches. Probably put it on the expense account, too.
You guessed it, Fatso.
Jeffrey, I'm sick and tired of having you pad your expense account. Not only do you include yourself, but tonight you'll probably take some lame-brain numbskull along.
Lyon, you're absolutely psychic.
Psychic, schmichic, this has got to stop. What bum are you dragging along this time?
You, Fatso.
You see, what?
Well, I figured you'd like to see the matches, and that way we could both put it on the expense account.
Jeffrey, what a brilliant idea. Positively brilliant.
Yeah, and bring that information I need. King Cobra's wife. It's business, Fatso.
Jeffrey, what on earth are you insinuating?
Never mind. Get busy. You may be the difference between just another wrestling match and murder. Things were moving now. It was after 8 o'clock by the time I finished dinner. At the box office, somebody handed me 2 ringside seats Mike Turner had left for me. Free. When I got in, the place was mobbed. One of the prelims had just wound up. By 9 o'clock, there wasn't an empty seat in the house. Power of the press, power of the imagination. Everybody there. Everybody expecting to see something special. You could tell it from the looks on their faces, the atmosphere, the tense excitement. Everybody waiting for the big match, the Earl of Gardner versus King Cobra. Pretty soon, the Lion showed up, led in by music and a big cigar.
Jeffrey, I thought I'd never find you in this mob.
Sit down, Fatso. It won't be long.
Ringside seats, eh? How much did this cost the company?
Passes from Mike Turner.
Passes? Oh, delightful. Think of the money we saved.
Never mind that. What about King Cobra? Married?
Oh, you should see her, Jeffrey. Cool green eyes, red hair, dimples, everything. Legs, lovely, lovely.
That settles it.
Jeffrey, what on earth are you driving at?
The entry of that handsome, noble gladiator, that magnificent specimen of humanity, that glorious champion from Dover, England, that 14 stone 10, wearing white trunks with his family crest, His Highness the Earl of Gardner. From the wild of the timberland of the Northwest, from the rugged earth of our great nation, comes that giant, that modern-day Paul Bunyan, that towering figure of humanity, at 311 pounds, wearing black trunks, King
Jeffrey, you still didn't tell me why you wanted to know about King Cobra's wife.
Later, Fatso. We came to see a match, remember?
Hi, Regan. Mind if I join you?
Oh, Lyon, Mike Turner. Mike, my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Howdy do, Mr.
Howdy,
Turner.
how are you? Going to be a great fight, Regan. Great fight.
But your wife couldn't make it.
What? Oh. Ah, see what you mean. Think it's funny that I'm here, huh? My wife murdered?
Maybe.
Why lie about it, Regan? Jean and I didn't get along. We were split up. She didn't love me. Let's watch the match.
It was 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. The referee gave them their instructions. Brief, simple. Don't kill each other. But from the look on the face of King Cobra, he didn't hear good. They started. The Earl, the King. They didn't have to be an expert to throw out the publicity theory. The aloof look was gone from the Earl. The crowd forgotten. Both of them tumbling, spinning, twisting, fighting. 10 minutes. First fall to the King. 20 minutes. Second fall to the Earl. Both men growing weak, tired, cut, angry, fighting.
Jeffrey, I don't like it. Something's wrong.
Real wrong.
Something should be done.
Turner.
Yeah. What do you want?
Are you going to stop it?
What? Stop the match? You're crazy.
They mean business.
Well, sure they do. They're good men. Great show they're putting on.
That's no show, Turner.
Huh? No show? You kidding? They're the greatest fakers in the world.
They weren't faking. The crowd sensed it. The referee sensed it. Even the cops lining the aisles moved down a little closer to the ring. Everybody knowing what was happening. Nobody making a move. It was what the crowd came to see. Something special. 50 minutes gone, 10 to go. 2 beaten men, evenly matched. The Earl, lean, fast, clever. King Cobra, massive, powerful, slow. Nobody winning, both of them losing. The referee long since just another guy watching. The Lion on the edge of the seat. The crowd on its feet screaming. Then it happened. 5 minutes to go. Mike Turner got up. He hurried to the referee. They pried them apart. Turner talked to King Cobra, and then to the Earl. 5 minutes left. Match even, 1 fall each. And it looked like it was over. The crowd didn't like it. Neither did the wrestlers. And then Mike Turner signaled them to go back into the ring. And that's when I decided to move.
Jeffrey, come back here! Jeffrey!
I got to the ring in a hurry. The police tried to stop me. The spectators tried to stop me. The referee tried to stop me, but I got there. I got there and grabbed King Cobra.
What you doing?
Give me that.
I'll kill you for this.
Give me what's in your hand, King.
I'll kill you for... the police.
All right, men. All right, grab him.
Let go.
I'll give you the evidence, Regan.
Sure. Here, Candid.
Okay, Regan, clear out of here before you get yourself killed. The police will handle him.
20 policemen, Lieutenant Candid, King Cobra, and Jeff Regan left the ring. Alive. The cops led the interference, and we made our way to the dressing room.
All right, King, let's have it.
I do nothing. Nothing.
Yet. Only a couple of minutes and...
Nothing.
Hey, what's the idea of stopping the match, Lieutenant? I want Regan arrested. He's got no right to
stop a murder, Turner?
Quiet, both of you. Regan was out of bounds, Turner. We can take care of that later. But I want an explanation as to where your wrestler got a small sack of prussic acid.
Prussic?
Poison, Turner. Chances are the same kind that killed the atomic assassin. King Cobra palmed it.
I don't know nothing about it, see? If Cobra tried to pull a stunt like that,
Cobra didn't pull anything, Turner. You gave him that poison sack when you went to his corner to talk to him. Yeah, that's why you interrupted the fight.
That's nuts.
That's right. Mike gave me sack.
Okay, Turner. Talk.
Look, you got nothing on me. You can't prove anything.
You killed the atomic assassin, Turner, by mistake. He and Earl shared the same dressing room. You were after the Earl then, just like you were tonight.
You got nothing. Nothing, do you hear? Just a bunch of lies.
The Earl was a nice-looking guy, Turner. Women liked him. He used to be friendly with your wife, Jean. You drew some wrong conclusion about that.
That's a lie. She and him were...
Finish it, Turner. You killed Jean to keep her from telling what a jealous maniac you were. That would have been the real tip-off. You used the same stunt with King Cobra. Told him his wife was playing around with the Earl. Got him sore. Worked him up to a real anger. Almost got him to kill for you.
That's right. Mike Turner told me that. Wait. He says my wife...
King, shut up.
Never mind, Turner. The police never let you out of their sight for a minute after your wife was shot.
No.
We got all we need on you. Regan just brought things to a boil.
Oh, thanks, Candid. Thanks a lot. That's how it was. Mike Turner, jealous husband, knocked off 2 people trying to satisfy her rage. The atomic assassin by mistake. his wife on purpose. The Earl of Gardner was close to being number 3. King Cobra got off with a light charge, but Turner was scheduled for the works. When I got to the office the next morning, my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was reading the morning paper. He looked puzzled.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Brushing up on the race results, Fatso?
No, Jeffrey, I was reading about the Turner case. You know, I simply can't understand it. Mike Turner seemed like such a nice fellow, giving us those passes to the match and all.
To throw off suspicion, Fatso. And to have us right next to him in case anything went wrong.
Well, I must confess it was clever of you, Jeffrey, to check up on King Cobra's wife. Imagine Turner using the jealous husband routine to inflame King Cobra to attempt murder.
Jealous husbands, Lyon? You never know. Now, take you, for instance. You went out to see King Cobra's wife.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, that was business. You sent me.
Yeah, but suppose King Cobra didn't look at it that way. Suppose he found out you were with his wife. After the things Mike Turner's been telling him. Well...
Jeffrey, no, you don't think...
Just a thought, Fatso.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, it was business, simply business. You sent me out there to see the woman.
Yes, and you said she was lovely. Cool green eyes, legs, things like that. Get around, Lion. Who knows? Maybe King Cobra's looking for you right now.
But Jeffrey, you've got to get me out of this. You've got to explain it. It was...
Phone's ringing.
Yes, so it is.
Well, don't you think you ought to answer it, Fatso? Never can tell. It might be business.
Yes, of course. Lion Detective Bureau, Anthony J... What? Who? No, he's not in. No, this is his assistant, Mr. Smith. Anthony J. Smith. That is John Smith. No, he's gone for the day. He may be gone all week. Yes, I'll tell him when he comes in.
Who was it, Fatso?
Wrong number, Jeffrey.
Oh, really? Sounded like a woman's voice to me, Fatso. Anybody I know?
Jeffrey, it was Mrs. King Cobra. She called to invite me out to dinner.
Like I said, Fatso, never can tell.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at this same time. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half hour of mystery starring George Petrie as the lawyer whose practice before every type of bar has become a legend. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone's the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. Tonight, in our study of the cliche, let's take a gander at hard work never killed anyone. You can never prove that by Danny Braden. Danny is the dark-haired boy in a small furnished apartment on Chicago's South Side. Danny is what is known in the trade as a solitary drinker, and he's just made an amazing discovery. Your liquor goes a lot further that way.
Danny.
What the devil do you want, Thelma?
I don't want to nag you, darling.
Certainly giving a darn good imitation.
I only meant...
What's the matter? You deaf? See who that is.
Sure, darling. Just a minute, I'm coming. Yes?
I'm looking for a Danny Braden.
What do you want with him?
I'm an old buddy of his from L.A. Just tell him it's Jack Bucktel.
Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, hiya, Danny. Good to see you.
What do you want, Bucktel?
Now, is that any way to talk? Your little girl here would think you weren't glad to see me.
She'd be right.
That's gratitude for you.
And to think the minute I stepped off that bus, I made tracks right over here.
Shouldn't have bothered.
There's no bother at all. How you doing, Danny?
Swell.
You don't look it.
Well, you know me, Buck. I never believed in being ostentatious.
Can you use $100,000?
Are you kidding?
Darling.
Shut up.
What?
Where can we talk?
What's the matter with this?
Two things. One, you haven't invited me in.
What's the other?
Her.
They're both no problems. All right, Thelma, go take yourself a walk.
No. You're going to get mixed up in something.
Don't you understand English?
Oh.
I make it a nice long walk, like from here to Evanston. Well?
All right, Danny.
Better call me before you come home.
I like a girl who can mind.
Sit down.
Thanks.
You, said something about $100,000?
Oh, not so fast, Danny boy. There are one or two things we got to iron out first.
Such as?
I got to be protected.
Okay.
Then, sign right here.
What is this?
Just a little agreement that we split 50-50 on your income for the next 10 years.
You think I'd be stupid enough to sign this?
Why? What do you got to lose?
Well, if I went to work, you...
You wouldn't do a thing like that.
Don't be so smart.
Let's not kid each other, Danny. I know you from a way back. You got no more intention of doing an honest day's work than I have. Now, if you want to sign that agreement, okay. If you don't, that's all right, too.
Give me a pen.
Mm-hmm. Here you are.
Daniel M. Braden. How's that?
Oh, it's fine.
Now, what's the deal?
You remember a little girl you were married to named Gloria Mason?
This your idea of a gag?
How long has it been since she got killed in that fire?
What are you, a comic?
Just humor me for a couple of minutes, will you?
Well, 6 years ago.
As I recall, they never did find her body.
Nothing left to find. Just some silver bridge work.
I bet you can afford platinum now.
What are you babbling about?
She's alive, Danny.
You're nuts.
She started that fire herself.
What? Why?
Get away from you?
What kind of crack is that?
I tell you, Gloria's right here in town. Only she calls herself Glenda.
Glenda?
Yeah. That isn't all she changed. She doesn't have that red hair anymore. And she's married.
Married?
Uh-huh. To a fella named Phil Stacy.
Phil? The Stacy that owns the Belmont Casino?
Uh-huh. I understand she's nuts about him.
You must be out of your mind.
Well, there's one way to convince yourself. Go up and see. And while you're at it, you might ask her for a couple of bucks. You know, so you can afford a cab back. I'm sure she wouldn't want her husband to walk.
Yes?
Well, what do you know?
What?
I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Look, mister.
What's the matter, Gloria? Don't you recognize your one and only? It's Danny.
If you don't get out of here...
What'll you do, scream?
Yes.
I'll go right ahead.
Phil! Phil!
Of course, we both know he isn't home. I made sure of that.
Now, look, mister. I don't know who you are.
Oh, now, Gloria. You couldn't have forgotten all we meant to each other.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, maybe I know a way to show you. Does that bring back fond memories?
What do you want, Danny?
I knew it would ring a bell.
What do you want?
Only what's mine. You.
No.
Ah, now you're my wife, honey. You don't know how I missed you.
I'm sure you found someone else to beat up.
Oh, now, Gloria. Oh, I beg your pardon, Glenda. There never was anyone like you. Well, what do you say you pack your bags and I'll take you home?
Let me go.
Oh, come on, sweetie. You'll love it. Once you get used to the bugs.
What are you after?
I told you. You. I only hope Phil won't be disappointed.
You're not going to say a word to him. I'll kill you if you do.
Well, he's bound to find out. After all, he thinks he's married to you.
How much do you want?
Now, you think I came here for money?
How much do you want?
I never thought of it like that. But, if you'd rather stick with Phil, why, far be it from me to interfere with your happiness. Let's make it $5,000. That's a nice round figure.
Don't be a fool. Where would I get it?
Oh, it doesn't have to be cash, honey. I'll take your check. I'm sure you wouldn't stop payment.
How do I know you won't be back again?
Of course I will, Glenda. You're my wife. Now, what kind of husband would I be not to drop by when I'm in the neighborhood? And I intend to be around real often.
Hello?
Oh, Thelma. How goes the battle?
Who is this?
Jack Buckshell. Is Danny around?
Just a second. It's for you, Danny.
Who is it?
Mr. Bucktel.
Hello.
Hiya, Danny.
Fine.
How'd you make out?
How'd I make out?
I understand you were up to see Mrs. Stacy this afternoon.
Where do you understand that from?
Oh, I got ways and means at my disposal. How did we do?
We didn't do.
I don't get you, Danny.
Very simple, Buck. This isn't the right dame.
Listen, friend.
Well, I ought to know. I was married to her.
Look, boy, don't try to hop me around.
Never entered my mind. Sorry it worked out this way, Buck. But maybe we can get together on something else sometime. Give me a call if you get any ideas.
Some more coffee, Glinda?
What?
I asked if you wanted some more coffee.
Oh, no, thanks, Phil.
What's the trouble, baby?
Trouble?
You haven't said 2 words since we sat down.
Well, I've got a slight headache.
You want some aspirin?
No, I'll be all right.
Maybe if you ate something.
I'm not hungry.
You haven't been hungry for a week.
If you don't stop picking on me...
Sorry, honey.
No, it's my fault, Phil. I'm just on edge.
Well, I'm going to call Doc Wilburn and
No,
ask him
I don't want you to. I tell you, I'm perfectly all right.
Then what's bothering you?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I swear.
Look, Glinda. I promised when we got married I'd never ask any questions.
I know that, Phil, and I appreciate it.
But if something's worrying you and you want to tell Papa, he'll always be ready to listen. Remember that.
1, 2, 3.
Hello?
Hello, Doris. This is Danny Braden.
Oh, hiya, Danny.
My missus there?
Huh, what?
Thelma.
No, she ain't.
Oh. I just got in to find a note saying she's going over to see you.
Well, she left here 10 minutes ago. I think she had an appointment with John J. Malone.
Who?
You know, that lawyer fella.
What does she want with Malone?
Well, I don't know, Dan... Oh, gee. I shouldn't have told you. You won't say nothing.
Don't you worry, Doris. I won't breathe it to a...
Danny!
Just a second. I said just a second. Yeah?
I'm looking for John J. Malone.
Have you tried the Prescott building? I understand he's got an office there.
His secretary told me he's never in.
Oh.
And then she said if it was real important, I could find him here.
She's just a great big blabbermouth, ain't she?
Uh-huh.
Skip it. Come on in, Mrs.
Oh, Braden. Thelma Braden.
Sit down.
Well...
You don't have to worry. I won't bite. I left my uppers in my other head.
What?
I don't try to figure it out. It's not worth it. What's your problem?
Problem?
There must be an echo in here.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Malone. It's just that I'm nervous.
Why?
Well, I've never done anything like this before. Danny would kill me if he knew.
Danny, I take it, is your husband.
Yes.
Want a divorce?
Oh, no.
Then what is it?
Well, you see, I married Danny 3 years ago after his first wife died in a fire.
Well?
Well, just for the sake of argument, suppose she didn't die. Suppose she was still alive.
Well, then she's still his wife. It doesn't matter.
Oh, don't stop on my account, Malone.
Didn't your mother ever teach you to knock, Lieutenant?
She also taught me not to be noisy. Sit down, Lieutenant. Thanks, I will.
Look, Brooks, I happen to be very busy.
And you're going to be a lot busier before the day is over.
Pay no attention to him, Thelma.
I'm afraid she's going to have to. I'm with the police, Mrs. Braden.
What?
How did you know her name was Braden?
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about her. She's 31, blonde, and recently widowed.
Widowed?
All right, Sidney, what are you getting at?
Her husband was murdered an hour ago.
No.
Yes.
You're lying. You're making this all up.
Ah, you know better.
Are you accusing her?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
Oh, I wouldn't worry, Thelma. Didn't they tell you Malone was amazing? Why, with him on your side, all you can possibly lose is your life. Ain't that a comforting thought?
You're listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. East and West meet as Mr. Moto moves swiftly against those who would corrupt and destroy freedom-loving people everywhere. On the national front, Martin Caine, Private Eye, will find himself involved in plenty of action as he becomes involved in whirlwind adventures beginning July 1st. Mr. Moto and Martin Caine. 2 invitations to suspense, intrigue, and mystery over your favorite NBC station. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
There's one nice thing you can say for my apartment. It's convenience. Within the space of 5 minutes, I had 2 visitors, and both gifted conversationalists. The first was Thelma Braden. The second, Lieutenant Brooks, and the dialogue was real scintillating. Then Brooks got started on a monologue. That's when the party got dull.
It's my duty to warn you, Mrs. Braden, that anything you say may be used in evidence.
Why don't you shut up? Can't you see she's in a state of shock? Thelma.
Huh?
Can you understand me?
He said I killed Danny.
He didn't mean it.
Didn't I?
Now, look, Sidney, use your head. Where's her motive?
Oh, you're just talking to pad your part. Where's her motive? Why, that husband of hers used to beat her like she was whipped cream.
That's not true.
Are you kidding? The neighbors told me he cuffed you around regularly.
I didn't care.
Then why were you consulting Malone?
Well,
That's a confidential matter. How did you know she was here?
my friend must have told him.
You mean Doris? You're right.
Now, listen to me, Thelma. Remember that matter we were discussing before he walked in?
What?
Well, you know about this girl you knew whose husband thought she was dead?
The girl I knew.
Yeah, the one who was supposed to be burned in that fire. What was her name?
I can't think.
You've got to, Thelma.
Look, is this a private game, or can a stranger take a hand?
It's private.
It's Stacy. Glenda Stacy.
Phil Stacy's wife?
I don't know.
Well, I'll check. You go along with Brooks now.
You mean I can have her?
Don't get your hopes up, Lieutenant. She's only for a lend. I'll be back for her after I look up another prospect.
Come in.
Hello, Phil.
Well, if it isn't the amazing Mr. Malone. Come on in.
Thanks. Hey, it's quite a place. You know, I've never been up here.
Like it?
Why shouldn't I? Didn't I furnish it?
What are you talking about?
Well, I figure with the dough I dropped at your club, I must have at least bought the drapes.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Drink?
What do you got?
Scotch?
That's my boy.
Say when.
Yes, one of those things. Just one. Whoop.
Here you are.
What about you?
No, I'll sit this one out.
Well, like they say, here's to crime.
All right, Malone, what's in your mind?
Well, can't a man just drop around for a sociable drink?
Not if you're the man.
Well, I was kind of hoping to meet your wife. I've heard a lot about her. She around?
No.
When will she be back?
I have no idea.
In that case, suppose we have a little talk.
Does it concern Glenda?
Vitally.
Then I don't want to hear it. I don't discuss my wife with strangers.
How do you know I'm a stranger? Maybe Glenda and I have a big romance brewing.
Oh, don't make me laugh.
You know my reputation.
Yeah, you're a sucker for a long shot.
What's that supposed to mean?
Take it any way you like.
Look, Phil, I want to be on the level with you. I represent a Thelma Braden.
I told you I wasn't interested.
Well, you ought to be, because your wife...
That's enough, Malone. I think you better go.
You know, Phil, you're a remarkable guy. There are not many men around who would trust their wives so implicitly.
I wouldn't know.
Well, I would. Thanks for the drink, and tell Glenda I was sorry to miss her. Maybe I'll catch her on the next round.
That you, Glenda?
Yes, Bill.
Look here. Let me help you with those packages.
Oh, thanks, darling.
How do you feel?
Oh, much better.
Good. Would you like a drink?
I'd love it.
You sit down right over here, and Pop will take care of it. Did you bring the evening papers?
Oh, I forgot.
Oh, it doesn't matter. All the news is bad. Which reminds me, John J. Malone was up to see you this afternoon.
Who?
You know, a lawyer.
But he's representing Thelma. What did he want?
I didn't give him a chance to say. Hey, don't you want your drink?
What did he say, Phil?
I told you I wouldn't listen to him, but I will to you.
I don't understand.
Look, baby, you know our deal. I never asked you about anything, but if you're in a jam, I want to know about it.
I tell you, everything's fine, darling.
All right, Glenda. Let it be like you say, everything's fine. And Malone or no Malone, Papa's going to keep it that way.
Tom?
Mr. Malone?
That's right.
I'm so glad to find you in. You don't know the trouble I had getting your address.
You shouldn't have bothered.
Oh, I don't mind.
All right, let's get it over with.
I beg your pardon?
Look, Junior, this is an old story to me, though generally I find him waiting inside. Weren't you sent here to warn me off?
How in the world did you know that?
I'm amazing. Besides, that bulge in your pocket gave you away.
Oh, you mean this old thing.
Hey, isn't that kind of heavy for a little man like you to carry? But then that makes you a big man, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely.
Who sent you, Glenda Stacy?
And why would Mrs. Stacy want to do that?
Because we both know she killed Danny Braden.
Did she?
Absolutely. She was legally married to Braden, and he was probably shaking her down.
Oh, so she took the obvious way out.
See my point?
Well, isn't there something you're overlooking?
You're right.
Pardon?
I'd completely forgotten about her husband. Did Phil send you?
Oh, why should he?
Well, by his own admission...
Oh, I wouldn't, if I were you.
I was just trying to get a cigarette.
That's where you can smoke mine. No nicotine.
Thanks.
And you were saying?
Oh, yeah. Phil would do anything in the world for his wife.
Would he?
Well, that's what he claimed, and I see no... Wait a minute.
Now, don't tell me you thought of something else.
Yes, indeed. Danny must have just recently found out Glenda was living.
Would you believe I've no idea what you're talking about?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I was just thinking out loud. You mind?
No, not at all.
Well, the way I see it, Danny must have learned about Glenda in the past few weeks. Otherwise, this whole affair would have been precipitated a long time ago. Now, how did Danny find out?
May I offer a suggestion?
Please do.
Maybe he saw her on the street.
No, that's too convenient. There has to be another party who supplied the information.
Does he?
That's the only way it adds up. Now, who could have tipped off Danny that Glenda was alive?
I have no idea.
Well, thanks anyway, friend. You've been real sweet to let me run on like this. Oh! What's the matter, kid? Can't you take it down there? Yeah, I know. I ought to be ashamed for hitting anyone smaller than myself. But you don't think a bully like me would hit anyone bigger.
C-O-N-C. Hey, Sussman, how do you spell consensus?
Don't tell him, Hank. You know stool pigeon.
Oh, no. Make for the hills, man. That man's here again.
Look, you idiot, I want to talk to you.
No speaker to English.
I'm not kidding, Lieutenant. I got the whole thing figured out.
When haven't you?
I'm serious. Thelma Braden didn't kill her husband.
Well, naturally you'd say that.
Naturally, and I've just been with the boy who can prove it.
Well, why didn't you bring him with you?
He was in no condition to travel. He had a gun, and I saw no point in letting him use it.
Coward. Who sent him?
Well, I wouldn't say, but I'd be willing to hazard a guess.
All right, let's hear it.
Try and stay with me. Now, Danny Braden was blackmailing Phil Stacy's wife.
Why?
Because she was really Danny's wife. She was never legally married to Phil.
Now, this couldn't possibly be as confusing as you make it sound.
Well, if you think it's rough, wait till you hear the rest. Danny thought she was dead. Recently, he learned she was alive. Now, that information had to come from someone. Who was it?
Well, you tell me. I'm the schlemiel, remember?
Okay. It came from the same guy who sent that punk junior grade around to knock me off.
And who's that?
Phil Stacy.
Are you out of your mind?
Well, who'd be in a better position to know all about Glenda's background?
Well, why would Phil want to blackmail his own wife?
That's what I keep telling you. She's not his wife.
All right, why do you want to blackmail Glenda? He's in the chips.
Where do you suppose that bankroll came from originally?
Glenda?
Sure. She must be the one who's loaded. Phil's past is a mystery. And when Glenda left Danny, she must have waltzed off with all of Danny's dough.
This assumes he had money at one time.
Yeah.
Now, let's see if I understand you. It's your theory Phil was blackmailing Glenda through Danny.
Hooray, you caught on.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to give you credit, Malone. You were right on one count. The information that Glenda was alive did come through a third party, only it wasn't Phil Stacy. It came from a fella named Jack Bucktel.
But if Phil wasn't the one who supplied the information...
Then you were wrong on count two. Yeah, but don't feel too badly. You were 50% right, and for you, that's a 49% improvement. Keep it up, Counselor. You're doing fine.
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. They say there's a thin line between the real and the unreal. A place where time stands still. A land of silent mystery. We bring you excursions into the unknown. Journeys into the future and through the shadow-filled corridors of the minds of men,
on Dimension X, a program designed to bring you the unusual. Tom Conway brings us back to reality as the debonair gentleman adventurer Simon Templar, who finds suspense and mystery awaiting him as the Saint. And here's another program note. Be sure to hear Martin Caine, Private Eye, beginning on this station July 1st, and featuring the well-known screen star Lloyd Nolan. Dimension X, The Saint, and Martin Caine, 3 top programs designed for your summer entertainment over NBC, where the chimes are. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
They say you can't keep a good man down, and they're absolutely right. For if Lieutenant Brooks thought he had knocked me out with his haymaker that Jack Bucktel supplied the information to blackmail Glenda, he was wrong. It was a bad blow, all right, but I picked myself right off the floor and stepped into another.
So Phil needed Glenda's dough, huh? Why, you schmo boy. Phil's been in the chips since 1930.
All right, so I made a mistake.
It's nice of you to admit it.
I can't help myself. Where's this Jack Bucktel now?
You know, I had a hunch you'd ask that, and I happen to be prepared with an answer. Sussman, show in Mr. Bucktel.
Never mind, I can make it myself. Listen, Lieutenant, if you know what's good for you...
Don't be silly. If I knew what's good for me, I never would have been a cop. This is John J. Malone.
So
act impressed. He's a big man.
Sit down, Bucktel. I want to talk to you.
I got nothing to say.
Lieutenant, could you leave us alone for a couple of minutes?
So you think it's safe? He outweighs you by 40 pounds.
Yeah, on second thought, maybe you better stick around. Now, listen, Bucktel. How much did Danny give you?
What do you mean, how much did he give me?
Now, the money he blackmailed from Glenda.
No, he didn't get a dime from her.
So he held out on you?
No, he didn't.
You just admitted there was no split?
That's because there was nothing to split. He told me Glenda wasn't the right girl.
But you knew better.
I knew nothing of the kind.
And when you learned Danny double-crossed you, you killed him.
No.
You went to his apartment and you shot him in the back.
Oh, you're crazy.
All right, Brooks. What are you waiting for? Did you hear him confess?
No.
Well, he practically admitted...
I didn't hear him.
You just haven't been reading between the lines.
And all the reading you've done must have strained your eyes. He couldn't have killed Danny.
Why not?
Because at the time of the murder, he was in Detroit.
He what?
You heard me. Had to fly Sussman there this morning to pick him up.
Well, that doesn't make sense. If he didn't kill Danny...
Then it's barely possible your client did. Well, thanks for helping us out, Malone. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Yes.
I bet you're Glenda Stacy.
I beg your pardon?
My name's John J. Malone. Didn't your husband tell you I was around earlier today?
No, he didn't.
Well, I was. Unfortunately, I missed you.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Malone?
You can invite me in.
I think that'd be a mistake.
Oh, hi, Phil. I didn't see you.
It's pretty obvious. What do you want, Malone?
Well, I just dropped by to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. Can I come in?
All right.
Thanks. This lovely place you have here, Glenda.
Glenda?
Well, I feel I know you so well. After all, I've heard so much about you.
All right, Malone, what do you want?
You were much more hospitable this afternoon. You invited me to have a drink, remember?
What do you want?
I guess I'll have to buy my own. I don't know where the money's going to come from.
Gee, get to the point.
Well, as I started to tell you, I represent a Thelma Braden.
I think you better leave us alone, Glenda.
No, I want to hear this.
I don't blame you, lover. It's pretty good yarn. You see, Thelma was married to a boy named Danny.
You don't have to go into that. We read it in all the papers.
Not all, Phil. You see, Thelma wasn't really married to him. Legally, he was still Glenda's husband.
What?
That's a lie.
You should have told him, lover.
Look, Malone, what are you trying to hand me?
You folks have nothing to worry about. With Danny dead, there's nothing to prevent you from getting remarried.
I don't like those kind of jokes.
It's no joke, Phil. But I did do you an injustice. Some gunzel came up to my apartment early this afternoon, and like a fool, I jumped to 2 conclusions. One, that you sent him.
Now, look, Malone.
Just hear me out. I also came up with a weird theory that you were behind a blackmail plot to shake down Glenda.
Are you out of your mind?
I must have been. Lieutenant Brooks told me you were the one with the money. I didn't take his word for it, so I checked with your bank. He was right.
Where do you get
I know, I got my nerve. They told me something else. That in the last month, Glenda here issued 4 checks to Danny Braden.
I know about that.
No.
Sure I did, baby.
He's telling the truth, lover. He saw the endorsement.
So,
being the kind of man you are, naturally it took steps. And all of them in the direction of Danny Braden's apartment.
No.
Then later you sent that punk around to scare me off when you thought I was going to hang Danny's murder on Glenda.
You're trying to say I killed him?
I thought I did.
Why, you know...
Lieutenant! He wants to slug me.
I wish I hadn't come in so fast.
Go on, you're too big a ham to miss a cue. Now fool the public and act like a policeman. Hey, George, how about a little service here?
Oh, what are you complaining about, Malone? We're getting as little as possible.
Oh, I don't know why I come here every week. Everybody's a comic.
Listen, Malone.
What do you want?
How did you know Phil killed Danny Braden?
Well, it all came down to the process of elimination.
Mm-hmm.
You had a cast-iron alibi for Jack Buttell. So that took care of him. And as far as Glenda was concerned, it wasn't in character for her to commit murder, or she would have done it long ago. Look what she went through to get away from Danny. And then when he turned up again, she paid him off.
Well, maybe she got tired of that.
Never. You know, the first touch is always the hardest for a blackmailer. Once the victim kicks through, from then on, it's clear sailing. So that took care of Glenda and left us Phil.
Why didn't he let on to Glenda that he knew about Danny?
Because that's the kind of a guy Phil is. He was crazy about her. If she thought she was keeping something from him, he wasn't going to let on. Now, does that take care of all your questions?
No. This is all well and good about the process of elimination, but there's one party in this deal you overlooked.
Who?
Your client. Why couldn't Thelma have been guilty?
Because you made the pinch. Well, you were right last week, so now it had to be my turn. After all, I'm the one who's amazing. Good night, Lieutenant. Ever hear the story of a man who came up with an interesting theory about life? Then one of his friends shot it full of holes? As a lawyer, I can tell you it was murder. I'll fill you in on the gory details next week, so why not pick me up at my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
George Petrie was starred as John J. Malone, with Larry Haynes as Lieutenant Brooks. Our program is written by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. The Amazing Mr. Malone is based on a famous character created by Craig Rice and produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. Fred Collins speaking. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from New York. Stay tuned for The Man Called X, next over most NBC stations.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,203 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's adventure, The Case of the Unwelcome Ambassador.
Really, my dear Watson, you're being most discourteous. We have a guest waiting outside. Fetch him.
But Holmes...
Go on, open the door. Bring him in.
There's hardly any reason for such haste. He can well afford to wait. It happens that our guest is a corpse.
And so once again we visit Dr. John Watson, who is at work on his memoirs.
Ah, Mr. Harris. Well, come in, sir, come in.
Thank you. How's your writing coming along, Dr. Watson?
Oh, splendidly. Sit down, my boy.
Thank you very much. Which of the famous Sherlock Holmes cases are you working on now?
Well, it's the case of the unwelcome ambassador. A very colorful affair involving a most undiplomatic murder.
I'm very anxious to hear about it, Dr. Watson.
And so you shall. But I am very anxious to hear from you first, Mr. Harris. The fall weather is upon us, and you must make some suggestions for my fall wardrobe.
Why, certainly. Many millions of America's best-dressed men have discovered Clippercraft, acknowledged to be the finest clothing value in America. Here's why. By a voluntary concentration of their enormous buying power, 1,203 of this country's finest independent stores from coast to coast provide Clippercraft's great tailoring plants with the advantages of steady, year-round operation, and pass along to you the savings that result from lowered manufacturing and distribution costs. That's why you're certain of getting more for your money in distinctive styling and skillful tailoring in fabrics of lasting good looks. You'll find an outstanding selection of smart new fall clothes by Clippercraft at the leading store in your community, at the store you can trust. Really expensive-looking Clippercraft suits at only $47.50, with some styles at only $40. Also, Clippercraft sport jackets at only $26.50, and Clippercraft top coats at only $40 and $45. Some with removable zip-in linings at only $47.50 and $52.50. Yes, compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, who was the unwelcome ambassador?
This story, Mr. Harris, goes back to the days before my marriage, when Holmes and I shared 221B Baker Street together. We were returning from a Sarasota recital at St. James Hall. We were approaching our lodging in a hansom. It was rather late in the evening. This is 221B, driver. Driver, I say, this is 221B. Holmes, he's passing it. He isn't stopping.
Obviously.
But how can you just sit there and do nothing whatsoever? Driver! Hello up there, driver. Stop at once, I say.
Sorry, Governor.
Either he's kidnapping us or he's insane.
Both fascinating prospects, Watson, so you suppose you regain your composure.
I hope you don't mind, Governor. I was told to... let me see now. To give you this.
What the devil?
Now, careful, Governor. Tain't a salt biscuit that's wrapped in that oilskin. Open her up, why don't you?
All right, let me see. Great Scott. It's a precious stone, a ruby.
Yes, fabulously valuable, my dear Watson. I should say from casual examination that it's the very rarest type. A pigeon's blood ruby, found only in the Mogok stone tract of Upper Burma. Of course, to be certain, one would require instruments.
Who gave this to you, driver?
Oh, please, Governor, you'll only confuse me. Now, let me see now. I'm to say the ruby's for you, Mr. Holmes. It's by way of an invitation to stay in me cab and allow me to drive you to the docks, where you're to board the good ship Java Belle.
Indeed, well, I'd have none of it.
Oh, if you'll allow me to finish, Governor. I'm to say your safety aboard the Java Belle is guaranteed. You're just invited for a bit of a chat.
Oh. And, who extends this curious invitation?
That, Governor, I'm not to say.
It's a trap, Holmes. I'm for commanding an about-face.
Not at all. Either our host is a gentleman of fantastic means whose plight is so desperate that he's been obliged to employ the ruby to attract us to his ship, or else he's a remarkably successful criminal, and the ruby is a mere trinket in his bag of loot. I anticipate making his acquaintance with relish. Faster, driver. We'll play your master's game.
Right up that gangway, gentlemen. He's in the cabin what's all lit up on the main deck. You see it?
Thank you, driver. Shall we go aboard, Watson?
I say, it's sinister-looking vessel, don't you think? There's all the aspects of a pirate ship.
This would be our host's cabin.
Come. Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, you've accepted my invitation. I'm delighted. Be seated, won't you?
Thank you.
Huh? What's that?
I said thank you.
Now, sir, beyond the fact that you've spent considerable time in the tropics, that you've been in London for 6 days, and that you're an exporter of spices, what information do you wish to impart?
How on earth do you know all that?
The shipping page of the Globe listed the Java Belle as arriving 6 days ago, if I recall correctly, out of Macau, the Portuguese East Indies. As for your cargo, the odor of cinnamon aboard is inescapable. And it's clear that you've been in the tropics for some time because you suffer from a slight defect in your hearing, symptomatic of prolonged use of quinine.
You're quite right, Mr. Holmes. I do come from Macau. It is on the South China Sea, separated from China proper by an ancient wall. There you may see Maharajas of India and jeweled countesses of France mingling in its twisted streets with riffraff and scum from 100 ports. It is the most lawless city on earth. It's a legend.
I imagine your problem concerns Macau?
It does, sir.
My problem concerns the newly arrived ambassador to England from Macau, Senor Rui.
Well, what of him, Mr.
Mr. Edwards, Watson. The Globe was also conscientious enough to list the owner of the Java Bell.
Mr. Holmes, the ambassador is about to be murdered.
What? Oh, how do you know?
There is a delicate political situation in Macau, Dr. Watson. Fanatic extremists would benefit greatly if the ambassador were to die. I have heard rumors that they have dispatched emissaries here to London to carry out the unpleasant task.
And you've sent for me to prevent the crime?
Exactly. If the ambassador should die, there would be an upheaval in the Indies. I should lose control of my export business, an immeasurable loss. You may consider that ruby a gesture on my part, Holmes. Keep it with my compliments. And besides, you may name your own fee. I have but one proviso.
Pray continue.
Our understanding must be absolutely confidential. That's why I had you brought here. I did not want to be seen entering your flat. It would add to the unfortunate rumors already circulating in London about the ambassador.
Are you personally acquainted with him?
Oh, we've met, social occasions, tea in Hong Kong, military ball in Ceylon, that sort of thing.
What is his address?
2 Lancaster Gate.
Does the ambassador know of the threat to his life?
Certainly, but he refuses a bodyguard. Deeply ingrained sense of Oriental fatalism.
When did you last see him?
Oh, it's been months. 3 at least. I take it you'll accept the case, Holmes?
Definitely.
Then, if and when you discover the would-be killer, please turn him over to Scotland Yard before revealing his identity to me.
By Jove, that's a strange request.
Dr. Watson, I feel the man who would deprive me of my industrial empire should suffer. But I want him to suffer legally. If he were to fall into my hands personally, I am a collector of strange Oriental objects. Some of them include torture devices beyond Western man's imagination. I could not resist using them.
Now, my dear Watson, I shall have a pipe and consider.
Oh, dear. Visitors at this hour?
Welcome visitors, Watson. If they arrive at this late hour, it must be on an intriguing mission. Oh, remind me to enter Mr. Edwards in my index.
Edwards. I don't care for that man, Holmes. The ship bespeaks the man, you know, and the Java Belle is a saucy, wicked lady of the sea.
Come in.
Mr. Holmes.
Let me tell him, Philip. Mr.
Easy,
Holmes.
my dear girl, easy. Suppose we begin with a proper introduction.
Yes, but we're desperate. We can't wait.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Mr. Holmes.
My dear young lady, if you'll remove your cape, the mud on it's dripping to the floor, and Mrs. Hudson, our housekeeper, will be furious in the morning.
We mustn't lose a second.
Your coat, sir, it's in the same deplorable condition as the young lady's.
Oh, very well. I'm Philip Randall. This is Edith Norton. I'm secretary to Ambassador Ruiz from Macau.
Aha.
Edith and I were out for the evening.
Where?
The theater. Then we decided to walk to her place through Regent's Park. We were by the lake.
And we saw a body floating in the lake. It was horrible.
I recognized the face of the corpse. It was the ambassador. I refused to send for the police.
Philip's afraid the ambassador's death will create international complications. He didn't think we could persuade Scotland Yard to keep the awful news a secret.
The body was floating close to the edge of the lake. I could reach it. We pulled it on shore.
We hailed a cab. Philip bribed the cabbie to keep his mouth shut. We managed to place the dead body in the hansom.
Where is the corpse now?
Propped up in the cab, right outside this door.
Good heavens.
How very crude. Fetch him inside. It's rather chilly tonight, and we have a nice warm fire here. Watson, give young Randall a hand. Bring the late ambassador in here where I may have a look at him.
Come along, Randall. We two can manage. But hurry, you can't just leave him there.
I must apologize for my disheveled appearance, Mr. Holmes. May I remove my hat and straighten my hair?
Certainly. Did you know the late ambassador, Miss Norton?
Yes, I'd been out with him a few times.
Was he fond of you?
Yes.
Terribly?
Very.
Propose?
Oh, no.
Oh, you have a piece of confetti in your hair.
Here?
That's it. And a speck of mud on your neck. That's better. How did you regard the ambassador?
Why,
I adored Juan. He was a darling.
Does young Randall stand to profit by his employer's death?
Well, I don't want to place Philip in a difficult position, but there was talk that the ambassador was somehow preventing Philip from receiving a vital diplomatic post.
According to the social columns, Miss Norton, which I read solely to remain au courant, and with extreme distaste, the late ambassador was not your sole darling.
I resent that, Mr. Holmes. If a girl cannot be popular without having people...
Here's the body. Easy, Randall. Yes, but... Place the ambassador in my armchair. It's most comfortable.
That's it.
Handsome, wasn't he?
Really, Holmes, your macabre sense of humor
Yes.
is...
Bullet wound in his back. He was shot, then pushed into the lake. Watson, the bullet wound of entrance is at the 6th left intercostal space. Path of the bullet, oblique, downward.
Mr. Holmes, what shall we do?
Since it's extremely late, Miss Norton, if I were you, and I'd ask my escort to see me home.
But the body, we...
Our lodging is not what I would term extravagantly commodious. But I believe we can accommodate the cadaver as a guest, temporarily.
Shall we come tomorrow? How will we know what...
You must be exhausted, Miss Norton. Good night. Good night, Mr. Randall.
Mr. Holmes, if you'd only let us know
Good night.
Well, I must say you might have handled the two youngsters with less effrontery, Holmes.
We haven't time for the amenities.
Randall,
I beg your pardon.
Did you forget something?
No. Edith's gone downstairs. I just stole back because I have a suggestion. It's about a man named Jack Singh.
And why are you telling us about him?
Well, he knew the ambassador quite well. He's an incredible chap, a mixture of Chinese, Malay, British. He spent a good deal of time in Macau at the gambling tables.
Where is this Singh?
In Limehouse. He operates a gambling spot there. There was talk of a wager he'd made on the mathematical chances of the ambassador being assassinated. You might look into it, Mr. Holmes. Well, I must run. Good night.
Now, why would young Randall want to keep Miss Norton from hearing that?
You're wasting time in idle speculation, Watson.
Well, perhaps. Holmes, why are you putting on your coat?
Because we're off to Limehouse, Watson. I must meet this gentleman who equates mathematics with death.
Well, Dr. Watson, Jack Singh sounds like a very intriguing suspect. There should be a wealth of clues in visiting him in Limehouse.
Should there, Mr. Harris?
Well, I may be wrong about that. Of course, I'm always right about another subject, though, Doctor.
And from that sparkle in your eye, Mr. Harris, I deduce that you're about to discuss your favorite subject. And a favorite of mine, too. Clippercraft clothes.
That's right, Dr. Watson. There's no mystery about this country's most sensational clothing value. You see, there's a great big American idea behind Clippercraft. The famous Clippercraft plan. Now, this plan gives you the benefit of group purchasing because it concentrates the vast buying power of 1,203 of this country's leading stores from coast to coast. It gives you the opportunity of purchasing truly fine Clippercraft clothes at your local independent store in which you enjoy really friendly, courteous service. You know how much that means when you're buying clothes. And Clippercraft clothes are correctly cut and tailored of superb long-wearing materials. And the savings. Fine Clippercraft suits cost only $47.50 with selections at $40, too. Clippercraft topcoats cost only $40 and $45. Featured are several models with removable zip-in linings at only $47.50 and $52.50. And Clippercraft sport jackets are only $26.50. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, shall we return to our story, Mr. Harris?
Oh, by all means, Dr. Watson.
Very well, then. Holmes and I dashed into a hansom and soon reached Limehouse. The streets were too crowded for a horse and carriage, so we were obliged to go the last portion of the way to Jack Singh's gambling establishment on foot. I say, Holmes, what sort of celebration is this?
Limehouse is celebrating the Chinese New Year, Watson.
This confetti gets all over one's clothes. The blasted noise is deafening.
We shall escape it in a moment. There's the building that houses Jack Singh's gambling establishment.
Yes, so it is. And Lord knows what will become of us in there. It's probably swarming with criminals. And murderers.
I regret the necessity of disturbing your game, Mr. Singh.
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. I am delighted that you have brought the news of the ambassador's death. It is magnificent news.
Well, I must confess, Mr. Singh, you have a curious attitude. Not even a trace of regret.
Dr. Watson, my interest in the ambassador was purely professional.
What was the nature of the wager you made regarding his death?
I heard rumors that fanatics were planning to kill him. So I took a chance. I have wagered on the turn of a card. Why should I not wager on a twist of fate? I visited Lloyd's.
Oh, yes, and you purchased assassination insurance, I venture to say.
Exactly.
What on earth is assassination insurance?
A policy of Lloyd's, my dear Watson. The original policy was issued on the life of Napoleon Bonaparte. Lloyd's underwrites the sudden death of any illustrious personage as a protection to businessmen who might suffer substantial losses.
I paid a premium on the life of the ambassador. Now he is dead. I have won another wager. I have again guessed the correct number on the wheel.
From your highly pleased demeanor, Mr. Singh, I should say you've won a gigantic sum.
I have. I am quite frank about it.
Mr. Singh, when did you last see the ambassador?
10 days ago.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good night, gentlemen. You may use that side door going out.
Goodbye, Mr. Singh.
Where to now, Holmes?
To the ambassador's residence.
But young Randall said the place is deserted. There won't be a soul there.
Precisely why we shall pay it a visit, Watson.
Randall told you no one's at home here at the ambassador's, Holmes.
Then we're obliged to enter the ambassador's home in unorthodox fashion, Watson.
And how might that be?
The window. These absurd English window fasteners won't delay us. This way. Shall we try this window? Superb. Opens in a jiffy. Up she goes. After me, Watson. Leap over the sill. So.
Righto. There we are.
I wish to see the ambassador's study first. This way. Tiptoe, Watson, tiptoe.
Sorry.
This is the study. Here is the ambassador's desk. His papers. Light that small lamp, Watson.
Wait a minute, Holmes. Shh. I hear someone.
Uh-huh. The late diplomat has another visitor at the front door.
Who could it be?
Step behind this clothes horse with me. Good.
I can see the front door. Someone stepped in. Tall, thin chap. He's lighting a candle. Wait a minute. He's holding the candle toward his face. Why, it's young Randall.
Quiet, Watson. I have already examined those papers, Randall. You'll find them rather dull.
Holmes, shall I send for the police, Holmes?
No. Don't do that. Please. Really, I I haven't done anything. I just came back to...
You were the ambassador's secretary. Therefore, you made use of your passkey to return and have a look at his private papers. Papers he undoubtedly never allowed you to see.
Yes, I was hoping to find out who killed him on my own.
Confound it, man. It appears to me as though you killed him.
But I didn't, I tell you. Why don't you ask Edwards who killed him?
Oh, no, you can't avoid suspicion by accusing someone else.
But
Randall.
I told you all I know. Edith Norton and I found the body in Regent's Park Lake. I had not seen the ambassador for a week. He had taken a week to relax. Edith told me that she had not seen him in a few days herself.
A few days?
Yes.
Are you quite certain Miss Norton stated she had not seen the ambassador for a few days?
Quite. 2 days, she said.
Watson, have you your army revolver?
Yes.
You'll have need of it.
Oh, where are we off to now?
Back to Limehouse. The pieces of the puzzle fit together neatly. But we must hurry. If we're too late, Jack Singh will have killed Edith Norton.
I'd hoped by now the Chinese would have finished celebrating their New Year. You think we'll get through this crowd in time, Holmes?
We must, Watson.
That poor girl will be dead, and we shall be to blame.
This corner. It's not far now. Your revolver ready?
Yes, ready, Holmes. I'd keep up with you, but the old wound, you know, my leg.
This is the side entrance.
Someone is purposely not answering. Knock again, Holmes.
Open! Open, I say! Open or we shall shoot the lock off. Holmes. Yes, Mr. Singh. Good evening, Miss Norton.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm
Mr.
so
Singh,
glad to
I'm
see you.
obliged to detain you with this revolver until we fetch the police to charge you with the murder of the ambassador.
Oh, not quite, Watson. Actually, the ambassador was killed by you, Miss Norton.
Why, that's
Quiet, Edith.
preposterous.
Go on, Holmes. When you first arrived at Baker Street, Miss Norton, there was almost imperceptible bit of confetti in your hair.
What of it?
Exactly. The question occurred to me, of course. I had the answer when I first visited Limehouse tonight. The Chinese have filled the air with confetti. You remarked about it, Watson. Therefore, I knew Miss Norton must have been in Limehouse earlier this evening, before her engagement with young Randall, since he said they'd only attended the theater.
And so you knew, Holmes, that she was in this with Mr. Singh.
That doesn't prove that I killed the ambassador.
Patience, dear girl. Everyone who could have done away with the ambassador said they hadn't seen him in at least a week. In one case, not for 3 months. But you claim to have seen him just 2 days ago, Miss Norton.
I did.
That's not the truth. It's utterly impossible for you to have seen the ambassador alive in the past 48 hours. I believe Dr. Watson will support the authenticity of my medical information in this instance. The ambassador's body was found floating in Regent's Park Lake, and it requires a minimum of 5 days in the water for a human body to become sufficiently buoyant to float.
You have a home.
We will collect a great deal from Lloyd's, Mr. Holmes. If you would forget this, you might...
Ah, yes. And you, Mr. Singh. You purchased a weighty premium guaranteeing the ambassador's life. But you wanted to wager to be a certainty. You could not commit the crime yourself. You required the services of someone familiar with the ambassador's habits here in London. Someone who knew him intimately, who would be with him alone and often. So you made arrangements with Miss Norton, a ruthlessly ambitious young lady who's striven desperately to marry into wealth.
Why, of all the nuts...
I hurried here because I realized that now that the money is forthcoming, Mr. Singh might decide to do away with you, dear girl. Why should he share it now the work is done?
Keep your hand out of that drawer, Mr. Singh. Don't reach for your gun.
Jack!
Oh.
Jack!
Worthy marksmanship, Watson. Merely a shoulder wound, Mr. Singh. Try not to look as though you'd been mortally wounded. You too, Miss Norton. That expression of despair is most unbecoming. I suggest you save your melodramatic performances. Scotland Yard will provide the perfect stage for them soon enough, with a well-constructed gallows. Oh, I did forget. A Happy New Year, Mr. Singh. A Happy New Year, Miss Norton.
Well, Dr. Watson, the case of the unwelcome ambassador was very intriguing. Now, may we have advance information about next week's adventure?
Mr. Harris, I've called it The Black Guardsman of Braddock Castle. I can see him now, standing on the north tower of a castle, black against the red sun, an axe on his shoulder, looking down and laughing at his work.
For what work?
Murder, Mr. Harris. Murder.
Well, we shall certainly be knocking at the door of your study next week, Dr. Watson, to see the Black Guardsman at work. The makers of Clippercraft Clothes and 1,203 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Ian Martin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill. Special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Black Guardsman of Braddock Castle. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. In a moment, you'll hear Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater.
Eastern Airlines now ready for departure.
Dependable airliners, dependable pilots. That's double dependability. Eastern Airlines dependability. Fly Eastern, tried and proven over hundreds of millions of passenger miles.
The present temperature 81 degrees. The Bamberger Broadcasting Service. This is WOR, New York.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start many different ways. This one started, strangely enough, with the flame of a match, whose feeble glow lit up a lightened face in the darkness. A frightened face, twisted by an agonizing fear of death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
The night is a thief, some poet once wrote, that steals the colors from the day. It's kind of pretty if you like words, but for my dough, they're not exactly true. Because there are colors at night. The burning red of passion, the angry green of jealousy, and the ugly, terrifying black of fear. This was one of those nights when pickings were slim. I'd cover the town from Henry's bar in the Mart, out to Hyler's on the North Shore, and back downtown again with nothing to show for it. I was taking a shortcut through Lincoln Park to pick up my car. At that time of night, the park was pretty deserted, except for this girl walking up ahead of me. Not a bad silhouette, I might add, against the distant light. We were about halfway through the park when suddenly she stopped and threw herself onto a bench at the side of the path. There was something almost desperate about the way she did it. I ran up to her. Excuse me, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, I thought maybe you were sick or something.
I told you I'm all right. Now, will you please let me alone?
Oh, now look, lady, it's not what you think. Well, this park at this time of night, it's no place for a girl to sit around by herself.
I don't need any help. Just go away.
Oh, sure, I'll get lost. I can see you're all right. Only you don't mind if I just sit here and smoke a cigarette before I go?
It's a public park. I don't care what you do.
Thank you. You care for a cigarette?
No.
Of course, in order to really enjoy a smoke, you've got to have a match first. I said in order to enjoy a smoke, you've got
I heard you. Here.
Thank you. Here.
Keep the book.
No, you better hang on to these.
I won't need them.
Well, you might need them later tonight.
After tonight, I won't need anything.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's no way to talk. The only time you're not going to need anything, sister, is after you're dead.
Why did you say that?
What?
That about being dead.
For no reason. Why?
Because after tonight, I will be.
The girl jumped up and started running. Here was a kid that was afraid. Afraid of death or afraid of life. But then, isn't everybody? I turned the matchbook over and looked at the ad on the cover. Penguin Club. A little all-night jump and jive place over on Clark Street. That's one I've been missing lately. On a hunch, I ambled up North Avenue in that general direction, turned up Clark a ways, and there it was. It was good to get inside out of that wind.
Check your hat and coat, mister?
No, thanks. I'm just looking around.
Can I get you a table? It's almost the end of the floor show.
Well, anywhere in the back will be all right.
Okay.
The hat check girl, hostess, or whatever she was, walked me through the bar to the edge of the main room. And then I stopped and really did a take. Out in the middle of the dance floor, under a little baby spot, singing in front of a 5-piece band, was Little Miss Desperate from the park.
Nice voice, don't you think?
Yeah. Who is she?
Well, that's Franny. Fran Fowler. Haven't you been in here before?
Not for quite a few months.
Of course, she hasn't got much experience yet.
From out of town, hmm?
Someplace over in Wisconsin. Not bad looking, huh?
In everything.
Hey, what's wrong with her?
Gee, I don't know.
I can't.
Well, how do you like that?
Come on, folks, come on. Let's give the little girl a great big hand. Nothing like a real sad song to light up a real sad act, especially for a real sad tomato type tomato. No. It's all in fun, so let's dance now. Come on, you lucky guys and girls. Get over here, move around. I figure you got some alive one, huh?
Hello, Tommy. This is Tommy Mason. Ain't he the one?
Yes, he's quite the one, all right.
Gee, Tommy, you sure covered up for Franny, all right.
Never let down. Keep him going all the time. That's show business. You know how it is, mister.
Oh, yes, I've heard. The show must go on. It's a new thing.
You gotta keep him laughing.
Honest, mister, he's this way all the time. What a joker.
Look, about that girl.
Franny?
Yeah, Franny. What seems to be the trouble?
Well, that's hard to say, pal. Maybe she just found out she ain't no Dinah Shore. And she sure ain't.
Tommy, you kill me.
Seriously, fella, why would a girl break up that way in the middle of her number and start to cry?
Could be she got a cinder in her eye. But just to make sure, I'll go ask her.
See you later, Tommy. Come on, fella. How's about buying a girl a drink?
Oh, sure, in a minute. About this Franny.
Look, do we have to talk about her? I thought you came in here for some fun.
Maybe I get my fun wondering about people. What time's the next floor show?
Next one's at 2, then 4.
Oh, they're not kidding about this all-night business.
And so another one at daylight.
She's singing all of them?
How should I know? She missed most of the 12 o'clock show. Just got here for that last number.
Any idea where she lives?
The rooming house around on Erie Street.
No, the number?
391. You know, you ask an awful lot of questions.
Well, that's my business. I'm a reporter, Randy Stone.
I might have known it. Look, you're not going to bother her tonight, are you? Of all nights?
Tonight?
This is the night that Charlie Dana's being executed down at Joliet.
What's that got to do with her?
Well, how would you feel? Look, Mr. Stone, she's human. This is the night her boyfriend's gonna die.
I went up to the front of the bar to a phone booth and called the paper. There was something about this in the back of my mind somewhere. Something I ought to remember but couldn't. I had the girl on the board put me through to Gabby in the library.
Library?
Oh, hello, Gabby. This is Randy.
Yeah, Randy?
What have you got on the Charlie Dana case?
Still a little early, Randy. Execution's not set until 1:30.
No, I mean old stuff.
Oh,
I got the file right here, Randy. Dug it out earlier for background.
Good. Anything on a girl named Fran Fowler?
Yeah, let's see. Charlie Dana, small-time gambler, killed a guy named Tonelli.
Oh, yes. I remember that. A gambling beef.
Execution originally set for November, but he got a couple of months' stay. Oh, here she is, Fran Fowler. Singer in a nightclub. Was supposed to be his alibi, but the DA blew her up in the witness stand. She admitted she wasn't positive about when she'd been out with the guy.
Oh, yeah, that was it. I knew it was something. Anything more?
Oh, details, Randy, details.
Okay, Gabby, thanks. I'll catch up with you. Oh, Mason. Excuse me, were you waiting to use the phone?
No, I was waiting to talk to you.
Why, certainly, but this time, no jokes, if you don't mind. I'm expecting a headache.
You're not funny, Stone. Who are you talking to?
Well, isn't that kind of my business?
Peggy says you're a reporter.
Yes, of a sort.
You were asking about Fran, where she lived?
That's right.
You gotta let her alone, see? You printed enough about her.
Just a minute, Mason. Those are my lapels that you're hanging on to.
Peggy shouldn't have given you Fran's address. I don't want you bothering her.
I said let go of my lapels, funny man, or something's liable to explode in your face. Now, you stay out of my way or I'll ruffle that shiny hair.
Where you going?
See about a cinder in a lady's eye.
You're not going to see her. I won't let you. Can't you see this whole thing's driving her crazy?
Tommy, believe me, I'm not interested in harming her or anyone. I'm just a guy trying to do a job. Now, if you'll step out of my way...
You're not going there. I won't let you. I won't let
Dolly,
you.
if you'll ask for it. My, that's a real nervous fella. Now that he'd made such an issue out of it, going around to see Fran Fowler was a definite must on my schedule. I picked up my car and drove over to Erie Street. 391 wasn't much different from any of the rest of the rooming houses on the block. I got the number of her room from the mailbox and started down the dingy corridor to room 8. I knocked at the door, but there was no answer. I knocked again, and then I smelled gas. Hey, anyone in there? Miss Fowler! Fran! I put my shoulder to the door, and the flimsy lock snapped open. I rushed into the gas-filled room, holding my breath until I could smash open the window and let in some air. And then I saw Fran Fowler, the girl from the park, lying across the bed. And on the table beside her, one of those 2 burner gas stoves with both jets wide open. I turned them off and started shaking the girl. Miss Fowler, Franny, come on, get up. You gotta get out of here. How come I'm gonna have to carry you?
Put me down.
You little fool, this room is filled with gas.
My purse.
Where?
On the table.
Okay, I've got it.
Oh.
Fine thing, with a gun in it.
Give that to me.
Outside, baby, outside. It was 6 seconds flat when we hit the sidewalk in the fresh air. I put Fran in the front seat of my car and then ran around and climbed in behind the wheel. I headed out to Sheridan Road along the lake. The cool, clean air felt good in my lungs, and I could see Fran drinking it in, realizing now how close she'd been. I didn't make her talk until we were a long way out of town. Then I pulled over to the beach side of the road and killed my motor. We, seem to keep bumping into each other in the strangest places tonight.
I guess I should say thanks.
No, not at all. I'm the one who should say thanks. I still haven't returned your matches.
Please don't make fun of me.
No, I'm not. You see, I know now who you are.
Charlie Dana's girl. Why don't you say it?
In my book, you're just a kid I met in the park.
What time is it?
It's 1:45.
Then...
Yes, it's probably all over by now. Like me to turn on the radio? And...
No, I don't want to hear about it.
You must love him an awful lot.
Love him? I despise him.
But still you were willing to alibi for him on a murder charge?
I wasn't. I told him I wasn't sure of the time I was out with him, but he made me say it was the exact hour when the man was killed.
Didn't you realize you might have been perjuring yourself?
I didn't lie. I just didn't remember. It might have been like he said. When you're not sure, what else can you do?
Yeah. How'd you happen to get mixed up with him?
I didn't know anybody when I first came here. I was lonesome.
And he was nice to you.
He was. A lot more decent than most of the men who want to take you out when you're working in a club.
And why do you hate him now?
I didn't know what he did. A lot of people gamble. I didn't think too much about it. Then we got to going out evenings, doing shows at the club, on my nights off.
And the killing happened when you and he were supposed to have been out someplace together?
That's what he said. He wasn't arrested until a few weeks after the trouble. I couldn't remember if I'd been with him during that particular time or not.
Well, it's all over now. You did what you had to. That's about all any of us can do. But you got to forget about it. Put it out of your mind. There's nothing more to worry about.
Oh, that's just it. You don't understand. There is.
What are you talking about?
He promised. He promised, and I know he'll keep his promise.
Promised what?
I want to see him in prison.
In the death house?
I had to. I wanted him to understand, but he said I tricked him.
What, by telling the truth on the witness stand?
He said I double-crossed him, but now he didn't care.
Why would he say that?
He said he didn't care because the night he died, I would die. And I'm afraid.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
This was real. This was no act. The sound she made would tear you to pieces, like some pitifully frightened animal who'd lost everything in the world. I let her cry it out. After all those months of strain, she'd have to get it out of her system.
He said the night he died, I died.
Sure. So you were scared. Who wouldn't be? But don't you see, that's just a cruel boast made by a cheap hoodlum who's trying to hurt you, make you feel responsible for his own plight.
But he meant it, I know he did.
Well, maybe he did at the time, but you got nothing to worry about now. You had nothing to do with it. He paid for his own crime. Now he's dead, and you're still alive.
He'll keep his promise.
How can he? He's dead.
I know you think I'm crazy.
No. But has anyone really tried to harm you?
Oh, but this wasn't the night he was supposed to.
Yes, I know. The execution was originally set for November.
It was that night in November. I hadn't been afraid before. I thought it was like you said, because it was bitter. But all that day I was upset. I told him at the club I couldn't work, and late in the afternoon I got a note from Peggy saying why didn't I go out to her cabin at the dunes for a couple of days. Nobody would bother me, no reporters, and I could get a good rest. So I drove out there that evening. It was quiet. Nothing around. Just empty sand dunes and her cabin all alone on the edge of the lake. I called Peggy at the club to let her know I got in all right.
Oh, hello, Fran. Where are you calling from?
Why, from your place.
My apartment?
No, your cabin.
At the dunes?
It was swell of you, Peggy, to let me come out here.
Well, of course, Franny. You're welcome to use the place, but I don't quite know what you mean.
Well, your note this afternoon telling me to come out here.
I didn't write you any notes.
Oh, come on, Peggy. You did. You even told me where the key would be, under the flower pot.
But, kid, that's where we always keep it. Everybody knows that.
Peggy,
Now, don't worry about it, kid. One of the girls probably sent you the note and just hasn't had a chance to tell me about it yet. I should have thought of it myself in the first place.
No, wait, Peggy. I'm scared.
Well, what in the world else?
You remember what I told you about what Charlie said the last time I saw him?
Prison?
It was about tonight that he said when he died.
Cut it, Franny. Now cut it before you drive yourself
Peggy,
back.
I'm all alone and I'm scared. I don't know what to do.
Franny, you gotta hang up right away. You shouldn't be out there all alone tonight. Get in your car and come back to town as fast as you can. I'll wait for you here.
All right, Peggy. All right. I hung up the phone and ran out of the house to my car. I turned on the ignition key and stepped on the starter. It wouldn't start. My car wouldn't start. I looked at the gas gauge. Empty. Somebody had drained the gas out of my car. I got out in a panic and started toward the highway. But there was a car out there, parked behind a big sand dune. I turned and ran back to the house. It was like some crazy, frightening nightmare. I didn't know what I was doing, but somehow I managed to get inside and lock the door. And then suddenly I was at the telephone. Operator, answer me. Operator, you've got to answer. I want the police. Operator, please help me. Someone. Operator! It was no use. The line was dead. While I was outside, someone had pulled the wires away from the wall. Crawled over to the window. Looked out to the highway. There was a car out there. Its lights were on. But as I looked, they went out. And now, I was alone. In the dark. With him out there. I must have passed out. When I came to, it was morning, and Peggy was there. She and Tommy had driven out after the club closed to find me.
But you see, you didn't die that night.
But neither did he.
Could have been your imagination, this man in the car.
No. The news about this day of execution was on the radio. The man in the car must have heard it and gone away.
Did you call the police?
They didn't believe me. Just because I'm a nightclub singer, they said I was trying to get publicity.
How about the car not starting and the telephone being dead?
According to them, my car was just out of gas, and I must have pulled the telephone wires off the wall myself.
In the panic you were in, you could have.
But I didn't. I tell you, I didn't.
All right. Anyway, it's tonight that we're concerned with.
I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do.
Well, if it's true, this fear you have, you've got to find it out tonight. If you don't, it'll haunt you the rest of your life.
Oh, I know, but how?
You've got to go back to your room.
Oh, no, I'm afraid.
I'll be with you. Still got your gun, remember? By the way, what were you going to do with that?
I didn't have the nerve to use it. Even on myself.
Well, if anything is going to happen, it'll happen tonight. Not tomorrow or any time after that, but tonight. We'll go back to your place now and wait until it's daylight. I drove Fran back to the rooming house on Erie Street. There were no lights on anywhere in the building. We tiptoed down the empty corridor to Fran's room, listened at the door a minute, and went in. The door closed all right, but it wouldn't lock. I must have sprung it when I forced the door. We settled down and waited. For what? Once I thought I heard steps on the sidewalk far out front. It was that still. And then I did hear steps, slowly coming down the hall.
There's someone in the hall.
Keep it down.
He stopped outside the door.
Don't move.
Who's a knocking at my door? Who's a knocking at my door? Who's a knocking at my
Okay. Go ahead, kid. Go ahead. You got it coming.
I'm sorry. I'm all right now.
Nothing to be sorry about. I was kind of scared myself. It's a funny thing about fear. It's catching. Look out the window.
It's almost light.
And this all night has gone for good. You see? It was all in your mind. Things you were frightened of. It was nothing, really. You won't be afraid if I go now.
No. I've caused you an awful lot of trouble.
Oh, now you cut the howdy. You'll get me going.
And the kids at the club, I guess I should go back there and let them know I'm all right.
What the doctor ordered for you was a little shut-eye. I'll stop by on my way and give them the word.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, there's your gun. You might want to pawn it for a couple of pair of nylons. Yes, a real nice tomato-type tomato, as the funny man at the club would say. On the way over, I got thinking about him and that girl, Peggy. Come to think of it, that was one point Fran had forgotten to clear up for me, about the note that sent her out to Peggy's cabin at the dunes that night. Yeah, my mind wouldn't let go of that. When I got to the club, it was daylight, and they were folding up the joint, and Peggy was sitting alone at the bar.
Well, you got a nerve coming back here after...
How's your boyfriend?
He's not my boyfriend.
It's a figure of speech. Where is he?
He just left.
Okay, I'll settle for you.
If you don't mind, it's a little late for small talk, mister.
Okay, I'll give it to you fast. It's about that note you wrote to Fran Fowler last November on the night Charlie Dana was supposed to die.
What note?
A little late for small talk, remember?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know anything about a note inviting Fran to stay out at your place at the dunes?
I told her. I didn't know who wrote it.
Were you telling the truth?
Yes, I was.
Okay, maybe you were. But you found out later who wrote it, didn't you?
No,
Now tell me the truth. Or would you rather tell the police?
All right. I did find out, but it wasn't like you think.
Well, who was it?
Tommy Mason.
Tommy Mason, the funny man? His idea of a joke, no doubt. A hilarious joke that might have scared a poor kid to death.
No, you're wrong. It wasn't a joke.
Well, then why? Why did he do it?
Because he's in love with her. He made me swear I wouldn't tell her. He wanted to wait till the time when she needed him, and then he'd tell her himself.
Until she needed him? How was he going to make her need him? Use a condemned murderer's empty threat to frighten her out of her sanity so she'd need him? Is he crazy?
He is where Fran's concerned.
Where is he?
I don't know. He's been like a maniac all night since you left here. After every show, he's gone over to Fran's place looking for her. He's crazy jealous.
Jealous of whom?
Of you. He thought she was with you.
But what if she were?
This was the night. He was sure she would need him, and instead she turned to you. Don't you see?
Yes, I do now. Thanks. It was only about a half mile to Fran's, but it seemed more like 20 miles until I turned off Clark up Erie Street and slammed into the curb. There was Owen on the street. I was hoping he'd walked and I'd pass him on the way, but there was no one. I ran down the narrow hall, not daring to think what I'd find, and I flung open the door. Are you alone?
You're frightened.
Are you alone?
Well, yes, I've been sitting here since you left. I'm too tired to undress.
Come on, let's get out of here. Grab your coat.
But
Never mind. I'll tell you on the way. I shoved Fran out the door, and we started cautiously back down the hall. We got about halfway when I grabbed her arm. The front door was opening slowly, and a man made a dark silhouette against the gray light of the dawn. It was the funny man. The man with the slick, shiny hair and a permanent smile and the fast jokes. Only the smile was gone, and he had a gun in his hand.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
We started towards him slowly.
Tommy, it was you? You who were going to kill me?
You didn't know. You didn't know that I had a heart, too, just like Charlie Dana did.
Tommy, you never told me.
You never let me. You didn't need me. You would have laughed at me like you laughed at my jokes.
It couldn't have been you at the dunes that night.
I followed you out there.
And then drove back to the club. No, Tommy, no.
You were lonesome, but you didn't need me. You needed Charlie Dana. I thought if you were afraid, you'd need me. And then you were afraid, but still you didn't need me. But I'd make you need me. I'd make you.
Step by step, we moved closer.
Keep coming.
I could see his face twisted with jealousy and hate, his eyes wild, as though a spark might make him explode.
And tonight, when you were afraid and should have needed me, you didn't. You turned to him.
Tommy, please.
But now you need me. Now that I have my finger on this trigger, you need me more than you've ever needed anyone in your life. You need me. You need me, Franny. You need me. Say it. Say you need me. I can't shoot. I can't shoot.
He started to shake, and I ran forward to grab his gun.
Look out!
Drop it. It's all right. I've got the gun.
I can't.
Is he hurt?
Not to what he will be. Get up, funny man.
No. Don't be too hard on him. He didn't realize.
No, I guess maybe he didn't. It's funny, isn't it? You never really know what's going on in some of the best combed heads. Well, that's the way it goes. A little later than usual this morning. The day shift has already moved in and let the night crew wander off to their own private little beds. Well, at least I got to see the sun come up. And here I sit, still trying to make it all add up. But no matter how I figure it, the only answer I get is, you never know about people. But bless them, maybe that's why we love them. See that man walking towards you with a smile on his face? What's he smiling about? Or is it just so you won't notice how he's screaming inside? Ooh, the trouble with me is I haven't had my coffee yet. Coffee, boy.
Night Beat. A dramatic series stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music by Frank Worth. The part of Fran was played by Joan Banks. Paul Dubov played Tommy. Others in the cast were Georgia Ellis, Ken Christie, and Carol Richards. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Throughout the week, NBC brings you the best adventure mystery dramas on the air. You'll hear action-packed, fast-moving plots to hold your interest right up to the smashing climax on such thrilling programs as Big Town, Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, and Dragnet, every week on most of these NBC stations. On Dragnet, you'll hear documented cases from the Los Angeles police files. The Big Story brings you true tales from the front pages of America's newspapers. Mr. District Attorney, the champion of the people, takes you through an exciting episode in the conviction of a criminal. And tomorrow night on Big Town, you'll hear crusading editor Steve Wilson crack down on the forces of evil. For the best high-tension dramas, hear NBC's great mystery and adventure programs. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. Now, stay tuned for Brian Donlevy as a soldier of fortune on dangerous assignment on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Grace. Well, I'm glad you called. I'll have to cancel out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl I know just brought me a very unusual proposition, and I'll be hanged if I touch it.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now, join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented twins. And now, the case of the talented twins. It's late evening in New York, and a yellow convertible tears down Riverside Drive. At the wheel is George Alexander, who operates the car as though he owned the streets. Yeah, Mr. Alexander is a big operator. And the blonde alongside of him knows him.
You warm enough, Masha?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Alexander.
My friends call me George. Now, why don't...
Oh, you passed it.
Huh?
You should have turned right on 76th.
What for?
Well, that's where I live.
Oh, I'm not taking you home, Masha.
Now, really, Mr. Alexander...
George.
The only reason I consented to go with you was because Mr. Kemp introduced us.
You like singing at Mr. Kemp's club?
Yes, of course. What's that got to do with it?
It's got everything to do, sweetheart. I own the joint.
Oh.
Sure. Whose idea do you think it is for Kemp to give you a job in the first place?
I didn't know.
Well, anytime you don't know something, Masha, you just ask George. He's got all the answers.
Well, if you don't mind, Mr. George, I'd like to go home. Really, I've got a splitting headache.
That's okay. I have my boy fix you up something at my place. Now, why don't you sit a little closer?
I'm perfectly comfortable over here.
Nah, it's too far away.
Please, Mr. Alexander, you better look where you're going.
Come on, Masha, be sociable. What, do you want to sit there all by...
Look out!
Huh?
You're going to hit that man! You're not going to leave him lying there.
Why not?
He may be dead.
And we can't do him any good.
Let me out.
Get your hand up that door, Masha. I'll let you go when I'm good and ready. And I'm not ready yet. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Are you the one they call the Falcon?
When they can't think of anything worse. Come on in, Miss...
Davis. Ruth Davis.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what can I do for you?
I'm not quite sure. Did you happen to notice an item in this morning's paper about a man being killed in a hit-and-run accident last night?
Yes?
That man was my father.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want you to find the driver of that car.
Why?
Well, isn't it obvious? That man murdered my dad. He murdered him just as surely as if he used a gun. I don't care what it costs.
You should, Angel. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that anything you invest in a case like this, it'd be money thrown down the sewer. As I recall, the police don't have a single lead.
Oh, yes, they do. There was a man named Arthur Crane who witnessed the accident. He might know more than he's told them.
What makes you think so?
Call it a woman's intuition?
You know that's greatly overrated.
Maybe, but there's no harm in trying.
Mm-hmm. What did you say this witness's name was again?
Arthur Crane.
Arthur Crane. All right, Angel. I'll do what I can.
Here it is, Artie. Alexander George, real estate, 1792 Belmore. It's Elwood O6742.
Wonder if that's the right Alexander.
Well, it has to be. Didn't the license bureau tell you that was the name of the party who owned the car?
Yep.
Well, it's the only George Alexander in the book.
All right, hand me the phone. What's that number again?
Elwood O6742.
See who that is, will you?
You expecting anyone?
Nope. Too early for Jack to drop around.
Just a second. Yeah.
You Arthur Crane?
No.
Well, is he in?
Who is it, Pete?
It's some guy who wants to see you.
How do you do, Mr. Crane?
How do you do?
My name is Mike Waring. I'm a private detective.
Private detective?
Yeah, at the moment I'm working for Ruth Davis.
Who?
Ruth Davis. She's the daughter of the man who was killed last night in that hit-and-run accident.
Oh, well, sit down, won't you? Pete, see if we got any beer on ice.
Yeah.
Don't bother, Mr.
Jordan. Pete Jordan, and it's no bother at all.
Yeah, go on, Pete. Now, what can I do for you, Waring?
Well, according to the police blotter, you were the one who discovered Davis's body after the accident.
That's right. I was coming home from a club date.
Club date?
Mm-hmm. I'm a musician. I play piano with a small combo around town.
Mm-hmm. Well, go on.
Well, just as I got out of the subway, I saw this guy Davis laying in the gutter.
What time was that?
Oh, it must have been around 3:15. First, I thought it was just some stew bum, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Until I saw that briefcase under his arm, then I realized it must have been an accident.
Well, you couldn't have gotten there much after it happened.
That's what the cops told me.
You didn't notice any sign of a car around?
Nope.
Well, there couldn't have been too many cars out at that hour. This is very important to my client.
Look, Waring, if there was any way I could possibly help you, I'd be glad to. Any driver who pulls a stunt like that ought to get it in the neck.
Yeah, sure, but you can't tell me any more than you have, huh?
Not a thing. I'm sorry. I wish I could.
Well, here's your beer, gents.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to ask for a rain check, Jordan.
You going already?
Yeah, I got to. But I'll leave my card. If you think of anything...
Just leave it to me, Waring. If I think of anything, I'll know what to do.
Yeah?
Is Mr. George Alexander around?
Who wants to know?
My name is Artie Crane, but I don't think it'll mean much to him. Just say I'd like to talk to him about a yellow Buick convertible.
You what?
Tell him I admire his taste in cars.
You're nuts. Mr. Alexander doesn't own any convertible.
That's not what the license bureau told me.
Maybe you better come in, Buster.
Yeah, maybe I better.
Sit down. I'll get Alexander.
Hey, that's a nifty-looking piano he's got there. Mind if I try it?
Just so you don't break it.
That's very pretty, mister.
Mm-hmm. You like?
Yeah. What do you call it?
I've got those gimme, gimme blues.
It's a very original title.
I'm a very original guy, Mr. Alexander.
How so?
Well, 99 guys out of 100 who know what I know would have spilled everything to the cops.
But not you, huh?
Mm-mm. Little Artie knows when to keep his mouth shut.
For instance...
Keep out of this, Vince. Go on, Crane.
Well, for instance, last night I was coming home late and I saw a car bowl over some character who was crossing the street. Fortunately, I had enough presence of mind to copy down the license number.
And you think this car belongs to me?
Mm-hmm.
You're wrong.
Okay. I'm perfectly willing to leave it to Mike Waring.
The Falcon?
That's right. He's working for the daughter of the poor slob who got hit. He was around to see me this afternoon, wanted to know if I could help him.
And you told him?
Not a thing. I thought I could help you more.
How much more?
About $10,000 worth.
Why, you dirty little...
Let go.
Should I throw him out, George?
Calm yourself, Vince. Don't be so free with your hands,
You shouldn't blame him, Marty. Vince never liked blackmail.
Well, that little pushing around is going to cost you another $5, Alexander.
What? Take it easy, Vince. You think the money was coming out of your pocket. So now you want $15,000, eh, Artie?
Otherwise, I go straight to Waring's and from there to the cops.
Well, I wouldn't want you to make such a trip on my account.
Then you better get it up.
Okay, Artie. You leave it to me. I'll take care of you. And when I get through, I bet you don't complain.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
2 hours have passed since Artie Crane made his little call on Mr. Alexander. Now we find Mike making a call of his own. Only his isn't nearly as successful.
So when you come right down to it, Mr. Waring, you've made no progress at all.
Well, I could give you a big song and dance, Ruth.
No, thanks. I'm in no mood for entertainment.
You see, the truth of the matter is I'm stymied. The only potential witness we had was this musician, Artie Crane.
And he couldn't tell you anything?
No, not a single solitary... Oh, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That briefcase your father was carrying...
That won't help you. They found it clear across the street where it was knocked by the car.
Well, if it was knocked there by the... Say that again.
Why?
This Artie Crane character told me he realized that it wasn't some drunk sleeping it off when he noticed the briefcase under your father's arm.
What's wrong with that?
Hey, you just said it, Angel. The car sent that briefcase flying. If Crane saw it under your father's arm, it could only have been while your father was alive.
Then Crane was lying.
That he was.
Well, you think...
I think I ought to have another little talk with that boy. Let's see if we can get him up here.
He won't suspect anything?
Not if it's put to him the right way.
What are you telling him?
Now, don't you worry, Ruth. I'll ad-lib something.
Hello?
Hello, I'd like to speak to Artie Crane, please.
Who wants him?
Mike Waring.
Well, Artie isn't here.
This Pete Jordan?
No, Pete isn't here either.
Well, where is everybody?
Unless there's been a change in plans, you might try the morgue. Hello, you still there, mister?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the top right. Hey, wait a minute. Is this Sergeant Corbett?
Sure is, Mike.
All right, Corbett. Give it to me gently. Who did what to whom?
Well, whom is your friend Artie Crane. The what was a half dozen slugs through his head. As far as the who is concerned, we got no idea. Have you, Mr. Waring?
Okay, I'm coming.
Hello, Pete.
Oh, hi, Mr. Waring.
Thought I'd drop around and redeem that rain check.
Rain check?
I asked for one the last time I was here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you heard about Artie.
Mm-hmm. That his piano?
Yeah. To think he'll never touch it again.
Just how good was he on it?
Oh, you can have the Duke and Count Basie. I'd have taken Artie any time.
You a musician, too?
Yeah, but I wasn't in his class. I used to sing a little.
Oh. Well, how about an audition?
What do you mean?
Well, you never can tell, Pete. I may want to sponsor you. So let's hear how well you do in the voice department. Who killed Artie?
Oh, look, you can't talk to me like that.
Come on, Pigeon, sing.
Ouch. I wouldn't try that.
If your big brother was around.
Let me go.
Not before we have a solo. Now, who killed Artie?
How should I know?
You should if anyone would. Who had it in for him?
No one. Everybody liked him.
Uh-huh. So one of his admirers pumped 6 slugs into his face so even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Incidentally, how did you? There wasn't a thing on the body.
Well, I found him here.
Might have been a visitor from Mars.
Yeah, but he had a flag tattooed on his shoulder.
A patriot, no less. Who was the hit-and-run driver who killed Davis?
I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do, Pete. Artie must have told you everything. He saw the car that killed Davis.
No, he didn't.
You know, you won't look so good singing without those dazzling white teeth. Well?
There's a fellow named Alexander.
Does this fellow have a first name?
George.
George? You mean Arthur tried to shake down George Alexander?
You know him?
Well enough to realize that Artie made a serious mistake trying it. Let's hope we all profit by his example.
That you, Vince?
Yeah.
How you make out?
Just look. All right, beautiful. Inside.
Stop that!
Inside.
Hello, Marcia.
You're not going to get away with this, Mr. Alexander.
I told you my friends call me George. You want to be my friend, no?
No.
You're fooling. Sit down, baby.
You can't keep me here.
You can't keep me here. You can't do this. You can't do that. Why don't you give that tongue a rest?
All right, that's enough, Vince. Marcia and me, we understand each other. Well, don't we, sweethearts?
What do you want?
I just want to make sure you didn't tell anybody about our little ride there. Get it, Vince?
What about Marcia?
What's the matter? Can a gentleman invite a lady up to his apartment? After all, we got you for a chaperone.
All right. Hold your horses, will you?
Hello, is George here? Oh, I see he is.
Wait a minute, Buster. Not so fast.
It's okay, Vince. This is the Pork, and he's an old friend of mine.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Oh, I beg your pardon. Am I interrupting something?
No. Marcia, meet my query.
How do you do?
Well, generally I do all right, but I see George does even better.
Cute kid, eh?
Yes, indeedy.
Well, if you gentlemen are through discussing me, I'll say good night.
Hold it, sister.
He's got her hypnotized.
Vince just thought maybe I want to tell her something. It's okay, Marcia. I'll give you a call later.
All right, George.
You wish you were in my shoes, eh, Mike?
Hardly, George. I wouldn't care to face a murder rap.
I'm afraid I don't understand you, Wary.
Well, it stems from the manslaughter charge.
Manslaughter?
Mm-hmm. For killing Ralph Davis with your car last night. You know, Mr. D.A. could tell this story very effectively. It's got a wonderful moral. How one crime leads to another. Now, the opening scene would show you driving along.
Get out.
Well, you might let me finish, George. It's got great dramatic possibilities.
You heard him. Get out.
Who's this little Sir Echo?
If you're not out of here by the time I count 3...
You mean you're not interested in how my little script ends?
No. And you keep up like this, Mike, and you won't be around for the end.
Dear Mr. Waring, but what happened after that?
That's all there was, Ruth.
You mean you know who killed my father and you let him go?
I mean, he let me go.
He brought you off.
No, wait a minute, Angel.
Sure, I was a fool not to see it before. But we'll see what the police think about...
Sit down.
Oh.
You listen to me, Ruth. I walked out on Alexander because there wasn't a thing I could do.
You know he ran over my father.
Yeah, sure I do, but where's our evidence? There isn't any way I could tie it to him. The only witness was murdered.
Well...
Well, what?
You know he murdered Arthur Crane.
Can you prove that?
Well, it stands to reason...
Look, Angel, you can build as good a case against several other people.
Who, for example?
For example, you.
What?
Sure. You and Artie Crane could identify the man who killed your father. And when he refused to give you any information, you murdered him.
That's the most ridiculous piece of...
Yes?
Mr. Waring?
That's right.
My name's Marcia West. I don't know if you remember me.
Oh, you underestimate your charms, Marcia. You're the kind of a girl my kind of man could never forget.
Well, I'd like to talk to you.
Well, what would be the point? I thought you were a close friend of Alexander's.
Well, I was in his car last night.
You what?
Yes, he was taking me home when he killed that man.
Where are you now?
At the place where I work. It's called the Tic-Toc Club. When can I expect you?
Just open your door, Angel. I'm practically there now.
Come on, you creep. Snap into it. We haven't got all night. The show goes on in a few... Yeah, what do you want, mister?
Where's Marcia West's dressing room?
The first one on your left.
This one here?
Yeah, that's right. I don't keep her too long. She's on in 10 minutes. Come on, girls. Don't stand.
Marcia? Marcia?
She ain't here, Waring.
What?
No, just stay like you are, Falcon. Lock the door, Vince.
All right. Where is she, George?
Where is who?
Marcia. She called me from here not more than 15 minutes ago.
You sailed, Vince?
Was it that old hag with the mop?
And you boys ought to try television. That's a great act you've got there.
I'm glad you like it. What am I should tell you on the phone?
Who?
Don't be smart.
And I just wanted to show you that two could play that game.
What'd you tell you?
Enough.
You know, I wouldn't need much excuse to paste you one right now, Buster, so don't tempt me.
What do you say, Mike?
I say you boys aren't very smart. There are a dozen people out there.
And they all work for me.
So start talking, pal.
Why, you...
Careful, chum.
Now, why you want to knock him down for Vince? You only got to pick him up again.
That's all right, Alex. I'm in very good shape. I can keep this up all night.
Well, Sleeping Beauty, I didn't even have to kiss you to wake you up.
Huh?
Yeah, this isn't the Princess Palace. It's Bellevue Hospital.
No kidding.
Okay, Mike, who slugged you?
First, I want to know where you found me, Sergeant.
On West 8th Street.
Well, how did I get down there?
I can tell you one thing. I don't think you made it on foot.
Someone must have given me a lift.
Oh?
A character named Vince, working at the behest of George Alexander.
What do they want to do that for?
Because Alexander was the one who drove the car that killed Ralph Davis last night.
Last night?
Well, isn't it Sunday?
Where have you been? Don't bother answering, I know.
All right. What day is it?
Monday.
What? Holy smoke. Where's Marcia?
Who?
Marcia West. She was in the car when Alexander killed Davis.
She tell you that?
Yes, and I wouldn't be surprised if she knew all about the R.I.P. Crane killing, too.
Is that tied up with this?
Definitely. You see, Crane tried to blackmail Alexander, and
Not so fast. Can you prove that?
No, I can't hear, Corbett. So let's go where I can.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring set out with Sergeant Corbett to try to tie the case together. Their destination, the apartment of George Alexander.
You're a pretty sick man, Waring. You don't know what you're saying.
It's no use, George. We've got all the evidence we need. Right, Sergeant?
Right.
So why don't I hear from the district attorney?
You will, shortly.
You're still bluffing, Mike. Admit it.
All right, then how do I know you paid off to R.I.P. Crane?
You know?
Yes, and I can prove it.
How about that, Mr. Alexander?
Well, you see, it's like this, Sergeant. It was no shakedown. I gave R.I.P. the money.
Oh. Because you were impressed by his musical talents and wanted to see him further his career?
Why, Mike, you take the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, no.
Something wrong?
You don't think the DA will buy that?
Why not? If it's okay for me to help young ladies interested in musical careers, why not young men?
Sounds logical.
Oh, come on, Corbett, be smart. You don't believe that?
I didn't say I did. I just said it sounded logical.
That's all I ask.
Where's Vince?
Why?
I want to talk to him.
You're going to have a long wait. Vince leave town Friday night.
Friday?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I suppose that was his double who bounced me around backstage at the TikTok Club on Saturday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, sure. Next you'll say you never heard of a girl named Marcia West.
Of course I have. Oh, sweetheart.
You call me, George?
Marcia.
Is this the girl you mean?
All right, never mind the act, George. Listen, Marcia. This is Sergeant Corbett. I want you to tell him everything.
Everything?
Yes, beginning with your call to me on Saturday night.
My call to you?
Don't you remember?
I don't see how I could be expected to, Mr. Waring, seeing this is the first time we've met.
What?
But it's been a real pleasure. Let's do it again sometime.
You know, Mike, maybe we ought to go back to the hospital. It's not a bad place. They got a couple of good-looking nurses there.
Okay, so I'm nuts, Sergeant. But just humor me a couple of minutes more.
I still don't see what you're going to accomplish with Pete Jordan.
I tell you, he knows that R.I.P. Crane went to see Alexander.
That still don't prove anything. Crane could have gone to see Alexander for a million reasons.
Well, suppose Pete's willing to swear that he...
Yeah?
Well, if it isn't the gay troubadour. Hello, Pete, remember me?
Now, look, Waring, I'm busy.
Yeah, sure you are. This won't take much of your time. Didn't R.I.P. Crane tell you he saw the car that killed Ralph Davis in that accident?
Well,
didn't he?
Yeah.
Get your coat, Jordan. We're going downtown.
Now, don't rush him, Sergeant. You might break the spell. As long as Pete's in the mood for singing, maybe he'll be willing to croon you something else.
I told you everything I know.
Not quite. There's one song you forgot. The one that goes, I killed my best friend and am I sorry?
What are you talking about?
The murder of R.I.P. Crane. You know enough about that to give us a complete chorus. So start singing, Pigeon. No, girls, that's the whole story. Alexander goes up for manslaughter and Pete Jordan for murder. Any questions?
I have one, Mike. Oh, so have I.
I think Marcia was first, Ruth. All right, go on, Marcia.
Well, first, I think I owe you an explanation.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, Alexander made me say I didn't know you. He and Vince caught me phoning you that night.
Yes, I figured as much.
I was afraid of what he might do, not only to me, but to you.
Well.
I thought she had a question to ask. Oh, well, all I wanted to know is what made you suspect Pete Jordan.
Very simple thing, Angel. As you recall, when the police found Artie, there was nothing on him.
So?
So the question arises, Ruth, what happened to the hush money Alexander paid him?
I don't get it.
I pulled one bluff on Alexander that worked. The only reason he admitted giving money to Artie was that he thought I could prove he did.
And you couldn't?
No, because there was no money found on the body. And it stood to reason that Alexander and Vince didn't remove it. Otherwise, they would have known I was bluffing. So I figured maybe this was just a plain, everyday murder for money.
And once you realized that, it was just a matter of picking out the only party who had the opportunity.
That's right. And that gave me Pete Jordan. But I'll tell you one thing this business taught me.
What?
Never take a case where two beautiful women are involved. Makes for complications.
How so?
Well, it's too much of a good thing. You know the old saying, two's company, three's a crowd.
He's got a point there, Ruth. He certainly has.
No, don't fight. I'm sure we can settle this peaceably.
I'm sure we can.
That's the spirit. Now, how are we going to work it?
That's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Mr. Waring.
Nothing much wrong with the guy we're carrying, is there, Doc?
Oh, not too much, Steve. Fracture of the right arm and right ankle. I had more trouble with his wife and two partners. They wanted to ride along to the hospital in his ambulance.
That's all I need, passengers.
Yeah.
What happened to the guy we got back?
Auto accident. He had his wife and two partners in the car and tried to wrap it around an elevated pillar. He was a funny guy. He fought against my giving him a hypodermic.
Wonder why?
No reason. No good reason, that is. He kept saying, "No hypo. Please, doctor, I'll be murdered before I get to the hospital if you give me a hypo." That's nothing, though. Shock hysteria brought on by the accident, that's all.
Wonder why a guy would think someone was going to kill him.
He didn't know what he was saying. Kept mumbling about no hypo right up to the time we closed the doors in the back. Don't you remember?
I remember him saying something, but I didn't pay any attention. Well, here we are.
Yep. I'll have this back door open in a jiffy and our friend fixed up before he knows it. He thought somebody was trying to murder him.
EW, Doctor?
Emergency ward, Steve, sure. What else could it be? Well, I'll hop in and grab the top part of the stretcher. Now, stay right here and get ready to grab it, Steve.
I'm ready. Shove it down.
Oh, Steve. Steve.
Yeah, Doc, what is it, Doc?
We don't mark this case EW for the emergency ward. He's got a knife stuck in his right side. He's DOA.
What?
Yeah. Dead on arrival. Sergeant Heath, that's all I can tell you. I could swear he was alive when we put him into that ambulance. Nobody could have got in when we were en route here, and yet that knife was sticking in him when I opened the door.
That's what I like. A nice, simple murder. Why did I have to be a homicide detective?
Hey, Chief, the district attorney just walked in.
That's all I need. Okay, Doc, you can go. Stick around in case I need you.
Yes, Sergeant, I'll be here.
Hello, Heath.
Hi, Mr. Markham. Well, we got another one.
I know, I've got the whole story. Only it's not possible that a man with nothing more serious than a couple of fractures is alive when he's put into an ambulance and dead when the ambulance reaches its destination.
Don't I know it isn't possible? Sure, we got suspects. We got the guy's wife and his two partners, but how can I tell who if I don't even know how?
I think maybe this might be a case for Philo Vance.
Oh, now, wait a minute, D.A. We don't need Vance snooping around here.
That's what you said in the Bishop murder case and the Green murder and the Canary murder cases. But he was the one who solved them.
Oh, he was lucky. Look, D.A., give us 24 hours. Then maybe I won't mind Vance.
You won't mind Vance. I'm going to ask him to work on this case. Maybe he won't mind you.
What time is it, Miss Deering?
1 minute to 5, Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Miss Deering. Are you through the letters I dictated?
They're on your desk, Mr. Vance. Will that be all?
For the next 30 seconds.
And then?
And then, Miss Deering, it'll be 5 o'clock, and a coach and four drives up. I remember to call you Ellen, and you forget to call me Mr. Vance. Well, 30 seconds are up.
I'm glad, Vance. Now we can be ourselves. Where are you taking me tonight?
Well, to dinner, for one thing. I never starve my women. No good private investigator would. It might lead to a private investigation.
Hello, is anybody home?
Oh, sounds like your friend the district attorney's in the outer office, Vance.
Markham, we're in here.
Hello there, you two.
How are you?
Hello, Markham.
Well, Ellen, I see it's after 5 o'clock.
Because I'm sitting on Vance's desk, I always sit here.
Chairs are so uncomfortable, Markham. And incidentally, how are you?
Incidentally, I'm fine. Actually, not so good.
Problems?
A problem. Vance, will you help us on a case?
Police are puzzled in mysterious murder?
Now look, Vance. A man named James Dalton was driving his car this afternoon when he had an accident. In the car were his wife and his two business partners, Ed Edwards and Bill Graves.
Mm-hmm.
Dalton was the only one injured, and an ambulance was called.
That's easy. The butler did it.
Go on, please, Markham. My secretary will be applying for unemployment insurance if she interrupts again.
Well, the ambulance doctor says Dalton was alive when he gave him a hypodermic and put him in the ambulance. But he was dead with a knife in his side when the ambulance arrived.
I don't suppose it could have been suicide or anybody hiding in the ambulance.
You know better than that, or I wouldn't be here, Vance. No, suicide is out because the man's right arm was fractured and the knife was in his right side. There were no fingerprints. That's all I can tell you because that's all I know.
You said this Jim Dalton's two partners were with him. Partners in what?
A costume jewelry firm, the Eagle Manufacturing Company. What do you think, Vance? Sounds intriguing, doesn't it?
What about your police? How does Sergeant Heath feel about your coming to me? Or doesn't he know?
What he means is, can he expect the usual non-cooperation from the sergeant?
Miss Deering, haven't you a letter to type or something?
The name is Ellen, and the answer is no.
Filing, perhaps, Miss Deering?
Oh, ganging up on me, eh?
Vance?
Yes?
If the doctor gave Dalton a hypodermic just before he placed the poor fellow in the ambulance, and then the ambulance doors were closed, how could the man have been murdered?
Well, it certainly sounds intriguing, Markham. And you might be interested to know I'm working on this case as of this minute.
Oh, he doesn't fool me. He's taking this case because he knows already who killed Dalton.
On the contrary, Ellen. I'm taking the case because I haven't even the slightest idea of how it was done.
Mr. Edwards and Mr. Philo Vance would like to see you. Yes, sir, right away. You may go in. That door there.
Thank you.
Mr. Vance?
Yes, Mr. Edwards, I suppose. How do you do?
How do you do? And, how can I help you, Mr. Vance?
Mr. Edwards, you're one of the partners of the Eagle Manufacturing Company.
That's right.
I'm investigating the murder of your partner, Jim Dalton.
Well, what do you want of me?
Just some information, that's all. I'm trying to figure out how he was killed.
I've told all I know to the police, and all I know is nothing. I told the cops I had no idea who could have killed him, and I don't.
The police inquired about partnership insurance.
Sure, and we had it. A lot of it. But Jim had life insurance, too, and, Mrs. Dalton gets that. And I didn't tell this to the police, but the Daltons haven't been getting on for years.
Well, it seems I'm getting somewhere.
I hope you are. Do you mind telling me just where you're getting?
Not at all. I'm getting myself out of your office and over to see Mrs. James Dalton.
Why don't you stop bothering me? Why? Haven't I had enough with the police all afternoon?
Mrs. Dalton, I'm not here to bother you or anybody. I only want to do what I can to find out how your husband was killed and to see that his murderer doesn't go unpunished.
You say the police don't know how the murder was committed. Well, neither do I. Ed and Bill and I saw poor Jim last, but it couldn't be either of them. They both loved Jim almost as much as I did.
According to them, maybe that wasn't so much.
What?
Well, Mr. Edwards seemed to think there might have been trouble between you and your husband.
He told you that? All right, there was. Now I'll tell you something. They both wanted to get Jim out of the firm. They needed his money to get them started a year ago, but they're doing well now and didn't need him at all. And they hated him. Both of them did.
Why didn't you mention this before, Mrs. Dalton?
Because I didn't believe that... I didn't know what to believe. All I wanted was to be let alone.
You haven't been very helpful, Mrs. Dalton. I believe the murder was the result of coincidence. How it was done, I don't know. But somebody wanted to murder your husband and saw his chance after the accident.
But how could he have been murdered inside an ambulance?
I don't know. I wish I did.
Do you drive a car, Mr. Vance?
What?
A car. Do you drive one?
Why, yes. What about it?
Nothing. Or something. Depending on how clever you are. I drive. I'm a very good driver. I'm good at a lot of things. Does what I've just said mean anything to you?
Frankly, no. I think you're trying to tell me something, but I don't get it. I know only one thing, Mrs. Dalton. Somewhere along the line, your husband's murderer made a mistake. All murderers do. And my job is to find out what that mistake was. Does Steve always drive this fast, Doctor?
Well, ambulances are made for speed, Mr. Vance. You're not nervous, are you?
Nervous? No. Anxious. Anxious to get some information and then get out of here before we have an accident and need an ambulance.
Well, you grabbed me just as we got this emergency call, Mr. Vance. It was your idea to come along, you know.
I know. The least I should get out of this mercy messenger, which rides more like a roller coaster, is some information.
Well, I don't know a thing, Vance.
Nobody seems to know anything on this case. Doctor, you're interning at the hospital, aren't you?
Yes, part of my training before I go out to practice.
You don't make much money, do you?
That's a pretty stupid question. Of course I don't. And look, Vance, you're wasting your time with me. All right, you don't know how this murder was done. Well, neither do I. Nobody knows except the murderer, and you've got 3 pretty good suspects, if you ask me.
I wasn't aware that I had asked you, but go ahead.
Well, there's those 2 partners, Edwards and Graves. All you have to do is take a look at either one of them, and you'll know he'd think nothing of shoving a knife into somebody. And they're both smart enough to have figured out a trick way, too.
Agreed.
Then take Mrs. Dalton. I watched her when she came down there to the hospital. She's a manic depressive if I ever saw one. Or has all the symptoms, anyhow.
Psychopathic?
Definitely. Intervals of exaltation and depression, clever mind, superiority complex, changes from one subject to another without reason. And maybe you don't know this, but manics are potential murderers.
That's very interesting, Doctor. Thank you very much. But getting back to your not making a lot of money and that question I asked you, which you thought was stupid.
Yes?
Maybe it isn't so stupid, Doctor. Jim Dalton's death meant a lot of money to several people. One of them might have been willing to spend a little of it on you to make sure Dalton died.
Wait a minute.
Hello, Bill. Surprised to see your partner after business hours?
Yeah, yes. Kind of. Come in.
Thanks. I came by to congratulate you, Bill. It was a nice, clean job you did on our ex-partner. I don't know how you did it. Frankly, I don't care.
You think I killed him?
I know you did. Couldn't very well talk about this at the shop, what with cops and that Vance guy hanging around, but I can now. So, congratulations and thanks.
I could say the same thing to you, and mean it more, Ed. I know you killed Jim.
That's all right, kid. I don't blame you for not admitting it to me. We don't like each other, and we never did, but, I still say you did a good job.
Look, I don't have to stand for you accusing me of murder.
No, that's true. You don't. Suppose we sit down and you tell me how you did it.
You get out of here.
And if I don't, what do you do? Murder me, too?
Well, you dirty... I'll fix you.
Keep your hands off me. Get them off!
I'll take care of you later, Edwards. Who's there?
Anybody mind if I come in?
Who are you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. Bill and I were just talking. You, know my partner, Bill Graves, Philo Vance.
How do you do?
Hi.
You mentioned, Edwards, that you and Graves here were just talking. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help overhearing, even a block away. Having trouble, boys?
Nothing we need you to fix.
I only dropped in to talk to you a minute, Mr. Graves. You see, gentlemen, I expect to have a solution of the Dalton murder by morning. Is it just barely possible that one of you won't sleep so well tonight?
Let's pause for a moment. We'll return to Jackson Beck as Philo Vance detective right after these messages. Stan Freberg here. The Radio Spirits catalog features thousands of cassettes and CDs of old-time radio. Call right now and Radio Spirits will send you their latest catalog absolutely free. Call Radio Spirits right now at 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648. And now, let's return to Jackson Beck and Joan Alexander in Philo Vance, Detective.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Eagle murder case is proving one of the most baffling crimes in our records. Even Philo Vance, whom I asked to take the case last evening, has been able only to corroborate what we already know. That James Dalton was injured in an auto smash-up, that his wife and two business partners were in the car but were unhurt, that an ambulance doctor administered a hypodermic against Dalton's wishes, that he was alive when placed in the ambulance, and dead with a knife in his side when it reached the hospital. Vance told me he was going to spend last night reading up on the case, but I haven't any idea what he meant.
No, Miss Deering, I haven't seen Mr. Vance this morning yet. He must have overslept.
Fine boss expects his secretary to open the office for him. What will bosses think of next?
Your floor, Miss Deering.
Thanks, Johnny. When Mr. Vance arrives, kindly tell him to go home and not to come back without a note from his mother saying why he was late.
I sure will.
It's unlocked. Oh, Vance must be getting forgetful. Wow. What hit this place? A cyclone? And fast asleep in my chair. Mr. Vance. Vance. Darling.
Hello, Ellen.
Good morning, Mr. Vance. I trust you slept well in my chair all night. What happened here? It looks like a literary version of a pillow fight. Who's been throwing books around?
I have. That is, I haven't been throwing them around. I've been reading them.
All night?
Practically. Very interesting books. Psychiatric studies.
Psychiatric?
Mental cases, Miss Deering.
Preparing an autobiography, Vance.
Mr. Vance? It's after 9 o'clock, remember? And the answer to your question is no. I've been doing some very interesting, if as yet unproductive, research. Take a letter, Miss Deering.
I will if you'll let me borrow my chair and desk.
Sorry. Here you are. Sit down.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Vance?
Letter to FX Markham, District Attorney. Usual heading, Dear So-and-so.
Dear District or Dear Attorney?
Dear Frank. Here are the facts I've uncovered in the Dalton murder.
Got it. Go ahead.
I wish I could. I haven't even a theory.
Well, that's just as well, because I can't take theories in shorthand.
Let's see. The ambulance doctor could have killed Dalton. Edwards might have, Graves might have, and Mrs. Dalton might have. But how?
You're in a rut, Mr. Vance.
I'm in a dilemma, Miss Deering. All four had possible motives, but none of them had any opportunity to stab Dalton inside that ambulance. Not even the ambulance doctor. He wouldn't have had time enough. Apparently, it was impossible for anyone to stab Dalton after he was put in the ambulance, so... Ellen!
Miss Deering, please.
Ellen, I've got it.
What?
Dalton wasn't stabbed after he was put in the ambulance. He was stabbed before.
Before?
Ellen, get this picture. Dalton is on a stretcher.
Yes.
He's just had a hypodermic. He's just about to pass out. His two partners are on one side of the stretcher, his wife on the other. Just as Dalton is lapsing into a coma, one of them sticks the knife in him.
Vance, it could have happened that way.
Listen, it could have been done without anyone seeing it, too. Ellen, that's it.
Well, maybe, but it only eliminates the ambulance doctor, that's all.
That's right. Now, let's see. Let's take the partners. Edwards and Graves have violent tempers. They were almost at each other's throats when I saw them yesterday. Mrs. Dalton, unless the ambulance doctor and I are very much mistaken, is a manic depressive.
What if?
Manic depressive.
Oh.
A form of psychopathic instability. She's got some of the symptoms, jumps from one subject to another for no reason, overdeveloped sense of superiority, morbid, depressed. That's what I was reading up on last night.
And are manic, whatever they are, murderers?
They could be, according to what I've read about them. They can be switched away from murder, though, to another thought in a second.
Maybe Mrs. Dalton forgot to throw the switch.
Maybe. But it might not have been Mrs. Dalton at all. Dalton was stabbed in the right side. We know now he was stabbed just before he was put into the ambulance. Whoever was on the right side of the stretcher did the stabbing.
Vance, you're wonderful. I'll never commit a murder while you're alive.
Thanks. You may now tear up your notes, Miss Deering, and get Mr. Markham on the telephone. Ask him to please have everybody concerned in the same place on the same corner where the accident happened yesterday.
Sure, Mr. Vance. This is just the way it was. The ambulance was parked right there where it is now. Only there was a crowd around. The doc and the driver had the stretcher in their hands just the way they have now.
Thanks, officer.
Look, Vance, you know this is a lot of nonsense, don't you?
Maybe you're going to wish it was, Mr. Edwards.
Maybe you're going to wish you hadn't started any of this, Vance.
Somebody's going to wish that, but it won't be me, Mr. Graves. Mrs. Dalton?
I'm here, Mr. Vance.
Now listen, all three of you. I want you to take the positions alongside the stretcher that you were in yesterday. Now, please. Doctor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Vance, I'm here.
You were carrying the back end of the stretcher just as you're doing now?
Exactly, sir.
Okay. Now, Mrs. Dalton.
Yes?
And you, Graves and Edwards.
Yeah?
Is that the position you were in yesterday while the stretcher was being carried to the ambulance? Mrs. Dalton on the right side and the men on the left?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You'll remember Mr. Dalton was stabbed in the right side. Did you get that? The right side.
Wait. I wasn't on the right side at all. I was on the other side of the stretcher. I walked alongside the stretcher on the other side where Edwards and Graves are now.
That dame's crazy, Vance. We were on the left side, Bill and I, weren't we, Bill?
Don't listen to them. They're trying to make it look like I killed my husband. I was on his left side, I swear it. Doctor, please, you must remember. You must believe me. I swear to you, I was standing on the left side of the stretcher.
What about it, Doctor?
I think she's right, Vance. Yes, I'm sure of it. When we were putting Dalton into the ambulance, Steve had the head part of the stretcher, and I had the foot part, and yes, I remember Mrs. Dalton on my left.
You're sure you were there, on the left side, Mrs. Dalton?
I'm positive. Edwards and Graves were on the right side. And that proves they murdered my husband.
On the contrary, Mrs. Dalton. It proves that you did.
So you figured that out, did you, Mr. Vance? All right, nobody move. Nobody, I said.
That gun of yours might go off. I'd be careful if I were you, Mrs. Dalton.
I'd be more careful if I were you, Mr. Vance. Or any of you. Turn around. All of you, turn around, I said. That's better. I'm getting away from here, and I'll shoot the first one that turns his head. Remember, I'll shoot the first one that moves.
What do we do, Mr. Vance?
You can make your own plans, officer. Personally, I'm not moving.
We'll return to Jackson Beck as Philo Vance detective in a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. And now, let's return to Jackson Beck, starring as Philo Vance, detective, in the conclusion of the Eagle murder case.
Hello, Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. Just wanted to tell you that we haven't been able to pick up Mrs. Dalton yet.
You will. She can't get very far.
But aren't you worried? Don't you think she'll try to kill you? After all, you spoiled her perfect murder.
She won't come up here, Markham. Her first job is to keep out of the way of the police. She won't waste time looking for revenge. Good night, Markham.
Good night. I'll let you know if anything happens.
So I won't waste time looking for revenge, Mr. Vance. I don't consider it a waste of time. I don't know a better way to spend the next few minutes than to use it killing you.
Hello, Mrs. Dalton. Pretty gun you have there.
You don't fool me any with that unconcerned way of talking. I'm going to kill you, and you know it.
You know, of course, that people who are going to commit murder don't generally talk to their victims. They just shoot.
I don't care about people generally. I'm an individual. Smart enough to have committed murder and gotten away with it if it hadn't been for you. And smart enough to have slipped in here, kill you, and still get away.
It wouldn't do any good for me to say, I don't think so.
Not a bit.
I didn't think so, but it was worth a try. Your hands are shaking, Mrs. Dalton.
They're as steady as a rock, and you know it. I have complete control over my nerves.
Manic depressive. Exactly what I thought. Overdeveloped sense of superiority.
Manic depressive?
Certainly, all the symptoms. You're insane, you know.
What?
Oh, it's true. Manic depressive. Singleness of thought on one subject. Can't get it out of her mind. Acute concentration.
You mean if I came here to kill you, I couldn't change my mind?
You couldn't even talk about anything else. Fashions, for instance.
What about fashions?
That dress you're wearing. It's an original.
I designed it. You know, at first I wanted it to have pleats down the right side. See? I can talk about something else. I'm not insane. I'm not, I tell you.
I hear you, Mrs. Dalton.
This dress is my favorite. I designed it first with pleats on the side. I'll show you how it would look with them, but you won't like it. I'd planned them down here. I won't need his gun. And you can see for yourself that it throws the lines of the dress off. There. Admit it. The pleats wouldn't be right, would they?
Your gun's on the floor, Mrs. Dalton.
Of course it is. I threw it there. Those pleat stands, they wouldn't be right, would they? They wouldn't really be right, would they? Mr. Vance, those pleats wouldn't be right, would they? Answer me.
In a second, Mrs. Dalton, as soon as I pick up your gun. There. Now about the pleats. I'll tell you what I think about them on the way downtown.
You won't answer me. You tricked me. I came up here to kill you and you tricked me. But it doesn't matter. You can take me to the police, but I'll find a way of getting out of jail. I'm clever. Believe me, I can do it.
Can you? Well, the sooner we get you into jail, the sooner you can try. Shall we go, Mrs. Dalton?
It's still a few minutes to 9, Van, so before we get down to business, will you clean up a point or two for me?
About the Dalton murder, Ellen? Well, if I can before 9 o'clock, I will.
Let's hurry then. When Mrs. Dalton came up to your apartment to murder you last night, what made her change her mind?
The characteristics of a manic depressive, Ellen. They can be led easily from one subject to another. I told her that she was a manic, but I lied a little. I said manics couldn't ever change their minds.
Oh, so to prove to herself and you that she wasn't crazy, she did exactly what you wanted her to do. Forgot about murder to talk about something else, not knowing she was proving your point.
Not to mention saving my life. Anything else, young lady?
Oh, it's nearing 9, I can tell by your voice. One other question, Vance. Let's go back to the murder scene. Now, you told me that whoever stabbed Dalton had to be on his right side, yet Mrs. Dalton was on the left side of the stretcher.
That's correct, Ellen. Now, look, this desk is a stretcher.
Yes.
I'm lying on it.
Uh-huh.
Now, where's my right side?
On the right side of the desk. That proves that Mrs. Dalton didn't do it.
On the contrary. You see, poor Jim Dalton wasn't lying on the stretcher the way I'm lying on the desk. His head was at the top of the stretcher, where my feet are. I'll show you what I mean. I'll reverse my position. There.
Oh, golly. When he was on the stretcher lying like you are now, his right side was on the left side of the stretcher.
Certainly. Mrs. Dalton saw what I was getting at, knew I had her cornered, pulled a gun, and got away. Temporarily.
Darling, you're wonderful.
I don't think so, but then, what's my opinion against so many other people's? Take a letter, Ellen, darling.
You mean Miss Deering. It's after 9 o'clock.
So it is. Take a letter, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Dear Ellen, this winds up the Eagle murder case.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Lois. I'm glad you called. You'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. I've sort of got a date with a blonde. What do I mean, sort of? Well, I'm not sure of her. You see, this gal likes to leave her man hanging.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the double exposure. It is early Sunday evening in New York, and a black chauffeur-driven sedan tears along one of the more deserted roads of the Bronx. In the back seat, a gentleman relaxes. His name is James Arcaro. Mr. Arcaro is a man who knows his way around, but at the moment he has begun to have his doubts.
Say, Ralph, wasn't that Marshallou Parkway?
I guess it was, Mr. Arcaro.
Well, what are we doing here? I told you I wanted to go to Eileen Chambers' place.
I must have misunderstood you.
Wait a minute. You're not Ralph?
No.
Where is he?
Let's just say he was indisposed, so he sent me in his place.
Stop the car.
Anything you say, Mr. Arcaro.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm gonna open the door for you.
What for? I'm not getting out.
I got $500 and a gun that says you're wrong.
What's the idea?
You know. You're just trying to make conversation. All right, Arcaro, out of the car.
Okay. Tell me something, pal.
Sure, but stay where you are and keep your hands at your side.
Can I smoke?
Yeah, but never mind reaching in your coat pocket. You can have one of mine. Here.
You spare a light?
Why not? Happy now?
Yeah. I just wanted to get a look at you.
I don't think it's going to do you much good, Mr. Arcaro.
You never can tell. Your name's Ford, ain't it?
Well, I'm flattered. I didn't think a big shot like you would know a peasant like me.
Who you working for?
None of your business.
You're one of Marvin Draper's boys, aren't you?
Who?
Marvin Draper. Ah, come on, Ford, admit it. What do you got to lose?
You all through with that cigarette?
Were you the boy who took care of my partner, too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Eddie Hutton. They tell me 6 months ago he took a dive in the Hudson River, forgot to come up.
Now, how could that happen?
Maybe because he was wearing a cement bathing suit.
I wouldn't know, Mr. Arcaro. That's out of my line. Now, let's get this over with.
Okay, Ford. But I'd like to ask you one other favor.
What?
Well, maybe you hear I'm kind of proud of this face. I wouldn't like you to mess it up. How about giving it to me in the back of the head, huh?
Oh, that's a reasonable request. I don't see why I can't accommodate you. Turn around. You ready?
Wait a minute, Ford. Can you work a little closer?
Why not? How's this?
Why, I can't see.
I'm practically on top of you now.
That's all I wanted to know.
Let go. I said let go. Go be nice to people. Who's there?
Open up, Ford. It's the police.
Oh, sure. Just a second. Well, if it ain't Sergeant Corbett.
Darned if it ain't.
It's on your mind, Sergeant.
Where were you at 9 o'clock tonight?
Right here.
Oh, that's interesting. Why do you suppose Jimmy Arcaro told us you were with him?
What?
You're pretty careless, fella. Next time you leave a man for dead, you better take a saliva test.
What are you talking about?
He was found by a prowl car 20 minutes after you left.
You're lying. I pumped...
Go on, Ford. What were you going to say? You pumped 2 slugs in him? Sure. But he didn't die instantly. He was obliging enough to stick around for that prowl car and give him your name before he kicked off.
Who are you trying to kid?
Don't believe me, huh? And how would I know that Arcaro put up a battle before you killed him?
You're crazy.
And you're careless. You should wear overalls when you're working. What's that spot doing on your pants?
Huh? Where?
Right near the cuff. Don't tell me it's lipstick. Come on, get wise to yourself, Ford. You're through. Your only chance is to play ball with us.
No.
I'm telling you, yes. Did Marv Draper put you up to this? Come on, Ford. Don't be a patsy. Why should Draper get away while you burn?
Draper had nothing to do with it.
Then who hired you?
I don't know.
You don't know?
So help me, Sergeant. It's the truth. When I got home last night, there was an envelope under my door with 5 bills in it and a note.
What kind of a note?
Said if I knocked off Arcaro, it'd be another 500 tonight.
Was there?
No.
Where's the original note?
I tore it up.
You're lying.
Why should I?
Listen, you punk, I want the truth. Who hired you to kill Jimmy Arcaro?
I tell you I don't know.
Well, until I find out, I'm going to make it so hot for you that when you sit in that seat at Sing Sing, you'll think you're squatting on an icebox. Now, let's go.
Yes?
I'm looking for Mike Waring.
Who?
Well, you know, the one they call the Falcon.
What's your name, Angel?
Eileen Chambers. Are you Waring?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Come in. Take off your coat.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon?
I was just thinking out loud. You wouldn't care for a drink?
No.
You sure?
Positive?
You sound like a girl who knows her own mind.
I do.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Well, what can I do for you, Eileen?
Eileen?
An efficiency expert once told me that by calling women by their first name, during a year I might save as much as...
3 seconds.
Well, there's no telling.
He thought it might be as much as 5. What's in your mind, Eileen?
Take a look at this.
Certified copy of last will and testament of James Arcaro. Where'd you get this?
From Mr. Arcaro's attorney.
You benefit under the will?
Read the last paragraph.
Everything else I own, I leave to my good friend and partner, Eddie Hutton. However, in the event of Eddie Hutton's death before mine, then I desire my estate to go to my protege, Eileen Chambers. Not bad.
You like it?
I'm crazy about it. How much did Arcaro leave?
What's your guess?
Around $1 million.
It's closer to 2.
Well, that's really worth shooting for, isn't it?
Just what is that supposed to mean?
Oh, when Joey Ford bumped Arcaro, he really did you a favor.
I don't like that kind of talk, Mr. Waring. Mr. Arcaro was a very dear friend of mine.
Were you related?
No, we had no family. He was interested in my voice.
Oh, I see.
He thought I had the making of a great singer.
Well, just goes to prove you can't judge by appearances. Now, I never would have taken Jimmy for a patron of the arts, but, oh, well, that's beside the point. How do I come into this?
Well, when I spoke to Arcaro's lawyer this morning, he showed a very strange reluctance to pay off.
And you can't blame him, Eileen.
Who can't? I think he's got something up his sleeve, and I want to find out what it is.
Seems pretty obvious. Ford hasn't told the cops who he was working for.
It was Marvin Draper.
On the other hand, suppose it was you.
What?
Well, let's face it, Angel. Arcaro's lawyer must have thought of that possibility, and so will the police. Under Arcaro's will, you come into quite a bundle.
Well, that was just an accident. Eddie Hutton would have gotten it all if he hadn't died before Jimmy.
But he did, Eileen. And we mustn't forget it. According to the grapevine, Eddie Hutton died in October, about 2 months after this will was drawn. So you see where that places you.
But that's just a temporary delay, isn't it? Once Ford confesses who hired him to kill Arcaro, I should have no trouble.
None at all, Eileen. Unless, of course, he names you.
Say, mister. Mister?
Who, me?
Yeah. Did you happen to have a match with you?
I think so. Yeah.
Thanks.
It's all right. Keep the whole pack.
If you want to keep your health, you'll behave yourself.
What is this?
Just walk around the corner. I got a car waiting.
Why bother? I can get a cab.
Don't be cute. You've read enough books to know why I'm keeping this hand in my pocket.
Oh, yes. Forgive the oversight.
I'll start walking.
Look, friend, I don't want to be difficult, but you got the wrong boy.
You're Mike Waring, the Falcon, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, then don't worry about any mistakes. My brother wants to talk to you.
Your brother?
Yeah. He's waiting for you in the car. Here he is, Eddie.
Nice going, Alex. Get in, Waring.
I sure be glad to.
All right, Alex, let's go.
Right.
Any place in particular you want Alex to drop you, Waring?
Yeah, police headquarters will be fine.
Well, I'm afraid that's a little out of our way.
All right, now look, what's this all about?
Don't tell me you don't recognize me.
No, I can't say I do.
Such is fame. To think only 6 months ago, my picture was all over the front pages.
Hey, wait a second.
Yes?
You're Jimmy Arcaro's partner, Eddie Hutton.
You hear that, Alex?
Yeah. Give the man a cigar.
But I thought...
I was at the bottom of the Hudson River.
You can't believe anything you read these days, can you? I heard Marvin Draper took care of you.
Well, he was thinking of it, so I thought I'd better disappear.
What made you come back?
I got a wire from Alex this morning telling me that Arcaro was dead, and you were working for Eileen Chambers.
My, how news travels.
If you got a fee out of her, you ought to return it.
Why?
Because you can't earn it. Under the terms of Jimmy's will, all his money goes to me. Miss Chambers won't get a dime now. So, she'd better start saving her money.
And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike had his little interview with Eddie and Alex Hutton. And now, as we find him, he is relaying the information to his client.
4, 1, 7, 7.
Yes?
Hello, that you, Eileen?
Who is this?
Mike Waring.
Well, this is a surprise. I didn't think I'd hear from you for quite a while.
Well, I told you I was a fast worker. I've got bad news for you, Angel.
Bad news?
As you know that $2 million you were counting on? Well, don't.
I don't understand you.
Eddie Hutton is alive.
Oh, so you're a comic, too.
I'm not kidding. I saw him not more than an hour ago.
All right, I give up. What's the gag?
No gag.
Don't talk like a fool, Mike. Eddie Hutton's at the bottom of the Hudson River.
Oh, not by a long shot. I'm sorry, Eileen. Still, it was awfully nice knowing you. Maybe we can get together on something else.
Listen, Waring, you won't get away with this double cross.
No, you're wrong, Angel.
I don't believe in threats.
Well, before you make one, hold the phone, huh? There's someone at my door. Speak of the devil.
I want to talk to you, Waring.
There's no point in playing a repeat engagement, Hutton. I've already convinced you're alive. I was just telling Eileen.
Is she here?
No, I'm talking to her on the phone.
Well, tell her. Tell her.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Hutton. Hutton. Hello, Eileen, you still there?
Yes, I'm not through with you.
Oh, I'll say you're not. Forget what I told you about Eddie Hutton.
But you said he wasn't dead.
That was 20 seconds ago. Now he's gone and done it.
Yeah?
Marvin Draper.
That's right. Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Well, this is a pleasure, Mr. Waring. I've heard a great deal about you.
I've heard a lot about you, Draper.
Well, believe me, sir, I've done nothing to deserve it.
You're just a little boy from down south, came up to see the big city, huh?
You're mocking me, Mr. Waring.
You don't like that?
No. So, if that's all you came here for...
Not quite. I thought we could talk a little business. I'm a private detective.
Well, then you're wasting your time. I don't need one.
You never know.
Now, don't tell me that fellow who killed Arcaro confessed he was hired by me.
No. But remember a man named Eddie Hutton?
Vaguely.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if the police want to talk to you about his murder.
Well, they're a little late, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they couldn't help themselves. His body just turned up an hour ago.
Where?
At my place.
That's very amusing.
I don't think so.
You mean you can't see the comic possibilities in a man returning from the bottom of the Hudson?
He wasn't at the bottom. He was in hiding.
Oh, well, then the police did me a great injustice when they queried me about his disappearance. You think I ought to sue them for the embarrassment they caused me?
No, I'd wait, Draper, because they're bound to cause you a lot more. They couldn't prosecute you then because they had no corpus delicti. What do you think they'll say when I tell them there's one in my apartment?
Well, I'm not a gambling man, sir. But, I wouldn't mind risking a few bob wagering I know what they'll tell you.
Yeah, what?
That you're crazy, Mr. Waring. Now, you just see if they don't.
Mike, you must be out of your mind to think I'd swallow a yarn like that.
I tell you, Sergeant, Eddie Hutton's body is in my apartment.
How about Judge Crater? He there, too?
All right. Be smart. But when your boys get back...
What boys?
Well, didn't you send a detail to my place after I called you?
You kidding?
Listen, Corbett, I'm not clowning.
No, I don't think you are. What's your angle, Mike?
Angle?
You must have one. You working for Draper?
Would I come here if I were? I represent a girl named Eileen Chambers.
Who's she?
Jimmy Carroll left her some dough in his will.
Is that so?
Oh, now look, Corbett, she didn't kill him.
You said she collected under his will.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. Has Ford talked yet?
No. I'm beginning to think that story of his about the $500 in the envelope is true.
But you do believe Draper was behind that?
Yeah.
Okay, then this is your one chance to nail him.
How?
Through the murder of Eddie Hutton.
You're going to start that again?
Listen, Sergeant. Suppose Hutton was seen around town today.
So?
So this was a perfect spot for Draper to act. Somehow he poisoned him.
Poisoned?
Well, that's the only thing I could figure out. There wasn't a mark on the body.
That makes a lot of sense. A man sits down with a guy he knows wants to kill him and lets himself be poisoned, just like that.
All right. Maybe he wasn't poisoned. I'm no doctor. Draper could have killed him 100 different ways. Look, why don't we go over to my place and you can see for yourself?
Okay, Mike, I'll go along with the gag. All I ask is one thing. I got no sense of humor, so be sure and tell me when to laugh. What's the matter, Mike? Having trouble?
No, I got it now. Wait till I turn on the lights, huh?
Where's Hutton?
You blind? He's right there, but... Hey, he's gone.
Is this where I start to giggle?
I give you my word, Sergeant. He was right on the floor there.
Very funny. I haven't laughed so hard.
Oh, don't be a sap. You think I'd bring you up here on a wild goose chase?
No, that's what bothers me.
What do you mean?
You're not the kind of a boy who goes in for practical jokes. You must have had a reason for this, and when I find out what it is...
Wait a minute.
What for?
Did you bring that copy of Eddie Hutton's fingerprints with you?
Yeah.
But when Hutton keeled over, his hand hit the top of my desk.
So what?
So he wasn't wearing gloves at the time. Where's your fingerprint kit?
Get me a glass of water.
You need water to run the test?
No, I'm thirsty.
Oh, you... Well, hurry it up, will you? How you doing?
Be through in a second.
If you don't find a copy of Hutton's prints on that desk, I'll eat it.
Okay, Mike, start eating. This desk is absolutely clean. Hearty appetite, pal.
A short while ago, Mike was dumbfounded when, after promising Sergeant Corbett the body of Eddie Hutton, he discovered he couldn't deliver, for the body was gone without a trace. And understandably enough, the good sergeant sees very little humor in the situation.
Now, let me tell you something, Mike. You're not going to get away with this. If you think you can pull a stunt like this and make me the stooge...
Oh, you're out of your mind, Sergeant.
Oh, that's good. That's good, coming from you.
I tell you, Eddie Hutton's body was here. Draper must have removed it. You had sent a squad when I called you.
Don't give me that.
Oh, you're talking like a child. Why would I dream up a story like that about Hutton? I told you how his brother Alex hijacked me this afternoon.
Well, for your information, Alex Hutton is in Florida.
He's what?
Yeah, he was picked up there a couple of days ago for making book. Before they let him go, they wired us if we wanted him for anything. So, if you've got anything else to say...
Shut up.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I'm sorry, Corbett. I didn't mean it that way. You see what I see?
Where?
On the carpet, under the sofa.
That pocket comb?
Yes, that's not mine. Someone must have kicked it there. Where's your fingerprint outfit?
Listen, Mike.
Well, what have you got to lose?
All right. Now, don't touch it.
You got enough powder?
Yeah.
Well?
Can't you be quiet for a minute? Well, what do you know? There's a right thumb and forefinger on here. Look at this copy. They both belong to Eddie Hutton.
Well, what did I tell you?
I take it all back. Where's your telephone?
Come in.
Hello, Waring.
Oh, so he was in Florida, huh?
Say, what goes on here?
You're just the boy I want to see, Alex. Sergeant, meet Alex Hutton.
Is he the one?
Yeah, he's the one. I want to talk to you, Alex.
Well, that makes us even, because I want to talk to you. Where's my brother?
Eddie?
Who did you think I meant?
He's not here.
I can see that for myself, but where is he? He left my place 2 hours ago and said he was coming here.
Well?
Well, he hasn't been back since.
That's easy to understand, Alex. He's dead.
I don't like those kind of jokes, Waring.
It's the truth, Alex.
I'm asking you for the last time. Where's my brother?
I told you he's dead.
You just won't be serious, will you?
Mike.
All right, you better put away the rod, Alex. This man's a sergeant with the New York police.
Yeah, and I got a badge, too.
I asked you a question, Waring.
And I answered it to the best of my ability. Eddie's dead, and you better reconcile yourself to it.
Who killed him?
I don't know. Maybe Marvin Draper.
Yeah, or maybe it was your client, Eileen Chambers.
Why should she?
I suppose you forgot all about Jimmy Arcaro's will. Now, with Eddie out of the way, she's going to be sitting pretty.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Well, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, friend. Eileen isn't going to live to spend a dime of that money.
You better watch your step, Alex. They can burn you for this.
Shall I tell you something, Waring? If I can get Eileen, it'll be worth it. I'll be seeing your friends.
Well, if it isn't Alex Hutton.
You surprised, Eileen?
Not particularly. Come in. Now, let me have your coat.
No thanks, baby. I don't think I'll be staying very long.
That's where you're wrong, Alex.
What's the idea of the gun?
I'm just beating you to the draw.
Are you crazy?
Well, wasn't that what you came here for?
Of course not.
Well, then why do you suppose Mike Waring made up the story?
Mike Waring?
That's right.
You talked to him?
Uh-huh.
How?
For a smart boy, Alex, you made an awful boner. Didn't you ever hear of the telephone? Great invention.
He didn't call
Oh, yes, he did. He should be here any minute. Oh, there, that's probably him now. Come in.
Hi, Eileen.
Hello, Mike. Who is your friend?
Oh, that's right. You haven't met, have you? Eileen, this is Sergeant Corbett.
Glad to know you, Miss Chambers.
Thanks.
Isn't she a great gal, Sergeant? Look how she's in command of the situation. Just like the Marines in Korea.
Aren't you proud of me?
Oh, Angel, what a question.
You're all in this together.
You better be careful with those accusations, Alex. Let me have the cannon, Eileen.
What for?
Well, that's an awfully big gun for a little girl like you to carry.
Oh, I don't mind.
Don't think I'm swallowing this routine, because I'm not. You're all partners.
Where's our motive?
$2 million that Jimmy Arcaro left my brother. Sure. You hired Ford to kill Jimmy, and then one of you poisoned Eddie.
You're wrong, Alex.
Yeah, well, then where is he?
Where he's been for the past 6 months, at the bottom of the Hudson.
What are you babbling about?
That guy who died over at my place was a plant you dug up for the occasion.
Are you nuts, Mike? Next you'll be saying he hired Ford to kill Jimmy Arcaro, too.
Why, Sergeant, how did you guess? You took the words right out of my mouth. Now, admit it, Eileen. Isn't this cozy?
I still don't see why we couldn't have brought your friend along.
My friend?
Mm-hmm. Sergeant Corbett. I think he's cute.
Oh, really, Eileen? You disappoint me. Why, if I told you some of the things I know about Corbett...
I'd much rather you told me about Alex Hutton.
Oh, believe me, he's a much nicer guy. Even though he did hire Ford to kill Jimmy Arcaro.
Why?
Well, so that Arcaro's will would go into effect. You see, under its terms, if Eddie Hutton was alive at the time, he'd come into everything. That's why Alex showed up with his brother's double.
Well, why did he kill him later?
Well, the man had performed his purpose. All Alex wanted to establish was that his brother lived longer than Arcaro. In that way, your interest would be wiped out, and everything would then go to Eddie Hutton.
Well, how did that affect Alex?
Well, if Eddie Hutton survived Arcaro, the money would go to Eddie's next of kin.
Not to me?
Nope. So, naturally, Alex tried to convince us that his brother had lived longer than Arcaro. Once he had me convinced, he removed the body.
Why?
Well, he couldn't afford to let it be found again, because then it would be easy to prove the man was a phony. But with my story that I had talked to Eddie Hutton today, plus the fingerprints on the pocket comb he planted in my apartment, Alex had all he needed to substantiate his case.
Well, what was his mistake?
Oh, well, he made several. For one thing, he knew that the man who died in my place was a victim of poisoning. Well, how could he know that when he'd never seen the body? Then his hokey threat about killing you was a boner, too.
Don't you think he meant it?
No, of course not. He did that for effect. He wanted to show us he was all broken up over his brother's death and that he felt you were responsible. You don't really believe he forgot we could telephone ahead and warn you. He wanted us to stop him. Now, Alex wasn't taking any chances of getting in trouble with $2 million in sight.
Which now belongs to me?
Which now belongs to you. Now, does that take care of all your questions?
All but one.
Just ask it, Angel.
What time is it?
10 o'clock. Why?
I don't want to be late for my appointment with Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, you don't mean that.
Uh-huh. He's waiting for me at the Belvedere.
Well, what's he got that I haven't got?
Me? And $2 million. Good night, Mike.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Barefoot Boy with Shoes, Gone.
There were 3 women in it, 3 guys, and 7 cats. It figured for an easy trace job. All I had to do was find a missing guy named Thaddeus Mink, a painter. Only before it was over, a couple of people turned up dead. And what made me think maybe I was trailing a killer with a screw loose was what happened to those 7 cats. The thing teed off for me when a letter came to the Lyon Detective Bureau in the morning mail. My boss, the Lion, opened it. You could see the dollar signs in his eyes.
Ah, Jeffrey. Well, look here.
That rich uncle of yours finally kick off?
What do you mean?
You look so happy.
Oh, it's not that. Jeffrey, listen to this. The Ezra Park Duffield Art Galleries, Pasadena, from the sanctum of E.P. Duffield.
Already I don't like it.
Oh, now, Jeffrey. Mr. Duffield encloses his personal check for $50.
For which we do what?
Yes, well, now let me see. No, find a missing person, Jeffrey. A man by the name of Mink, Thaddeus Mink, a painter. Mr. Duffield says we'll be doing an inestimable service to the world of art.
Duffield say why he doesn't go to the cops?
Well, he does mention that he has personal reasons for maintaining secrecy.
They all say.
What do you mean by that?
Listen, Lion, the L.A. police look for missing persons free. Guy doesn't want the free service, he's got a reason. Maybe he wants a finger man, maybe it's a stakeout.
Jeffrey, do you think that if I thought...
Sure I do.
You don't mean that.
I mean it. Only count me out. I don't risk my private op license for $50. See you.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Mr. Duffield says in his letter he's coming here to the office himself this morning.
Well, you see him, Fatso. I got a short thirst.
Jeffrey!
I'll be in Dugan's place on Hill Street if anything good turns up.
You mean you won't take the case?
You take it.
All right, Jeffrey, I will.
Well, that ought to be Duffield now. I'll let him in, and me out.
How do you do? Are you Mr. Lyon?
I'm Regan. That's Lyon behind the desk.
I see. I'm E.P. Duffield.
Yeah? Oh, come in.
Thank you, Mr. Regan.
Miss Duffield, come in.
Shall I sit here, Mr. Lyon?
Yes. Well, run along, Jeffrey. I'm taking this case, remember? You're waiting in Dugan's place on Hill Street until something good turns up.
Yeah, that's right. See ya. I went to Dugan's, ordered, and sat looking into it. What I kept seeing was E.P. Duffield. Red hair, gray-green eyes, tall, about 5'11". But not too much of her, just enough, any place you looked. I looked up and I was still seeing E.P. Duffield. That's because she was there.
Mind if I sit down, Mr. Regan?
Bar's public.
Thanks.
What'll the lady have?
Nothing, thank you.
Oh. Lyon didn't take your case?
Well, he said you were the operative.
So?
Mr. Regan, I have an art gallery.
Ezra Park Duffield Galleries, Pasadena.
He was my father. I'm Esther Patricia Duffield.
You wrote a letter, said you wanted somebody to find a missing person. Painter named Thaddeus Mink.
That's right.
You didn't go to the cops. Why? Cops trace missing persons free.
Well, but you see, Mr. Regan, I couldn't. They wouldn't help me.
Give me more.
I've never seen Thaddeus Mink. I don't know what he looks like.
Keep on.
It's true. You see, he's a painter. He sent me a number of paintings by express, but I haven't been able to locate him. I've tried, but... Mr. Regan, if you'd come to the gallery and see his pictures, I think you'd understand. Will you come?
You put up a $50 retainer, lady. You want me to look at pictures for $50? I look.
In here, Jeff.
With you, lady.
The Mink paintings are here in my office. There they are.
Cats.
Yes, cats. And look how he paints them. How evil he makes them.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Cat phobia, Jeff. Sometimes an artist becomes great through passionate love. And sometimes through passionate hate.
And Mink hates cats. Is that it?
It's made him a great painter.
Is that why you want me to find him?
I have just these few canvases. I want more. They'll be worth thousands of dollars.
You paint those circus pictures, too?
No, I did.
You?
A few years ago. I traveled with the circus, but my paintings aren't much good.
Mink ever paint anything except cats?
One picture.
It here?
I have all his pictures.
But you've never seen him.
I told you he sent them express. I tried to trace him, but I couldn't find him. All I have are the paintings. These are the cats and the one other. All signed the same way. Not with his name, but with the print of a cat's paw painted in one corner.
Where's the other one?
Over here. I keep it draped. It frightens me. Look.
A woman.
You see, Jeff? He's painted her back as she stands at the mirror fixing her hair. The back of an ordinary woman, but in the mirror, her face, the eyes, are of a cat. And the way her fingers curl and hook into her hair, like cat's claws.
Yeah. Well, maybe she's something we can go on.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe somebody else has painted her, too. Maybe she's registered as a model. We find her, maybe we get a line on Mink. Might work. I found her photo in an agency. Mrs. Margaret Ames lived in Hollywood. I drove out there. Only when I got there, I rang the doorbell, I got a big surprise. Sergeant Bowles of the Hollywood Division L.A. Police opened the door.
Regan, what do you want?
Came to see Mrs. Margaret Ames?
Yeah, it figured. She a client of yours? You do a lousy job, Regan, a lousy job. There'll be a law against you private guys. Always getting people killed. She got strangled, Regan. It killed her.
Mind if I look?
Come on.
Thanks.
Like I say, the deceased a client of yours?
Nope.
You know her?
Nope.
A lot of good you're gonna give us. There she is. Sort of surprised look on her face.
Maybe she hadn't planned to get strangled this morning.
Oh, could be. Neighbor lady phoned us up. She come in to borrow coffee. That's what she found. Scared the hairpiece off of her, she said.
Mrs. Ames live alone?
Divorced, lives alone. We got nothing, Regan, nothing.
And so the police haven't a line at all on who might have killed Margaret Ames, Jeffrey?
No. Here, let me check the late edition.
Oh, yes. Here you are, my boy. You think they may have turned up something by now, huh?
No, Sergeant Bowles wouldn't have phoned me if they had.
No, I suppose not. Jeffrey, here's an interesting item in the second section of the paper.
Yeah?
It says that in a place called Mountain Crest on the mountains near Los Angeles,
Lion.
somebody's been putting out poison meat. Yeah, but here's the strange thing. The pieces of meat have been tied up in trees.
Huh?
Yes, and several cats have been poisoned.
Hey, wait a second. Poison, meat up in trees? That could be it.
It could be what, Jeffrey?
Maybe the poisoner ties the meat in trees so dogs won't get it. Only cats. Why, Lion?
Well, I don't know, Jeffrey.
Maybe because he hates cats.
Jeffrey, you mean that that cat painter, Mr. Mink...
It's worth a try. Mountain Crest, you said?
Yes.
We'll keep in touch with the Margaret Ames murder, Lion. I'm going to Mountain Crest. It was only a couple of hour drive, but I got started late, and it was dark when I got there. Cold up there. Snow above the 4,000-foot level. Mountain Crest was half a dozen houses, abandoned lumber mill, and Mountain Crest Haven, a rundown auto court with a gas pump and cafe. I pulled in and stopped at the gas pump.
All right, I'm coming. Sorry to keep you waiting, but we didn't expect no customer up here a mean night like this.
You run this place?
Oh, gosh, no, I work here. I'm Jimmy. Everybody around here knows me. That is, everybody there is around here. Some gas, mister?
What it'll hold.
Hey, you ought to go inside and warm up. Have a cup of coffee while I fill her up.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Bunny will serve you.
Bunny?
She come up here a couple of weeks ago. She's the waitress.
Ah, your girlfriend, huh?
No, she ain't.
I went inside. Maybe I saw why Jimmy's face clouded up when I asked him if Bunny was his girlfriend. Bunny was behind the counter, ordinary, pretty kid, corn yellow hair, about maybe 19. But on a counter stool talking to her was a slick-looking guy, 25, thin-faced, pinstripe suit. I walked over, slow.
What are you hot for? You got no right to butt in.
Well, I butt in.
Listen, you can't talk to me like that, Art Jones.
Oh, no? You think you want something?
You want something?
Oh.
Yeah, I could use coffee, Bunny.
How do you know my name?
Jimmy told me.
I'll see you later, Bunny.
Bill collector?
Him? That's Art Jones. He's in one of the cabins.
You like the cold weather?
He doesn't know what he likes. Cream or black, mister?
Black. He didn't look like your type, Bunny.
He takes me places. Dancing down to Anaheim.
Sure.
Here's your coffee. Anything else?
No, not now. Why don't you go with Jimmy?
He hasn't got a car. Yeah, but the next time I will. I don't know where Art gets off just because Mr. Mink gave me a...
Mink?
Yes. He gave me a painting. He's a painter. But that's no reason for Art to get sore. Why, Mr. Mink is old. He must be 35.
Yeah. Oh. You live around here, Mink?
In a cabin up on Lime Peak.
Far from here?
Couple of miles.
You live alone?
Mm-hmm. He's sort of funny. I think he's scared of people. But I guess he likes me. You know him, mister?
By reputation.
He's a very sweet man.
What I hear. He gave you a painting of a cat, huh?
Yes, he did.
Cat's paw painted in a corner?
Yes. It was a picture of a dead cat.
A dead cat? Read in the paper some cats got poison around here lately, around Mountain Crest.
7 of them.
The courtier Mink might have done it?
Oh, no. He loves cats. He loves them.
Not what I heard. I heard he hates them. I phoned the Lion and told him what I had. He had something for me. Cops had traced the strangled woman Mink had painted. Mrs. Margaret Ames' maiden name was Margaret Mink. She had a brother someplace, cops said. His name was Thaddeus. Next call I made was to Pasadena.
Hello? E.P. Duffel speaking.
Hello, Esther. Jeff Regan.
Oh, hello, Jeff.
I located your painter, baby. Thaddeus Mink.
You have?
Yeah, in a cabin up here in the mountains. I'm near there now.
Where are you?
Place called Mountain Crest. Mink's cabin's up a couple of miles from here.
Well, that's fine, Jeff. Jeff, I want to see him first myself. He's very queer and temperamental.
I'm sorry, baby. I've got to go up there first thing in the morning. Mink's may be mixed up in a murder. I rented one of the cabins at Mountain Crest Haven, got in bed and read some Edgar Allan Poe to quiet my nerves. About 6 the next morning, the wind dropped. Wind had brushed everything white. Still. Smooth. I started for Mink's cabin on Lime Peak about 8. Bunny went with me.
There it is.
Yeah. Smoke through the pines.
That's from his cabin. We're almost there.
Hey, hold it.
What, Jeff?
Footprints.
In the snow.
Coming from that way.
From the highway, there's a shortcut that way to the road where it goes over the summit.
Man's footprints must have been made this morning since the wind dropped, or they'd have been covered over. Now, come on. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Over there. Same footprints going back toward the highway. Running. Steps are longer and the snow is kicked between them.
Yes.
Come on, maybe something's happened. We ran for the cabin. It stood in the pines in front of a shelf of rock. The footprints led to the door. Then running, away from the door again and toward the highway. There weren't any other tracks. The cabin door stuck, but it was unlocked.
It always sticks.
There. There.
Mr. Mink. Mr. Mink.
Come on.
Oh.
It wasn't Mink. It was a thin-faced slick looker in a pinstripe suit. And at his stocking feet, Art Jones, strangled. "5'11" of beautiful red-headed dame, E.P. Duffield, Duffield Art Galleries, Pasadena, hired me to find a missing cat painter named of Mink. First track I got led to his sister, but that was a dead end. Somebody'd strangled her. Then I went up in the mountains. Somebody'd poisoned 7 cats at a place called Mountain Crest. Maybe Mink. Yeah, Mink lived up there, only when I got to his cabin, there was a corpse on the floor. Art Jones, Bunny's pal in the pinstripe suit. Strangled. No shoes on. I searched the cabin, not a shoe in the joint. Half an hour later, Bunny and I got back down to Mountain Crest Haven, the combination gas station and auto court where she worked as a waitress. Ooh, this is better.
Mm-hmm. I'd better get you some hot coffee. You're not used to the cold.
Yeah, after I phone the sheriff. Where's the nearest place I got one?
Meridian Township.
Yeah, I'll be back for the coffee.
Jeff.
Yeah?
Jeff. Mr. Mink couldn't have killed Art.
Funny. Art Jones went up to Mink's cabin this morning. You and Art were quarreling about Mink last night. Art was jealous.
Art was crazy to think that Mr. Mink...
Maybe. But he went up there. We saw his footprints going in through the snow. The ones that came back out were made by the same shoes. I checked that. But Art Jones didn't make them.
No. No, I know.
The killer took Jones's shoes after he strangled him and wore them when he left so he wouldn't make tracks with his own shoes.
Mr. Mink didn't do that.
Well, there weren't any other tracks, Bunny. One pair of footsteps in, one pair of footsteps out. Jones in to see Mink. Tell him to lay off seeing you, probably. Who out?
I'll get you some hot coffee.
Sorry, kid. So that was it. Case just about wrapped up. Mink must have strangled Jones. Jones was strangled just like Mink's sister. If there weren't any other tracks in the snow, it didn't make sense anybody else had been there. I phoned the sheriff at Meridian Township. It took 5 or 6 minutes to get him on the phone. His name was Lyle.
Sheriff Jasper Lyle, what can I do for you?
My name's Regan, private investigator from Los Angeles.
Yeah?
You better put out a description on a Thaddeus Mink, Sheriff. I can give details. Short, about 35 years.
That's out already.
Huh?
Out already. Mink, wanted for questioning, homicide, L.A., connection, strangulation of his sister, Margaret Mink Ames.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
On the wires at 4 yesterday. Don't think he did it, though. Don't seem the kind. Sitting right here beside me in the office.
Give me that again. You got Mink there in your office?
Nah, we ain't got cells, Bob. Ain't big time, you know, like you folks down the
Yeah. Sheriff, tell me one thing. When did you pick Mink up?
Yesterday.
He'd picked Mink up 4 hours after the wanted was sent out by L.A., 8 o'clock last night. Mink was in the Meridian General Store buying cat food. Yeah, and he told the sheriff a sad story. He loved cats. Loved them. Had 4. But they'd come down with something, suffered. Mink had to put them out of their misery. And when he found out they'd passed the disease around Mountain Crest, he put poison up in the trees to save the cats of the town the misery his cats had suffered. He'd bought a new cat, though. That's why he's buying cat food. So that made everything fine. Case all wrapped up. Yeah. Like a hot rod around a telephone pole.
Sugar, Jeff? Jeff?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Here.
Thanks.
Anyway, I'm glad it wasn't Mr. Mink.
Yeah, Mink didn't strangle Jones. Couldn't have. Sheriff had him.
Well, I'm glad.
Jones went up to the cabin to see Mink. Saw about Mink giving you the painting. That part still holds. Made tracks in the snow. Didn't walk back out. Got strangled. But his shoes walked out. Somebody in him, you think, Bunny? Not Mink, not Jones. Somebody with a motive to kill Jones? You didn't like him. Did you?
Art Jones?
Yeah, you went with him because he took you places, only maybe you didn't feel good about it. He wasn't your type.
I guess he wasn't.
He wasn't. And then he began to crowd you. Mink business, for instance. You figured he didn't have any right to butt into your life.
Well, that's true, but...
What about Jimmy?
Jimmy?
Yeah, the kid that works around here. More your style. You seem like a nice kid.
He is.
Yeah, only Art Jones got in between you.
What are you thinking?
I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking somebody must have been in Mink's cabin when Jones got there this morning. Somebody that had gone in before the wind dropped, so the tracks covered over. Somebody that would have killed Jones.
And you think
You sleep in one of the cottages here at the outer court?
Yes.
Sleepwalk, maybe?
Jeff, I don't like
Now,
you.
listen, baby, the sheriff will be getting up to Mink cabin in the next 10 minutes on my say-so. Half an hour later, this joint here's going to be jumping. Only not with customers. With cops, deputies, asking questions. Now, let's get ahead of them, huh?
Well, I didn't kill Art, if that's what you want to know.
I know you didn't.
What? Well, then...
No, you couldn't have. You couldn't have done the job, strangled him. Strangling's not a girl-sized job.
Well, then why did you ask me all those questions?
To get answers, baby. About you and Art Jones. And Jimmy.
Jimmy?
Yeah. Only 2 people had a motive to kill Jones. You and Jimmy. Look on her face said she was scared, but that might be it. Jimmy liked her, didn't like Jones. I started to look for Jimmy. What he was doing when I found him didn't help. He was stealing my car. Hey, get out of that car. Jimmy, get out of that car. You won't get away. Come here. Come out. All right, this'll hold you.
What are you trying to do?
Come here.
Let me go.
I got an arm lock on him. All of a sudden, he quit. Fear had worked 2 ways on him. Made him fight, made him quit. You better talk, Jimmy. Like fast, huh? Wait till I shut off the motor. We'll go inside out of the cold. And then I want answers. What I saw on the seat of my car when I reached in to shut off the motor stopped me. A pair of shoes. Art Jones shoes. Still wet from being in the snow. I took Jimmy into the cafe, sat him on a stool. Bunny came in.
Jimmy, what did you do?
I didn't do anything.
You tried to steal my car. You stole the keys out of my cottage. You'd have gotten away if the motor hadn't been cold.
Jimmy.
Why'd you want to steal my car?
Because I had to get away.
Because you killed Art Jones?
No, I didn't kill him.
Go on, kid. Get it out.
I had to get away. I had to.
Jeff, please.
Keep out of it, Bunny. You think a lot of Bunny, Jimmy.
Well, Yes, I do.
You didn't like Jones?
No, I didn't.
Where'd you get his shoes?
I found them.
Yeah?
In the snow by the highway.
Look, the sheriff will want a better story than that. You'd better practice up on me.
Well, I got up early.
You sleep here someplace?
I've got a room in the kitchen.
Go on.
I went up the highway a ways. I was trying to think. Well, because of Art Jones and Bunny. I didn't think I had any chance with her, I guess. But then I saw the shoes in the snow by the highway. I brought them back.
Anybody see you coming or going?
Why, yes.
Yes?
Well, they were scraping the road. There's where I found the shoes.
I checked Jimmy's story, and it was okay. He had a snowplow crew of witnesses. So that made it great. 2 people had a motive to murder Jones, Jimmy and Bunny. Bunny couldn't have strangled Jones, and Jimmy didn't. Well, if nobody with a motive to murder Jones had murdered him, then it had to be this way. Somebody without a motive to murder him had. I walked back up to the cabin where Jones was strangled. Sheriff Lyle and his deputies had been and gone. They'd made tracks in the snow. But then I saw some tracks they hadn't made. They were the paw marks of Thaddeus Mink's new cat. I asked myself where I had seen cat's paw marks before. That gave me the answer. I went back down to Mountain Crest Haven and made a phone call. I got the right answer. That left me just one place to go. It took a while to get there.
Jeff, this is a surprise.
Painting?
Oh, just touching up this still life.
Been better, lady, if you just stayed E.P. Duffield art dealer.
You mean because I paint so badly?
It's part of it. You're more the outdoor type. Tall, strong.
I suppose that's so.
The circus painting's over there. You painted. She showed me yesterday.
Yes?
You were in the circus. Strong enough for that.
Jeff, just what are you trying to get at?
Not trying. I've got. I phoned the model agency from Mountain Crest a little while ago. Model agency where I got the track on Margaret Ames Mink, Mink's sister that got strangled. You'd gotten her address a couple of hours before she was murdered.
That doesn't mean anything.
You wanted to be a great painter.
Yes.
Yeah, but honey, you didn't have the stuff. What happens? Thaddeus Mink sends you his paintings. He is a great painter.
Go on, Jeff.
Sure. Mink didn't sign his name to his paintings, painted on a cat's paw print instead.
So?
Mink was a shy guy. He found out nobody knew him. Nobody knew he'd painted the great paintings of his you had. Except his sister. She'd posed for one. You killed her.
And, Jeff?
And that left Mink. Him dead, you'd be the genius that painted the pictures.
Yes. Well, he is dead, Jeff. And I am.
You went up to Mink's cabin after I talked to you on the phone last night. Nobody home, but you waited. Guy came in early this morning, you strangled him. Wore his shoes to walk out.
I said, Mink's dead.
Mink's not dead. You've never seen Mink, and you strangled the wrong guy. A guy named Jones.
Jones? Not Smith. Jeff, I'm not a fool. You're lying to save your skin.
My skin?
Your skin. Hasn't it occurred to you that there's somebody else who knows who painted the cat pictures?
Hey. You mean Regan?
That was in it from the first, Jeff. Jeff, bursting in like this into my office, perhaps trying to make love to me. You shouldn't have done it. Not when I happen to be armed.
Put that gun down.
Oh, no, Jeff.
There. Now, stay still.
Go!
Esther, you should stick to strangling. It's more accurate. Next day, I gave the Lion a little lecture on art.
Very well, Jeffrey. You seem to have become quite an authority on art. But I'm afraid I'm a little more interested in Art Jones.
Oh, great.
You went back up to Mountain Crest, I suppose?
Yep.
That nice young boy, Jimmy. How are he and that girl, Bunny? Say, Jeffrey, why did he try to steal your car and run away?
Well, only he and Bunny had a motive to kill Jones. Jimmy found the shoes, then overheard my call to Sheriff Lyle. He knew he hadn't killed Jones. So?
You mean he suspected...
Well, he was scared. All he could think was to get those shoes far away. He knew there was strong evidence. E.P. Duffield had tossed them out of her car, but he didn't know that.
He thought that Bunny... Oh, I can't believe that.
He was in love. That mixes you up.
Yes, it does.
Only Bunny hadn't done it. Jimmy hadn't either. If the two people who had reason to kill Jones hadn't killed him, it added that Jones was killed by mistake.
Yes, I see that.
In Mink's cabin. So it made sense the killer meant to kill Mink. Only he didn't know what Mink looked like. Only one person fitted that. E.P. Duffield.
Why, that's brilliant, my boy, brilliant. But what about Thaddeus Mink?
Mink? Oh, Sheriff Lyle released him. And when he found out how much dough his paintings are going to bring him, he turned philanthropist.
He did?
Yeah. Gave us a present, in fact.
What?
Yeah, right outside the door.
Oh, Jeffrey, it may be one of his valuable paintings worth thousands of dollars.
Yeah, it could be. Could be worth that much. Big enough box. You open it.
Yes. Oh, Jeffrey, do you think it... Oh, Jeffrey.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music by Dick Aran. Jeff Regan, Investigator, will be back next week at this same time.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story of The Gorilla That Always Said,
Yeah.
There was a whole menagerie in this one. A giraffe, an elephant, and a gorilla that always said, yeah. It didn't take place at the Griffith Park Zoo like you might think. We played this one out along the Sunset Strip. The stretch of big-time movie agents' offices, Mocambo, Ciro's, specialty shops, and razzle-dazzle that ties Beverly Hills to Hollywood with tinsel tape. It started, as these things sometimes do, in my boss's office, the Lyon Detective Bureau.
Now, just sit down, Jeffrey, and stop pacing the office floor. You know what carpeting costs.
Sure. Okay, Lyon, give it to me again. And slow.
Jeffrey, you know there's nothing I wouldn't have you do for money.
You topped yourself this time.
$100, Jeffrey. As Anthony J. Lyon, president of the Lyon Detective Bureau, I felt it my duty to take the case.
What did she say exactly?
Exactly. This charming young lady, Annabelle, I believe she said her name was, phoned us and offered to pay $100 if we, that is, if you, Jeffrey, would recover her stolen property. The poor dear thing had been victimized. A little something was stolen from her this morning. Her giraffe.
Annabelle happened to mention where the theft of this little something took place?
Yes, she said it was somewhere along the Sunset Strip, behind an advertising billboard of some kind or other. But, Jeffrey, you can get the minor details from her when you see her.
Sure I can.
Jeffrey, you are going to see her.
Oh, yeah. Give me the address.
Yeah, Annabelle said she thought it'd be better if you met her someplace else. She had an idea that her place may be being watched, you see.
Where, for instance, else, Fatso?
Well, she suggested the Teensy Tea Shopette on the Sunset Strip.
All right, phone her up and tell her I'll be there in 40 minutes. Oh, Lion.
Yes?
She didn't give you anything else?
Yes, there was one thing more, Jeffrey.
Spill.
I believe she did happen to mention that the stolen giraffe was, blue.
Oh, well, that's okay then. I was scared for a minute this was going to turn out to be a screwy case. The Teensy Tea Shopette was on the gastronomical part of the Sunset Strip, next to the diet kitchen for French poodles only. I entered, clutched my wallet, made a run for the back booth, the smog lifted, and there was Annabelle. If somebody had to get a giraffe stolen from her, and I had to get hired to get it back, then Annabelle was the one it ought to be.
Shall I order tea, Mr. Regan? It's a specialty here.
Not for me, thanks.
Your first name's Jeffrey, isn't it?
Jeff.
Jeff. You know, I don't care for tea. Would you like to see the place where my giraffe was stolen? That would be a good place to begin. Wouldn't it, Jeff?
This the place where your giraffe got stolen, Annabelle? Here, behind this billboard?
Yes. Yeah, where nobody could see, Jeff.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Jeff, come here. Oh, Jeff.
Guess you don't know who captured giraffe, huh, baby?
I don't know his name.
One guy did it?
Oh, yes, the one that bought the elephant.
Elephant in it, too, huh?
Yes.
Blue elephant like your blue giraffe?
No, the elephant was orange.
Oh. Maybe you better describe the guy, hmm?
Well, he was shorter than I am, heavy set. He has a bald spot, and, oh, yes, his voice was, it was strange, hoarse, and, well, you might say it was cracked.
Anything else?
Well, naturally, I was bewildered, Jeff, having my giraffe stolen on the Sunset Strip in broad daylight.
Naturally.
So I hardly really noticed. Yes, I do remember one other thing. He kept saying, yeah. I mean, whenever he meant to say yes, or so what, or anything, he'd say, yeah.
Well, that's something to start on. Maybe I can find him. Now, the way I get it is you'll pay $100, and I'm supposed to get back the giraffe.
It's worth a lot of money, Jeff, $4,000 or $5,000. Johnny Grote couldn't have known what he was doing when he sold it to me for $50.
Johnny Grote?
Yes.
The Johnny Grote?
Yes, Jeff.
You know who Johnny Grote is, baby.
Well, of course I'd... Oh, I see. You mean what he does on the side?
On the side?
Well, from my point of view, I suppose most people, the fact that he's sort of a gangster, something like that, is more important.
It is.
Jeff, we'll drive over to Johnny Grove's. Then you'll see.
This place, Grote's?
He just opened it. We'll park here across the street. Now you can read the sign.
J. Grote, ceramics.
You see, I'm in ceramics, too. The address I gave dear Tony Lyon is my ceramic shop.
Oh, so the blue giraffe and the orange elephant are made out of pottery.
Oh, no, Jeff, no porcelain. It's quite a different thing. You see, well, the word's around in the trade that Johnny Grote managed to buy a big consignment of pieces shipped from Europe right after the war. I dropped in this morning to see if there mightn't be something I could pick up for my own shop.
And you bought the blue giraffe?
Now, it was a queer thing. While I was looking around, that short, thick man with the odd voice came in.
He bought the orange elephant.
Now, for $50, they were a match set, the blue giraffe and the orange elephant. I was thunderstruck, Jeff. They were Viegli.
No.
Oh, I was beside myself. I knew that their resale would run into thousands of dollars. The great ceramist Viegli made his last porcelain figures in Berlin before 1750, and they've nearly all disappeared.
Uh-huh, this begins to make sense. You bought the giraffe. The short guy with the cracked voice saw you buy it. He followed you. He hijacked you.
Yes.
Annabelle drove off, and I went across the street and into Johnny Grote's ceramic shop. Looked like any other ceramic shop. One guy behind a counter, not Johnny Grote. I knew what he looked like from the pictures in the papers. But this guy was tall, skinny, built like Honest Abe Lincoln. Only from the oily face, you'd think that maybe they left out the honest. He came up to me.
Yes, sir. May I help you, sir? One of these exquisite Italian Capodimonte pieces, perhaps?
I'm a private detective, Regan, Land Detective Bureau. I'm here on business.
I see.
You want a Johnny Groat salesman?
Not exactly. A pardonable mistake on your part, of course.
Thanks.
You see, sir, Mr. Groat has only recently gone into the ceramics business. Until recently, he was in, other business.
I read in the papers.
Yes. Well, naturally, Mr. Groat knows very little about ceramics. He acquired a warehouse of stock and engaged me to manage his introductory sale. I happen to be everyday giveaway Wilkins, sir.
Is that so?
Ceramics expert, auctioneer, stock liquidator.
Yeah, what I came in about, Wilkins.
Yes?
A client of mine bought a porcelain animal figure here this morning. Blue giraffe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. You sell it to her?
As a matter of fact, I did.
Well, she got a few blocks up the street and somebody hijacked it.
Dear me, no.
Yeah. You remember selling an orange elephant to a guy just before you sold her the blue giraffe?
Yes, a short, stocky man.
Remember anything else about him? Know his name?
No, I don't know his name, and I did think he was an odd person to be buying a ceramic figure. Not quite, couth, you know.
You mean he was a mug?
You might put it that way.
Thanks. Johnny Groat got an office in the back of the shop?
Well, yes, he has.
I'll see you.
Mr. Regan, don't go back there.
Oh, no? Why not?
Well, Mr. Groat's, difficult. Very difficult. Even dangerous, you might say.
Thanks, Wilkins. For the tip. I went back. Left every day a giveaway Wilkins trying to put his eyes back in his head. They'd popped out. Johnny Groat's office was at the back of the ceramic shop, but 250 pounds of strong arm was leaning against the wall by the door, reading the racing form. I went up to it, asked it what it liked in the 7th at Hialeah. It could talk.
Gump.
Yeah? I like Dora's sweetheart.
Huh.
So I don't know about horses. I lag quarters like a real demon, though. You got a 2-bit piece on you?
Yeah.
You care to lag?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'll lag first, then you lag. For that crack in the floor there by the other wall.
Huh.
I lagged a quarter. He lagged a quarter. By a strange accident of fate, he won. He went over to pick up the 2-bit pieces, and I went into Johnny Groat's office.
What? Who are you?
Oh, my name happens to be Regan. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Well, beat it.
Oh, now, Johnny, I'm just doing my job. I'm trying to find a blue giraffe.
Are you nuts?
I thought you might know something about it. Or an orange elephant.
Listen, Regan, Johnny Groat's reformed. From now on, he's a straight guy. He don't hurt nobody. Only give him time to get in a habit, will you?
Okay, Johnny. I just wonder if you happen to number among your henchmen a short, squat guy with a cracked voice.
Get out of here, Regan.
Sure, Johnny. Oh, you mind if I go out the side way? Fell in front of the door I came in. It might be sore at me. I went out the side way. Maybe the visit was worth the 2-bit piece I lost lagging with the mug in front of the other door. I got 2 items. One, the short, squat, crack-voiced guy that had heisted my client Annabelle's blue giraffe was not unknown to Jay Groat, ceramic shop owner and former racketeer. 2, Jay Groat had only one thing written on his desk pad. I read it upside down, but it said, Sam. That was followed by a phone number. Sunset 931. The last 2 numbers were torn off. I went out the side door and started up the alley in back of Groat's shop. That was when something happened. The Southern Cal Chamber of Commerce was going to have to hush up. Footsteps came up behind me fast. And then all of a sudden, the big, bright, high-octane February California sun went out. I got an eye open and looked up off the alley pavement. Something was standing above me. There was a guy, about 14 feet tall. Kept dividing in half and snapping back together again. Funny. I heard talk. All I could make out was a name. Murphy. Murphy. I came to, the guy was still standing over me. He wasn't 14 feet tall. Only about 7.
Get up, Regan. Don't talk. Regan, you never heard of no blue giraffe. Or you don't live long, Regan. Johnny Groat says for me to tell you.
Well, thanks, Murphy.
You're wise, huh? Well, go back to sleep.
I went back to sleep. I started on the trail of a blue porcelain giraffe worth $4,000 or $5,000. I did fine. 3 hours after I took the case, I had A, an order from Johnny Groat, ceramic shop owner and former mobster, to drop the case or turn up dead. B, 2 lumps on the head administered by one Murphy. C, description of a short, squat person unknown that had a cracked voice in the habit of saying ya-ya and had copped the giraffe from my client. D, half a telephone number. E, my client Annabelle. Well, item E was okay anyway.
Well, Jeff, I think you're really doing brilliantly on the case.
Sure I am.
Only, Jeff...
Yeah?
Don't find my blue giraffe too soon. Oh, I want it back. It's worth lots of money, but make the case last a while.
See what you mean. You got a phone here in your ceramic shop, Annabelle?
Of course.
I got a lot of phoning to do.
Anthony J. Lyon speaking.
Lyon, I got a big job for you tonight.
Jeffrey, you know this is the evening I take my French lesson.
Parlez français ce soir, Lyon.
What's that?
French.
Oh. Well, what does it mean, Jeffrey?
Means no French lesson for you tonight, Fatso. You got work to do.
Now, Jeffrey, why do you always put all the work on me?
Yeah, why do I? Look, Fatso, I want you to do some phoning. Dial Sunset 93100.
Yes?
And then dial Sunset 93101. Then dial Sunset 93102.
Hey, Jeffrey, is this your idea of a joke?
After you get up to Sunset 93109, start with Sunset 93110. Sunset 93111. You get the idea?
Jeffrey, this is absurd.
Keep it up to Sunset 93199 if you have to. But if a guy answers with a cracked voice that says, ya-ya, tell him you're the phone company. You want to check his address against the files. Then phone me and give me the address.
And where will you be all this time, Jeffrey?
At the Seaside Rendezvous, Lion. Imperiling life and limb for the Lion Detective Bureau.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff is wonderful.
Real wonderful.
It's dark here on the veranda.
Mm-hmm.
It's even nicer than in there dancing. See here. Jeff, come closer. Closer.
Hey.
Huh?
Sorry to bother you at a crucial moment, like you might say, but you're wanted on the phone.
Oh, you're the waiter.
Phone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, phone, yeah. Yeah, I'll be right there, right there with you.
This way, sir.
Regan.
Jeffrey.
Oh, Lion, that you?
I've lost my voice.
Oh, no.
I got as far as Sunset 93187. Talk to thousands of people. Jeffrey, I can't go on. I can't go on.
The Lion gave his vocal cords for the cause, but didn't get anybody with a cracked voice that said, ya-ya. So that left it up to me. I took Annabelle home. Went to a phone booth with a handful of nickels and started in at Sunset 93188. I was luckier than the Lion. I was only on my second back at nickels when...
Yeah?
This is the telephone company calling.
Yeah?
We'd like to have the street address at this number, please, to check against a... So I had a hamburger, listened to a couple of records on the jukebox, and tried again. Dialed the same number.
Yeah?
Sam.
Yeah?
This is Murphy.
Murph, you don't sound like yourself.
Sam, look, I gotta see you. Things are getting hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta meet you right away. Can't come to your place, too dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how about Ocean Park Pier? It'll be closed up this late.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, make it fast, Sam. Stand under the 3rd street lamp on the boardwalk that leads into the Midway. I'll come there. Got a match, Bud?
Yeah.
All right, Sam, this is a gun in my pocket. Turn around and walk straight ahead.
Hey, what are you...
Walk, shut up and walk. Out onto the amusement pier, up the Midway.
Hey, what is this?
Shut up and walk.
Yeah. Okay.
Pier deserted, nobody out there. Dark, empty booths, fronts pulled down. Tunnel of joy, a black mouth. Surf against the piles under the pier. Girders of the amusement rides, jutting skeleton bones in the moonlight. Okay, this'll be all right. We can talk here.
Who are you, mister?
Skip that. Or, you can call me Murphy if you want to.
You was the one that phoned.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was Murph. Hey, was I a sap? I ain't no good at this mobster business.
You, work for Grote, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, this morning you pulled a grab on a blue porcelain giraffe.
Yeah, sure. Hey, mister.
Talk.
Well, I don't know exactly what you got in mind getting me out here, but if it's like I was reading in the papers, I mean, if you're a guy from the East or something, well, I got points 1 and 2 to make Baron on any decision you might have took to rub me out.
Gimme.
Point 1. Johnny Grote's going straight. All us regular mobsters is on 2 weeks' notice, and Johnny's lawyer is working on what Johnny can do about the special guys like numbers racket experts, which have got non-cancelable contracts with Johnny.
Point 2.
Point 2. Even if Johnny's conscience can't stand his going back on former obligations, I'm finished in the rackets. I ain't no good, mister. I done the best I could, but I just ain't suited to the work. Temperamental.
Sam, the blue giraffe.
Did I heist it off that Judy this morning? Hey, she was pretty.
What was the angle behind that heist, Sam?
Well, I don't know as it would be ethical for me to say about that.
Why, sure it would, Sam.
Yeah?
Yeah, now that Johnny Grote's going straight.
Yeah, but that ain't it. Hey, there's somebody behind you coming up, mister. Look.
Don't try to pull that old one on. My head was getting used to it. I came out of it quick. Yeah, but I was all alone on the pier. The unsuccessful gorilla with a cracked voice, Sam, had disappeared. I patted around among the booths a while, came up with nothing. So I phoned police headquarters and gave them a description on Sam. It was past 1 a.m, and I went home to my place on Taft. Opened the door and went in. Then, like they say, that was the moment my whole life passed in a flash before my eyes. That's what they say happens the moment before you die. Well, I guess this is it, huh?
Sit down, Regan.
Rather die standing up, Grote. Facing life.
You're quite a kidder, Regan. Well, sit down. I'm sorry I had to break into your place.
Don't mention it.
Oh, come on. Sit down.
Sure.
What I mean is, Regan, I'm sorry I had to jimmy your door lock. Sure, I've been on the executive end quite a few years. I ain't jimmied a lock or nothing for years, but guy can't give himself no leeway once he decides to go straight, you know?
Oh, I guess not.
I come about Sam, Regan. Sam's missing. He was there. What happened?
You know a lot about it, Grote.
Well, I got guys that's still under contract to me.
I get it. Listen, Grote, let's cut playing games. You're going straight, huh? Well, then why the gun in your hand?
Oh, I was forgetting. Regan, you better toss your heater on the table, huh?
Sure.
I'll just stick it in my pocket, huh, Pally?
Thought you might.
See? Mine ain't even loaded, Regan.
Hey, it's not.
Oh, I couldn't trust myself to carry it loaded. Old habit might come back on me all of a sudden, like, you know. But the weight of it sort of feels good in the shoulder holster, you know. Guy can't bust off from everything he's used to all at once.
Grote, maybe you're on the level.
What? Oh, well, sure I am, Regan. And I ain't never had so much trouble. You seen in the papers?
Only, Grote, what about the grab job on my client's blue porcelain giraffe?
Well, I don't know nothing about that.
Murphy said different.
I don't know no Murphy.
You haven't got a 7-foot muscle with a busy blackjack guy named Murphy working for you?
Never heard of him.
Groat, you're hard to believe.
Yeah, I know. I got a bad reputation.
Yo, Regan, and your pal, don't move.
Speaking of Murphy.
Toss out that rod on the table, you.
It ain't loaded anyhow.
Okay.
Johnny Groat sent you with another message for me, Murphy?
Yeah, he did. About laying off that blue giraffe heist, Regan.
Johnny, you told me the truth. That guy doesn't know you.
Well, sure, Regan. I give up lying, like I said. Besides, today's George Washington's birthday, and you know that he never told
Hey, what
no...
are you guys yakking about?
Who do you really work for, Murphy? You must be an out-of-town hood, way out of town. You don't know Johnny Groat.
Groat sent me like I told you. Groat sent me.
Oh, yeah? Well, take a good look, Murphy. This is Johnny Groat right here.
Huh?
Take a good look. Before I turn out the lights.
Huh? Hey, turn those lights on.
I got the light switch. Put the three of us in the dark. Murphy fired a couple of times, didn't score. I couldn't shoot back. Johnny Groat had my gun in his pocket. Okay, Johnny, we're working together. I draw his fire. You take my gun, aim for his flashes, plug him.
What? Gee, Regan, I can't shoot no guy. I'm going straight.
Johnny, this is self-defense. This guy busted into my apartment.
What? Hey, Regan. Hey, you're right. Yeah. Okay, Regan, you rush him and I'll plug him.
I'm coming, Murphy.
Stay back.
I'm coming.
All right, Regan.
About the flashes, Johnny?
Yeah, I sure did.
While we waited for the cops and the police ambulance, Groat and I had a chance to talk things over. Johnny had bought a big consignment of ceramic pieces like Annabelle had told me. He didn't know anything about this stuff, so he hired every day a giveaway Wilkins to sell his stock for him. Wilkins was an expert on the value of this stuff. Cops came, hauled what was left of Murphy off. They buttoned Jay Groat up in the wagon. Said they'd have to hold him for questioning. Maybe the story we told them was okay, but they weren't taking any chances on Johnny Groat. Me? I had a call to make.
Why, Mr. Regan, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Step back in, Wilkins. I want to talk.
Now, just
Step back, Wilkins, like fast.
Well, very well. Mr. Regan, I'm sure I don't know what this is all about.
You sold an orange ceramic cellar from Johnny Groat's stock to a guy named Sam, $50.
Well, yes, I did. I tried to make as many sales for Miss Groat as possible, of course.
Yeah, sure. Only that ceramics elephant was a German antique. That was worth about $5,000. You were a ceramics expert. You knew what that was worth. Groat didn't. You hired Sam to buy it for you. Then you'd appraise it way, way low. That was your way of getting it cheap.
Mr. Regan, a statement of that kind had better be backed up with proof.
Well, that'll be easy. Who else knew the value of the ceramics pieces? You had tough luck, Wilkins. My client Annabelle saw the sale. She bought the giraffe. That was worth $5,000, too. You had to sell it to her for $50, only you had Sam tag her and heist it from her. That way you got both pieces.
Mr. Regan, if the ceramic pieces are valuable, as you say, there might be a handy profit in their resale. That could be divided, eh?
You don't have to pay off, Wilkins. I'm already in debt to you.
I don't know that I understand that.
3 saps on the head you sent me by Murphy. And now it's my turn to pay you back, Wilkins. With interest. That cleaned it up. I took Wilkins to police headquarters where they had some questions to ask him regarding embezzlement. Murphy? He was in the morgue. Sam? Well, he came out of hiding when he read the papers. He jumped backwards when Murphy rapped me on the head on the pier, falling into the Pacific Ocean. Sam never could do things right. Annabelle got her blue giraffe back, and the next morning, I dropped into the Lion Detective Bureau office. Anthony J. was too busy to notice me.
9, 3, 1.
Lion.
Oh, it's you, Jeffrey. Can't talk. Save my voice. Let me see now. 7, 3. Yeah. Hello? I seem to have the wrong number.
Lion, the case is over.
Yeah, I know that, Jeffrey. Now, don't bother me, my boy. Yes. You...
Lion, I located the mug with the Sunset 931 phone number last night.
1, 7. Yes, of course you did, Jeffrey. Now, where was I? Sunset 9317. 4.
I phoned you this morning and told you how the case came out.
Oh, no answer. Jeffrey, will you please go away and leave me? I mustn't raise my voice like this. Leave me alone.
All right, Fatso, what's the pitch?
It's already 9:45.
So?
But I have to reach her by 10.
Reach her?
She's leaving the house then. Oh, Jeffrey. She had the most beautiful voice over the telephone last night.
You mean you found a dame last night when you were phoning the Sunset 931 numbers, and she...
Yeah, Jeffrey. But, Jeffrey, I can't remember which Sunset 931 number it was. Now, where was I? Oh, no!
Now what?
You made me forget where I was. Now I'll have to start dialing those Sunset 931 combinations all over again.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story, The Hollywood Story, or H is for the Many Things You Gave Me.
It was a great day for the Lion. Money all over the place. Motion picture money. Hollywood money. And all we had to do for it was stop one guy from seeing another guy. A very simple job. Except when a guy got in the way of the wrong bullet. The Hollywood Story got underway along about noon in the Lion's office. He was sitting behind his desk engulfed in a cloud of 50-cent cigar smoke. But through the smoke, the gleam in his eyes cut like a Sunset Strip searchlight announcing the opening of a popcorn stand.
Jeffrey, come in. It's a wonderful day.
Ah, looks like. Rich uncle die, Fatso?
No, Jeffrey, but something wonderful did happen.
We got a client.
Yes. What else?
A rich client.
Yes. Go on, Jeffrey.
Look, Fatso, I'm no mind reader. What's the story?
Jeffrey, the big moment has come at last. We've been hired by Progressive Pictures Incorporated.
Oh, movie money, huh, Fatso?
Oh, more than that, Jeffrey. This case has all the earmarks of a big thing. I happen to know that the famous movie star Larry Winters is involved. You see, Jeffrey, we're getting on the inside of things.
Thank you, Hedda Hopper.
Yeah, I also happen to know this case involves a $2 million picture and a real future for the Lion Detective Agency. Think of it, my boy. Us being on the lists of the big producers.
But which list?
Now, you run right out to Progressive Pictures, Jeffrey. Look up Mr. H.P. Lovejoy, the big producer. He'll give you the complete details. And, Jeffrey, above all else, be on your best behavior. The future of the agency depends on you.
Really a big thing, huh, Fatso?
Big! It's colossal, gigantic, stupendous!
Yep, that's movie business, all right. There was a girl behind a wire cage who summoned a big studio guard with a bigger gun. The guard, dressed in enough gold braid to worry an admiral, took me down the studio lot to a door with an electric eye. And the eye checked me over and okayed me for another guard behind another cage. A couple of cages later, I got to a secretary. And 5 secretaries after that, a door opened without benefit of an electric eye. And I stood staring into the worried, bespectacled face of H.P. Lovejoy himself.
You're Regan. Come in. Been waiting for you. Sit here. Have a cigar.
No thanks.
I'm going to get to the point, Mr. Regan. It's about my boy, Larry Winters.
Your son?
No, of course not. Larry Winters, the big star. I called him my boy. I discovered him 4 years ago. He and Kitty Train are the 2 biggest stars we've got. I don't want to see anyone miss clutch. No calls, no interruptions, but send Sid Rainier in. Well, that takes care of that. Now, where was I?
You were about to tell me about Larry.
Oh, yes.
Oh, sent for me, H.P.
Yes, this is Regan. Regan, this is my assistant, Sid Rainier.
Hello, Regan. About the Winters matter, huh, H.P.? I checked the files on it again. Definitely dangerous.
Yeah, sit down, Sid. Let me see. Now, where was I, Regan?
About your actor, Larry Winters.
Yes.
I said I didn't want to talk to anyone, Miss Clutch. That includes you. Now, let me see here.
You were about to tell Regan about Larry, H.P.
Oh, yes, so I was. You follow me so far, Regan?
Oh, sure.
Good. I like a man who can follow a conversation. Now about the feet.
Just one little thing, Lovejoy.
Yes?
What about Larry Winters?
What? Why, I told... Oh, that's right. I didn't tell you that part of it.
Yeah, that part of it.
Well, Regan, Winters is a model star, except when his pal Stubby Adair comes to town.
Stubby and Larry were in the Army together.
Check. And when Stubby shows up in Hollywood, he looks up his pal Larry.
And that's where the trouble starts. You know how it is with old Army pals, Regan. One drink leads to another.
Sidney! You know Larry Winters never touches the stuff.
Yes, that's what I said. Larry never touches the stuff. But he can't stay away from Stubby's screwy deals. Last time it was a lost gold mine. By the time Stubby got through convincing Larry what fun they'd have, nothing.
Larry was gone for a week. Stopped production on the picture he was shooting. Cost the studio a fortune.
And Stubby is in town again.
This guy's real bright, H.P.
Stubby Adair is in town again. But Larry Winters is in Long Beach on location shooting a big South Sea Island picture. $2 million budget. We've got to finish that picture on schedule.
A lot of money invested, Regan. You understand?
Sure, I understand.
Now, here's the assignment, Regan. Keep Stubby Adair away from Larry for 1 week. Just 1 week. And there's $1,000 in it for you. You collect after the picture's finished.
Well, that sounds fair enough.
But wait a minute. It won't be easy. Larry's got a new contract coming up. If he finds out we kept Stubby undercover, he won't sign.
It's got to be cautious, Regan. Very cautious.
You've got to handle Stubby with kid love. Show him a good time. Treat him nice. Don't let him know what's happening to him.
That's it.
Okay. You've bought a detective. Where do I find Stubby Adair?
Hotel Ritz. Hollywood Hotel Ritz. We got him a suite there. He arrived this morning. We told him he'd see Larry tonight.
And I fill it in from there.
You fill it.
Just one more little thing, Regan. We also told him a major executive from a studio would show him the town.
That's me.
The man's a genius.
For 1 week, Regan, you're the executive producer with Progressive Pictures, as far as Stubby is concerned.
Okay, I'm a producer.
Say, Regan, has anybody got you under contract?
Well, that's the way it started. Just me and a character named Stubby Adair. I got to the Hollywood Ritz about 1:30 and knocked on the door to room 709. My week's work peaked out.
Yeah?
Mr. Adair?
Yeah?
Name's Regan, Progressive Pictures.
Oh, come in, Mr. Regan. You gotta be careful. You never know who's trying to cop the loot.
The loot?
Well, it's not so much yet, but give me 1 week and I'll show you action. Real action.
Oh, you've got a big deal.
Big. Colossal, like you picture fellas say.
Gold mine?
Say, who told you? Oh, that's right. Larry must have told you. Oh, that gold mine was a bum steer. This is the real thing.
Real thing.
I'm going to let you in on it, Regan, since you know Larry. After all, you're his boss.
Yeah, that's right.
Regan, I have got on me at this very minute a piece of paper that's worth over $1 million.
No.
Yeah. I got a 30-day option on a little piece of property up near Bakersfield that, well...
That good, huh?
Good. Stupendous, like you fellas say. Regan, this hunk of land is on top of one of the hottest, blackest, bubblingest pools of oil in the whole world.
That's pretty big.
I'd like to let you in on it, Regan, but I can't. I just can't.
Saved it all for Larry.
That's right. For my pal Larry. Him and me was in the Army together, Regan. We're pals.
And you're going to let him sink a few $100,000 in drilling an oil well with you? For old time's sake?
No, it don't take that much. Maybe 60, 70,000. A drop in the bucket compared to what's coming out of that well.
That's pretty friendly of you, Adair.
Just call me Stubby. I'll tell you what, Regan. I like you. I like you fine, and you're a friend of Larry's.
So you're going to let me invest in an oil well?
Well, it's the least I can do for a friend of Larry's.
How much are you going to let me invest, Stubby?
Oh, I thought maybe you could come in for, say, maybe 20,000. I'm saving the big slice for Larry, but you can have some.
That's very considerate.
It's nothing, really. You see, my option on that oil land is up in a week. 1 week from today. So I either got to get the dough to extend it and start drilling, or...
All is lost.
Exactly. It's tragic. Unless, of course, I see Larry. He'll back me, you can bet on that. Him and me was in the Army together.
Yeah, sure. Well,
How about lunch, Stubby?
Good idea. In fact, I got a still better one.
I'm listening.
Seeing as how you're a big shot at the studio, Regan, I figure I'd let you tour me around.
Do what?
Show me the works out at Progressive Pictures. You make like a guide, Regan, and me, I'll be a hick.
Sure, it was screwy. A little man with an oil well and a star who likes to take gambles. Stubby Adair and I took the elevator down to the lobby and started outside to my car. Only that's when it got screwier. A tall, narrow guy drifted away from one of the pillars in the hotel lobby and ambled out the door behind us. Stubby and I turned left. So did the tall guy. I passed my car and led Stubby into a drugstore.
Hey, what are we going here for?
Cigarettes, Stubby. Take it easy. The tall, narrow man was wearing a brown suit and a brown felt hat. He was with us in the drugstore. Outside, he was still with us. And Brown Suit looked in a shop window and watched us as we got in the car. He couldn't figure it but one way. Somebody put a tail job on Stubby Adair. And then he was gone. Brown suit, brown hat, melted into the crowd. Stubby climbed into my car expectantly, and we headed out to Progressive Pictures. An hour later, we finished up lunch in the studio commissary, and Stubby was ready for the 40-cent tour. But I had a question first.
Nice meal, Regan. Thanks. Now we take the tour, huh?
In a minute. Question first.
Sure, Regan. You want to know about that oil well, huh? I knew you'd get bit by the bug.
I want to know about a tall guy in a brown suit and a brown hat, Stubby. The guy who tailed us when we left your hotel.
You kidding or something?
Don't play dumb with me, Stubby. You've got eyes.
Regan, honest.
You saw him in the drugstore. I saw you watching him.
Oh. You gotta know, huh?
Yeah. I gotta know.
Okay, Regan. Seeing as how you're practically a partner of mine, I saw the guy in the brown suit. He's been tailing me since this morning when I got in town.
That's why you were cautious back at the hotel when you opened your door.
Yeah, that's why.
Who is he?
I don't know.
You've got ideas.
Regan, don't pin me this way. You're going to make me say something you won't like.
You better say it, Stubby. We've got time.
Well, you asked for it. Know who I figure brown suit is, Regan?
Who?
A private dick hired by your picture company, maybe by you. Hired to keep me from seeing Larry Winters.
What?
Like you said, Regan, I ain't dumb. That guy's a shamus if I ever saw one. Larry's somewhere on location shooting a picture. I can figure that much. And the company's trying to keep me off him until after the picture.
You got that all figured out.
Sure I have, Regan. I'm sorry you made me show it that way. No hard feelings, huh?
No hard feelings. Wait a minute.
What is it, Regan?
Stay right here, Stubby. I'll be back.
Hey, Regan, what are you doing?
Paying his check, walking out the main door of the commissary, was Brown Suit, the tail guy. I left Stubby Adair looking puzzled and walked after Brown Suit. It was supposed to be conversation, but Brown Suit didn't like the idea. He glanced back, saw me, and walked faster. That's when I walked faster. That's when Brown Suit started to run. And that's when I followed. Anybody too scared for conversation had more answers than I'd thought. Brown Suit slid through an alleyway, and I was behind him. Medieval village, cobblestone streets, and knights in armor. And then Brown Suit swung across the set and onto another one. It was Old West, dirt streets, cowboys spitting tobacco. It was a chase through the land of make-believe until suddenly Brown Suit headed for another alleyway, and this one was no set. Big executive office building on the left, dressing rooms on the right. At the end of the road, dead end. That's when Brown Suit suddenly turned, looked at me like he was seeing through me, and grabbed at his shoulder holster. I dropped down, grabbed for mine, and we both leveled guns at the same time. Brown Suit folded in a heap, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. I moved down to the end of the dead-end street beside him. Brown Suit's gun was cool, unfired. My gun, cool, unfired. Brown Suit was dead, but neither he nor I had fired a shot. In 10 minutes, there were more studio soldiers surrounding me than Grant took with him to Richmond. I got a quick trip to the office of H.P. Lovejoy, and 2 of the local gendarmes sat behind my chair while we waited for H.P. himself to show up. That gave me plenty of time to think. Lovejoy had hired the Lion and me to keep Stubby Adair away from the big movie star Larry Winters. Stubby, an old buddy of Larry's, was the kind of a guy with lost gold mines and oil wells. And Larry was the kind of a guy who invested in them. Only when I took Stubby out to the studio for a tour, a character in a brown suit tailed us and then got bullets in his chest for the trouble. That's when the studio cops arrived, with me standing over the body. That's when I went to Lovejoy's office.
Okay, Regan, give me the story. The full production. No, wait a minute. Miss Clutch, get Johnson. Tell him to contact the papers. I don't want anything out on this until I give the word. And get me Sid. All right, Regan, I'm with you so far. Now tell me the rest of it.
I picked up Stubby Adair at his hotel. We were tailed to the studio by a tall guy in a brown suit. And then...
You sent for me, H.P. About the business down back of the offices. I got some answers.
Okay, Sid. Regan, catch this. Go on, Sid. Go on.
The guy killed was a private detective named Smith or Jones or something.
His name was Clayton.
Yeah. He'd been hired to tail Stubby Adair, and he was armed. Maybe he was going to kill Stubby.
He was hired to tail me, and he wasn't going to kill anybody.
Yes, that's right. What's that you're saying, Regan?
I checked his papers, his operator's license, and his gun. Somebody hired him to tail Jeff Regan, not Stubby Adair.
Regan, you realize what you're saying?
I realize somebody's in a big double cross and somebody else around here knows about it.
Yeah? So that's the way it goes. Oh, like I said, H.P., this guy is a genius.
Finish your story, Sid. Have you got anything else?
One more thing. Stubby Adair's missing.
What did you say?
The cops have been looking all over for him. Gone.
What's the meaning of this, Regan? I hired you to stay with Adair, and I meant it. I don't like a sloppy job.
Well, then get somebody else.
H.P., Regan, take it easy.
You hired me to stop Stubby Adair from seeing Larry Winters, your star. All right, when another guy shows up tailing us, my job is to get a check on him.
And so you let Stubby Adair slip right out of your hands. I don't like that, Regan. I don't like that at all.
Oh, H.P., Regan's doing the best he can.
Then I'm going to tell you something, Regan. I cleared you from suspicion after my cops found you standing over a dead man. I had you brought here, and I said I'd give them a story. Well, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll let them have you, Regan. For keeps.
You couldn't make it stick, Lovejoy. Not even you.
But I try. Regan, I'm giving you until midnight tonight to find Stubby Adair. If you don't, I'll let the L.A. Police Department have you for as long as they like. You understand that, don't you? H.P.
Yeah, I understand that. Thanks, Lovejoy. Thanks for all your help.
Regan, you'll need it. You'll need it.
It was 4:30, and I had until midnight, and I needed facts and a lot of them, fast. There were 2 leads to take, and I made a nickel down payment on the first one.
Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Agency. Anthony...
I got work for you.
Very well. What may I... Regan!
You don't have to get that enthusiastic, Fatso.
Who's enthusiastic, you numbskull? Oh, if I could only get my hands on you, Regan.
Hey, Lyon, take it easy.
It might interest you to know I've just had a call from our client, H.P. Lovejoy.
Yeah, Fatso?
He does not like the way you're handling this case. He most decidedly does not like the way you're handling this case.
Well, those things happen, Lyon. You know how it is. A personality clash.
That's no excuse. I warned you to be careful, Regan. I warned you to be on your best behavior. I told you this job meant a lot to the agency.
Yeah, but Fatso, I've only been on the case a couple of hours. Give me some time.
Time? I'll give you time, all right. If you don't pull this one out of the fire, Regan, you're fired. You hear me?
Okay, Fatso, save the hot air.
You'll see how much hot air there is. I guaranteed Mr. Lovejoy we'd finish this job, Regan. You bungled it bad. Now, if you don't straighten it out right, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Good day.
Well, that took care of any help from Lyon. So I moved on to lead number 2. Clayton, the private dick who'd been tailing Stubby Adair and me, was shot from one of 2 places. From a window in the office building on the left of the dead-end street, or from a dressing room door on the right. When he turned toward me and reached for his gun, he was looking past me, looking at somebody behind me who killed him. 5 doors with numbers on them. 4 of them were nothing. The 5th was. And I tried. It worked.
Well, come in, darling. Don't just stand there. You know, you kept me waiting.
Kitty Train. Progressive Pictures gift to American males. She drifted out from behind the screen and looked me up and down. That made us even. She was tall and brunette, and thin in some places and not thin in others. And her eyes sparkled like hot comets with no place to go.
Well, come in, darling. I'll tell you everything.
Everything?
Well, that's what you want to know, isn't it?
An idea.
When Kitty Train gets through with you, darling, you'll know everything. Well, let's see, I was born on a small farm in Iowa. My mother and father were very poor. I milked cows, helped plant corn, joined the 4-H club at a very tender age. My mother encouraged me in my career. She sent my picture to a Hollywood beauty contest. Soon the studio executive came along.
Wait a minute.
Am I going too fast, darling?
Look, lady, I didn't come here to get the story.
Oh, one of those. Well, darling, if you insist. I wasn't born in Iowa at all. I was born right here in Pomona. My father ran a barber shop. My mother ran off with a bald-headed tuba player. I worked as a waitress until somebody gave me the name of a good agent, then I thumbed a ride to Hollywood.
Look, all I want is a few answers.
Oh, very well, darling. I might have known that you'd never be satisfied with a routine interview. I'll give you an exclusive. My last marriage ended because John didn't like the way I did my hair. It broke me up, darling. It really broke me up. That's when I began to see Dr. Heidegger.
Dr. Heidegger?
The eminent psychiatrist. Tell me, darling, why is it that all psychiatrists are eminent?
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Oh, must you leave so soon, darling? There's really more. Much more.
Yeah, I must leave. By the way, my name's Jeff Regan, not Darling.
What? Then you aren't Harvey Chandler, the reporter for the New York World News?
Nope, my error. So long, lady.
Oh, Mr. Regan, wait. After all, an interview is an interview.
Not today, darling. That took care of lead number 2. And that's when I decided on a couple of phone calls. The first to Miss Clutch, H.P. Lovejoy's secretary, who told me, after 5 minutes of wrangling, that Larry Winters was staying at the Surftown Hotel in Long Beach until the picture he was working in was finished. Room 615. The second call was to Bill Gregg, who writes a column for the L.A. Daily News. He calls it Speaking of Oil. And we did. Oil near Bakersfield. He told me plenty. And then he gave me the name of a geologist in Bakersfield, and I placed a quick call to his office.
Rudolph T. Rembrandt speaking.
This is Jeff Regan. A friend of mine suggested I call you for some information about the oil fields up there.
Well, Mr. Peters, the geologist, isn't in, but I'm his assistant. Perhaps I can help you. Rembrandt's the name. Rudolph Rembrandt.
Yeah.
No relation to the famous Rembrandt. People always ask me that, and I always tell them no relation to the famous Rembrandt.
Yeah, sure. Look, I'd like to check on some property in that vicinity.
Of course, I'd like to be related to the famous Rembrandt. Just imagine he might have willed me one of his paintings. And think what that'd be worth. But then things never work out that way, do they? I had a friend once named Rockefeller. But you think he was related? Well, he most certainly was not.
Look, Mr. Rembrandt, all I want to know is about prospects on some oil property in your area.
That's what you want to know. Well, I'm sorry, I can't help you on that. You see, I'm only Mr. Peters' assistant. He's a geologist. Now, if you'll call him later, I'm sure...
Never mind. I headed for Long Beach. Long Beach, sailors and fog and 2-bit rides. Carnival wheels and con men and electronic bingo. And popcorn, always, everywhere popcorn. A kind of salt-sprayed joyride with built-in safety features. The Surftown Hotel, 11 floors of steel and glass, was at the end of Ocean Avenue. 2 marble dolphins guarding the door. I went in, and that was it. Slinking near the elevators, little guy, stooped shoulders. My target for the night, Stubby Adair. Okay, Stubby.
Hey! Oh, hiya, Regan. It's a nice night, huh? Love that ocean smell.
Never mind the ocean smell, Adair. Where you been?
You're asking me after you ditched me to the commissary? Fine pal you turn out to be. You know what, Regan? I may not let you invest in my oil well.
Listen, Stubby, quit playing games. A guy was killed this afternoon. You know that.
Killed? You're kidding, Regan. I heard about you Hollywood guys. Great kidders.
Nobody's kidding anybody, Stubby. Brown suit. The guy following us was shot to death.
Yeah? What movie was that? Oh, I remember. Night Must End. Larry played the detective. He was great.
Come on, give, Stubby. You're heading for Larry Winter's room right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Regan. 11:09, I'm heading there.
11:09?
Never mind, Regan. You guys have been trying to keep me from seeing Larry. I know that. Now, no more tricks.
Listen, Stubby, Larry Winter's room number isn't
Yeah,
11.
well, for your info, Regan, I called H.P. Lovejoy's office myself and got the number, so don't hand me any...
Lovejoy gave you Larry's room number?
He left a message with one of the secretaries. Told me Larry'd be there at 7 tonight, and that's now, Regan, and you ain't stopping me.
Stubby, listen to me. Something's wrong. Real wrong. Larry's in room 650.
I told you no more tricks, Regan. Now get out of my way.
Somebody's pulling tricks all right, and you're it. You're really it if you go up to the 11th floor.
Yeah? What clock did you steal that from, Regan? You aren't stopping me this time.
The elevator door slammed shut before I could turn around. When I did, there was a little light above the door clicking off floor numbers. By the time it had hit 8, another car was in front of me. I grabbed it. It took maybe a minute to make the 11th floor, but it seemed like an hour. And down at the end of the hall, a door was closing quietly. The number on it said 1109. I drew my gun and ran for it. I didn't have time to be polite. Stubby Adair on the floor near the open window, gasping for breath. Next to him, Sid Rainier, H.P. Lovejoy's assistant, my bullet in his arm.
Regan, he was...
He was going to toss you out of that open window, Stubby. 11 floors down is concrete.
That's a lie. He did, Regan, he did.
Yeah, okay, Stubby. Sid found out about that oil option you've got in Bakersfield. You say there's oil under that land? I checked that. A wildcatter on the property next to yours brought in a gusher last week. Who knows? Maybe you're in.
He wanted to keep Larry from
Tell him not to shut up. My arm, Regan. I need a doctor.
You left a message with one of Lovejoy's secretaries, Rainier. Deliberately sent Stubby to the wrong room.
I need a doctor, I tell you.
You shot Brown Suit, the private op you'd hired. You know, that didn't make sense. Until I realized it was me you were after. Only I dropped down. He didn't.
Regan, quit this talking. You gotta get me to a doctor.
Sure, Sid. Sure, I'll get you to a doctor. But you don't count on him. What you're gonna get, he can't cure. Stubby Adair kept his option, and Sid Rainier went to jail. Thus, the lion was all smiles when I turned up at his office the next morning.
Jeffrey, my boy, come in.
Oh, that means we're friends again, huh, Fatso?
Friends? Oh, of course we're friends, Jeffrey. Whatever made you think we weren't?
Oh, nothing much. Just that you were about to fire me last night.
Oh, that. Well, that's all changed now, Jeffrey. Everything came out just like I said it would.
What came out?
Well, why, the new movie business. Remember I told you if you'd stay on your best behavior, Jeffrey, we'd be in line for more movie business. Well, now we've got it. And you'll never guess who our new client is.
Okay, I'll never guess. Who?
Larry Winters, Jeffrey, the big star.
Winters hired us?
Yes, Jeffrey. He wants protection. Not for himself, for a friend.
A friend?
Didn't get the friend's name. Doesn't matter. You see, Larry Winters and the friend were in the army together.
Go on, Fatso.
And Larry and this friend are flying up to Bakersfield this afternoon to look at some valuable property. They want you to go along, Jeffrey. Isn't that wonderful?
Lion, if Larry Winters goes up to Bakersfield this afternoon, that means the picture he's working on will be delayed.
Well, who cares? This is business, Jeffrey.
Just thought you might be interested. Progressive Pictures won't like it.
Jeffrey, if Larry Winters wants to go to Bakersfield...
Just thought you'd want to know because we don't get paid, Lion, until Winters finishes that picture.
Jeffrey, for the last time, I don't care what happens to Progressive Pictures. What did you say?
That's it, Fatso. If he takes that plane, no picture. No picture, no money.
What kind of a stunt does Winters think he's pulling? Walking out on a picture that way? What kind of a prima donna does he think he is? Jeffrey, don't just sit there. Get out there and stop that plane!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Prug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. This is Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Grace. Well, I'm glad you called. I'll have to cancel out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl I know just brought me a very unusual proposition, and I'll be hanged if I touch it.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now, join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented twins. And now, the case of the talented twins. It's late evening in New York, and a yellow convertible tears down Riverside Drive. At the wheel is George Alexander, who operates the car as though he owned the streets. Yeah, Mr. Alexander is a big operator. And the blonde alongside of him knows it.
You warm enough, Masha?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Alexander.
My friends call me George. Now, why don't...
Oh, you passed it.
Huh?
You should have turned right on 76th.
What for?
Well, that's where I live.
Oh, I'm not taking you home, Masha.
Now, really, Mr. Alexander...
George.
The only reason I consented to go with you was because Mr. Kemp introduced us.
You like singing at Mr. Kemp's club?
Yes, of course. What's that got to do with it?
It's got everything to do, sweetheart. I own the joint.
Oh.
Sure. Whose idea you think it is for Kemp to give you a job in the first place?
I didn't know.
Well, anytime you don't know something, Masha, you just ask George. He's got all the answers.
Well, if you don't mind, Mr. George, I'd like to go home. Really, I've got a splitting headache.
That's okay. I have my boy fix you up something at my place. Now, why don't you sit a little closer?
I'm perfectly comfortable over here.
Nice. Too far away.
Please, Mr. Alexander, you better look where you're going.
Come on, Masha, be sociable. What do you want to sit there all by...
Look out!
Huh?
You're going to hit that man! You're not going to leave him lying there.
Why not?
He may be dead.
And we can't do him any good.
Let me out.
Get your hand up that door, Masha. I'll let you go when I'm good and ready. And I'm not ready yet. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Are you the one they call the Falcon?
When they can't think of anything worse. Come on in, Miss...
Davis. Ruth Davis.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what can I do for you?
I'm not quite sure. Did you happen to notice an item in this morning's paper about a man being killed in a hit-and-run accident last night?
Yes?
That man was my father.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want you to find the driver of that car.
Why?
Well, isn't it obvious? That man murdered my dad. He murdered him just as surely as if he used a gun. I don't care what it costs.
Well, you should, Angel. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that anything you invest in a case like this would be money thrown down the sewer. As I recall, the police don't have a single lead.
Oh, yes, they do. There was a man named Arthur Crane who witnessed the accident. He might know more than he's told them.
What makes you think so?
Call it a woman's intuition?
You know that's greatly overrated.
Maybe, but there's no harm in trying.
Mm-hmm. What did you say this witness's name was again?
Arthur Crane.
Arthur Crane. All right, Angel. I'll do what I can. Here it is, Artie. Alexander George, real estate, 1792 Belmore. It's Elwood O6742.
Wonder if that's the right Alexander.
Well, it has to be. Didn't the license bureau tell you that was the name of the party who owned the car?
Yep.
Well, it's the only George Alexander in the book.
All right, hand me the phone. What's that number again?
Elwood O6742.
See who that is, will you?
You expecting anyone?
No. Too early for Jack to drop around.
Just a second. Yeah.
You Arthur Crane?
No.
Well, is he in? Who is it, Pete?
It's some guy who wants to see you.
How do you do, Mr. Crane? How do you do?
My name is Mike Waring. I'm a private detective.
Private detective?
Yeah, at the moment I'm working for Ruth Davis.
Who?
Ruth Davis. She's the daughter of the man who was killed last night in that hit-and-run accident.
Oh, well, sit down, won't you? Pete, see if we got any beer on ice.
Yeah. Don't bother, Mr. Jordan. Pete Jordan, and it's no bother at all.
Yeah, go on, Pete. Now, what can I do for you, Waring?
Well, according to the police blotter, you were the one who discovered Davis's body after the accident.
That's right. I was coming home from a club date.
Club date?
Mm-hmm. I'm a musician. I play piano with a small combo around town.
Mm-hmm. Well, go on.
Well, just as I got out of the subway, I saw this guy Davis laying in the gutter.
What time was that?
Oh, it must have been around 3:15. First, I thought it was just some stew bum, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Until I saw that briefcase under his arm, then I realized it must have been an accident.
Well, you couldn't have gotten there much after it happened.
That's what the cops told me.
You didn't notice any sign of a car around?
Nope.
Well, there couldn't have been too many cars out at that hour. This is very important to my client.
Look, Waring, if there was any way I could possibly help you, I'd be glad to. Any driver who pulls a stunt like that ought to get it in the neck.
Yeah, sure, but you can't tell me any more than you have, huh?
Not a thing. I'm sorry. I wish I could.
Well, here's your beer, gents. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to ask for a rain check, Jordan.
You going already?
Yeah, I got to. But I'll leave my card. If you think of anything...
Just leave it to me, Waring. If I think of anything, I'll know what to do.
Yeah?
Is Mr. George Alexander around?
Who wants to know?
My name is Artie Crane, but I don't think it'll mean much to him. Just say I'd like to talk to him about a yellow Buick convertible.
You what?
Tell him I admire his taste in cars.
You're nuts. Mr. Alexander doesn't own any convertible.
That's not what the license bureau told me.
Maybe you better come in, Buster.
Yeah, maybe I better.
Sit down. I'll get Alexander.
Hey, that's a nifty-looking piano he's got there. Mind if I try it?
Just so you don't break it.
That's very pretty, mister.
You like?
Yeah. What do you call it?
I've got those gimme blues.
It's a very original title.
I'm a very original guy, Mr. Alexander.
How so?
Well, 99 guys out of 100 who know what I know would have spilled everything to the cops.
But not you, huh?
Mm-mm. Little Artie knows when to keep his mouth shut.
For instance...
Keep out of this, Vince. Go on, Crane.
Well, for instance, last night I was coming home late and I saw a car bowl over some character who was crossing the street. Fortunately, I had enough presence of mind to copy down the license number.
And you think this car belongs to me?
Mm-hmm.
You're wrong.
Okay. I'm perfectly willing to leave it to Mike Waring.
The Falcon?
That's right. He's working for the daughter of the poor slob who got hit. He was around to see me this afternoon, wanted to know if I could help him.
And you told him?
Not a thing. I thought I could help you more.
How much more?
About $10,000 worth.
Why, you dirty little...
Let go.
Should I throw him out, George?
Calm yourself, Vince.
Don't be so free with your hands,
You shouldn't
mister.
blame him, Marty. Vince never liked blackmail.
Well, that little pushing around is going to cost you another $5, Alexander.
What? Take it easy, Vince. You think the money was coming out of your pocket. So now you want $15,000, eh, Artie?
Otherwise, I go straight to Waring's and from there to the cops.
Well, I wouldn't want you to make such a trip on my account.
Then you better get it up.
Okay, Artie. You leave it to me. I'll take care of you. And when I get through, I bet you don't complain.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 hours have passed since Artie Crane made his little call on Mr. Alexander. Now we find Mike making a call of his own. Only his isn't nearly as successful.
So when you come right down to it, Mr. Waring, you've made no progress at all.
Well, I could give you a big song and dance, Ruth.
No thanks. I'm in no mood for entertainment.
You see, the truth of the matter is I'm stymied. The only potential witness we had was this musician, Artie Crane.
And he couldn't tell you anything?
No, not a single solitary... Oh, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That briefcase your father was carrying...
That won't help you. They found it clear across the street where it was knocked by the car.
Well, if it was knocked there by the... Say that again.
Why?
This Artie Crane character told me he realized that it wasn't some drunk sleeping it off when he noticed the briefcase under your father's arm.
What's wrong with that?
Hey, he just said it, Angel.
The car sent that briefcase flying. If Crane saw it under your father's arm, it could only have been while your father was alive.
Then Crane was lying.
That he was.
Well, you think...
I think I ought to have another little talk with that boy. Let's see if we can get him up here.
He won't suspect anything?
Not if it's put to him the right way.
What are you telling him?
Now, don't you worry, Ruth. I'll ad-lib something.
Hello?
Hello, I'd like to speak to Artie Crane, please.
Who wants him?
Mike Waring.
Well, Artie isn't here.
This Pete Jordan?
No, Pete isn't here either.
Well, where is everybody?
Unless there's been a change in plans, you might try the morgue. Hello, you still there, mister?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the top right. Hey, wait a minute. Is this Sergeant Culprit?
Sure is, Mike.
All right, Culprit. Give it to me gently. Who did what to whom?
Well, whom is your friend Artie Crane. The what was a half dozen slugs through his head. As far as the who is concerned, we got no idea. Have you, Mr. Waring?
Okay, I'm coming.
Hello, Pete.
Oh, hi, Mr. Waring.
Well, I drop around and redeem that rain check.
Rain check?
I asked for one the last time I was here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you heard about Artie.
Mm-hmm. That his piano?
Yeah. To think he'll never touch it again.
Just how good was he on it?
Oh, you can have the Duke and Count Basie. I'd have taken Artie any time.
You a musician, too?
Yeah, but I wasn't in his class. I used to sing a little.
Oh. Well, how about an audition?
What do you mean?
Well, you never can tell, Pete. I may want to sponsor you. So let's hear how well you do in the voice department. Who killed Artie?
Oh, look, you can't talk to me like that.
Come on, Pigeon, sing.
I did. Ouch. I wouldn't try that.
If your big brother was around.
Let me go.
Not before we have a solo. Now, who killed Artie?
How should I know?
You should if anyone would. Who had it in for him?
No one. Everybody liked him.
Uh-huh. So one of his admirers pumped 6 slugs into his face so even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Incidentally, how did you? There wasn't a thing on the body.
Well, I found him here.
Might have been a visitor from Mars.
Yeah, but he had a flag tattooed on his shoulder.
A patriot, no less. Who was the hit-and-run driver who killed Davis?
I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do, Pete. Artie must have told you everything. He saw the car that killed Davis.
No, he didn't.
You know, you won't look so good singing without those dazzling white teeth. Well?
There's a fellow named Alexander.
Does this fellow have a first name?
George.
You mean Arthur tried to shake down George Alexander?
You know him?
Well enough to realize that Artie made a serious mistake trying it. Let's hope we all profit by his example.
That's you, Vince?
Yeah.
How you make out?
Just look. All right, beautiful. Inside.
Stop that.
Inside.
Hello, Marcia.
You're not going to get away with this, Mr. Alexander.
I told you my friends called me George. You want to be my friend, huh?
No.
You're fooling. Sit down, baby.
You can't keep me here.
You can't keep me here. You can't do this. You can't do that. Why don't you give that tongue a rest?
All right, that's enough, Vince. Marcia and me, we understand each other. Well, don't we, sweethearts?
What do you want?
I just want to make sure you didn't tell anybody about our little ride there. Get it, Vince?
What about Marcia?
What's the matter? Can a gentleman invite a lady up to his apartment? After all, we got you for a chaperone.
All right. Hold your horses, will you?
Hello, is George here? Oh, I see he is.
Wait a minute, Buster. Not so fast.
It's okay, Vince. This is the Pork, and he's an old friend of mine.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I beg your pardon. Am I interrupting something?
No. Marcia, meet Mike Waring.
How do you do?
Well, generally I do all right, but I see George does even better.
Cute kid, eh?
Yes, indeedy.
Well, if you gentlemen are through discussing me, I'll say good night.
Hold it, sister.
He's got her hypnotized.
Vince just thought maybe I want to tell her something. It's okay, Marcia. I'll give you a call later.
All right, George.
You wish you were in my shoes, eh, Mike?
Hardly, George. I wouldn't care to face a murder rap.
I'm afraid I don't understand you, Waring.
Well, it stems from the manslaughter charge.
Manslaughter?
Mm-hmm. For killing Ralph Davis with your car last night. You know, Mr. D.A. could tell this story very effectively. It's got a wonderful moral. How one crime leads to another. Now, the opening scene would show you driving along.
Get out.
Well, you might let me finish, George. It's got great dramatic possibilities.
You heard him.
Get out.
Who's this, little Sirocco?
If you're not out of here by the time I count 3...
You mean you're not interested in how my little script ends?
No. If you keep up like this, Mike, then you won't be around for the end.
Dear Mr. Waring, but what happened after that?
That's all there was, Ruth.
You mean you know who killed my father and you let him go?
I mean, he let me go.
He bought you off.
No, wait a minute, Angel.
Sure, I was a fool not to see it before. But we'll see what the police think about...
Sit down.
Oh.
You listen to me, Ruth. I walked out on Alexander because there wasn't a thing I could do.
You know he ran over my father.
Yeah, sure I do, but where's our evidence? There isn't any way I could tie it to him. The only witness was murdered.
Well...
Well, what?
You know he murdered Arthur Crane.
Can you prove that?
Well, it stands to reason...
Look, Angel, you can build as good a case against several other people.
Who, for example?
For example, you.
What?
Sure. You knew R.I.P. Crane could identify the man who killed your father. And when he refused to give you any information, you murdered him.
That's the most ridiculous piece of...
Yes?
Mr. Waring?
That's right.
My name's Marsha West. I don't know if you remember me.
Oh, you underestimate your charms, Marsha. You're the kind of a girl my kind of man could never forget.
Well, I'd like to talk to you.
Well, what would be the point? I thought you were a close friend of Alexander's.
Well, I was in his car last night.
You what?
Yes, he was taking me home when he killed that man.
Where are you now?
At the place where I work. It's called the TikTok Club. When can I expect you?
Just open your door, Angel. I'm practically there now.
Come on, you creep. Snap into it. We haven't got all night. The show goes on in a few... Yeah, what do you want, mister?
Where's Marsha West's dressing room?
The first one on your left.
This one here?
Yeah, that's right. I don't keep her too long. She's on in 10 minutes. Come on, girls. Don't stand.
Marsha? Marsha?
She ain't here, Waring.
What?
No, just stay like you are, Falcon. Lock the door, Vince.
All right. Where is she, George?
Where is who?
Marsha. She called me from here not more than 15 minutes ago.
You say, Vince?
Was it that old hag with the mop?
You boys ought to try television. That's a great act you've got there.
I'm glad you like it. What am I should tell you on the phone?
Who?
Don't be smart.
And I just wanted to show you that two could play that game.
What'd you tell you?
Enough.
You know, I wouldn't need much excuse to paste you one right now, Buster, so don't tempt me.
What do you say, Mike?
I say you boys aren't very smart. There are a dozen people out there.
And they all work for me.
So start talking, pal.
Why, you...
Careful, chum.
Now, why you want to knock him down for, Vince? You only got to pick him up again.
That's all right, Alex. I'm in very good shape. I can keep this up all night.
Well, Sleeping Beauty, I didn't even have to kiss you to wake you up.
Huh?
Yeah, this isn't the Princess Palace. It's Bellevue Hospital.
No kidding.
Okay, Mike, who slugged you?
First, I want to know where you found me, Sergeant.
On West 8th Street.
How did I get down there?
I can tell you one thing. I don't think you made it on foot.
Someone must have given me a lift.
Oh?
A character named Vince, working at the behest of George Alexander.
What do they want to do that for?
Because Alexander was the one who drove the car that killed Ralph Davis last night.
Last night?
Well, isn't this Sunday?
Where have you been? Don't bother answering, I know.
All right. What day is it?
Monday.
Holy smoke. Where's Marsha?
Who?
Marsha West. She was in the car when Alexander killed Davis.
She tell you that?
Yes, and I wouldn't be surprised if she knew all about the R.I.P. Crane killing, too.
Is that tied up with this?
Definitely. You see, Crane tried to blackmail Alexander, and
That's so fast. Can you prove that?
No, I can't hear Corbett. So let's go where I can. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring set out with Sergeant Corbett to try to tie the case together. Their destination, the apartment of George Alexander.
You're a pretty sick man, Waring. You don't know what you're saying.
That's no use, George. We've got all the evidence we need. Right, Sergeant?
Right.
So why don't I hear from the district attorney?
You will, shortly.
You're still bluffing, Mike. Admit it.
All right, then how do I know you paid off to R.I.P. Crane?
You know?
Yes, and I can prove it.
How about that, Mr. Alexander?
Well, you see, it's like this, Sergeant. It was no shakedown. I gave R.I.P. the money.
Oh, because you were impressed by his musical talents and wanted to see him further his career?
Why, Mike, you take the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, no.
Something wrong?
You don't think the DA will buy that?
Why not? If it's okay for me to help young ladies interested in musical careers, why not young men?
Sounds logical.
Oh, come on, Corbett, be smart. You don't believe that?
I didn't say I did. I just said it sounded logical.
That's all I ask.
Where's Vince?
What?
I want to talk to him.
You're going to have a long wait. Vince leave town Friday night.
Friday?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I suppose that was his double who bounced me around backstage at the TikTok Club on Saturday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, sure. Next you'll say you never heard of a girl named Marcia West.
Of course I have.
Oh, sweetheart.
You call me, George?
Marcia.
Is this the girl you mean?
All right, never mind the act, George. Listen, Marcia. This is Sergeant Corbett. I want you to tell him everything.
Everything?
Yes, beginning with your call to me on Saturday night.
My call to you?
Don't you remember?
I don't see how I could be expected to, Mr. Waring, seeing this is the first time we've met.
What?
But it's been a real pleasure. Let's do it again sometime.
You know, Mike, maybe we ought to go back to the hospital. It's not a bad place. They got a couple of good-looking nurses there.
Okay, so I'm nuts, Sergeant. But just humor me a couple of minutes more.
I still don't see what you're going to accomplish with Pete Jordan.
I tell you, he knows that R.I.P. Crane went to see Alexander.
That still don't prove anything. Crane could have gone to see Alexander for a million reasons.
Well, suppose Pete's willing to swear that he...
Yeah?
Well, if it isn't the gay troubadour. Hello, Pete, remember me?
Now, look, Waring, I'm busy.
Yeah, sure you are. This won't take much of your time. Didn't R.I.P. Crane tell you he saw the car that killed Ralph Davis in that accident?
Well,
didn't he?
Yeah.
Get your coat, Jordan. We're going downtown.
Now, don't rush him, Sergeant. You might break the spell. As long as Pete's in the mood for singing, maybe he'll be willing to croon you something else.
I told you everything I know.
Not quite. There's one song you forgot. The one that goes, I killed my best friend and am I sorry?
What are you talking about?
The murder of R.I.P. Crane. You know enough about that to give us a complete chorus. So start singing, Pigeon. No, girls, that's the whole story. Alexander goes up for manslaughter and Pete Jordan for murder. Any questions?
I have one, Mike. Oh, so have I.
I think Marcia was first, Ruth. All right, go on, Marcia.
Well, first, I think I owe you an explanation.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, Alexander made me say I didn't know you. He and Vince caught me phoning you that night.
Yes, I figured as much.
I was afraid of what he might do, not only to me, but to you.
Well.
I thought she had a question to ask.
Oh, well, all I wanted to know is what made you suspect Pete Jordan.
Very simple thing, Angel. As you recall, when the police found Artie, there was nothing on him.
So?
So the question arises, Ruth, what happened to the hush money Alexander paid him?
I don't get it.
Well, I pulled one bluff on Alexander that worked. The only reason he admitted giving money to Artie was that he thought I could prove he did.
And you couldn't?
No, because there was no money found on the body.
Oh.
And it stood to reason that Alexander and Vince didn't remove it. Otherwise, they would have known I was bluffing. So I figured maybe this was just a plain, everyday murder for money.
And once you realized that, it was just a matter of picking out the only party who had the opportunity.
That's right. And that gave me Pete Jordan. But I'll tell you one thing this business taught me.
What?
Never take a case where two beautiful women are involved. Makes for complications.
How so?
Well, it's too much of a good thing. You know the old saying, two's company, three's a crowd.
He's got a point there, Ruth.
He certainly has.
No, don't fight. I'm sure we can settle this peaceably.
I'm sure we can.
That's the spirit. Now, how are we going to work it?
That's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Mr. Waring.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Every shot counts. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, sir. I'm a cowboy movie star. I'm sure you must have seen me sometime, even if it's only on television. Anyway, I know how silly it sounds, but I need help. There's a most desperate situation that requires the action of a hero. And while I'd like to qualify, this same situation requires certain proficiencies that I haven't got. Notably, there's a mystery. Mysteries aren't my longest suit. You see, I met her. But just barely. And Mr. Valentine, this lovely young lady I refer to, she's in distress. She is.
But, Mr. Disbrow, in your letter you didn't tell us.
Daphne. That's who she is.
Oh.
Daphne.
Daphne, huh?
Yeah. I met her just the other day, you realize. I was talking to a man I know, a song plugger. That's like a Fuller Brush man, only with music, see. He pointed her out. You know the type, Miss Brooks, a little school teacher type that's always having westerns, you know, big, bashful blue eyes and hair like honey and a heart just as big as all out of doors, you know.
With a head to match. I know.
Who cares if she's smart? I don't. Anyway, I find this little girl lives all alone, way up in the Imperial Crest Apartments.
Uh-oh, I take it back.
Daphne does all right, doesn't she?
Oh, she has money, but she's nervous, if you know what I mean. So nervous she'll hardly talk. And afraid? Oh, yeah, I think somebody's watching her up there.
Well, I'm not surprised. A big bad wolf, maybe.
Me? No, this is different. No. It is. She didn't even want to meet me, and most women do.
Oh, now look, cowboy.
Yeah, and today when I tried to talk to her on the street, even after I'd been properly introduced, she just walked away.
So am I.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Valentine. Now, she wanted to talk, and she would have, if the man she walked away with hadn't been carrying a gun.
Oh. So maybe it is a case, huh? What man?
Bigger than both of us. Black hair and sour face.
Her husband, maybe.
No, she told me she wasn't married. I don't know who he is, but she's afraid of him, all right.
Uh-huh. And what do you want me to do, scare him away?
No, figure it out, Mr. Valentine. Meet her. Protect her before something worse happens. And then let me know before it does.
Oh, I see. That's it. I do the dirty work, hand you the answers, and then you step in to scare away the rustlers.
And win the girl, of course.
Well, that's right, honey. And having keep my public name intact, my fans and all, you know, I'm a beautiful patsy.
Okay, partner. But don't think you got a corner on the market. Hey, what the...
I put your cigarette out, didn't I? Well, one shot at 30 feet, that's pretty good. Oh, but I missed a sandbag again. Look at them holes in my wall.
Hey, lady, you got holes in your head.
Oh, now, don't be angry. I'm practicing here on my roof garden. See that clay pipe down there? I never miss.
Oh, fine. You must make a big hit with lots of people.
Well, my landlord and neighbors do complain once in a while. See the other pipe?
Hey, you.
But I talk them out of it.
Well, now, look, I don't talk so easy.
Don't you?
No, he doesn't.
Not when you're around, you mean?
All right, Annie Oakley, so you're nice to look at.
Daphne Crockett, girl type Davy.
Crockett? Oh, of course. The Club Paris.
Mm-hmm. I've been there 5 years, longest run of any act in nightclubs. Everybody likes my shooting.
Oh, so that's it. Little Red Riding Hood turns out to be Two-Gun Nellie, professional bullseye artist.
Mr. Valentine, where are you going?
To see the bull about some black eyes. No, wait a minute. I'm here now. I might as well speak my piece, even if it's only for laughs.
Speak your piece? Like Miles Standish?
In a way. Only John Alden's name this time is Rafe Disbrow.
Oh, him.
Yeah, he's funny, all right. He thinks you're in danger. The cowboy says you're being watched up here.
He says what?
Well, there's the building next door. I guess from that one apartment over there you could
Oh,
probably...
no. No, of course not.
All right, lady.
But the rest of my recitation says you're afraid of a big man, black hair, sour face. How about that one?
Mr. Disbrow has quite an imagination, hasn't he?
Maybe. And maybe not.
I suppose he sent you over here to protect me.
That was a general idea. And think twice before you say no.
I'll show you what I think of Mr. Disbrow in spite of that lovely Texas accent. You see those 3 little dolls in a row?
Lady, I said think twice.
And there are 3 bullets left in this gun.
Oh, now look, if you are in trouble,
3
Daphne.
answers you can take back.
Okay, lady, never mind. We get the idea. This is where we came in, Angel. Hey, that was 4.
Miss Crockett, Daphne.
Oh, I'm all right. Oh, God, he missed me.
What missed you? Where'd that extra shot come from?
No, there wasn't one. Get out of here, won't you? Please leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Don't waste your breath, lady. We've already gone.
George, shall I telephone Lieutenant Riley?
No, he's on vacation. Ask for Clary and tell him to get up there fast.
Yeah, sure.
I got a date next door, Angel. See you in the second reel. There's a card outside this apartment. Says R.C. Are you him?
I don't know. Are you?
Now look, Bright Eyes, I want
to look. A guy comes busting in, upsets my equilibrium. I'm teaching myself canasta. Now go away.
All right, don't mind me. I won't tell if you cheat.
Your manners get worse. The door's back that way. Remember?
Yeah, just call me a building inspector. Come to take a look at your window, that's all.
Don't fall out.
Yeah, this is it, all right. The only apartment from which you can see the roof garden.
You don't say.
The only apartment from which you could take a pot shot at a woman across the way there.
Sit down. Maybe we could both learn canasta.
You always wear a hat when you play cards?
Sure. What woman?
What's it cover up? Black hair to match your sour face?
I said what? We don't like each other much, do we?
Daphne Crockett. I was there when it happened. Now we like each other less, huh?
I don't know. Friendship begins slow sometimes. Sit down, will you? I'll deal out a few.
What do you use for chips? The bag there?
Huh?
The black bag there by your foot. The one you're trying to keep me from seeing.
A real observant boy, aren't you?
Oh, wait a minute. I can see your hand when it starts to move, so stop moving it.
I'm dealing this, Inspector.
Oh, no, you're not. You're...
Too bad nobody can argue with a blackjack, Inspector. We might have had a nice little game.
You know what? Everybody's got the atom bomb.
Oh, George, your head hurt.
Shall I tell you what hit you, Valentine?
No. But don't tell me that's Lieutenant Clary's voice, not at last.
At last. Valentine, if you'd wait for the police once in a while, or better yet, if you wouldn't get mixed up in cases like this.
All right. You sound just like Riley. My headache's bad enough.
His name was Curly. Curly Blackson, the strong boy, wanted for ducking out of prison back east.
And what was he in for?
He was serving time for shakedowns. He was a blackmail artist.
Blackmail? Hey, is there a little black bag still around here anywhere? Never mind, of course.
No, there isn't, George. And this Curly may have been the man Rafe saw once with Daphne, but I don't think he took the shot at her across the way.
He didn't talk like he did.
Not to mention the small fact he had a gun, but it was still loaded and hadn't been fired for some time.
Say, you know an awful lot, don't you, Lieutenant?
Come on, wake up. Open your baby blue eyes wide.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Curly's dead, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know I didn't do it.
No. You just slept through it, that's all. First you get mixed up in it, but then when you might be useful, you take a rain check while Curly takes a bullet.
Bullet?
One shot, clean as a whistle, right through the heart, from a short distance.
Yeah. And he was armed. Somebody outdrew him or surprised him. And a marksman, too, huh?
Or a markswoman.
Yeah, where is she?
Where is she? Where do you think she is? Gone, of course. And while we look for her, there was all the time in the world for this to happen. All the time.
Listen, take it easy.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Yeah. And remember, Lieutenant, the girl didn't shoot it herself out there on the roof. And if Curly had... Shh, wait a minute.
Keith.
Sure, it's the guy who lives here, R.C. Do you want that?
All right, friend, that's enough music. You can notice us now. Grab him there.
Okay, put down that stick, Buster. That's better.
A little surprised, that's all. If you can let me go, I'm all right.
You're all right.
Sure. Da-da-da-bum, you're breaking my heart. Never leave a tune unfinished. Had to finish it, that's all. Say, didn't expect a room full of roses. Sit down. Roses are in 7th place this week, you know that?
My name's Clary, homicide.
All right. Sit down.
Sit. Listen, my friend.
Hold it, Lieutenant, just a minute. Roses are number 7, huh? How's Jealous Heart?
A little raise on records, down in sheet sales, though. Oh, but you ought to hear the blues number I've got.
Song plugger, huh? Maybe even the same song plugger who once introduced a cowboy to a girl.
Maybe. I don't know. Play piano down at the Club Paris, too.
The Club Oh, all begins to tie together, doesn't it?
My friend, we're going to pull up our chairs for a nice long talk.
Be careful, don't stub your toe.
What?
Chairs are all nailed down. Keeps the maids from moving them around.
Isn't it? Look, Looney, Daphne Crockett was being watched from here, and I doubt if Curly did it. She was shot at from here, but he didn't do it.
Did it, do it, did it. My name's Seaver, Lieutenant, not Looney. Seaver. Dick Seaver. Dead-Eye Dick, they call me.
Dead-Eye? And Curly was murdered by a dead... Well, brother, if you're crazy enough to
Wait a
admit
minute, Lieutenant, wait a minute. Chairs nailed down, that stick you carry. You haven't even noticed the body yet. You haven't been watching Daphne, have you, Dead-Eye?
Of course not. I couldn't. I'm blind. Dee-da-dum. Ba-dee-bum-bum-ba-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-bum.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. How good are you at predicting the weather? Standard of California knows what the weather's going to be like in your area months in advance. They use this knowledge to blend Chevron Supreme gasoline according to the varying climatic conditions in your region throughout the year. Further, Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored according to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That's why you can depend on it to get the best out of your car every month in the year, wherever you drive in the 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. Try a tank full of premium quality Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Watch how much better your car responds to its climate-tailored power. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, and ping-free power on hills. You'll find you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Murder by a marksman. Yes, the big dark-haired, sour-faced guy, Curly Blackson, was killed by a single neat shot aimed directly at his heart. The only trouble is it happened in the apartment of a man who was blind, Dick Seaver. Across the way, however, lives a girl who was afraid of Curly, Daphne Crockett, and Daphne can really shoot. But if your name is George Valentine, you also remember that Daphne was once shot at. And while the police go looking for her, you go to see the man who talks as though he'd seen too many of his own movies, Rafe Disbrow.
Gosh, Mr. Valentine, that's all I can say is, gosh.
Well, you should try harder, Mr. Disbrow.
Usually there's just good men, the bad men.
And the little school teacher in between, I know. Well, this isn't the plot of a Western. But why you really wanted us to meet Daphne, you didn't say. So suppose you start saying, Buster, right now.
What? I told you she was in distress.
Are you being blackmailed, cowboy?
Uh-huh.
That was Curly's business, you know. And I saw a little black bag once. Blackmailed, I said.
No, not me.
Not you?
Well, I'm always cautious about those things, but Well, Daphne, she has another suitor besides me, is Mr. Michael J. Martin.
Martin?
Yeah, one of those millionaire fellas. But this is strictly confidential, you understand.
And you figure Martin's a better sucker than you are, huh?
Oh, well, he is a married man, and I've never taken that step.
Uh-huh. And you really hired us to look into Daphne because you were afraid she was going to knock you over, too.
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. You totally misrepresent me. No, I mean nothing of the kind. The little lady is always innocent.
Okay, Disbro. When you decide to tell me the truth, let me know, will you?
But I am. I'm just a bystander who...
Or better yet, let the police know. This is still a murder case, Rafe. And they tell me cowboys are pretty good shots.
What? Oh, I'm just a singing cowboy, Miss Brooks.
That's the last straw.
No, I'm not proficient except with a guitar. No, I don't shoot guns. Well, my fans wouldn't like it. Well, listen, I'll show you.
Come on, Angel, let's get out of here.
Yeah, I'm on records. They play them on the radio night and day. They drive people crazy. I'll show you. Any station. Hey, what's that? Oh, Daphne. Listen, Mr. Valentine, it's a Club Paris broadcast. Daphne's shooting at. There, you see? She didn't run away. She's there. I told you the little lady is always innocent.
Here we are, George. Dressing room number 4, 3, 2.
Sure. She's number 1 with a star on the door.
Just a moment, please. I'm very sorry, but no one's allowed inside.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Shorty, but we want to see...
Miss Crockett isn't receiving any callers this evening. She hopes you understand.
Well, now, that's real thoughtful of her. Just step to one side.
You needn't raise your voice, but if I haven't made myself clear...
Oh, George, just pick him up and throw
And
him.
I really don't feel like arguing about
Shorty,
it.
get out of the...
Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine. Goodbye.
Oh, no, you don't. Stand still, sister.
Well, I've really got nothing to say. Come along, Mike.
Hey, get out of my way. Shorty, wait a minute, you.
Please don't be difficult, Mr. Valentine. Matt, Fred, Joe.
Slow down, I say, would you? Hey,
Oh, George.
Let go. Will you?
Bye-bye, Mr. Valentine.
Will you?
All right, Mac, Fred, Joe, she's gone. You can let go.
Sure, don't get sore. Let me brush your coat.
The boys, huh?
Stage hands, that's all. Don't want to see you getting in trouble.
Buster, I'm not the one who's going to be in trouble.
Oh, yes, you are. Little guy's important, tough, too.
The what?
Little guy went with her, the Michael J. Martin.
Martin? You mean that little shrimp was Martin?
Lucky we saved you, huh? Lion hunter, you know. Toughest little guy in the world. Best marksman, too.
No, Miss Crockett isn't here. Of course she's not here. Don't expect her to show up. I even had one of our own men tailing her, and Martin shook him off, too.
All right, so she's not here. You said that, Lieutenant.
Little schoolteacher type, caught in the middle.
Martin's not much to look at, only 5 feet tall.
$2 million you could look at.
Maybe blackmail does make sense.
I told you that a long time ago. But nothing else means sense. Why did Curly come out here? Why'd he get killed?
Oh, stop asking questions.
All right, you want an answer? Curly was Daphne's husband.
What?
It's in the record. They used to be married.
Sure. Now she was afraid of him.
Sure. Let me ask you, what kind of an answer? Does it tie together a cowboy, lion hunter, Annie Oakley? Does it tell which one of those marksmen put a bullet through a man's heart with one shot?
Let's not leave out Seaver. He'd be a nice guy to get caught in the middle, too. I mean, this happened up at his place across the way from Daphne's. People know that, and they know a little black bag still missing.
Yes, George, and Seaver's reputation isn't so good. People might imagine he managed to get his hands on the bag somehow.
All right, so he's tied in. He's a friend of Curly's, too. But
Hey,
let me
Joe,
tell you something.
When we were at the Club Paris, who was playing the piano?
Huh? Well, it was... Oh, George, it wasn't Dixie.
Uh-huh. See what I mean? He's missing, too. And you know, Lieutenant, a blind guy who's a heel could get into trouble easily. Now his heart's beating. Now he's just unconscious, I think. Come on, Seaver. Come on. Snap out of it now.
His door's still open. Somebody must have slugged him when he was running out before he could get away.
Oh, Daddy beat me. My head.
Oh, he's okay. Take a look inside.
That's what I'm doing. It's quite a mess.
It's been ransacked. All the drawers, only thing still in place is the first... Michael J. Martin. Dead.
Would you look at that? Another one-shot victim. Sharpshooting. Even about the same distance.
Yeah. Got Martin a little higher up, though. Yeah, look here. Hit him right in the neck.
So what? He's as dead as Curly, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I'm just...
What is it, George?
The window. Lights just went on there, opposite.
What? Yeah, so they did.
The roof garden.
Little Nell has finally come back home, huh?
And, Lieutenant, if you work a process of elimination...
Come on, let's get over there.
I'll stay here.
But
Go on. I'll take care of Seaver here. Now, I'll take you 5 minutes to make it from building to building anyway.
All right, we'll keep our eyes open, but you watch from here.
Don't worry, I've been wrong before. I'm not going to be wrong this time. Get going.
Oh, Daddy, what a head. What's happening? What's happening, Mr. Valentine?
Here. Grant, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. That's my chair for the poker table.
Okay, careful now.
There she is. Phew. Sit down yourself, Valentine. It's good for the rocks in your head. From the chair opposite me, the wing chair there, you can see out the window.
Yeah, thanks.
Already there, aren't you? I tell by your voice. What you doing now?
Nothing. Taking off a coat.
Take off your coat. Take off your hat. Cigarette? Got some right here on the table.
No, thanks. Going into the kitchen now.
I bet you can't cook.
You've never seen her, huh?
Nope, blind since I was 21. Lost him in a stick-up I got messed up in.
Stick-up? Nice guy.
I've been around. But I'm straight now.
She's back on the roof now. Why do you say you're straight, Seaver, when you were all mixed up with Curly?
I didn't know he'd taken a hop from prison.
He was up here all the time watching his wife, wasn't he?
Sure. It's a cinch I wasn't.
You were in on the blackmail with Curly, too, weren't you? Somebody must have tipped him off that there was a good touch going, that Martin here was a pushover.
All right, so what? What have I got to lose?
Conspiracy to blackmail, but everybody's dead. You're right, we can't prove it.
I've been around.
You're not.
What's that?
Oh, she's just practicing, that's all. Funny, isn't it? Everybody's a marksman. You know, poor Martin there has a gun in his pocket, too, but he was outdrawn, just like Curly.
That cowboy can shoot, too, Mr. Valentine. I don't believe that stuff he says, do you?
No, I'm not talking about murder anyway. I was thinking about when Daphne over there was practicing early and somebody took a pot shot and missed.
What about it?
Well, that couldn't have been a marksman, could it? So it must have been somebody who just stuck a gun out the window and shot to attract attention.
You've been around, too, haven't you?
You knew somebody'd come running over like I did and find Curly and lock him up. He was a fugitive. Good way to get rid of a partner, huh, Seaver? Well, she's going to work on the clay pigeons now. Good shot.
Never mind her. Then what happened?
Well, it didn't work, obviously. Curly knocked me out instead, so when you ducked back into the room to pick up the dough in the black bag, you found Curly alive and plenty suspicious. So you had to kill him, I guess.
Oh, is that it? Now, how could a blind man do that?
Then maybe later Michael J. Martin figured out who'd been in on the blackmail and came up for a little talk. So you had to kill him.
Well, I guess you can't be blamed. Lots of people think I'm not really blind, but I am, see? Look at the match in front of my eye.
Never mind, skip it. It's because you are blind that I know you killed both of them. Who else but a blind man would shoot two men at the same height? A big man in the heart and a 5-footer like Martin in the neck.
What are you talking about? It killed him, didn't it?
Like a marksman would? No. Just by luck. Oh, you wanted it to look like sharpshooting, using only one bullet. But of course you didn't know how short he was. How could you? And who else but a blind man could have outdrawn those two guys? A blind man they never even think of defending themselves against.
Oh, look. Somebody knocked me out and ransacked my place.
Sure, you put on a good act, Seaver. You had to, because we almost got here in time to catch you moving his body.
You're crazy, Mr. Valentine. I'm blind. I don't even know where people are.
You can tell by the sound of a voice, can't you?
What? But not close enough to...
Tell what chair they're sitting in? The chair that's always in the same place because it's nailed down? Well, come on now. Tell me the rest, Buster. What happens? Have you got a gun rest built someplace under the table, maybe? With a gun where you can reach it when you reach for cigarettes? Is that how it works?
Yeah. You'd like to know how it works, wouldn't you? You'd like to know which chair. Well, I'm not going to tell you. I'll show you. It's the chair you're sitting in. Simple, isn't it? The blind man can fool them all. A little heavy on the downbeat, maybe. Won't look like a marksman this time. Ah, but the coroner won't care. I'll just move him out of the chair and... Valentine! Valentine, where are you? Where are you?
Just where I was, Seaver.
Huh?
Standing by the side of this chair.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. I can't tell you how grateful I am for apprehending that barman.
Yeah. He was a little twisted, I guess.
George, we've got to be going.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I asked you out here to explain about her. Oh, boy, she's really nice. She was afraid of her husband, she was, afraid of what he might be up to. And she wasn't really mixed up much with that rich man, Mr. Martin.
Oh, we know, Rafe. You told us. She's a school teacher type. I hope you'll be very happy.
Oh, I'm sure we will, Mr. Valentine.
Well, this is the last reel, Angel. So look out for the cactus while we mount up and ride off into the sunset, leaving the little ranch house behind.
Huh? Well, George, at this point, doesn't the hero usually kiss the girl?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Huh?
He always kisses the horse.
Oh.
When damage shows up inside your car's engine, it's a little late to think of the wear-saving motor oil you might have used. So let me remind you now, it's a fact. RPM motor oil stops 80% of engine wear. That's the wear that happens after you turn off your car's ignition. Acid-laden moisture promptly moves in on cylinder walls, results in corrosion and rust. But it never happens when you rely on RPM motor oil. For this premium quality oil is specially compounded to keep a moisture-proof film on vital parts at all times. Even though your car stands idle for days or weeks, corrosion and rust can't harm it when RPM is in the engine. Better get it tomorrow for the car you love. Remember, RPM motor oil is first choice in the West because it stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, here is Robert Bailey.
Who cares about the crippled lady down the road, neglected and alone? Your neighbor who needs medical attention but can't afford it? You care when you give all you possibly can to your community chest. For the money you give helps pay for visiting nurses, medicine, surgery, helps thousands of people enjoy healthier, happier, more wholesome lives. So give proudly. Enough for all community chest agencies. Enough for a full year.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Leo Cleary as Lieutenant Cleary, John Daner as Rafe, Virginia Gregg as Daphne, Clayton Post as Curly, and Walter Burke as Seaver. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, dangerous while starting trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job from me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Dark Chain, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, perhaps if my husband were still alive, I wouldn't need your help. He was the strongest man in the entire county, but he's been dead a long time now, and his brother, who manages the farm, can't see any farther than the cows and horses and the fields and the bright side of everything. Now, Buddy, please, just play with your toys, dear. Oh, here, I'll open that safety pin for you. Can't you manage? Now, you'll be quiet, won't you? There is no bright side, Mr. Valentine, when my only neighbor for miles should be in prison. And unless he's put there soon, heaven knows what will happen. Buddy, you'll tear it. Now, that's your nice dog doll that Uncle Simon gave you for Christmas. Can't you? There, that's better. I'm not begging for sympathy, Mr. Valentine, but I'm a woman who already has all she can bear. All the sorrow and the tragedy and the burden. Buddy, don't do that to your dog. It's your doll. Buddy, don't. Now, don't. Go outside, dear. Go outside, won't you? Go and see if you can help in the fields.
I like my chickens. Don't you, Mama?
Of course, Buddy.
I wouldn't hurt my chickens. Would you?
Dear, please.
All right, Mama. Bye.
Please help me, Mr. Valentine. Sincerely, Mrs. Purcell. He's 19 now, Mr. Valentine.
Well, he's certainly big.
His mind isn't.
Yeah, I understand.
But he's really quite gentle. But there are things that he can do on the farm to be useful. Those huge log chains he carries, why, he can pull stumps out of a field better than a team of horses.
Well, Mrs. Purcell, isn't there anything that...
No, there's nothing that can be done.
Well, that's too bad.
No, I'm not sorry for myself. He's just a little boy, that's all. And he's my son, Mr. Valentine. He's my...
Yeah, your life, sure, of course. Well, Mrs. Purcell, you asked us out here to visit his friends or something. A little quiet investigation of a neighbor.
Yes, you weren't very specific.
His name is Luke Schroeder.
Schroeder?
Half a mile down the road. He's always lived there, but he hasn't been around much. He's been in prison.
Oh.
He's on parole now. He can be sent back if he does anything wrong. And the other night, something was stolen.
You mean that this...
No, now, please, let me tell it in my own way. A brooch. You know, one of those delicate, old-fashioned cameo brooches. It was my grandmother's. I hadn't seen it for some time. I never go out anywhere. But it was in the storeroom in a little box. Well, Buddy wanted to look at the jewelry. That's what he calls it. So I took out the box, and the brooch was missing.
I see. But you say Buddy likes jewelry.
Yes. Outside, he couldn't take his eyes off this naughty thing here on my purse.
Oh, Buddy wouldn't take it. Oh, Buddy doesn't ever touch anything that isn't his. Besides, I asked him later. It didn't even register. He just said it was bad to take things, especially chickens.
What?
A weasel killed chickens the other night.
Oh. Well, how do you know this brooch was taken just recently if you haven't looked in the box for a long time?
But I have, a week or so ago. I know it's been in the last week.
Uh-huh. Is that all, Mrs. Purcell?
Luke Schroeder is a thief. That's what he was in prison for. He stole jewelry before from a store in town.
Well, there's nothing you've told us that proves he stole it. And even if we discovered some proof, all we could do is turn it over to the local police.
I've seen the police. I've talked to the sheriff.
Yeah, well, what'd he do?
He was too busy to bother.
Well, look, I'm sorry, but from what you've told me, it doesn't seem...
Excuse me, sis.
Simon, won't you please... this is Mr. Valentine.
Yes,
and...
we met downstairs.
Oh, what have you got there in the crate? Oh, George, look at them. Little baby chicks.
Uh-huh. Cute little rascals.
Oh.
Just fixing the bed for them under the kitchen stove.
All right, Simon, but right now we're...
Weasel got to Buddy's chickens, you know. Thought he'd like some more to play with. What's this? Here's a funny thing. Found it there under the stove. Thought you might like.
What?
Well, his little doll, see?
Oh. It's a little dog doll, isn't it?
Yeah. Only its neck is all twisted around.
No, it's been torn. The head's been torn clear off, see?
I did that.
Hmm?
I was fixing the little doll, that's all. I tore its head off so I could put some more stuffing in it.
Well, I guess...
Now, Simon, please, we're busy. Can't you take those chicks downstairs?
Yeah, they're getting cold. Here, I'll carry them for you, Simon.
What? Oh, but Mr. Valentine...
Don't worry, Mrs. Purcell. We can talk later. Yeah, I think we'll be staying around here for a while after all.
Oh, there's a bright side to Buddy, Mr. Valentine.
You mean because at least he's able to help you here on the farm?
Oh, not much. So clumsy he can't even harness up the horses.
Oh?
Then he gets an idea of his own, sticks with it. Nothing else matters. You know how little kids do. No, I was thinking more, he's happy. You know what I mean? He's not bothered by thinking he's smarter than he is, like most of us are in this world.
Simon, I was thinking more about his mother.
Upset, ain't she?
Yeah, that's right.
I used to think it'd be less strain on her if we put the boy in one of those homes or something, but she bristles out like a porcupine if you haven't mentioned.
I'm upset right now about something.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you're here. Friends are good. She needs friends. I don't know what it is, Mr. Valentine. She is upset bad. I suppose maybe it's only she has trouble seeing the bright side. What's the matter? What are you looking at?
Who's that girl over there? Walking out there by the barn.
Oh, her. Maria.
Maria?
Luke Schroeder's wife, down the road.
Oh?
Something, ain't she?
Yeah. Luke's wife, huh?
If you'd like to take a little walk around, I can...
No, thanks. We'll look at the farm later, Simon. I've got a couple of things to do right now.
Well, George, if you want to talk to Luke's wife...
Come on.
Where's your uncle, buddy?
I don't know.
What are you doing? The matter, cat? Got your tongue?
You go away.
Why? It's free country, isn't it?
I don't like you. I said...
You do like those chains of yours, don't you?
These? I can pull stumps right up out of the ground. I can...
I bet you can't throw them all the way across the barn.
I bet I can. I bet I can. I bet I can. See?
That's better. Are a strong little boy, aren't you?
Buddy, not a little boy.
Why don't you like me?
You got yellow hair.
Mm-hmm. I just washed it, too. And I got a new dress on with a sparkly belt, see? Why don't you like me, buddy?
Maria.
Yes, buddy?
Do you belong to Luke like my chickens belong to me? Stop laughing.
I'm sorry, buddy. I told you it's a free country, isn't it?
Stop laughing. It's not funny, they're dead.
What?
My chickens are dead in the nighttime. They're all dead. And when you're dead, you don't breathe anymore. I hate you.
Buddy, what are you talking about?
Now, Maria.
Oh, George.
Come on, buddy. What is
He's crying.
Maria likes you, buddy.
Oh, George, that girl's the most awful.
All right, get out of the way. Go on, I said get out of the way, whoever you are.
Slow down, Buster.
Where is she? Where is she?
Come on, Angel. We're in the town.
Yeah?
I was just wondering when you were going
Get back to the house. Get back home.
What? Just supper's ready, Luke. It's already just waiting, and it's... Hey, who are they?
We're friends or buddies, Mrs. Schroeder.
Stay out of this, mister. Go on, Maria, beat it.
I will not. You gotta find out a nerve in front of people.
Hey, yo. You hear me?
How do you like that, mister? How do you like a...
Yeah, he's real tough, isn't he,
I
lady?
said stay out of it.
Cool off, you big mug. I'm going. Bye, mister.
Well, so you're the great Luke Schroeder.
Yeah. I know who you are, too, Mac. Now you beat it.
No, don't go away, mister. Don't go away, mister. Don't go away, mister. Don't.
Shut up, you crazy idiot.
Buddy, leave Luke alone.
Oh, mister, just leave me alone with this freak.
Buddy hates
You're not going to argue with me now, are you, mister?
It's not going to do you any good.
Buddy hates
Buddy,
Luke.
stop it.
Buddy hates
Buddy, it's all right. Stop it.
Buddy hates
You be quiet,
Luke.
buddy. It's all right, buddy.
Buddy hates Luke.
Come on, get out of
Buddy
here.
hates
Buddy, stop it.
Come on, Luke. Come on, run, will you? Run!
All right, let go of it. Let go of it.
Crazy jailbird, you sure take the cake for brains. That poor kid back there's 5 times your size.
All right, I say. Look, mister. The other night, a weasel killed some chicken hut buddies. Everybody in the county knows it's a weasel. They've had the same trouble. Only that crazy, overgrown bird brain gets an idea in his head, it sticks there like concrete.
Oh, what do you mean?
Come over here, the back of my car. Something I just found on the road. Something I had longer than Maria. Something never killed a chicken in its life. A dog? Yeah, my dog. At least it used to be. Before it was beat to death with log chains.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. No one likes to get up and get going on a chilly fall morning, and your car is no exception. For the gasoline in your car is sensitive to the weather, too. But it's no problem when you use Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's climate-tailored. Based on year-round weather reports, it's tailored to each different season and to the different altitude and temperature zones throughout the West. That's why you can count on it for faster starts every time, for faster, smoother pickup in traffic, and for extra ping-free power on hills. Try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Right away, you'll notice how much better your car responds to this premium quality gasoline. You can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engine. Ask for Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You meet Buddy Purcell, who is both an enormous man and a small child at the same time. His mother first called you to try to locate a cameo brooch that she says has been stolen. She's even sure who stole it, Luke Schroeder, who lives down the road. But if you're anything like George Valentine, you're much more interested in something else besides missing trinkets. Like dogs, for instance. First a toy doll dog that had been torn and mutilated. And now Luke's dog, a real live dog. Only not anymore.
Well, there it is, Angel. Those log chains he lugs around are dark in a couple of places.
Dried tonight.
Well, look now. How about it, buddy? Come on, kid. How about it?
I don't think he even understands us, Mr. Valentine.
Well, look, kid, you're a big boy now. You don't need to cry. Did you get mad at the dog? Look, buddy, did you kill the dog?
Let me go. Let me go.
Oh, George, we ought to wait until his mother gets back from town.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine. I've never seen the boy like this.
Now, listen to me, both of you. I get rid of that guy, Luke, all right, but it wasn't easy. And the kind of trouble he's liable to cause isn't exactly legal.
What do you mean?
He's headed for town to buy himself a drink or two, and he still says he's going to kill Buddy.
I'm not afraid of anybody named Schroeder.
Buddy going outside.
Oh, now, look, wait a minute, kid. We're friends of yours. We've got...
I killed a dog once. You know that?
You did? Well, all right, kid.
I took my chains and I swung and I swung and I swung and it killed him. It was Luke's dog. It killed my chickens, didn't it, Uncle Simon?
Oh, Buddy, we've talked to other farmers on the phone. They saw your chickens. It wasn't a dog.
He gets an idea he never
I
let go.
hate Luke. I hate Luke. He stole Mama's jewelry.
Did he?
Mama told you. I heard her. She told you. Let go of me. Please let go of me. Please.
Buddy, is that any way to act? Now, Buddy, it's... Mr. Valentine, what's this he was talking about, a brooch?
Oh, well, it's a cameo thing. Mrs. Purcell said it was stolen. She thought Luke Schroeder took it.
Cameo?
Uh-huh.
Maybe Luke did. I saw a cameo just yesterday. Girl wearing it.
What?
Mm-hmm. It was Luke's wife. That Maria. Say, ain't she something, though?
Yeah. Something is something, all right. Sorry, we've been waiting for you, Mrs. Purcell.
Have you?
Yes, I think it's time we had a little talk about Buddy.
I'm so late getting back. It's so late serving supper. You haven't had a thing to eat.
Oh, we don't mind. Sit down, won't you, Mrs. Purcell?
No, not now. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Purcell. You got us out here with a story about a brooch being stolen. Maybe by Luke Schroeder. And maybe Luke did take it. I don't know.
Of course, Mr. Valentine, that's right.
The only reason you pointed a finger at him is because you want to get rid of him. Get him out of the neighborhood. Is that right?
He's a troublemaker.
You mean for Buddy, he is.
He teases him. He picks on him like a bully.
Yeah, I know. And his wife, Maria, is no better. She could get anybody in trouble, even Luke. But the person you're really afraid of is Buddy himself.
What?
You're afraid of his violence.
No, he's always been so kind, so calm. It's just that Luke is...
Oh, well, Luke, he's on parole. I can see the sheriff about him. I don't like guys who pull knives on people anyway. But what I mean is, you'd better be thinking of doing something about Buddy.
No, What's that?
Well, it's just the wind outside, that's all. Hey, I guess you've lived in fear, haven't you? In fear of the things your own son might do, and nobody's big enough to stop him from.
Oh, please not now. Please, Mr. Valentine,
I don't like
please.
what I'm saying, but it seems...
George, wait a minute. Mrs. Purcell, where have you been?
What?
Oh, I know you've been in town shopping. But I heard your car drive up quite a little while before you came inside here.
Oh, leave me alone.
And you've been so frightened just now that you've hardly heard it. Where were you? What's happened?
Nothing. Leave me alone, both of you.
Mrs. Purcell, you've also kept your hand in your pocket. Why?
No, leave me alone.
I have to...
George,
George. A cameo brooch. So that's why you had your hand in your pocket.
Where did you get this, Mrs. Purcell? Come on now, where'd you get it?
Buddy.
Well, where did he get it?
I don't know. He just gave it to me outside and ran.
Outside? But, George, Buddy was in his own room a little while ago.
Come on. Well, he's not back here yet.
He's still outside. George, what's that?
Wait a minute. Another doll.
Oh.
Yeah. A little girl doll. And Brooksy, its head. Look, its head's all twisted. It's all...
The brooch. Brooch. And the doll. Maria! dead, isn't she, George?
Brooksy, that's an understatement.
With the chain.
Yeah. Bruises. Even scratches on the floor. Chains, all right.
George, look. Look at her blouse here. 2 little tiny holes.
Yes, so what?
Well, it's where the brooch was pinned. See the mark of the clasp? This is where Buddy got it. Before he took it outside to give to his mother. Mrs. Purcell must have guessed where it came from. Well, I guess there's nothing to do.
But to keep looking, Angel.
What?
Something I noticed outside a second ago.
What?
Her husband Luke went into town, didn't he?
Well, yes.
Well, I saw something on the lawn, there by the bushes. There we are. A hat, see?
Oh, it's the one he had on earlier.
Uh-huh.
Well, George, Luke's been here. Well, it could have been at supper, and he could have left his hat
on a windy night like tonight? Oh, no, Angel. He went into town, all right. I just think he got back, that's all. Yeah, sure. There's his car on the side of the house.
And he left the car door open. Georgie was in a hurry, running maybe, and lost his hat. Why, maybe it wasn't Buddy. Maybe it was Luke who came back here.
That's a man's voice. Come on, this way. There he is.
Oh.
Hey, Luke. Luke.
Oh, no. The chains.
Luke, can you hear me? Luke, listen, can you hear me? What happened?
Chains. He was waiting for me. I'd seen him earlier on the road with the chains. I ran. He chased me. Hit me.
Oh, George, can't we get him back to the house?
It's too late.
What are you going to do?
Look, this just happened, Brooksy. It just happened. Don't you get it? We interrupted it.
You mean then someplace right around?
Shh. Wait a minute. Yeah. It's the chains. Hear them?
Oh, this crazy wind, you can't tell which direction.
Across the road, Angel. That little patch of woods. Come on.
What? Oh, George, you're not going.
I said come on. We can see him if he runs forward across the fields in the moonlight.
Oh.
Yeah. Come on, in here someplace.
Valentine! Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine! Oh, there you are.
Well, hello, Simon.
I have been chasing after you as fast as I could. I saw what had happened back there. And Luke, too.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yes, I wanted to. What's that?
It's James. George.
Yeah. Still in there.
The woods.
Come on now. A little more to the left, I think.
Mr. Valentine, you're not going after Buddy when he's like this.
Why not?
George?
But we can get the sheriff here in half an hour. Buddy wouldn't have time to leave the property. He wouldn't even know enough to.
Right now, we only have to search a tiny patch of woods.
But George, there's no one else he can hurt except us. Oh, we're crazy.
5 times as strong as an ox, Mr. Valentine. You've seen it yourself. We can't handle him.
He's clumsy.
What difference does that make?
Oh, George, please don't. He's moving. Listen.
No, he's not. He's back to the right again, through here. I still say he's clumsy. He's got hands like baseball gloves.
Mr. Valentine.
So clumsy he can't even harness up the horses.
He's closer, George.
You know, I'll bet Buddy can't even open a safety pin.
What?
Can you imagine what he'd look like trying to unfasten the pin on a delicate cameo brooch?
Huh?
How about that, Simon? You should have torn off Maria's blouse. It would have looked more like Buddy did it that way.
George.
That's the way you wanted everything to look, isn't it? But you made that one little mistake. What did you do after you killed her and took the brooch? Just give it to Buddy, knowing no one would believe where he got it?
I don't understand. Mr. Valentine, the chains. He's right in here with the chains.
Oh, yeah, sure, Buster. The chains are the weapon, all right. That's why I'm going after them right now instead of later. In a little tiny patch of woods, a man couldn't run away without being seen. But he could come out of the woods and pretend he came from someplace else like you did.
No, I didn't. Buddy's right there. Look,
and I search those woods and don't find Buddy, and instead I find... Sure, there they are. The chains, Simon. Right where you left them. Hanging on a branch, swaying in the wind. No, you don't, Buster. I guess you don't mind if I use the chains to tie you up. Yeah, some of it was a guess, Mrs. Purcell.
George seemed to think he should have a little of the kind of faith you have in your boy.
How could you, after the dog and those dolls?
Well, the second doll Simon planted himself, and the first one, well, Buddy gets an idea and sticks with it. But that doesn't say where he got the idea.
It's Simon who's been making him so upset. He gave him that stubborn idea that Luke's dog had killed his chicken.
Luke's dog. He did kill the dog, Miss Brooks.
Yeah, well, he threw a chain at it, like he said. But I think you'll find Simon was the one who, well, added the finishing touch.
There's an awfully easy way for Simon to get out of a nasty spot. To set up a crime that would be blamed on an abnormal kid.
And the spot's Maria.
Yeah. The little trouble girl Simon unthinkingly gave your brooch to. Oh, she was something, all right. And Simon must have lived in terror of that tough husband finding out.
Luke gave us another clue, you know, Mrs. Purcell.
Yeah, he was attacked because he'd seen someone with chains on the road. He didn't say who, but certainly Buddy wouldn't think in terms of trying to kill a suspicious witness.
Oh, no. And Buddy is really kind when you know him. He's really... Oh, no. You were right, Mr. Valentine. I'll find a place where they'll take good care of Buddy.
Of course you will.
But I'll always be near him. I'll always be near my son.
Oh, but I wish there were a happier ending for her, George.
Oh, I don't know, Brooksy. Remember what Simon said? At least Buddy's not bothered by thinking he's smarter than he is, like most of us are.
Well, yes,
Mr.
but
Valentine.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hope you have a nice time. Hope you be happy.
Oh.
Thanks, Buddy. Same to you.
What's the one biggest cause of wear in your car's engine? Automotive engineers have proved that internal corrosive rust is responsible for 80% of all engine wear. It starts the moment the ignition is turned off, the result of acid-laden moisture attacking cylinder walls and other vital parts. But when you rely on RPM motor oil, you stop this 80% of wear completely. That's because RPM is specially compounded to keep a moisture-proof film on internal metal at all times. With RPM on those vital parts, rust can't harm the engine, even though your car stands idle for days or weeks. No wonder this premium quality motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Why not try it tomorrow? Ask for RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Georgia Backus as Mrs. Purcell, William Boucher as Buddy, Louise Arthur as Maria, Herbert Butterfield as Simon, and Tony Barrett as Luke. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Run Until Dead, another adventure of George Valentine. Dear Mr. Valentine, recently I've had reason to investigate and reassure myself of your integrity. I'm quite confident that you can handle a rather small task for me with the utmost secrecy. I say small, but it's a matter of great urgency to me. I only hope that it doesn't surprise you too much that I should be appealing for help. Sincerely, Dashiell Fenwick.
Dashiell Fenwick?
Well, Brooksy, we're coming up in the world.
Oh, the world's coming down. Why, that's old Iron Jaw Fenwick.
Yeah, a name that makes the lords of the underworld really tremble in their custom-made shoes.
Yeah, I know.
The little David that slew a dozen Goliaths because he's a private citizen with a crusade against crime. Angel, you can't possibly know what a surprise this really is.
Why? What do you know that I don't know?
Well, I was Lieutenant Barclay's guest at the grand jury hearing on the Suderman case.
Yeah?
I've already had my surprise from Mr. Fenwick yesterday.
And so, members of the grand jury, as your special investigator, I must report that there is no case against Mr. Suderman. No case whatsoever.
No case. Did you hear what that guy said?
Yeah.
I'm asleep. Maybe I'm asleep and I'm dreaming it, or my ears are plugged. Oh, no.
It's what he said, all right. But keep your head on, Lieutenant Barclay. It's only a state tax evasion case.
Well, what else are you going to get a guy like Suderman on? You can't prove anything else? You're mixed up with everything in town, but you can't prove it, can you? I tell you, Valentine, if I didn't know better, I'd say old Iron Jaw had finally been reached.
Fenwick?
Hey, young Mr. D.A., you worked with Fenwick on this. How do you like it?
I don't. Hello, Barclay.
Hi. Well, maybe you can't reach an investigator, but you can reach a witness, eh?
What are you talking about? Melina Atkins?
Sure, that accountant wife for the past 4 months.
Oh, yes. Well, we hoped it'd pan out better. Her stuff did kind of blow up in our faces, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah. Well, you did a great job. If it hadn't been for Fenwick, we could...
Barclay, Fenwick did exactly what I would have done.
Hey?
He had to make that report. On the evidence we found, Eric Suderman was just not guilty, that's all.
On the evidence?
Yeah. And after Fenwick's report, you can bet the grand jury will drop this like a hot potato.
Now, what's the matter, gentlemen? Did you bet on the wrong team?
Congratulations, Suderman.
Well, I knew I wasn't guilty. I could have told you.
Now, listen, Suderman.
Sorry I can't buy you a drink, but I have my own celebrating to do. Now, for heaven's sake, don't look so surprised. Toughest crime investigator in the state says I'm innocent. Well, I am, that's all. It's, you know, what's that word? Oh, it's justice, that's all.
That was yesterday, Angel. Only yesterday.
Well, come on. What are we waiting for? This is today.
Mr. Valentine, that Suderman report was the most disappointing one I've ever had to make.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But, Mr. Fenwick, if the evidence didn't warrant anything else, what could you do?
Yes, of course. Nothing, of course.
Say, look, Mr. Fenwick, you seem to be beating yourself over the head with this Suderman business. Is that why you came to me?
Oh, no, of course not. No, not at all.
Uh-huh.
No, it's something else. Something altogether different.
Yeah?
Yes. This morning, I tried to get in touch with an old friend of mine out of town, a man who's been ill for some time. Mr. Atkins.
Atkins?
Yes. The father of the recent prosecution witness, Melina Atkins.
Go on.
Well, I called Mr. Atkins this morning. An old dear friend, mind you. And he sent word by his housekeeper he wouldn't speak to me.
Oh?
Well, I suggested driving up. Thought perhaps his illness was worse. Quite frail, you know. But he just doesn't care to see me.
Yeah?
Well, that's all there is. I want you to find out what's wrong. Driving, you should make it up there by midnight.
Huh? You can't reach an investigator, but sometimes you can reach a witness.
What's that?
Well, in the Suderman case, you staked everything on Melina Atkins' testimony. But at the last minute, her evidence blew up, didn't it?
Well, it's not healthy to give evidence against Suderman, George.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Angel. It's dangerous. And when a girl has a father to think about, too...
Oh, she tried as hard as she could.
Suppose she'd been forced to withhold something. Threatened, maybe. Or her father.
Isn't there some way you could see the girl here in town? Ask her what's wrong with her father.
Yes, I've seen Melina. She's upset and tired, naturally.
Yeah, naturally.
Yes. Anyway, she cares too much for me not to reveal any other reason for upset.
What do you mean?
I've said so much, I may as well complete the confession. It's my hope that Melina Atkins will shortly accept me as her husband.
What?
Yes.
You mean you and...
What's the matter, Miss Brooks? Do you think it impossible for a man of my years to be viewed with affection by
No, excuse me. Well, I guess it's just my turn to be surprised, that's all. Congratulations.
Well, excuse me, but you called it a confession.
Yes, because I've kept it a secret. Because, I was afraid of what might happen to Miss Atkins.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Oh, what difference does it make? Go find out what's the matter with Atkins. If it's just his bad teeth that makes Atkins so sour, well, then you get a cigar, Valentine. A whole carload of cigars.
I said Mr. Atkins is dead.
He's what?
Oh, I'm sorry you drove all the way up here and didn't know, but he is, since this evening. Oh, there's so many of his friends to tell about it, I don't know what to do, but I was there, and I saw it. A stroke, I tell you, he had a stroke.
Mr. Atkins died this evening of a stroke.
Now, look, you're his housekeeper. I know how difficult it is. But I've got to know what happened, all of it.
I'm sorry. It's just all those people tramping in and out, but never making any noise. It's so quiet when people die. My mother had a stroke. Well, his daughter was here this afternoon, Mr. Valentine.
Melina?
Yes, she was nervous and upset. It just made me mad because I knew he'd be upset, too. No better than an invalid he was.
Melina was upset about what? Do you know?
No, something she didn't want to talk about to him. But then a man came here to see her.
Oh?
She tried to keep her father from even knowing that man was here, but the man pushed right into his room, and their voices were raised, but I couldn't hear anything, and the man laughed, and then he went out.
Well, who was this man? What did he look like?
Oh, I was in the kitchen. I don't know.
Oh, fine. What else?
Well, a little while later, Melina left, too. She'd been crying.
Huh? And Melina looked frightened, didn't she?
Yes, but I was just mad. All that upset. And when I went into Mr. Atkins' room, he wouldn't tell me anything. He just lay there in his bed like a ghost. It was half an hour later, Mr. Valentine. I heard his slippers on the floor. He's never supposed to be out of bed. And when I got to him, he was trying to climb the hall stairway. He was mumbling he had to reach the telephone, had to call somebody named Weirick or Fearick.
Fenwick?
Yeah, that's him. The same man he was worried about not seeing the day before. And I argued with him. He tried to push me away, but... Well, anyway, it was then that he... Right there on the stairway.
Yes, all right, now I understand. Well, Angel, I guess we can report to Mr. Fenwick now. But I don't think it's going to win me any cigars.
His lights are on, George. He must still be awake, but it's almost light.
Well, good evening.
Yes, but I'd say it's good morning, wouldn't you? Oh, it's Valentine, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Suderman. This is Miss Brooks.
Mr. Well, how do you do?
Nice morning for a stroll.
Yeah, sure. And you always do your strolling in front of Mr. Fenwick's house?
That thing behind me is not a Doberman Pinscher I'm walking.
All right, we can go into the house now, Mr. Suderman.
A policeman? George, what?
All right, get him in here, Peters. Suderman, we've been looking for you for the past hour.
Well, Valentine...
Let's skip the formalities, Barkley. Where's Mr. Fenwick? Or is he...
No, he's not dead, if that's what you mean. Fenwick's a little too tough to kill, isn't he, Suderman?
I was awakened from a sound sleep. I have no idea what you're talking about, and furthermore, Lieutenant...
Oh, sure. Alibi.
Barkley, we've been out of town all night, so come on, let's have it.
Oh, tell them, Peters. Go on, you tell them.
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
And listen carefully, Mr. Suderman. After the lecture, we always have a question period.
I'm willing to be instructed.
Well, I'm on the 7th Street beat, see, downtown. Checking doors and night lights. You know how it is. When I see this guy wrapped around a telephone pole. On foot, I mean. Well, I can see at a glance he's drunk, so I poke him to send him home. And gosh, I see it's Mr. Fenwick.
What? Oh, now, wait a second.
I know, miss. Old Iron Jaw never took a drink in his life. But when I recover myself to get him in a taxi and down to the hospital, I find somebody's poured at least one drink down him to cover the stuff.
Stuff?
Dope, Mr. Valentine. Some kind of a drug. The doc says enough to kill off 5 men. But he's saved by the stomach pump, see?
Thank you, Peters. Mr. Fenwick is resting quietly in his own bedroom. And pretty soon, maybe he can even talk. But now, in the meantime, Mr. Suderman...
You've no right to question me. I can explain where I've been all evening.
Is that so? All right, suppose you...
But I don't need to say anything. I don't need to talk to you.
Come here. Come here.
What do you...
Now, listen to me. Never mind that bird for a minute. What? I said, listen, will you? Fenwick hated Suderman.
Well, that's why I've got him here.
Suderman was cleared, remember?
Oh, well, so he's got a grudge on the old man.
And the old man maybe has the works on him now. At least Melina Atkins does. I figured she was being pressured through her father. But now that he's dead, she's free to talk.
Atkins' father. Say something in English, will you?
Sure, I'll say something in English. Let's get to Melina Atkins as fast as we can.
Well, it wasn't fast enough, was it?
No. Not by a good many hours, I'd say. Lying there since last night.
So that's Melina. Witness for the grand jury rests. Rests for good. From a blow on the back of her head.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. The outside of your car has to go through all kinds of weather. Hot sun, fog, rain, and sometimes snow. But look what the inside of your car's engine is up against. Every time you turn off the ignition, internal engine parts are exposed to drops of acid-laden moisture, which results in rust, the cause of 80% of engine wear. But here's the sure way to stop this high-cost rust. Use RPM motor oil. It's a premium quality motor oil that's compounded to keep a rust-preventive film on internal parts at all times. Turn off the ignition, leave your car standing idle for days or weeks, and this moisture-proof film stays on internal parts, keeps costly rust from starting. No wonder RPM motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A couple of days ago, Eric Suderman was cleared before the grand jury. A simple state tax evasion case, but as Lieutenant Barkley says, on what else can you ever nail a cagey man like Suderman? Melina Atkins was chief witness for the prosecution, though her testimony faded rather badly at the last minute. Well, Special Crime Investigator Dashiell Fenwick, old Iron Jaw, had an idea pressure might have been brought to bear on Melina, and you have an idea he was right. You see, old Iron Jaw himself was picked up downtown, drugged, and Melina Atkins is dead. Yeah, that was it, all right. Her head smacked the corner of the table there.
But the broken lamp on the floor.
No, the technical boys say it was the table.
Hey, somebody must have socked her with a lamp, Angel. Just stood there and socked her. She fell, hit the table, and well, that was it.
Well, what did the janitor say?
He listened to the radio all last night. But he did fix a fuse in the basement at 9 o'clock.
Fuse?
Mm-hmm.
Well, breaking the lamp might blow a fuse.
Okay. So we say she was killed at 9 o'clock. But did anybody see anybody? No. Was there a party elsewhere in the apartment house so people might be wandering around? Seeing anybody?
No.
Oh, no. Are there any...
Yeah, I get the general idea, Lieutenant. Nobody saw anything. Where was your little friend Suderman around 9 o'clock?
Out giving birth to an alibi, 8:30 to 9:30.
Oh, how convenient.
The rackets he runs, the payoffs he gets, he's always covered. A whole family of alibis he has by now, and not one of them that we... No, wait a minute. You know, we have got one thing on him.
What's that?
Huh?
DA's office is working on this case, too. They proved he was up at Molina's father's yesterday.
Wait a minute. That makes him the man the housekeeper told us about. The man who paid a visit to upset everybody and make them scared.
Yes. So at least we know Suderman was in touch with Molina. He was threatening or intimidating or...
All right. We know there's more evidence in the tax evasion case. Everybody knows that. It's murder I want solved. Only who can tell us anything? Old man Atkins decides to tell Fenwick something and dies of a stroke. Maybe Fenwick is found out by then, and he gets drugged. And the little girl in the middle of the whole thing, she got to... No, I'll get it. Yeah, Barkley speaking. What?
Lieutenant, what is it?
Sergeant, you know what's going to happen to you, don't you? All right, then. Why didn't you... Yes, we'll see you later.
Okay, spell it.
An ex-sergeant, who should be nameless, is on duty at Fenwick's house.
Where?
He posts a guard in the hallway, but none outside, while Fenwick sleeps quietly in a room downstairs, a room alone.
Come on, get to it, will you?
Yeah, I'll get to it. Like somebody got to old Ironjaw. The window's open. They got him out of there.
Huh?
He's gone, you hear me? The last guy who knows anything, he's disappeared. Brother. Right out from under our noses. Even took Fenwick's own car to get him away without being noticed.
Well, be of good cheer, Lieutenant. Maybe we'll find something in his room.
Oh, sure, an arrow maybe, pointing at the villain, yeah.
A tough man with a conscience. We could use a few more like him.
Instead of one less. To think if he'd only known in time, he could have...
Hey, wait a minute. Look out, Barkley!
That's an accident.
Hey, what's going on down there?
Come on, only an accident. Keep going, move that car, you're blocking traffic.
Oh, George, look at that car.
It's Fenwick.
All right, easy does it, boys. Lift him easy.
He's still alive, George.
Yeah, but I don't know how, Angel. His car must have rolled over a couple of times coming down that bank.
Onto the stretcher. There we go. All right, I'll meet you, Doc. I'll meet you out there.
Old Ironjaw's indestructible, isn't he?
Yeah. Lonely stretch of road. Car sails over a bank. No reason.
One occupant in car. Fenwick. Run, Fenwick. Run until dead.
Oh, no. Old Ironjaw just felt good tonight. He just sneaked out for a little pleasure ride.
Uh-huh. By himself.
Well, that's what Suderman will want us to think. Just an accident. Skid, maybe.
Why, you couldn't go over that bank unless a lot of extra effort was made.
Mm-hmm. Well, this time I've got a head start on the maternity department.
What do you mean?
Well, both other times the crimes were committed hours before we got there. Well, this time there's only been about 15 minutes for my little friend to prepare the delivery of his next alibi. Come on, let's find Suderman.
Let go of me, will you?
I'm not touching you. The rule book says I can't. Well, I just keep walking up there to the door, Suderman.
Oh. He's back at his house again, huh?
Mm-hmm. I told you Fenwick's too tough to kill.
The doctor didn't want to move him any further than this.
He's, that is, I suppose he's able to talk?
Oh, no, you don't get an answer to that. Come on, get inside.
Huh? What do you gentlemen want to ask me?
We want to tell you that everybody else is being eliminated. I mean, everybody who could conceivably have a grudge against Fenwick. Or against Molina Atkins.
Not to mention that there's nobody who could have a grudge against both of them. And the same night.
Well?
Well, point one. Fenwick cleared you of tax evasion because of insufficient evidence. But there was certain evidence not given. Check?
Oh, I hardly expect me to...
Okay, point two. Molina Atkins had that evidence, but was afraid to give it. Only it looks like last night old Ironjaw found out what it was all about, too.
No comment.
Mr. Suderman, if you can suggest any other conceivable reason for the girl being killed last night, and for not one attempt, but two attempts to be made on Fenwick's life...
What did he say? What did he say?
Oh, now you're getting it?
No, I don't mean that, but although I do have a right to know... Wait a minute.
Yeah?
That's for me. I have an alibi, you know. They'll tell you.
Never mind. I'll get the door.
George, what is it? Mr. Fenwick is asleep and the doctor's leaving, but the noise is...
Well, look who's here. Come in, young Mr. D.A.
Hello, Barkley, everybody.
Hello.
Mr. Suderman, I guess your alibi can wait a little longer. Now that we've got a representative of the D.A.'s office present, suppose you just...
Barkley.
What he has...
I'm his latest alibi.
You?
The whole office is. I know. I'm sorry, but we all are. I hurried out to let you know. We dropped Suderman off at his hotel just a second or two before you got him, I guess.
The DA's...
Yeah. He was down there at our place at the same time Fenwick's car must have spilled over the hill.
Suderman, why didn't you say so?
Why, I was...
You wanted to find out what we knew, didn't you?
You've got a perfect alibi for once. Why have you been so nervous?
Hey, what does a man get for tax evasion? Is it 10 years? Because that part of it's true, isn't it? Hey, Angel, what did you say about Fenwick?
Well, just that he's asleep. The doctor's out packing up his things now.
Old Ironjaw's alone?
Well, yes, but...
Hey, listen. Upstairs.
Keep him there, Barkley. Let me do this.
George!
Fenwick!
George, what is it?
Shut that door, Angel. Lock it.
Yes, but Doctor...
He's all right. So am I. Just dumb, that's all. It had never occurred to us to believe alibis from a guy like Suderman.
What?
And an automobile crash or drug in a stomach can't be coincidence, accident, so they've got to be murder. Well, all they really were was what happened right now. Fenwick's been trying to commit suicide.
Please, Mr. Valentine, please.
Sure, you want us to go so you can try it again. No, you hired me. You're stuck with me. Just a minute, Barkley. We're all right.
I'm a coward, that's all. A coward.
The whole slate wipes clean pretty fast, doesn't it? You swallow some drug and a glass of liquor. Liquor to give you a little courage. Only a noisy policeman comes along to interfere.
A coward.
And then you sneak out by yourself from downstairs, take your own car, and try to...
An old man and a coward.
Yeah. What was it? Melina?
Yes.
Uh-huh. She wasn't what she seemed to be.
No.
Well, I guess that coin has two sides, Fenwick, doesn't it? One way we looked at, she'd been pressured by Suderman. She was afraid of him. At the worst, maybe she withheld a little evidence. But look at it the other way. Everything that's happened.
She was no good. She never was.
You mean all of her evidence?
It was all a hoax.
What?
I knew her father. I knew her. I staked everything in her testimony, Valentine. Her testimony, all of it, was very cleverly designed to swell bigger and bigger and then explode. She didn't say anymore. She didn't know anymore. It was a garden path.
Designed by a very good friend, Mr. Suderman.
And the thing that led you down that garden path. Well, I wondered when you told us in your office that you loved her.
Yeah, never mind, Angel.
I've written all this down, Mr. Valentine. It's in the mail. Eric Suderman's complicity, my own blindness. All that's necessary for someone else to bring him to trial again.
Wait a minute. Suderman must have guessed you'd written it down. That's why he's been so nervous. He must have guessed you were really trying to commit suicide. But if that's the case, then he must have known...
Get out of here, Valentine. Please get out of here.
Mr. Fenwick, a man doesn't commit suicide just because he's been made a sucker.
No. Suderman knows everything. I learned all this from Melina. Then Suderman found me, told me what he knew, and expected that I would keep my mouth closed. It didn't occur to him that I might close my own mouth forever.
Suderman knows about you seeing Melina?
All of it. I went because I'd been suspecting them and still afraid to admit it. It was around 9 o'clock. I told her I loved her. She laughed at me. I grabbed her. I made her tell. I heard the whole truth for the first time. I seized the lamp. I struck her. She fell to the floor. I ran.
Uh-huh. But you left something out, didn't you, Fenwick?
It's in my confession. It's what Suderman knows when he found me in the bar at 10 o'clock. Yes, I killed Melina Atkins.
Okay, Barkley, come on in now. You too, Suderman.
Hey, what's been going on in here? Hello, Lieutenant. Valentine. I'm rather glad it worked out this way. I can...
Just cut it out, Fenwick. Suderman, we've got you for framing false evidence, perjury, maybe tax evasion, too. But you may slip out again.
What is this? What's he been saying?
Slip out? He will not. I wrote down every single word.
Suderman, where were you at 10 o'clock last night? Never mind, I know already. In a bar someplace accusing Fenwick here of murder. Well, how did you know he committed murder?
Why, I merely added 2 and 2
and decided a man like Fenwick had done that? How fantastic can you get?
Oh, but I've been following him, watching him earlier in the day.
No. You were out of town at old man Atkins' place. You had an alibi.
Oh, well...
In fact, you've got too many alibis, all of them good.
Hey, wait a minute. How did he know she was dead? We didn't find her till this morning.
Well, I was up there, of course. After it happened, I could tell Fenwick had been there.
How could you tell? There wasn't anything in the apartment to indicate anyone beside Molina had been
But
there.
it was just after it. Well, I'd seen him leave.
Fenwick struck her with a lamp at 9 o'clock, and then he ran. Now, how could you see him when you've got an alibi that says you were somewhere else 8:30 to 9:30? Too many alibis.
No. Well, people told me they'd seen him.
Just a minute. Nobody saw anybody out there, not even the janitor.
Wait a minute, Barkley. There is a way you could have been told, isn't there, Suderman?
What?
A way you could have got there after 9:30, then going out to find Fenwick by 10, and still in the meantime be told who it was struck Malinow with a lamp. One way you could have been told, just one.
No, you
Go ahead, grab it. The corpse told you, didn't she? Molina herself. Nursing a bruise, maybe, and telling you what happened. Sure it was the corpse gave you the idea how to kill two birds with one stone, to keep them both quiet. All you had to do was add another bruise. The back of the head against the table. So she'd lie there more quietly, Suderman, like a real corpse should.
George, what do you suppose will happen to Mr. Fenwick?
Oh, he'll stand trial for assault, Brooksy, for hitting Molina with that lamp, something like that.
He certainly beats himself with his conscience, doesn't he?
Old Ironjaw. It was a close call.
Well, but darling, it certainly looked like Suderman was making him run. Run until dead.
Yeah. Sometimes you can escape from a Suderman. Fenwick tried to escape from himself. He probably... Oh, come on, Angel. Let's go out for dinner before I turn philosopher.
People who know the whims of November weather will be taking a raincoat to the football game next Saturday. And don't think Chevron Supreme gasoline isn't prepared for the weather, too. It's prepared months ahead of time by Standard of California, where automotive engineers know how sensitive gasoline is to seasonal weather and altitude, too. That's why Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored, scientifically tailored to meet the weather demands in your driving area. Try a tank full of this premium quality gasoline tomorrow, and you'll notice right away how much better your car responds. Faster starts, faster getaway in traffic, and ping-free power to lift your car over steep hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. And because it's climate-tailored, count on Chevron Supreme to get the best out of your car every day in the year. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robertson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Bill Boucher as Lieutenant Barclay, Will Wright as Fenwick, Byron Kane as the attorney, Larry Godkin as Suderman, and Frank Hale as the housekeeper. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Bill, it's Rogers. Rogers, look out!
Bill, he's falling!
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Background for Murder. nightclub in the middle of the afternoon isn't a very romantic background, and the man at the piano doesn't sound as if he's serenading his love. Still, the light in his eye as he looks at the fresh-faced young girl seated next to him is unmistakable, and the background becomes unimportant as he woos her in his own special language and with an odd, rather frightening intensity.
I got eyes for you, Judy. You're the greatest.
Stop it, Hip. You just think you're interested in me because I'm something new.
Interested? Judy, baby, I flipped the first time I saw you come into the place.
Fresh from the Corn Belt and really wide-eyed at meeting the great Hip Rogers.
The great Hip Rogers is a no-good heel.
Why, Hip, you mustn't say things like that. I think you're a wonderful person.
That's because you're not sharp, Judy.
Maybe not, but I'm sharp enough to know a nice guy when I meet one.
Sorry, Judy.
That's nice. I like that. What's the name of it?
No name yet. It's just something I play when I'm thinking about you.
Call it Hip Rogers Blues.
Or maybe Trouble in A-flat.
That's almost the title.
Title of what?
Nothing. It just sounded familiar. Where's your friend Mitchell? Haven't seen him around recently.
He's no friend of mine. I wish he'd stop making noises like a spot artist.
A spot artist?
A cop, detective. Always asking questions.
Like, what does Mitchell do for a living?
Yeah, that's Salty. Put it down.
Translation, it's no good, forget it. You see, I'm learning.
And learn this. Don't go around asking questions about Mitch. It's...
What's the matter?
I thought I heard the door open.
Oh, you're frightened. What is it, Hip?
Take off, Judy. I'll see you later.
But...
Don't you dig me, honey? Cut out. Got work to do.
Sure, Hip. I'll go now.
Hello, Mitch. How long have you been here?
Not long, but long enough. Depends on why you're asking.
Maybe I don't like the way you walk in here like you own the place.
No, Hip. You own it, but I own you, and don't you ever forget it.
How can I?
Yeah, that's better. A few days ago, you were crawling to me on your hands and knees, begging me to keep you from falling apart, begging me to give you...
All right, what do you want?
Some straight answers to some important questions.
Lay it on to me.
What do you know about this Judy Gregg?
Why? What do I have to know about her?
I said I wanted some straight answers. You rented the apartment upstairs to her. You've got eyes for her. What do you know about her?
She's not sharp, but she's George. I rather got eyes for her.
Oh, that's nice. She's always poking that peanut nose of hers into things. I know. I heard her working on you when I came in. She's dangerous.
Judy? You're flipping, man.
Am I? Let's find out.
I don't dig you, Mitch.
Well, she's out now. We're going up and search her apartment.
But we can't do that.
Why not? You're the landlord. You got a pass key. Come on.
Mitch, if you ask me...
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Now get that key while you can still walk.
Right? All right, Mitch.
Yes, Miss Pennington?
Your wife is here, Mr. North.
Oh, have her come right in, Miss Pennington. Well, you're in a gay mood, darling.
And why shouldn't I be? Look.
Hey, the plane ticket.
Uh-huh. Oh, golly, it's Jerry. It's the nicest possible present you could give me. And you know what?
What?
Our reservations are for that new plane American Airlines is flying nonstop, coast to coast. We leave Idlewild at 1 p.m., and we're in Los Angeles at 5:55 in the evening. Isn't that wonderful?
Great.
Honestly, darling, I'm so excited. Oh, Jerry, it's almost 4:30. Couldn't you leave now and we can...
Oh, Pam, I can't possibly knock off now. With Ray Gordon out of town, I have more work than I... Yes?
Excuse me, Mr. North.
What is it, Miss Pennington?
There's a man outside, an elderly gentleman who...
Who what?
Well, he's acting so strangely. Strangely?
What way, Miss Pennington?
He absolutely refuses to leave until he sees you. Until you tell him what you've done with his daughter.
What?
His daughter? That's what he says. Well.
Pam, what does he mean, what have I done with his daughter?
I don't know.
I haven't done anything with anyone's daughter.
Are you sure, darling?
Pam, please. What's the man's name, Miss Pennington?
Greg.
Greg?
Think hard, darling.
No, Pam, stop.
I can't. You look so wonderfully guilty.
Now, listen.
There, you can't come in here. I told you that.
It's all right, Miss Penny. You may go.
Yes, sir.
Mr. North, I'm Joseph Gregg, Judith's father.
How do you do, Mr. Gregg? This is my wife.
How do, ma'am?
You do.
Maybe we better talk alone, Mr. North.
I don't think so, Mr. Gregg. I have no secrets from my wife.
Oh, is that so? Well, I put it to you straight. Where's my daughter, Judy?
You'll have to put it even straighter, Mr. Gregg. To the best of my knowledge, I've never even heard of your daughter.
That's your story?
That's the truth. Now, what is all this?
She's disappeared. I can't find her. You've got to tell me where she is. You've got her.
Now, calm down. I know you're upset, but what makes you think I know where to find her?
Well, these letters I got from her. Read what it says. Read it right there.
Don't worry about me, Daddy. Mr. North is the kindest, handsomest, most wonderful man in the world, and he's promised to take care of me until he publishes my book.
Well, and that's only one of the times she mentions you. You want to read some more?
No, thanks. I just can't understand it. It doesn't make sense.
Have you been writing to her, Mr. Gregg?
Yes, twice a week since she left home. But care of the North Publishing Company was the only address I had, and all my letters came back marked unknown at address. Something's happened to Judy. Must have. She wouldn't.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Gregg. Must be some explanation for this. Maybe Ray Gordon, my story editor, has met your daughter. He'll be back in town tomorrow, and I'll see what he has to say about it.
We'll help you all we can, Mr. Gregg. Have you been to the police?
No, I came here straight from the train.
Well, the Bureau of Missing Persons is a very efficient outfit. We could check with them.
And we have a friend named Bill Wigand who's on the force. With Bill behind it, we'll find your daughter in no time.
You're both mighty kind. I'm real sorry about all the fuss I stirred up.
Don't forget it.
Oh, I won't forget it, Mr. North. When I get back home, I'm going to tell all the folks that there's some mighty good people in New York.
Oh, New York's like any other town, Mr. Gregg, only it's bigger. There's some mighty bad people here, too.
Let's cut out of here, Mitch. We haven't found anything, and Judy could be coming back any time now.
Come on over here and give me a hand with this drawer. It's locked.
You're not going to break it open.
Shut up and lean on this. That's it. Now, let's see. Yeah, down here underneath this underspin. Yeah, look at this.
It's a book, a notebook, so what?
Well, read it. Go ahead. Here, right where I'm pointing.
I don't dig this stuff. Why would she write all this down?
For the police, you fool. She's got enough in here to put us both away.
That's salty, man. I won't buy it.
That's just what you might have to do, Hip. You might have to buy all of it.
You mean she's doing this for the loot?
If that's what she's after, she can bleed us dry. She's got us pegged, Hip.
But the stuff in here is just a mess of words. Special talk she picked up here and there around the club.
Is it? You're a soft touch.
I tell you, she probably doesn't even dig half this stuff herself.
All right, let's go along with that for a minute. Let's say that the stuff in here doesn't make any sense to her.
I'd bet on it.
You'd bet what? Your skin and mine, too? Even if she doesn't know what she's got, there's plenty around who wouldn't need a diagram to figure it out.
I don't see what...
Read it! I'm supplying the stuff. You've got to push it for me. The Sapphire Club is our #1 store. It's all there in the book. Go ahead, read it.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to wait here. When she comes in, I'm going to... There she is now. Get over there by the door.
Jack.
Shut up and move. Come in, Miss Gregg.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
Look, Jack,
Stay out of this, Hip.
What is it, Hip? What does he want?
It's about this notebook, Judy.
That's mine. Give it to me.
You'll get it, all right. How much were you figuring on asking for this stuff?
What do you care?
Come on.
No! You're hurting my arm.
Let her talk, Mitch. Tell him, Judy. You got to tell him.
That's notes for my novel.
Oh, that's a new one.
Well, it's the truth. I'm rewriting the book, and I need this for background material.
Who's printing it for you, the police department?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm hoping the North Publishing Company will take it.
Is that solid, Judy? You're not just jiving?
Why should I lie about it?
She's leveling with us, Mitch. Let her go.
You must be out of your mind.
I'm telling you to let her go.
Get it straight. You're not telling me anything. How long do you think you'd last without me?
Take it easy, Mitch.
You need me like you need the air you breathe. Now step aside.
Hip, stop him.
Judy! Judy, baby!
No! Don't!
Jerry. The phone.
What's that?
The phone's ringing. Answer the phone.
Oh, no. Pitch dark. Where's that light?
There.
Hello.
Jerry, this is Bill.
Oh, holy smoke, Bill. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
I know, and I'm sorry, but it's about Judith Gregg, the girl you phoned me about yesterday.
You found her?
Yeah, we found her.
Fast work, Bill. That's very good.
Not so good, Jerry. She's dead.
What?
Suicide, according to the preliminary report. She'd been living in a small apartment directly above the Sapphire Club on 52nd Street, and that's where they found her.
Well, how did it happen?
The gas jets were wide open. She was lying on the kitchen floor. Must have been lying there for some time.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, but the toughest part is still to come, and I'll leave it for you and Pam, if I may.
Well, what is it, Bill?
I'd like you to break the news to the girl's father and then bring him over to the apartment. I'll meet you there.
All right. As soon as possible.
Check.
What is it, Jerry? What's the matter?
Mr. Gregg. Oh, that poor guy.
Is this the place?
Yes. Your daughter's apartment was upstairs, Mr. Gregg. If you don't mind, we'll go in through the nightclub.
Anything you say, Lieutenant.
Rogers.
Huh? Oh. Back again, Lieutenant.
Rogers, this is Mr. Gregg, Judy Gregg's father.
Hello, Mr. Rogers.
Hi.
Rogers owns the building Judy rented from him. He discovered your daughter's body.
That's right.
And this is Mr. and Mrs. North.
North? Your name is North?
That's right.
You, publish books?
Yes.
And Judy was...
Was what, Rogers?
Nothing.
Forget the piano for a minute, Rogers. Rogers.
Okay.
You started to say something about Miss Gregg.
Judy. She, told me she was working on a book.
You didn't tell me this before.
You didn't ask me.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you any idea why she might have committed suicide?
Well, a chick alone in the big city. No friends, maybe no loot. Could be, she says. That's case. I'm going to put it down.
I'm not sure I understand you, Mr. Rogers. But if you really believe that my daughter was the type who could have taken her own life, then you just didn't know Judy.
I knew her, Mr. Gregg. That chick was... She was the greatest.
Mr. Rogers, my daughter was murdered.
No, take it easy, Mr. Gregg. Rogers, I'd like to have your pass key. We're going upstairs.
The key? It's right here.
Thanks. All right, let's go.
Nice going, Hip.
Lay off.
Why didn't you open up and tell him the whole story while you were at it?
Maybe I should have. Now let me alone.
Don't you ever even think that way, Hip. You were there, and if I go, you go too.
I tried to stop you, and I couldn't.
We're in this mess because you don't know how to keep your mouth shut. You just sit tight, we're in the clear. If you don't, you're not going to like what happens to you, and that's a promise.
I'd know my Judy lived here even if I hadn't been told. She's made it kind of a little home. Judy is... Well, she was good at that sort of thing.
Just take it easy, Mr. Gregg. We won't be here too long.
Oh, don't you fret about me, Mrs. North. I'm all right.
I'll go see what Bill's doing.
All right, Jerry.
Find anything, Bill?
No, not yet. Oh, see if there's anything in that hat box, will you, Jerry?
Okay. No, nothing but a couple of silly-looking hats. Are you looking for anything in particular, Bill?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, it's just a hunch. I'll tell you if I find it. Incidentally, I've ordered a full investigation and a complete medical report as soon as possible.
Now, that ought to satisfy Mr. Gregg.
Yeah, maybe yes, maybe no. Oh, let's see what's in here. Lingerie, blouses, stockings,
and what?
This.
What?
A hypodermic and a small quantity of white powder.
Dope?
Dope.
Oh, brother.
Look, Jerry, let's don't let Mr. Gregg see this, huh?
I understand. But is this what you were looking for?
Let's say it was a possibility. Come on. All right, Mr. Gregg. We're leaving now.
I'm going to stay here a while longer, if you don't mind, Lieutenant.
I don't think it's the wisest thing for you to do, Mr. Gregg.
Why don't you come home with me? You can have some coffee and relax and even take a little nap.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. North. You're very kind, but I feel close to Judy here, and I'd really prefer to stay alone for a little while.
I really think it'd be better for you if we took you back to our apartment.
I guess I know what you're all thinking, but I wish you'd put it out of your minds. My daughter was murdered, and I intend to live long enough to see the murderer pay for the terrible thing that he did. Until then, I'm not going to do anything foolish.
Yes, Miss Pennington.
Mr. Gordon just came in, Mr. North.
Oh, good. Ask him to come into my office right away, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, now maybe we'll find out a little more about Judy Gregg.
You don't mind if I stay, do you, Jerry?
No, of course not, but I think you'd be better off at home getting some rest.
Oh, I'm all right.
Hi, Jerry.
Hello, Ray. Come on in.
Hello, Ray.
Hello, Pam.
Have a good trip?
So. I have all the figures in my briefcase.
Later, Ray. There's another thing that comes first. Did you know a girl named Judith Gregg?
Judith Gregg. Oh, yeah, of course. She submitted a manuscript entitled Murder in A-flat. I remember her very well.
How is it that I never met her?
Oh, you were busy at the time. Her book didn't strike me as having sufficient possibilities to interest you. It was her first attempt, and it was... Well, I thought it was rather amateurish.
Yeah, what was it all about?
There's a murder mystery. Plot revolved around a narcotics ring that was operating among what they call bop musicians and fans of bop music, if you're familiar with the word.
No, you haven't lost me yet. Go on.
Well, that's about it. Gee, she was a persistent kid. I made some comment about her obvious lack of familiarity with the background she'd used. She called me only last week. Do you know what she said?
What?
Well, she said she was gathering material that would turn her book into a sensational expose and make me eat a large portion of humble pie.
You'll forgive me if I don't seem overly amused.
Huh? Oh, what's the matter? Is there something wrong?
Plenty. Miss Pennington.
Yes, sir.
Get Lieutenant Wiegand of Homicide for me.
Yes, sir.
Homicide? What is it, Jerry? What's the matter?
Judith Gregg is dead.
Dead?
Suicide.
Good Lord.
Golly, Jerry, it looks like Miss Gregg was doing some pretty dangerous research for that book of hers.
Well, that's putting it mildly. It also begins to look like Judy's father may... Yes?
I have Lieutenant Wiegand for you.
Right. Hello, Bill. Look, I think I've picked up some information about Judy Gregg that you should have. My story editor, Ray Gordon, just told me that... What's that? When? Yes, I understand. We'll be waiting for you downstairs in front of my building.
Oh, what is it, Jerry? What's happened?
Well, Bill just got a complete report from the medical examiner. Judy Gregg was slugged and given a stiff dose of chloroform. She didn't commit suicide. She was murdered.
Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Gregg. Hip right.
Oh, just a minute.
You here alone?
Yes.
I thought so. Look, I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, sit down.
No, thanks. Too jumpy to sit still.
Oh, is something the matter, Mr. Rogers?
Matter? No, nothing's the matter.
What is it you wanted to talk to me about?
Nothing special. I was downstairs in the club below, and I was thinking about Judy. I can't get her out of my mind.
I know. I was just sitting here kind of remembering things about her. Still hard for me to realize that I won't
Stop
ever...
it.
What?
Don't talk like that. Don't talk like that.
What's the matter, Mr. Rogers?
Nothing. I just got the jumps with it, that's all.
What are you afraid of?
Too many things. Look, I'm no good, Mr. Rogers. I'm rotten, clear down to the core, but you gotta listen to me. Judy was... Well, she was the most. I told you that. But the cops are messing around. They may come up with something about her. That looks pretty bad.
What?
Never mind. Just listen to me. There'll be a lot of jive, and don't you believe it? Judy was a good, clean kid. She never did a thing to be ashamed of.
I know that.
You don't know anything. You don't know what the cops might say about Judy. But don't you believe it?
What are you trying to tell me, Mr. Rogers?
Nothing except... Nothing.
Mr. Rogers.
What?
Do you believe that Judy killed herself? Well?
No. I know she did.
Then she was murdered.
Yeah.
And you know who killed her?
I'll take it from here.
Mitchell, how did you...
The back...
Who are you?
Sit down, Pop.
Who are you?
The name's Mitchell. Jack Mitchell.
Are you the man who...
Yeah, I killed you, kid.
You?
Then your friend here helped me make it look like suicide.
That's a lie. I didn't help him. I tried to stop him.
What do you think you're doing, Pop?
I'm going to call the police.
That's a lie.
Operator!
Jack!
Skip it, operator.
Jack! Jack, you killed him!
No. And I'm not going to. You are.
Me?
Yeah, the old man's going to take a suicide dive out that window, Hip. And you're the guy who's going to start him on his way. You heard me? He's going out this window. Drag him over here.
No.
Bring him over here.
I'm not going to do it.
Why, you little punk.
I'm through with you, Mitchell. I'm through. I mean it.
How many times have I heard that before?
This time, I mean it.
Sure. You mean it every time. But every time you come crawling back to me because you can't live without me.
I can't.
Like I told you this morning, I'm the air you breathe. I'm the blood in your veins. And pretty soon you'll be screaming for me to help you.
No.
Pick up the old man and carry him over to the window,
I'm
Hip.
not going to do it.
No?
And you can't make me do it.
We'll see.
Not even with that gun. I'm going to call an ambulance. Get him to a hospital.
Stay right where you are, Hip.
Get out of my way. I want
You
the
heard me,
telephone. You heard me. Get out of the way.
Look out, you crazy fool. If you take one more step, I'll blow a hole right through you.
I said get out of my way.
Rogers' place is in the next block, Jerry.
Right.
Look, and when we get there, I want you and Pam to go upstairs and get Mr. Gregg while I find Rogers and ask some questions.
Okay.
What's your theory about that hypodermic needle and dope you found in Judy Gregg's room?
I think the stuff was planted there, but the medical report shows that Judy Gregg wasn't a drug addict.
Here we are.
Okay, let's go.
You think this man here, Rogers, killed Miss Gregg, don't you, Bill?
I think that Rogers knows a lot that he hasn't told me. That's why I think... Hey, where'd that come from?
Jerry! Bill, look! Up down the window ledge!
Rogers!
Fighting with someone!
Rogers! Rogers, look out! We're going...
Golly, Jerry, I'm glad that man Rogers is going to be all right.
Especially since Mr. Gregg says he saved his life. But Rogers was lucky he wasn't killed along with Jack Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Happy?
In heaven.
Well, not quite, but you're 15,000 feet closer to it than you were an hour ago.
Yes, isn't it a beautiful big plane?
Yeah. I was reading the other day that they'll have jet airliners that'll fly from New York to Los Angeles in 3 hours.
3 hours?
3 hours. And because of the time difference, you'll arrive on the West Coast at the same time you left the East. You'll leave at 7 in the morning and arrive at 7. One breakfast in New York and another breakfast in Los Angeles.
Well, let me tell you something, Jerry North. I'm never going to fly in one of those planes.
Well, why not?
One breakfast in New York and another in Los Angeles. Why, I wouldn't think of traveling that fast.
Oh, but darling, those planes will be just as large and comfortable and safe as the one we're on now.
Well, of course it will be.
Well, then what's worrying you?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jerry, I couldn't possibly eat 2 breakfasts.
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Pam, one of us has to wait here for Bill.
Well, all all right, but... Jerry!
Those were gunshots.
They came from the corridor.
Come on, Pam.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Witness. Friday evening, and Jerry North, driving home through the heavy evening traffic, has many plans for the cold winter weekend ahead. Plans that include an easy chair in front of the fire, a good book, leisurely meals, some television perhaps, and a nap or two, if that should strike his fancy. Nice plans, simple plans. Seems too bad he won't be able to keep these promises.
Your place is in the next block, isn't it, Andrews?
Yes, Mr. North. But you can drop me off at the corner. I have to stop at the grocery.
Okay.
I'll have those figures you asked me for first thing Monday morning. I'm going to work on them at home this weekend.
Oh, fine. But don't worry about them, Andrews. No rush.
You can pull up right here, Mr. North.
Right.
Well, thanks for the lift, Mr. North.
Don't mention it. See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Have a nice weekend. Good evening, Mr. Samuels.
Good evening, Mr. Andrews. Got your order right here, ready to go.
Oh, fine.
Here we are. Excuse me.
Sure.
Samuel's Grocery. Hello, Mrs. Andrews. Well, Mr. Andrews is here now. Just walked in. Why, sure you can. Your wife.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Doris.
Paul, you're early.
Mr. North gave me a lift.
Oh, I was calling Mr. Samuels to have him add a pound of coffee to the order.
Coffee?
Uh-huh.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's all, dear.
Be right home.
All right.
Pound of coffee. Here we are. Now, let's see. That'll be $4.93. Be with you boys in just a minute. $4.93 out of 5.
You'll take care of us right now, Dad.
What?
Just leave the cash register open.
Hey, what is this?
What's it look like, man?
Now, see here.
Hand over that dough, Dad. Here. Put it in this paper sack and hand it over. And do it quick. And you, man, leave us have your wallet, huh?
Here.
Thanks. Come on, Dad. Come on.
Here, you rotten little scum.
What? What did you call me?
You hurt me.
Hey, take it easy, Mr. Samuels.
You shut up. Take the sack, Nippy. Yeah, Dad, I heard you. Come around here. Come here.
Let go of me.
Leave the old man alone.
Shut up, mister. Scum, huh, Dad? Okay, take off your glasses. I never hit a guy with glasses. Take them off. Okay, drop them on the floor. Drop them, Dad. Step on them, Nifty. Why, you... scum, huh, Dad?
Leave me alone.
Scum, huh? I'll show you who's scum!
Samuels.
Come on, Ace, let's get out of here.
Jerry?
I guess now.
Darling, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, holy smoke, man. What are you doing with the lights on?
The lights aren't on, silly. That's the sun.
In the middle of the night? Impossible.
Oh, Jerry, please, get up.
Okay.
I have 101 things I have to... Well, I'll answer it. And you get up.
Okay.
Oh, good morning, Pam.
Well, Bill, come in.
Thanks.
Oh, you're up and around early this morning.
I've been up and around all night. Is Jerry home?
We're just getting up. Jerry, it's Bill Wigan.
Darling. Oh, good morning, Bill.
Hi, Jerry.
Hey, what are you doing here at this hour of the day?
Working.
Oh?
Have you ever seen this manila envelope before, Jerry?
Manila envelope?
Hey, where'd you get that? From your office, isn't it?
Yes, but...
It was found in the alley behind a grocery store on 1st Avenue near 48th Street.
A grocery store?
Run by an old fellow named Samuels. Now, yesterday evening, about 6:15, Samuels was robbed, beaten, and murdered.
Oh, how awful.
Yeah, but this envelope... Now, wait a minute, I'm getting to that. The newsboy on the corner heard the shot and saw a couple of men run out of the store. They went to the store and saw a third man bending over Samuels. And then the man ran out the back way.
And dropped that envelope, huh?
Well, that's my guess.
Andrews.
Andrews?
Paul Andrews. Works in my accounting department. I drove him across town last night after work. Left him off at that grocery store.
What time?
Oh, about 6:15, maybe a few minutes before. May I look inside the envelope?
Well, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, these are some figures Andrews was preparing for me. He said he was taking them home and to work on them over the weekend.
Where does Andrews live?
Gaylord Apartments, 49th Street.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't get it, Bill. It doesn't make sense. If Andrews was in the grocery store when this man Samuels was robbed and murdered, why didn't he call the police? Why did he run away?
Well, that's exactly what I want to know. Why?
Nifty? Come in.
You seen the newspapers, Ace?
Nah.
Oh, we'll take a look at this. Here, here's the story.
Riddle make some Java.
Read the story, Ace.
What's the matter?
Read the story.
Hey, there's something screwy here.
Yeah.
Says some newsie found the old guy and called it John's. Don't say nothing about the guy that was in the store. What gives?
You tell me.
The guy must have taken a powder after we blew.
Yeah.
But why?
I don't know. Well, maybe this is a break, huh, Ace?
What do you mean, a break?
Well, I got to thinking after I got home last night how that guy could finger us, maybe. Maybe he spotted our pictures in the cop's mug files. But I figured it was too late to do anything about it. Until I saw the papers. And when I did, I went back to that garbage can behind Connie's and got this back.
The guy's wallet.
Yeah, and his name and address is in it. Paul Andrews, Gaylord Apartments, 49th Street.
Good boy.
I got my brother's car.
I'll get dressed. Hey, take a look at this. Bought it in a joint on Times Square after I left you last night.
Man, that is a real necktie.
Half a sawbuck I paid for it. Something, huh? I don't get it. That guy in the store, why didn't he call the cops?
I don't know. But let's go ask him.
Paul? Paul?
Yes, Doris.
Breakfast.
Coming.
Sit down, I'll pour your coffee.
Thanks.
You didn't sleep well last night, did you?
No.
Paul, what is it?
What's what?
This is about the fourth time you've read that story about Mr. Samuels.
Sorry.
Oh, it's a terrible thing. And the fact that it must have happened right after you left the store...
All right, Doris.
Paul...
Well?
Oh, nothing. You pour the coffee. I'll see if the milkman's been here.
Morning, Miss Andrews.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Branch.
Milkman ain't been here yet.
So I see.
And I guess we won't be running round the corner to buy anything from Mr. Samuels anymore, will we? You heard what happened, didn't you?
Yes, we read it in the morning paper.
Ain't it awful?
Horrible.
Poor Mr. Samuels. I was just down to the store. Oh, not inside, of course. Police won't let nobody in. But I talked to Pinky. He's the newsboy on the corner, you know. And he says the police just can't figure out about the man in the brown overcoat.
Brown overcoat?
The man Pinky saw run out the back door. He was wearing a gray hat and brown overcoat.
There wasn't anything about that in the paper.
No, but I guess the police don't tell the papers everything. But Pinky told me, and he saw him.
Excuse me, Mrs. Branch.
Who were you talking to?
Mrs. Branch. Paul,
Yes?
what happened in Mr. Samuels' store last night?
What?
You hadn't left the store before Mr. Samuels was killed. He was still there.
No.
The man the newsboy saw run out the back way was wearing a brown overcoat and a gray hat.
Doris.
That man was you.
Doris, please, you...
Wasn't it?
Yes.
Paul, what happened? Why did you run away? Oh, darling, what are you afraid of?
Nothing. I just don't want to get mixed up with the police.
But, Paul, if you saw what happened, if you can describe the men who killed Mr. Samuels, identify them, perhaps...
I'm not going to get mixed up in this thing, Doris.
Paul, what is it? What's wrong? Oh, Paul,
You didn't have anything to do with what happened to Mr. Samuels, did you?
No.
Then what is it? Why are you afraid of the police? What are you hiding? Paul,
All right. All right, I'll tell you. There's something you don't know about me, Doris. Something that happened a long time ago, 20 years ago. Police.
What?
Down there, look. Police car. I've got to get out. Don't answer that.
Paul.
Don't answer that.
Oh, in the name of heaven, Paul, will you... Paul, where are you going?
I don't know. But I'm not going to talk to the police. I can't talk to them.
This is a pretty good bus your brother's got, Nifty.
Yeah, really souped, ain't she? Other night, up on Riverside, I had her up to 90.
90, yeah.
I did.
I'll bet.
Ask Blackie next time you see him. He was with me. He'll tell you. 90. Maybe more.
Okay. Here we are. Pull up.
Okay. You all set?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Wait. Push that rear view mirror this way. Yeah. How about that necktie, huh?
That's real sharp.
Let's go. Oh.
Hey, what's the matter?
Look. Parked over there.
Cop's car.
Yeah.
Ain't no Johns in it, though.
So, they must be up talking to the guy.
What do we do now?
I don't know. We'll... Hold it. Look. Coming from around behind the building.
The Andrews guy.
He must be ducking the Johns.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Hey, Ace. Look. He's grabbing a hat. Let's take him.
No, not here. But come on. Let's get back in the car and see where he goes.
Oh, please, Lieutenant. I've told you the truth. I've told you everything I know.
All right, Mrs. Andrews. Oh, excuse me. Yes? Oh, yes, Donahue. Put him on.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Jerry.
Have you talked to Andrews?
No, that's why I had Donahue call you. Andrews saw my car in front of his apartment building, knew I was coming to question him, and he ran.
What the devil's the matter with that guy?
I don't know, Jerry. Neither does his wife. I have her here in my office now. But she says he admitted he was in the Samuels store during the robbery and killing, and he didn't want to get involved with the police because of something that happened years ago.
But he didn't tell her what that was.
No. Now, look, Jerry, I got a couple of men going over Andrews' apartment to see if there's anything that'll give us an idea of what he's afraid of. And I'd like to do the same to his office.
Well, there's no one in the office on Saturday, Bill, but Pam and I were just going uptown. We can meet you there.
Well, swell. I'll meet you there in about an hour.
Drawer.
Pam, dear, there's nothing but business correspondence in those files. If there's anything here that'll explain Andrew's behavior, it'll be here in his desk.
Well, then let's...
No.
But, Jerry...
Look, we're going to wait until Bill gets here, Pam. Now, you sit down and restrain your curiosity for...
What's the matter?
Listen.
There's someone in the outer office.
Yeah.
But who else would...
Shh. Come on, behind the door.
Jerry, it's...
Quiet.
What the...
Oh, Pam.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I dropped my purse.
Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hello, Andrews.
What are you doing here?
I was just going to ask you the same question.
Well, I just stopped by to pick up some papers. I need to work on those figures you want.
And what are you going to do about the ones in the envelope you lost behind Samuel's grocery?
What? What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, Andrews.
And a friend of ours, Lieutenant Wygant of Homicide, is looking for you.
Call him, Pam. See if he's on his way.
All right.
Put down that phone, Mrs. North.
Andrews.
Put it down. Now, you, Mr. North. Get away from that door.
You're staying here, Andrews.
Open that door.
Jerry.
Look, Mr. North. 20 years ago, I killed a man with the same gun. I wouldn't want to have to kill another one.
So that's why you're afraid of the police. You're a murderer.
No, not a murderer. I killed a man, yes, but it wasn't my fault.
Well, what do you mean?
I was broke. I was riding the rods to get here to New York. I had a job waiting for me. There were a couple of other guys on the freight. They were drunk. They picked a fight with me. I don't know why, no reason. They just drunk. One of them had a gun. This gun. I took it away from him. The other one came after me with a knife, and I shot him.
If it was self-defense, why didn't you go to the police?
But that was in 1933. I was just a bum, just a hobo. Who was going to believe me? In those days, everything was cheap, including electricity. I'd have gone to the chair so fast.
Not if you're telling the truth.
Or if not the chair, prison for life, probably. Nice choice.
Andrews, listen to me. That was 20 years ago.
There are still prisons and electric chairs.
But you can't run away forever. The police will get you sooner or later.
I'll kill myself before they do.
Mr. Andrews.
I mean it. And if you don't quit stalling, Mr. North, I'll kill you if I have to.
Jerry, darling, please let him go.
Wait. Look, Andrews, you're just cheating yourself.
I'm telling you for the last time, Mr. North.
Don't you see? Everyone will be on your side. Everyone will believe you that you killed that man in self-defense if you give yourself up in order to help the police find the men who killed that grocer.
You could identify the men, couldn't you?
Yes, but no.
Okay, Andrews. It's your life. Kick it away if you want to. Here's the door.
Mr. Andrews.
You'd better leave while you can, Andrews. Our friend from Homicide will be here any minute.
I'm sorry. I'd like to believe you.
You can, Mr. Andrews.
No, I can't. Now get out of my way. I'm leaving.
There's the elevator.
Hiya, Dad.
Did I do something for you, boys? Yeah. We're looking for a friend of ours.
Tall guy. About 50. Come in here just a few minutes ago.
Name's Andrews.
Oh, Mr. Andrews.
You know him, huh, Dad?
Sure, he's with the North Publishing Company, 3rd floor.
Now, let's go, man.
Kind of lonesome around here today, huh, Dad?
Oh, it is Saturdays. Ain't nobody in the building.
We're here.
And Mr. Andrews is here.
Right, me.
We know what you mean, Dad.
North Publishing Company's at the end of the hall.
Thanks, Dad.
Down this way. I wish we'd taken care of that Andrews in the store last night. What's that?
What's what?
What you whistling?
Huh. You heard that. That's it. Hold it. Coming out of the door down there.
Oh, boy.
Get over there around the corner.
Yeah.
Hiya, Mr. Andrews.
You? Yeah, man. Us.
Well, we certainly guessed wrong that time.
Oh, I thought sure he'd listen to us.
Yeah, so did I.
Darling, what are you going to do?
Well, there's only one thing we can do. I'm going to try to follow him. Now, you stay here.
I'm coming with you.
No.
Yes.
Pam, one of us has to wait here for Bill.
Well, all right, but... Jerry!
Those were revolver shots.
From out in the corridor.
Come on.
Darling, look. Those men running toward the elevator.
That's Andrews on the floor.
Mr. Andrews?
Andrews.
Mr. North.
Pam, go back into the office and call an ambulance.
Where are you going?
Those men must have gone down the stairway. I'm going to try to follow them.
No, Jerry, don't go. Come back here, Jerry.
One more flight, East.
Hold it, Nippy.
What's the matter?
Listen.
Someone's coming down after us.
Yeah.
Well, let's go. Yeah, that must be the door to the lobby. Nifty, look. Going in the front door. John's.
Stephen Drew McBride, right here.
Close the door. Come on, Ace. Down to the basement. Now where? Down this way. Here, try this door. It's locked. How about this one? It's dark in there. Yeah. But come on. Light a match, Ace. Okay. Hurry up, will you?
Take it easy.
There. There's a light switch. Furnace room. There ain't no way out of here.
Relax.
What are we gonna do, Ace?
Don't start getting the jumps.
But we gotta get out of here. When them Johns find that guy Andrews, they'll turn the joint inside out.
Shut up, will you?
Ace, we gotta...
Shut up!
Yeah, okay, sure. I'm sorry. I'm okay. Okay. We'll get out of here somehow.
Sure.
Sure. No John's ever gonna... Somebody's at the door.
Douse that light. Get over against the wall.
It must be that guy who was on the stairs.
Yeah. Let's take him. Hey, what the?
Slug him, Ace! Slug him! Hit him again, Ace! Hit him! Feed his brains out! Kill that...
Cut it, Nifty! Cut it!
Hey, I'm getting out of here.
Nifty!
I'm getting out!
Nifty, you crazy fool! Cut it! Hey, you two, hold it.
John!
They gonna take me!
Let go, Lieutenant!
Let him have it, Stephen.
Ah!
Let go, Lieutenant!
All right, fella, you want the same thing?
Okay, copper, okay. You win.
Drop that gun.
Okay.
All right, now turn around, face the wall, and keep your hands up.
This one's dead, Lieutenant.
I told you to keep your hands up.
What's the matter, copper? Can't a guy even straighten his necktie?
Bill, where's Jerry?
Let's take a look.
Bill, if anything's happened to Jerry,
Now, take it easy, Pam. Let's look in here.
Jerry? Jerry, are you... Oh, Jerry!
Holy... Jerry!
Oh, Jerry, darling! Jerry!
Oh,
Oh, darling, your head.
head. Oh, which head? I feel like I have one for every day of the week.
Though Andrew's condition is still critical, the doctors are pretty certain he'll pull through.
Oh, wonderful, Bill. But what about the killing Paul Andrews was involved in?
Well, if Andrew's story about him being self-defense is true, and I have a hunch it is, you won't have anything to worry about. Oh, but tell me, Pam, how's Jerry feeling?
Well, he still has a couple of lumps, but he's much better. In fact, he wants to go to a movie tonight.
Well, say hello to him for me, will you?
I will. Thanks for calling.
Right, bye.
Come on, Jerry. We'll be late for the show.
Well, once again, Mr. and Mrs. North have come up with the right answer.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's story, The Adventure of the Veiled Lodger. Well, here we are again, about to enter Dr. Watson's familiar study. But, wait, what's this? Boxes and suitcases and trunks. Fishing rods and nets and reels piled up in the hallway.
Oh, don't let it upset you, Mr. Harris. It simply means Mrs. Watson and I are about to start off on our summer vacation. Personally, I'd just as soon stay comfortably at home. But you know how women are. Have to have an excuse to buy a lot of new summer clothes, and then you have to go off somewhere to show them off.
Oh, yes. Seems to me I've heard you'd bought quite a few new Clippercraft suits and sport jackets yourself, Dr. Watson.
Well, you wouldn't want me to embarrass the little woman, would you?
Oh, good grief, no. And there's one way of making sure the women of the family will be proud of you.
Of course, buy Clippercraft.
All right, you are, Dr. Watson. And now, before you begin the story you promised us, The Adventure of the Veiled Lodger...
Which has to do with a very horrible murder that interrupted a fishing trip Holmes and I were enjoying. It was brought to our attention by little Jojo, the clown who traveled with Rhonda's circus. It seems that Sahara King, the lion, had got loose.
Hey, hold on a minute, Dr. Watson. Before we meet these clowns and lions and circus murders, suppose I say a few words on behalf of the generous gentlemen who have footed the bill for this long and delightful series of Sherlock Holmes reminiscences.
That is a motion I second with pleasure, Mr. Harris.
Very well, then, Doctor. You can buy clothes for almost any price you wish to pay, but it's hard to believe you can buy such really magnificent suits for only $40 to $47.50. Tropicals for only $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets for only $26.50. We're speaking of Clippercraft clothes, of course. The only way you can prove this to yourself is by seeing Clippercraft for yourself, and by comparing them with suits selling for many dollars more. Clippercraft clothes are made according to a plan that makes these out-of-this-world values possible. In the Clippercraft plan, 1,036 of the nation's finest independent stores from coast to coast, stores you can trust, voluntarily concentrate their buying power to provide steady year-round operation, reduce manufacturing and distribution costs. Despite rising manufacturing costs, you make a real saving. See your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, back to our final story.
Well, Mr. Harris, when I was packing my fishing paraphernalia this morning, it put me in mind of the horrible catastrophe that interrupted a certain trip Holmes and I were indulging in. Fishing was one of the few sports, you know, that Holmes enjoyed. Yes, the last character in that tragic episode died just last winter. The poor lady who lived in a lodging house in total seclusion, going out only at night, and then always heavily veiled. Yes, I have finally decided to tell the case of the double tragedy at Abbas Parva.
Abbas Parva. That's a curious name, Doctor. Was it in Italy?
No, Mr. Harris. Abbas Parva is a small village in Berkshire. Rhonda's circus had halted there for the night on its way to Wimbledon. They were simply camping and not exhibiting, as the place is so small it wouldn't have paid them to open.
Rhonda's circus. I don't believe I've heard of it, Doctor. Was it a big one?
No, for those days, yes. Rhonda was at one time a household word in England and on the continent. I don't believe he ever went to the United States. He was the rival of Womwell and of Sanger, perhaps the greatest showman of his day. There is evidence, however, that he took to drink, and that both he and his show were on the downgrade at the time of the great tragedy. Well, it was spring, and the trout season was on. Holmes and I had gone to Berkshire to a place we knew for a bit of fishing. Late one afternoon, we received a message from Rhonda's circus that it was encamped in the neighboring hamlet of Abbas Parva. It seems Jojo wanted to see us. It was a fine evening, so after supper, Holmes suggested we stroll over and have a chat with him. Jojo was an old friend of Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes certainly had a great variety of acquaintances, Doctor. Everything from clowns to cabinet ministers.
Yes, quite. And I rather suspect he preferred the clowns. He always said they were more human. Well, we found Jojo behind the cook tent smoking his evening pipe. The peculiar, exhilarating smell that a circus carries with it hung heavy in the still air.
I know. It's made up of animals and peanuts and sawdust and canvas and pink lemonade.
That's as good a description as any, Mr. Harris. Well, everything looked peaceful enough, but there was an undercurrent of excitement about. Somewhere in the distance, a lion roared.
What's wrong with that lion, Jojo? He sounds uneasy.
Oh, you mean Sahara King? Getting near his feeding time.
Sounds vicious, eh, Holmes?
That he is, sir. Vicious. Came near to mauling Jeannie when she went into his cage for last night's show.
Who is Jeannie?
Well, now, don't tell me you don't know Jeannie, Mr. Holmes. Well, Belle Eugenia, the greatest artist on a slack wire this country ever had, until she cut a ligament in her right leg one night last year when a drunken roustabout hadn't put up her equipment proper like. Yes, a fine girl, Jeannie. Born and brought up on the sawdust and doing springs through a hoop before she was 10. The prettiest youngster you ever did see. Hair like red gold and cheeks as pink as roses. Well, she's only 28 now and an handsome woman still, but she's seen a bit of life, Mr. Holmes, and it's left its mark, I guess.
Oh? What happened?
Well, when she was going on 18, she married Rhonda.
You mean the man who owns this outfit?
Yeah, that's him. August H. Rhonda. And there ain't a wild animal in any of his cages can touch him for pure downright meanness and cruelty.
Well, didn't the young lady know that when she married him?
Oh, she knew it right enough. Ain't anyone in show business to know about Rhonda. She married him to save her dad from going to prison. You see, Rhonda got him for forging a check. Some say it was a put-up job. And I'm not saying it wasn't likely, seeing as Jeannie's father never learned to read or write. Howsoever, Rhonda seemed to think he had a case, so Jeannie married him to keep things hushed up. Yes, sir, that check was for £100, but I guess Jeannie has had £1 million worth of suffering since then. Rhonda kept getting worse and worse. First it was drink, then women. And then he took to beating her up.
The unmitigated blackguard.
Yes. I kind of figure he hated her because he knew he wasn't fit to clean her boots. Always figuring out new ways to torture her. And when she fell and cut her leg and couldn't walk the wire anymore, he said she had to do something to earn a living. He put her in the cages, doing an act with the big cats.
You mean the lions and tigers?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Well, Jeannie's always been afraid of them ever since she was a baby. Couldn't even stand the sight of a common, ordinary house cat. Some folks are like that, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, it's a not uncommon phobia.
Yes, sir. And so when Rhonda made Jeannie work with the big cats, it was pure torture to her. And maybe he didn't know that. Yes, sir. He even makes her feed them. Says it's because they'll feel more friendly toward her if she does. But between you and me, it's because they always roar so at feeding time, and that terrifies her. You see?
Present medieval gentleman. He should have lived at the time of the Spanish Inquisition. Look here, why didn't someone in the circus interfere? Go to the police.
Well, we don't dare for fear of losing our jobs. Well, besides, what could we prove?
Watson, the circus is a world of its own. And the people in it are born, brought up, and finally die under canvas. They travel here and there, never making any real contact with outside life. If one of the performers had stepped in to protect Mrs. Rhonda, he'd have lost his job and never been able to get into a circus again, in all probability.
Yes, sir, that's right.
As I said, the circus is a world of its own. It has its own loves and hates, its own laws and standards. And Rhonda is its Tsar, its Caesar, its God. The circus performer, there is no life outside the circus. Take him away from the sawdust and the circus smells, its eternal wanderings, its audiences, its hardships, and he's as lost and out of place as you would be on Mars.
Yes, sir. And that's why no one's ever called in the police. First, because we don't dare, and second, because we don't like outsiders poking around our affairs. Ah, but you're different, Mr. Holmes. You understand us. Besides, you're not a regular blue nose.
Yes, that's what he's always saying, not one of the official police.
Yes, sir. And so that's why, Mr. Holmes, I thought maybe you'd kind of take a look around. Maybe you might be in time To prevent something.
What do you mean by something, Jojo?
Best if I know, Mr. Holmes, but something's going to happen. It ain't going to be pretty. I got a feeling, a kind of warning, and I ain't the only one. The rest of them, they got the wind up, too. We don't know exactly why.
Yes, I noticed that everything was unnaturally quiet as I came past the tents tonight. No singing and shouting, none of the usual couples walking around arm in arm. Everyone seems to be under cover.
Yeah, that's what they are, sir. Under cover. And listening. Waiting for something to happen. Some people say we circus folks are superstitious. You call it what you like. But we always knows when something's going to happen. The night before the big blowdown, outside of Dover, when 20 people was killed, there was a feeling like this, all through the camp. The same way when Lillian Deland's trapeze snapped and she broke her neck. Even the animals seemed to feel it. I tell you, Mr. Holmes, something's going to happen. But we don't know what.
Perhaps you do. Subconsciously.
I'm afraid I didn't get that, Mr. Holmes. That's pretty big words, whatever it was.
Subconsciously. All I mean is this, Jojo. We are aware of a lot of things in the back of our minds that we don't actually think out. The back of our minds notices a lot of little things we don't even remember. And it adds all these little things together and reaches some rather surprising conclusions. Now and then, these conclusions amount to a knowledge of danger. And the subconscious mind tries to flash us a warning, and we feel uncomfortable, because we cannot go back into our unconscious minds and dig out the items that have gone to make up the total.
Well, if you can't, you can't, I guess.
But sometimes you can, if you have help. Now then, Jojo, you say you're worried, and Jeannie Rhonda is obviously uppermost in your mind.
Yes, sir, I don't feel right about Jeannie. Not since Sahara King tried to maul her last night. That's a fact.
I see. But she doesn't have to go into his cage again until you reach your next stand. Am I right?
Well, no. Well, that is, she's supposed to feed him tonight. But I heard her say to Rhonda this afternoon she wasn't going near the beast again, ever.
Defiance. Rather unusual after all these years, eh, Jojo?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. It's an hour past Sahara King's feeding time. He's getting worse every minute.
Jojo, what has happened lately to give Jeannie Rhonda the courage to defy her husband?
Well, sir, that is, I really don't know, by rights.
But you suspect something.
Well, that is, I really wouldn't like to say, you see. Well, I'm fond of Jeannie.
Someone has joined the circus lately. Someone who isn't afraid of Rhonda, but who is fond of Jeannie. Am I right?
Well, I wouldn't say he's really fond of her. Maybe it's just because if Rhonda dies, the circus belongs to his widow. And anyone can see that Rhonda's liable to have apoplexy any day if he don't give up drinking like a sponge. But, well, bless me. How did you guess, Mr. Holmes?
Nothing persuades a woman to defy one man as quickly as the knowledge that there's another man to back her up. And who is this chap who isn't afraid of Rhonda?
It's Leonardo, the new strong man. He's handsome, all right. Strong as an ox, but I don't trust him, Mr. Holmes. He don't look you straight in the eye. Oh, I'm not blaming Jeannie. I guess compared to old Rhonda, he looked like the angel Gabriel, and besides, he's the first man that ever did show her any attention. She's been pretty lonely sometimes.
Do you think Rhonda suspects this attachment?
That I don't know, Mr. Holmes. I wish to heaven I did. Seems he came home unexpected last night. As a rule, he sits drinking in some pub or other until closing time, but last night he came home early, and Jeannie wasn't in their wagon. He liked to tore up the place. But whether he found out something, I couldn't say.
I wish someone would feed that beast so he'd stop that caterwauling. It gives me goose flesh all up and down my spine.
And well it may. If he ain't fed soon, it won't be safe for anyone to go in his cage.
Yes. Come along, Watson. I think the sooner we reach it, the better.
Oh, you mean you're going to interview that lion?
What do you think it is, Mr. Holmes? What's going to happen?
I'm not certain, Jojo. But doesn't it strike you as curious that if Rhonda isn't going to force his wife to feed the beast, he hasn't sent someone else to do it?
You think he's just letting her put it off until the beast's in a filthy, dangerous rage?
In a killing rage, perhaps.
By Jiminy. That'd be just like him. To make her go in there, and not a chance of it.
Exactly. And no one could ever prove he meant to kill her.
Oh, we must be almost there. That beast sounds unpleasantly close.
Just around this tent, sir.
Holmes, why are you cocking a revolver? You don't actually think...
Listen, someone on the other side of the tent talking.
Oh, yes, you will. Think you can defy me, my girl? I'll show you.
But I'm afraid. Oh, Augustus, please, just this once.
It's them, Rhonda and Jeannie.
Open that cage and get in there. I'll flog the skin off your back. I'll show you who's your master. Thought I didn't know you were sneaking out nights. Unlock that cage!
Oh, hurry, we must stop her. She can't go in there.
Help! Help! Sahara's loose! Help! Help!
There they are. Sahara's out of the cage.
Got her down. In her face. Stand back, Watson. I'm going to shoot.
You got him! You got him! Jeannie. Jeannie. Are you hurt? Her face. Oh, it's torn to pieces. She's covered with blood. Oh, Jeannie.
Easy
Jeannie.
there, Jojo. Easy. Watson, is she dying?
No, I think we can save her, but she'll be horribly disfigured.
And this man over here, I take it this is Rhonda.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Sahara must have got him, too.
He's gone, I'm afraid. Back of the skull completely crushed. Good Lord, that animal must have had a paw like a sledgehammer. Look how the claws tore the scalp.
I wonder.
Well, I must say I don't see anything to wonder about, Holmes. The lion escaped from the cage and went for both of them.
Yes, but why not the other man as well?
What other man?
The one who screamed and ran away.
Oh, coward. He could have saved me. Coward. Oh.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes are thinking not only of the suit you'll buy tomorrow, but of the suit you'll buy next year and in the years to come. That's why you can always depend on the Clippercraft label. Why Clippercraft makes a business of bringing you one of the greatest values in America. Behind that smart-looking Clippercraft suit is the amazing Clippercraft plan, responsible for Clippercraft's unique values. You get the benefit of tremendous savings through the Clippercraft plan, whereby 1,036 of the nation's finest independent local stores from coast to coast voluntarily concentrate their buying power. Because of this plan, your fine new Clippercraft suit costs only $40 to $47.50, your tropical only $33.75 to $40, and your sport jacket only $26.50. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. Be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. We find Holmes smoking his pipe deep in contemplation as he waits for Dr. Watson to finish caring for Mrs. Ronder. The night is black and breathless. Even the animals are hushed. A heavy-footed figure approaches.
Well, Watson?
She'll live, but she won't enjoy it, I'm afraid.
Horribly disfigured, eh?
Look here, Holmes, it's getting late. Let's be getting on home. There's nothing more we can do here. After all, you can't arrest a lion for murder, you know.
If it was a lion, Watson?
Oh, what do you mean, if it was a lion? We saw him, didn't we, tearing at that poor woman's face.
I'm not thinking about the woman, Watson, but her husband. He was lying fully 10 paces from the cage. I doubt if the lion ever got that far.
Oh, rubbish, Holmes. You're trying to build bricks without straw. This isn't a case for the police.
Perhaps not. It may very well be a case for Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, that's conceit, pure and simple. Come along, Holmes. I'm nearly dead for sleep.
So you don't think it's a case, Watson?
No, I don't.
Then would you mind telling me what, to your way of thinking, did happen?
Well, it's all rather obvious. Jeannie Ronder opened the cage, the enraged lion jumped past her, killed her husband with a blow, and then returned to finish her off.
It was the back of Ronda's skull that was crushed, remember?
Well, naturally, he turned and ran when he saw the beast coming for him.
And the man's voice, the man we heard shouting for help?
Oh, Holmes, don't be pig-headed. Of course Ronda called for help when he saw the lion was out of control.
You mean to tell me a man can still cry out with the back of his head battered in?
Well, no, that is...
And we could still hear his voice after his wife's cries had been stilled?
Well, of course...
Furthermore, Ronda's body was lying with the head pointing towards the cage, not away from it, as would have been the case if he'd been running away and attacked from the rear. No, Watson. Rhonda was facing the cage when he was struck down. Struck down by the man who called for help but ran away when the lion, infuriated by a smell of human blood, turned on Mrs. Rhonda.
Yes, but...
That's why she kept saying, coward, he could have saved me. That man could have driven off the lion with a weapon used to kill Rhonda if he hadn't lost his nerve.
Yes, but look here, Holmes. Rhonda was killed by the lion. He must have been. The marks of his claws were left on the skull. You saw that yourself.
Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes.
Oh, there you are, Jojo. What does she say? Did she see who killed her husband?
She won't talk, Mr. Holmes. I can't get a word out of her. But I think she knows right enough. Oh, it's terrible. She just lies there, moaning and crying for Leonardo.
And where is that gentleman?
I tried to find him for her, but they tell me he went off to town soon after supper. What? Yeah, there he is now. Coming up the road from Abbott's Parlour. Yeah, I must run and tell him what's happened. Jeannie wants to see him. He's the only one who can comfort her.
Oh, that should be an interesting interview, Watson. Suppose we wander over to Mrs. Rhonda's wagon. I believe it has a convenient window.
You mean you're going to eavesdrop?
That is my intention.
Holmes, have you no moral scruples?
None whatever, my dear Watson. None whatever. Here, Watson. Get down behind these bushes, out of the light of that window.
Yes, but I shan't be able to see anything.
Have you no moral scruples, Watson? Oh. We don't have to see. All we have to do is hear. Quiet. Here come Leonardo and Jojo.
Hello, Jeannie.
Leo, why did you do it? You promised
Shut
me.
up, will you? Jojo's here.
Oh, I didn't know. I can't see with these bandages.
Yeah. Just told me what happened. Met me on the road coming back from Abbas Powder. I'm sorry, Jeannie. You got pretty badly mauled.
Yes, but that doesn't matter. Oh, Leo, we won't have to run away now. Rhonda, he's gone. We can get married, decent-like.
Married? What makes you think I'm going to marry you?
But, Leo, you promised.
You think I want to be tied up for life to a woman with only half a face left? You might as well expect me to marry one of the freaks.
Leo. Leo, don't laugh. It's your fault that Sahara mauled me. You could have driven him off with a club you used to...
Shut up, you fool. Shut up.
Don't you do it. Don't you touch her, Leo. I'll warn you.
Well, listen to who's talking. Jojo, get out of here before I cripple you so you can't walk. Now, get out, do you hear?
Leo, don't hurt him. Jojo, please go. You can't do any good. We get on better if we're alone. Please, Jojo.
All right, Jeannie. But just you let me know if you don't treat her right.
Go on, get out before I kick you
I'm going.
You ought to see him run.
Nasty brute. I'd like to...
Quiet, Watson. Quiet.
Leo, you didn't mean what you just said.
Oh, didn't I? I'm pulling out of here tomorrow.
But Leo, the circus, it's mine now. You can have it if we're married. You've always wanted to run a circus.
No, sir. I'm sensitive, I am. I never could stand looking at an ugly woman. Why, I'd as soon as marry a gargoyle as a woman without a face.
Leo, I can wear a mask.
No, it's no good. I'm clearing out of here tomorrow.
No, you're not.
Well, who's going to stop me?
I will. I'll go to the police. I'll tell them that you killed Rhonda. They'll arrest you.
And what about you? Your hands aren't any too clean, remember?
But I didn't kill him. I didn't know you were going to. All I wanted you to do was keep him from sending me into that cage.
And who's going to believe that? We're in this together. You can't hand me over without putting a rope around your own neck.
But I didn't do it. I didn't. I never wanted him killed. You can't do that to me.
Shut up, you hysterical.
You can't leave me like this, Leo.
Now let go of me and stop screaming. You want everybody in camp to hear?
I can't. I don't care. I won't let you go.
That's good, that is. Won't let me go. How are you going to stop me? And another thing. I never did love you.
Oh!
Now, do you get that? Never. All the time I was out to the circus. But now I don't want it. Not if I've got to have you along with it.
I'll kill you, Leo. I'll kill you for this.
Go ahead. You haven't got the nerve. Well, I'm going.
Leo. Leo. Oh.
Holmes, you're not going to let him go like that. He's guilty.
Cut him. Cut him.
Holmes, she shot him.
Quick, Watson. We've got to see him. Perhaps he's not dead yet.
I wish we'd stayed home tonight.
Here he is, Watson. Help me turn him over.
Righto.
Yes, he's dead right enough. Hit between the eyes. Nice shot.
So, she did have the nerve after all.
No, Watson. Jeannie Rhonda did not shoot Leonardo.
But Holmes, look
She
here.
couldn't. Her eyes were bandaged. Come along, Watson. We're going home. I think I could use a bit of sleep myself.
But I say, Holmes, look here. Aren't you going to stay around and find out who shot him?
I don't think I want to know, Watson. We solved the first murder. That's enough for one evening. Besides, did I ever tell you that Jojo's father was famous for his tricks with a rifle? Yes, I believe his sons weren't half bad either.
But, Dr. Watson, didn't the police ever discover who killed Leonardo?
No, Mr. Harris, they didn't. His body was discovered on the road to Abbas Parva. I dare say some of the circus people suspected the culprit, but circus people are notoriously close-mouthed.
Well, Doctor, there's one more point I don't quite understand. How did the marks of the lion's claws happen to be found on Ronder's skull if Leonardo killed him?
Well, it was really rather simple, Mr. Harris. Holmes eventually found a club with 5 spikes in it at the bottom of the scum-covered pool in the neighborhood. I don't believe he ever mentioned the fact to anyone, however.
Well, that was certainly a very powerful story, Dr. Watson. In fact, Doctor, I'd say it was one of the best stories you've ever told.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I like to finish on a high point, don't you know?
But you're not going to go away and leave us for good, are you?
You really want me to come back in the fall?
You know we do, Dr. Watson. Why, the week would be kind of empty without a Sherlock Holmes adventure to look forward to.
Well, in that case, I think it could be arranged. All I wanted was a little coaxing, you know.
Well, then consider yourself coaxed, Dr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. And a most heartfelt thank you to all our radio friends who have so patiently listened to the reminiscences of a venerable medico who was fortunate enough to become the biographer of Sherlock Holmes. And last, but by no means least, thanks to our generous sponsors who have made these half hours possible.
You know, Dr. Watson, I sometimes suspect they are Sherlock Holmes fans, too.
I hope so, Mr. Harris. I certainly hope so. And now a pleasant vacation to you and all our friends.
The same to you, Dr. Watson, and have fun in your new Clippercraft wardrobe. The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. John Stanley, known best to you as Sherlock Holmes, has turned author. Be sure to read his article, Powder Smoke, at 221B Baker Street, in the current issue of Black Mask magazine, now on your newsstand. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Well, cheerio, Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, and members of the Clippercraft radio audience until the fall. Best wishes for a most pleasant summer from the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast. Remember, we'll be on the air again next fall, when Clippercraft will again bring you the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is a mutual broadcasting system.
Following station identification, you'll hear Melvin Elliott reporting the latest headline news.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began on an elevated train and ended in eternity.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
The night is just about washed up. The sky is getting that tattletale gray around the edges. Another hour or so, 3 million alarm clocks will start yakking against the eardrums of Chicago's dear hearts and gentle people. A goodly number of said dear hearts and gentle people will stumble to the front door for their copy of the Morning Star. I'm wondering what they'll say when they read the opening sentence of the Night Beat story for today. The line that goes, "This is a love story with the happiest ending I've ever heard." I guess they'll figure spring has got me in its perfume clutches, and more than likely I'll wind up around the bologna sandwich, and that'll be that. Only if they just keep reading, maybe they'll be in for a strange kind of surprise. It started a little after 10 o'clock last night. I just boarded an elevated train and was on my way to the Loop. The train was pretty crowded, but I saw an empty seat up front, and I hurried for it. I started sitting down without looking.
Anton, where have you been?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I've waited so long, Anton.
The girl sitting next to me. I noticed her for the first time. About 20, maybe. And so beautiful, so delicately beautiful, it was like your eyes had hit the jackpot, and somehow the grinding elevator train suddenly sounded like a gypsy violin.
Oh, Anton, you shouldn't have gone away.
Look, I hate to tell you this, but I think you've got me mixed up.
Oh, it's so good to hear you, to be near you, Anton. So good.
Yeah, it's good to be near you, too, kid. But...
Won't ever go away again, will you?
I'd like to stay here forever.
Promise me, Anton. Promise me you'll never go away.
Beautiful as she was, it started giving me the creeps. If I'd been Anton, I'd have enjoyed it immensely, but being as how I was two other guys, I didn't see it. And also, there was something about her eyes, a disturbing brightness. I didn't know what to do about it, and before I could decide,
Lake Street transfer.
I reached my transfer station. I started getting up.
Anton, no, don't go.
Oh, lady, look, it's my station.
Don't leave me again, Anton. Please, no.
Now, take it easy. Let go of me. What's wrong with you? This is my station.
Anton, I can't let you leave me again. I won't.
Well, you'll just have to, kiddo. Now let go. My sleeves on. She folded up like a little rag doll into a dead faint. I bent over her, picked up her arm to massage her wrist. It was like touching a hot stove. She was burning up with fever. Passengers in the car were crowding around. The conductor still hadn't given the signal for the train to leave the station. I picked the girl up in my arms. It was like lifting a 10-year-old kid. She must have weighed a fast 90 pounds. I carried her out of the train onto the platform. Someone called for an ambulance. She was still unconscious when the ambulance came. She looked so small and so lost and so alone. And, well, according to her, I was Anton, so the least Anton could do would be to sit beside her on the long ride to the hospital. She was still out cold when we reached County Hospital. They found her name and address inside her purse. Mrs. Marisha Nowak, 612 Larrabee Street. I waited around to see what was wrong with her. After almost an hour, they said I could go upstairs and talk to the doctor.
Oh, Mr. Stone?
Oh, yes. Doctor, I wanted to see you about that girl I brought in, Marisha Nowak.
Yes. Relative of yours?
Oh, no. I just met her tonight.
Oh, I'm afraid we've got to contact some relative right away.
Nothing you can do for her, huh?
Do for her? Poor kid's been sick for years and waits till she's dying before she comes to a hospital.
Well, it takes money to go to a hospital, Doc.
Not here. Why didn't she come here? What's wrong with these people? Are they proud or stupid? 3 years ago, maybe we could have done something for her, but now...
Well, yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Stone. I don't know. It's completely frustrating. You study medicine, what good does it do? Sometimes life doesn't seem to make any sense.
Since when is it supposed to make sense?
I sound like this is my first patient. Not very professional, I'm afraid.
But don't worry about it. It's human.
Now, this girl keeps talking about her husband, Anton.
Well, she was talking that way when I met her.
Yes, he's supposed to take her away someplace, to Mexico, she says, where it's warm and she'll get well. What do they expect? Miracles?
Oh, sure, miracles. Maybe Mexico was going to be her miracle.
Do you have any idea how to contact her husband?
But doesn't the girl know where he is?
Doesn't seem to. even when she's not delirious. Got an address from her purse, a place over on Larrabee Street, north of Chicago Avenue.
Yes, I know that neighborhood. Furnished rooms with kitchen privileges. Bring your own mousetraps. Lovely.
No phone listing. I was thinking of calling the police.
Yeah.
Trouble is, there's so little time.
Well, how much time?
I don't know. Could happen 5 minutes from now. 5 hours.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll drop by her address and see what I can find out.
Doctor, she's conscious again. Rational.
Oh.
She wants to talk to you.
All right, nurse. Care to see her, Mr. Stone?
Yeah. The doc turned and walked into the room, and I followed him. That's a nice, promising beginning for a love story with a happy ending, Only when we got inside Marisha Nowak's room, the joke was on me. There was no hearts and flowers. She was even more beautiful than before. Her black hair spread out on the white pillow, her delicate face, and the lovely eyes following us as we came into the room. No fear in those eyes. None at all. Just a sort of questioning.
Doctor, have you found him yet?
Not yet, Marisha. We're still trying. This is Mr. Stone. He's trying to help us locate your husband.
Oh, I hope you find him. Poor Anton. He'll feel so bad if you don't find him in time.
Well, of course he will. That's why the doctor'd like you to tell me anything you can that might help us find him.
But I told the doctor. He went to find work, my Anton, so he could take me away where I could get well and could be a wife to him.
Does it bother you to talk? Does it tire you?
No, I like talking about him. And there's so little time.
Doctor said you were planning on going to Mexico.
To Las Flores, the little town of the flowers in Veracruz. My ring is from Mexico. See? Silver and turquoise.
It's nice.
We were married with 2 rings. Exactly alike. Silver and turquoise.
You think Anton could have gone there, to Mexico?
No, he'd never have gone there without me. The little town of the flowers. Like we planned on our honeymoon. Just like it said in the travel folder. With thousands of blossoms on the water. Perfuming the air. But we went to a real hotel here in Chicago on our honeymoon. Anton insisted on it. Even though we couldn't afford it. It was in the winter, and it was cold in Chicago like now. Icicles hung from the trees, breaking the branches. But in the room it was warm. And we had each other.
Look out the window, Marisha. You know, I've never seen the lake from up high. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, Anton. I'm so happy, Anton. Wasn't it extravagant coming here to a hotel? I'd have been just as satisfied going straight to our room.
On Larrabee Street? Nah, Marisha, not on our honeymoon. We'll have time enough for that. How could you possibly imagine anything beautiful from a furnished room on Larrabee Street?
Darling.
But here, this is different. It's more than a hotel room in Chicago overlooking the lake. This is what we've dreamed of. Imagine it's Las Flores.
Oh, yes.
The little town of the flowers. Look out there, Marisha. That isn't snow, it's thick tropical foliage. And those aren't icicles hanging from the trees. They're blossoms, and the wind is warm and soft outside. Oh, you'll get well, Marisha. We don't need money. We can live for practically nothing. Fresh fruit growing on trees, all we can eat.
Oh, we will go there, Anton, we will. And I'll get well there. I'll be a wife to you, Anton. Just you wait and see. But we didn't go to Mexico. And then Anton went away.
And you haven't heard from him since?
No. But I don't blame him. Why should a man stay with a wife who's sick?
Oh, no. You said yourself he went away to earn money for your trip.
Yes. Yes, that's it. But now if I could only see him once more, just once, to tell him not to feel badly, to be happy for what we had. If I could only tell him not to feel sorry. Because it was the same as if we really had been to Las Flores.
Well, you better rest now. I'll try to find him. It's tough when they know they're going to die. It's not that they're scared. But suddenly there's something they feel they've got to do, and time is running out. That's how it was with Marisha Noack. She had to find her Anton to tell him it was okay about a little town in Mexico that neither one of them had ever seen or ever would see. How do you find a guy like that, and what was I doing looking for him? Oh, well. I took a cab back to the Loop. I picked up my car and drove over to the Larrabee Street address. It was a rooming house, all right, and the poorest-looking one on the block. I rang the bell and I waited. A middle-aged woman came to the door.
What is it?
Are you the manager?
If you're looking for a room, I got no vacancy.
Oh, no, I don't want a room. You have someone living here by the name of Noack?
Yes, but she ain't home. She ain't been here all day.
I know that. She's in the hospital.
The hospital? Oh, the poor thing. I was worried about her. She's never been out late like this.
Is her husband here, Anton Noack?
Oh, I know. He ain't been here for a long time. Working someplace out of the city, I think.
Well, do you have any idea where? I've got to find him. Mrs. Noack is... Well, they don't expect her to live. He's got to be notified.
Oh, no. Oh, that poor little girl. For such a long time she's been sick. Come on in, please. Maybe there's something in here written down. Or maybe Mr. Noack's brother would know.
Brother? Where does he live?
Well, now, I don't know exactly. He's the one that's been sending Mrs. Noack money to live on while her husband's been away.
That was a beginning. We found an envelope from the brother in the girl's room, Paul Noack. He lived on Clark Street in the Lincoln Park neighborhood. I drove over. There was a man coming down the steps as I got out of my car. I stopped him when he got to the sidewalk. I beg your pardon?
Yes?
I saw you coming out of that building. You wouldn't be Paul Noack, would you?
Why do you ask?
Oh, I'm from the Chicago Star. I'm trying to locate Anton Noack.
Well, I can't help you. I don't know anything about him. Excuse me, I'm late to work.
Mr. Noack. You are his brother, aren't you?
Oh, yes, but...
Well, what's the matter with you?
I don't know anything about him. He's gone away someplace to work.
Look, fellow, I gotta find her. Marisha's very sick.
Marisha?
She's in the hospital.
Oh, I didn't know.
I gotta find your brother right away.
I told you I don't know where he is. My brother and I... Well, we don't see each other. I haven't seen him since he left.
But he's written to you. He must have. You've been sending money to his wife.
All right. It's none of your business, but I'll tell you. I had one letter from him. He asked me to do what I could for Marisha until he could send for her.
Where was the letter from? Say where he was working?
Someplace in Montreal. He didn't give any address. Some fur company, like Chicago Montreal Furs.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're telling me the truth, Mr. Noack, but I can't see why you'd want a thing like that on your conscience.
I'm telling you the truth.
Well, okay, but don't take it so hard.
Oh, Marisha. That poor kid. I'll see you the first thing tomorrow.
Well, you better make it tonight.
I can't. I just can't. We're right in the middle of our tax work.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I see your point. Only thing is that tomorrow she'll be dead.
It's not true. Doctors are notorious for saying things like that. I don't believe it for a minute.
Would you believe it if you weren't in the middle of your tax work, Mr. Noack?
Now, you have no right to talk to me like that. No right at all. I'll see you tomorrow, I tell you. I'll see you tomorrow. You get out of my way. Get out of my way and stay out of my life. Stay out of my life or you'll regret it, Mr. Stone.
Now, what was that for?
NBC is presenting Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
A love story with a happy ending. Yes, that's what the man said. Only right at the moment, if there was any happiness in the world, it was staying out of my sight. Almost midnight, and Marisha Noack up at the hospital, hanging on to life by her fingernails until I could find her husband, Anton. Nothing to go on but the name Anton's brother had thrown at me, the Chicago Montreal Fur Company. I looked it up in the phone book. It was there, all right. I started dialing the number. I didn't imagine anybody be around this time of the night, but it was the only lead I had at the moment. There weren't too many moments left. All I could think about was what the doctor had said. Maybe she's got 5 hours. 5 hours. Oh, nobody's going to answer.
Hello?
Hello. This is a reporter on the Chicago Star.
There's nobody here. All gone home.
Look, I'm trying to locate a man who's working for your company.
There's nobody here. I'm cleaning woman.
Call tomorrow.
No, wait, please. Listen, I don't have any time. This is very important. Can you tell me how I can locate the manager of your company?
Manager gone home at 5 o'clock. This is the cleaning woman.
Oh, yes, I understand that, but can you please tell me the manager's number? I've got to telephone him now.
Oh, just a minute.
I waited. Seemed like forever while she went for the number.
Hello?
Yeah, were you able to find it?
George Swanson. Lakeview 42311.
Lakeview 42311. Thank you very much.
Tell him I didn't give out the number, only because it's an emergency.
Yes, all right. I'll tell him. Thank you. Goodbye. LA 42311. Hello, Mr. Swanson.
Yes?
I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Swanson, but it's very important. My name is Stone. I'm a reporter on the Star. I'm trying to locate a man who works for your company, an Anton Nowak.
We have no one by that name working for us. What was that name?
Anton Nowak.
Never have had since I've been with the company. Of course, we're an old firm. May have been a way back.
Oh, no. This would have been in the last year or so.
No, sorry.
Would you have any way of knowing if he worked at your Montreal branch?
We have no Montreal branch.
Isn't your company the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company?
Yeah, that's right. We haven't had a branch in Montreal for years. That used to be our headquarters when the company first started, but we're strictly a Chicago firm now.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry to trouble you.
Oh, not at all. Oh, if it's going to be printed in the papers, don't forget to mention our name.
No, I won't. Goodbye, Mr. Swanson. Something was beginning to smell, and it wasn't just the west wind out of the stockyards. I checked the vital statistics on deaths. No Anton Nowak since 44. Checked the police records for amnesia cases. In the Central Bonding Company files, Paul Nowak was listed as a night auditor with the Great Lakes Bank Reserve over on State Street. I drove around to State Street and rang the night bell at the Great Lakes Reserve. The watchman wouldn't let me in, but in a couple of minutes, Nowak came out of the building alone. His face was white as he came toward me.
Why did you come here?
Well, your brother doesn't work for the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company. I thought you'd want to know.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything about him.
Your own brother?
You have no right to come here. No right. Do you hear? This is my work.
Well, sure, but I didn't think you'd mind. After all, you've got nothing to hide.
Of course I have nothing to hide. They know me here. I'm respected. I have a position of trust. You have no right to come here and make trouble for me. It's taken me years to get where I am.
All right, now, just take it easy. Nobody's interested in making trouble for you. But I am interested in finding Anton Nowak, and whether you like it or not, that's what I intend to do.
Well, then find him. Find him, only stay away from me. Stay away from my work. I can't help you. I told you that. Now stay away from me.
I didn't have time to twist his arm. As a last resort, I headed across town to police headquarters, Bureau of Missing Persons, and my old friend, Sergeant Adams.
No, Randy, no. He's never been listed as a missing person. Somebody would have had to report him, his wife or a brother, for us to have a record on him.
Yes, Adams, I know that, but the guy is missing.
You say you checked the death records.
That's right.
How about hospital records?
Well, there's nothing to go on and not enough time, Adams. I tell you, I gotta find the fellow tonight, tomorrow, the latest.
Yeah. Date of disappearance, May 10th, 1948. Did you check the arrest records for that date?
Nothing under Nowak.
How about John Doe's?
John Doe's? No, I never thought of that.
Yeah, well, come on. It won't take much time. Never can tell.
Just might be something.
Usually you find something on these John Doe's after you had them a while. FBI prints, pictures, or else they just break down, tell us who they are. Of course, if they're just John Doe drunks, just a matter of sobering them up. Right in here, Randy. Hi, Mac.
Hello, Adams.
Arrest records, 48, May 10th.
Okay.
You better make it May 11th, too.
You the guy that phoned earlier?
Yes, I phoned.
Nothing under those names you asked about?
Yeah, Mac, we want to have a look at the John Doe's.
Here you are.
Yeah. May 10th. A's, B's, C's, D. Day. Dalton, Denver, Dill, Doe. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk.
Must have been kind of drunk out that night.
Here's one. John Doe, armed robbery. Let me see the file on this one, Mac. 192701.
Right. You think there'd be any information in the file?
You never can tell, Randy. Personal property slip sometimes has information you can use.
Here you are. 192701.
John Doe, age 23, hair dark, eyes brown, height 5'10", 3/4, no identifying scars.
Well, that age is right. It could be Nowak. What'd he do?
Hold up. Captured by the victim. Must have been new at the game.
Let's look at what else you got, huh?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the personal property list. Stuff he had on him when he was booked. Brown suit, white shirt, blue striped tie, no hat, white handkerchief.
What is this under jewelry?
One only hand ring Indian.
Silver and turquoise. What else?
Cash, 8 cents.
Identification?
No. That's about all. Oh, here's a note. I guess he was trying to get away. One only, travel folder on Mexico.
I'd found him. Anton Nowak was John Doe, arrested for robbery May 10th, 1948, convicted and sentenced to Joliet for 2 to 5 years, still under the name of John Doe. It was beginning to fit together, sure. He didn't want her to know. That's why he hadn't written. That was the reason for the lie about the job in Montreal. He was afraid it would hurt her. And the prison record, that's why his brother wouldn't tell where he was. Afraid that somehow Anton's crime would reflect on his own bank job. I jumped into my car and headed out Ogden Avenue towards Joliet, over 30 miles away. It was the middle of the night. I had no idea what I could do when I got there. All I knew was I had to get there fast. Maybe he'd been released. Maybe I could talk the warden into letting him out with me under guard. Maybe I could put a call through to the hospital. He could at least talk to her on the phone. I didn't know. When I got to Joliet, the place was lit up like Soldiers Field. The guard took me inside to the warden. He was dressed. He seemed to have been expecting me.
Now, you're a little late, Stone.
Doesn't anybody go to bed around here?
Yeah, the rest of the boys have been and gone.
Rest of what boys?
The other papers.
You mean they got here ahead of me?
Oh, why, of course. The break happened a couple of hours ago.
A break? I thought there was something funny about all those lights and everybody being up at this time of the night.
Isn't that why you're here?
No, I came up to see a fellow. What happened?
One of the men suddenly decided he wanted out. Grabbed a gun away from a guard and started blasting away. Had to shoot him to stop him.
Not an organized break?
No, he was alone. Can't understand it. Model prisoner. Coming up for parole in a month. And tonight he just blows up. Poor fellow.
His name wouldn't be John Doe, would it?
One of many. How did you know?
Well, he might be the fellow I was coming up to see. Chicago number 192701.
Yeah. So that's a shame. He's in a hospital cell down the hall.
Can I see him?
He's pretty bad off.
I'd like to see him if you don't mind, Warden.
Come on.
Thank you.
Funny about these John Does. Did you know him?
No, I don't. I think I know his wife.
Usually something pretty decent about them. Trying to protect their families, mostly. Can't hardly blame them either. Oh,
hello, Warden.
Doctor, this is Mr. Stone.
Mm-hmm.
One of the Chicago papers. All right if we go in and talk to him for a minute?
Well, I'm afraid it won't make much difference, Warden.
Go ahead, Stone.
Thank you. Hello, fella.
Hi.
I don't want to bother you, but I came up here tonight looking for a fellow named Anton Nowak.
My name's John Doe.
Yeah, this Anton Nowak, I never met him, but from what I hear, he's quite a guy.
I wouldn't know.
I had it from a girl named Marisha, his wife, I believe. She loved him quite a lot. By the way, that ring you're wearing, where'd you get that?
I stole it.
Really? Why would anyone steal a cheap little bit of silver and turquoise?
I happen to like it.
Uh-huh. I saw one like that on a girl once. It was a wedding ring. The girl liked it, too. This fellow Nowak gave it to her, but then he got into some sort of a jam. He had to go away for a while. He didn't tell her anything about what happened. He was afraid it might have hurt her.
Would have killed her.
No. Would have made her unhappy, maybe. But she would have understood. She loved him an awful lot. She would have been glad he was squaring things up. She loved him an awful lot.
What do you want, mister?
Well, like I said, I was just looking for a fella. Just one question for the paper. I'm sorry I have to ask you, but how did you happen to pick tonight to break out? Why didn't you wait for your release?
I don't know. Something made me. Something kept telling me she needed me.
Doctor, quick.
Marisha. Flowers on the water. How beautiful in the sunlight.
He's gone.
Instinctively, I looked down at my watch. 2:35 in the morning. A nice lonely time to make your curtain call, 2:35 a.m. Fine little night I've been having. I really felt low. I telephoned the story into the paper and went back to the hospital. I wasn't going to be much help to Marisha Nowak, but I promised to come back. The doctor was in the hall working over some reports at the night desk. He looked up when I stepped out of the elevator.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Hello, Doc. I found our Anton all right. A little too late, though. Dead.
Really? Wouldn't have made any difference.
She,
Yeah? I'm making out the report now.
Oh, great.
Wasn't so bad, Stone. Wasn't bad at all. She was happy. I've never seen anyone so happy.
What did she have to be happy about?
Oh, who knows? But right at the last, this wonderful smile came across her face. I guess it was delirium. She kept saying something like, flowers on the water.
How beautiful in the sunlight?
Yeah, that's what she said. How did...
That report that you're making out, Doc, tell me. What was the time of death? Tell me, Doc, please.
Oh, it's 2:35 a.m. Why?
2:35 a.m. Yeah. So here I sit, watching the dawn creeping up on Chicago, tapping out 30 to my story for the night. A love story, no less. A very pessimistic fellow once wrote, when two people really love each other, there can never be a happy ending. Well, it could be. But then again, maybe that pessimistic fellow used one word too many. Maybe when two people really love each other, there can never be an ending. Oh, who knows? You pays your money, you takes your choice. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is edited by Larry Miss and directed by Warren Lewis. Music is by Frank Worth. Others in tonight's cast were Joyce McCluskey, Vic Perrin, Jack Edwards, Jerry Harsner, Rena Craig, Larry Dobkin, and Charles Seal. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. There's more great action-packed entertainment for you throughout the week on NBC. Other mystery adventure programs include such popular shows as Dragnet, High Adventure, and Christopher London.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have tried to show in my brief lecture just how factual are the case histories on applied psychology contained in my newest book. Are there any questions?
Mr. Mary.
Yes?
Mr. Mary, if, as you say, the subconscious is the stronger of our two minds, why doesn't it dominate us most of the time?
A very good question. In my opinion, the subconscious is held in check by a controlling band. A band that keeps it under the conscious mind. Were it possible to remove that controlling influence, I am of the opinion that the subconscious would dominate our motivations. Well, if there are no other questions, ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed I have a phone call in my office. Should any of you care to speak to me there, I assure you I shall be delighted. Thank you very much. Hello? This is Mr. Merry speaking.
Mr. Merry, this is George Hallworth. I represent the Justine Literary Club.
Would it be possible for you to speak to our members next Thursday?
Next Thursday?
Yes.
Well, I intended to return to the coast.
Oh?
But I think I might be able to postpone my departure. Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Will you write me a letter, Mr. Harworth, merely confirming our appointment?
Well, I'll be very glad to. And thank you, Mr. Murray.
Not at all. Goodbye. Coming. Oh, it's you. I thought I saw you in my audience, but I hardly expected the pleasure of a personal visit. Come in. I hope you've come to tell me that you've forgotten the past. I'm glad you came to see me. I've been wanting to explain. Why are you staring at me like that? Why don't you say something? What do you want? Oh, no. No! No!
No, I think yes. Vance? Mr. Vance, I'm not disturbing you, am I?
I could contribute to your ego, Miss Deering, by saying that you're quite disturbing to me. But I won't. At least, not during business hours.
I'm not disturbing during business hours, or you won't say it during business hours.
A combination of both, Miss Deering. You know, I believe I've reached the epitome of success as a private investigator. I'm so private that I haven't had an interesting or unusual client in a week.
Doesn't seem to bother you much.
It doesn't bother me at all. No, I rather like the ambition that gets me down to my office and the circumstances that do not force me to work when I get here. It guarantees my character and places no strain whatsoever on my mentality.
Would it be too much for me to ask you to guarantee your character in your own office? After all, it's only through that door, and I have some typing to do.
Do I distract you, Miss Deering?
Well, I could contribute to your ego, Mr. Vance, by saying that you're quite distracting. So I will. You're quite distracting. Now let me get to work.
Miss Deering.
Yes?
Take a letter, please.
A letter? Okay, I take L for let me finish what I'm doing. Now, let me see. Take a look at the glass panel in the door. You will not be at ease much longer, oh serene sir. I seem to see a female profile.
And I seem to hear a female knock. Come in.
Mr. Vance here.
I'm Philo Vance. May I help you?
Oh, yes, if you only will, Mr. Vance. Is there someplace we can talk alone?
Oh, don't mind me. I only work here.
Come into my office if you like. It's just through this door here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Not at all. Won't you have a seat?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Vance, I'm Alice Barkley. And I've come to you because you're the only one who can help me, if anyone can.
I assure you I'll try. Just give me an idea as to what you'd like me to do.
I don't know what anyone can do, Mr. Vance. I've just shot and killed a man.
I'm afraid you've come to the wrong office, Miss Barkley. You want the police, or perhaps that's vice versa.
Oh, but you don't understand. I can't remember anything that happened to me, except that 2 hours ago I was standing over a man who'd been shot in the heart, and I had a gun in my hand, and the gun was still warm from being fired.
You can't remember anything before that?
Well, I went to a lecture on applied psychology this afternoon with friends. The lecturer was Joseph Mary. You've heard of him, of course. He's written books.
Oh, yes.
All I remember was that after the lecture, I was standing over his body, and he was dead.
What did you do with the gun?
I have it here. I put it in my purse and ran. It was only then that I realized I didn't know where I was running to. So I walked, and then I came here. I can't remember anything else.
Well, I'll do what I can to help you, Miss Barkley. But I'm pretty convinced that you'll be facing a murder charge unless you suddenly start remembering something.
Well, Mrs. Addison, how do you think your husband looks in his new tuxedo? Pretty nifty, eh?
Please, darling, I'd like to lie down for a while.
What's the trouble, Joan? You've come home rather late from the lecture and you're all upset.
Here,
wait, sit down for a minute.
Thank you.
That's it. I'll get you a glass of water. Here, let me have your hat and your handbag.
I'm so sorry. I guess I don't know what's come over me.
Joan, your handbag's terribly heavy. What's in it?
Well, you might as well look.
Joan, it's my gun.
Yes.
What were you doing with my gun? And one of the bullets has been fired. Joan!
Please, darling, I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
All I know is that I had to take it to the lecture.
Don't ask me why. And I shot a man with it.
You what?
I shot Joseph Mary.
The district attorney will see you now, Sergeant Heath. Go right in.
Thanks, Mary. Oh, how's his humor today?
Very good, I'd say. And don't change it, will you?
I'll try not to. Hi, Mr. Markham.
Hi. What do I owe the honor of the homicide department's call?
To this, D.A. You've always been griping about the cases I hand you. There's always something missing, you always say, right?
Go ahead.
This time I got one for you on a silver platter. Man named Joe Mary was killed in his office this afternoon. This afternoon, mind you. He was shot. There was a gun lying next to his body. We traced the gun, found its owner, and I'm holding her. Name is Frances Adams. How's that?
Sounds like good work, Heath. Just a moment. Yes?
Mr. Philo Vance is here, Mr. Markham.
Vance, well, show him in by all means.
Oh, so your friend is here, eh, D.A.? And I'm glad. He'll find out that the police don't need him on every case.
Hello, Markham, and Sergeant Heath.
Hi, Vance.
How have you been, Heath? Or haven't you made up your mind yet?
I feel fine, Mr. Vance. Wonderful, in fact, and you?
You'll have to forgive the sergeant today, Vance. He feels rather good. He's wrapped up a murder case by himself.
Really? What one is that?
The Joe Mary murder. Girl named Frances Adams shot him.
Is that so? Well, I came up here to tell Markham that a girl named Alice Barkley came to my office a little while ago, and she was under the impression that she killed Joe Mary.
Huh?
Had the gun she did it with, too. Here it is.
Well, Sergeant Heath, this rather complicates things, doesn't it?
Any time your friend Vance arrives, there's complications, D.A. My advice is...
We'll have to wait for your advice, Sergeant. Hello? Yes? Yes. Yes, of course. Would you bring her right down, please? Thank you. I'll be here. Goodbye.
Now, I was saying that my
We're going
advice...
to still have to wait for that, Sergeant. You see, you've arrested a girl for killing Joe Mary. Vance here has a young lady who says she killed him. And that phone call was from a man named Anderson. He says his wife shot and killed Mary, and he's bringing her down here right away. How long does it take that medical examiner to check a body, Sergeant Heath? He's been working on Joe Mary's body for an hour.
Our friend the sergeant doesn't seem to be in a hurry, Markham.
Sure, I'm in a hurry, Vance. Why shouldn't I be in a hurry? When the doc tells us what bullet killed Mary, I'll know which of the 3 guns I have fired that bullet. I'll know whose gun it is, and I'll know which one of the 3 girls killed him.
I guess Sergeant Heath has something there, Vance.
Maybe. But I don't think it'll be quite as simple as that. Well, here comes the doctor. We'll know in a second.
Hey, Doc. What kind of a bullet was it that knocked off Mary?
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, gentlemen? Doc, we're in a hurry. What kind of a bullet did you find in Mary?
Patience, Sergeant. Patience is a virtue.
All right, so I'm not virtuous. What did you find? We want to know which one of 3 different gals to hold for this murder.
I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you that, Sergeant. Here were 3 bullets.
3 bullets?
Yes, 3 bullets in Mr. Mary's heart. 3 bullets from 3 different guns, I'd say.
Huh?
I beg your pardon?
The sergeant said, huh. That means he's bewildered.
Yes, and he isn't the only one who is.
Bewildered? Oh, I'm supposed to be bewildered, huh? Well, I'm not. All right, so there were 3 different bullets fired into our friend, Mr. Mary. Doc, which one was fired first? Whoever fired that shot is the murderer.
That's probably correct, Sergeant, only the 3 bullets were fired within a very short time of each other. I'm afraid there's no way I or anyone else could tell which one was fired first.
Oh, no, it can't be.
I'm inclined to think it can. I had a feeling this wouldn't be so simple. Sergeant, may I make a suggestion?
Somebody better suggest something.
We have 3 suspects and 3 guns. I think the first thing we ought to do is find out if those 3 guns fired the bullets that the doctor found in Joe Mary's body. Which way to the ballistics department, Sergeant? Well, you have quite a good eye, Sergeant. You hit the bale of cotton without any trouble.
I got trouble, all right, but it's not because of the way I shoot. Okay, Daniels, get that bullet out and check it with the 3rd one we took out of Joe Mary's body.
Right.
Well, Vance, what do you think we'll find?
The same thing we found in the case of the other 2 guns we checked. That each fired 1 bullet into Mary.
You know something? I wouldn't mind that. Look, this Barclay gal who came to see you, we know her gun fired one of the bullets, right, D.A.?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. The Anderson gal whose husband phoned us, we know her gun fired one of them. The Adams woman that I picked up, this is her gun we just tested now. Why, this case is a snap. All three of them were in on it. They're all murderers.
I doubt that, Heath. In fact, even if it were right, you could never put all three of them on trial.
No, why not?
Vance is right, Heath. Only one of those women is a murderer, the first one that fired the first bullet into Mary. She killed him. Supposing the other two did fire their guns into his body. If he were already dead, what crime did they commit?
See what I meant, Heath?
We don't know and can never find out which was the first bullet that killed him. Of course, we gotta hold all three of those women. We've got to. Vance, do me a favor. Say that you're a little confused by all of this, too.
All right, Heath, if it'll give you any satisfaction. I'm confused.
Okay, you solved the Canary murder case and the Green murder case, and only last week the Eagle murder case. The DA keeps reminding me that I didn't, but you did. Well, I'd like to see you solve this one.
I'd be glad to wind up this case for you, Sergeant. Very glad.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Mary murder case has everyone concerned, including Philo Vance, completely baffled. Joe Mary was murdered. 3 bullets were found in his heart, bullets belonging to guns owned by Alice Barclay, Joan Anderson, and Francis Adams. All admit they brought those guns to Mary's lecture, but can't tell why. At Vance's request, all 3 women were brought into a detention room at headquarters, and I understand Vance is on his way.
Well, somebody say something. It's no good for the 3 of us to just sit here and stare at each other.
What is there to say, Alice? We don't know where to begin. Francis, the police are going to find out that you were once married to Joe Mary. Why don't you tell them?
And make myself their number 1 suspect. You can't mean that, Joan. And while we're on the subject, you and Alice ran around with him at college, didn't you? Why don't you tell the police that?
Don't try to make it look like we killed him, Francis. Don't you do it. I warn you, I may know more about this than I'm saying.
That sounds like a threat.
Well, does it? How does this sound? I think you killed Joe Mary.
You even intimate that again, and you'll be the sorriest girl alive.
Joan, are we going to stand here and take this from her?
Alice.
She killed Joan. She killed him, and she's afraid we know how she did it.
Now, look, darling.
She shot him. I know she did.
Don't cry.
Keep that screaming idiot quiet, Joan. Keep her quiet.
Ladies, please.
What do you want here, Mr. Vance?
Well, first I want to tell you that I couldn't help overhearing what the 3 of you just said. Very interesting. But, ladies, I have good news for you. You're all free to go home.
Oh, how wonderful.
Only, of course, you're not to leave town.
Not to leave.
And, Mrs. Anderson.
Yes?
I'd like to see you in my office the first thing in the morning.
I'd prefer it, Joan, if you'd get out of here and let me finish packing.
You can't leave me now, darling. You just can't.
Oh, no? Just you wait and see. I'm not going to be known as the husband of the girl who murdered Joe Mary, believe me. Ex-husband, maybe, but not husband. Get out of the way, please. Oh, answer that, will you? I'm having trouble enough trying to close this bag.
All right. Hello?
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes?
This is Philo Vance.
Oh.
Why weren't you down at my office this morning as I asked you to be?
I'm sorry, I can't talk to you now.
You've got to. I just found out that the police know you ran around with Joe Mary at college and that he walked out on you.
Please, Mr. Vance, let me alone. I can't explain anything to you. Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'm going to hang up. And if you or the police think that I killed Joe Mary, well, it doesn't matter very much now anyhow.
Yes, come in. Don't keep knocking like an infernal idiot.
Good afternoon, Professor Colby. Remember me?
Huh? Oh, certainly I remember you. One of my worst students. Got one of my highest marks. Never forgiven you for it. What's your name?
Vance, Professor. Philo Vance.
Yes, Vance. Well, Vance, what is it?
Professor Colby, can a person be hypnotized into committing murder?
If you'd paid any attention in your classes, you'd know that nobody can be hypnotized into doing anything that's against his moral code. Goodbye, Mr. What'd you say your name was?
Vance.
Yes, Vance.
Tell me this, Professor. Post-hypnosis is a suggestion given to a hypnotized person which must be carried out after he is awakened from hypnosis, correct?
Yes, of course, that's correct.
The person receiving a post-hypnotic suggestion would have no idea why he was doing something, but he'd know he'd have to do it, right?
Any child knows that.
Children don't take courses in applied psychology. May I use your phone?
Well, there's a pay station outside.
Oh, this will do very nicely, thank you. I've got to talk to the district attorney. and ask him to have 3 suspects in a murder case brought to my office this evening. And then, Professor Colby, I have a favor to ask of you. A favor I don't think you can well refuse.
We'll return to Jackson Beck, starring as Philo Vance Detective, in a moment.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson.
The Whistler.
Choose from among thousands of downloadable old-time radio shows and spoken word titles at
MediaBay.com.
The best voice on the net.
Yeah.
And now, let's rejoin Jackson Beck as Philo Vance Detective in the conclusion of the Mary murder case.
Miss Barclay, Mrs. Anderson, and Miss Adams.
Yes.
Let me start by saying I'm glad you were willing to come to my office.
Oh, not at all.
I appreciate that.
Well, Vance, I got them here. Where's this great experiment you promised?
Please, Markham. Ladies, I'm going to attempt an experiment in mass hypnosis. Does any of the 3 of you object to being hypnotized?
Well, I don't object.
No, I don't think so.
You know as well as I that if you fight against it, you couldn't possibly be hypnotized. So thanks again for your cooperation. Now I'd like to present one of our eminent authorities on hypnotism, Professor Colby.
How do you do, Professor Colby?
Well, turn out all the lights except this one on the desk, please, Vance.
You do it, William Markham. You're nearer to it.
Well, somebody do it. I haven't got all night, you know.
Very well.
Good. Now, ladies, I want you all to sit back in your chairs. Please make yourselves comfortable and think of nothing at all. And if you feel yourselves getting drowsy, close your eyes and sleep. Vance, there they are, the 3 of them hypnotized. The conscious mind dormant. You won't need me any longer.
No, I know what to do from here on in. Thank you, Professor.
Be sure you do it. Fine thing bothering me at this time of the night. Good night, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Markham, Sergeant.
Good night. Good night, Professor. He certainly is a strange sort of gentleman, isn't he, Vance?
Professor Colby is wonderful. You know, it's his theory and mine that under hypnosis, if hypnotism was used once before, the subconscious mind will recall what was done at that time. I have one of my secretary's hat pins in my hand, Markham. Observe closely. I'm going to touch Miss Adams' hand with it.
What's up, Vance?
Don't be alarmed, Markham. I assure you she didn't feel it. Now for the experiment. Remember, Markham, they're completely under hypnosis. They couldn't lie if they wanted to. Remember that. Miss Adams, I want you to take this gun and shoot it like you shot Joe Mary.
She's doing nothing, Vance, just holding it.
I know. I'll take back that gun, Miss Adams. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Anderson, please take this gun. Thank you.
Now what, Vance?
Hand me that hat pin, Markham, please.
There you are.
Thanks. I'll just touch Mrs. Anderson's hand with the point. There. That's fine. No reaction, Markham. Now, Mrs. Anderson, I want you to fire that gun the way you fired it at Joe Mary. Now.
Fine experiment, Vance. She hasn't moved a muscle either.
One more subject, Markham. Give me back the gun, Mrs. Anderson. Now, Miss Barclay. First, the hatpin test. No reaction, Markham. Now, take this gun, Miss Barclay, and fire it just as you did at Joe Mary. Now.
Vance, this is ridiculous. She's doing absolutely nothing.
I know. But believe me, that isn't all I know. I know who killed Joe Mary. Can't you tell, Markham? Miss Barclay.
Yes?
You've got to help me. I know you were hypnotized the day Joe Mary was murdered. I know who hypnotized you. The real murderer gave herself away in my office a little while ago. But I can't prove anything without your help.
In the interest of society and to help trap a clever murderer, Miss Barclay, will you please?
Will I be in danger, Mr. Markham?
Mr. Vance and I will try to see that the danger is as slight as possible.
Very well, gentlemen. I'll do it. Hello, Francis.
Oh, it's you, Alice. Come in.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Tea?
Yes, please.
Francis, we're quite alone, aren't we?
Why, yes, of course. Why? Cream?
Yes, please. I just wanted to tell you that as long as the police have apparently given up on us, you and I ought to have an understanding.
Really? What sort of an understanding? Sugar?
Yes, two, thank you. Well, for one thing, when you hypnotized Joan and me several weeks ago and gave us a post-hypnotic suggestion to bring guns to Joe Mary's lecture, I wasn't hypnotized.
I don't know what you mean. Is the tea strong enough?
Yes, quite. I saw you shoot Joe Mary with your own gun, then with mine, and then with Joan's.
You're dreaming, child.
Oh, no, I'm very much awake. I let you go through with your plans because, you see, I could use some money.
Oh, well, that's too bad. But you won't need money very shortly. You'll never leave here alive. You were clever enough to figure out what I had done. Very well. But if you think that you can blackmail me, you're mistaken. I'll kill you with my hands. It'll make no noise. You'll never feel anything. Just my hands on your neck like this. A little while. No pain. No knowledge. No fear.
All right, Miss Adams, take your hands off Miss Barkley. Arrest her, Markham.
All right, Vance.
She's all yours. Yours and the state's. Miss Deering, inasmuch as you are employed by me, would it be too much to ask you why you're not working?
I'm only hired between the hours of 9 and 5, Vance. It's 5:30 now. How about breaking down and telling me how you solved the Mary murder case?
All right. To begin with, when Professor Colby hypnotized the three ladies, only 2 of them were really hypnotized.
Oh.
The actual murderer, Frances Adams, fought against it, knowing her subconscious mind, which she could not control, might reveal something to us.
Mm-hmm.
That was the whole purpose of the experiment, to find which girl would be afraid to be hypnotized.
But how did you know Miss Adams was faking?
Your hatpin told me.
Well, how do you like that? I've been using it for months, and I never knew it could open its mouth.
I touched the point of it to all 3 of the ladies. One of them, Frances Adams, jumped a little. That was enough to prove she wasn't hypnotized, and indicated she was the murderer, but didn't prove it. So we framed a little scene between her and Alice Barkley, and we got our proof.
Well, and why did Miss Adams become a murderer?
She'd once been married to Joe Mary. When he left town with his divorce, he also stole most of her jewelry and ready cash. And there you are.
Oh, really? Where am I?
With me, Ellen. Right at the end of the Mary murder case.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style, use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, use Fitch shampoo.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo and Ideal Hair Tonic, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. This Saturday night I'm going to spellbind you about. Caught me while spending a week and the fee from my last case in zestful living at a summer hotel, which was so swanky that the help hardly spoke to the guests. For $25 a day, I had one of the 50 bungalows on the hotel grounds. For $30, I could have had one with a window. Well, anyway, there was a girl up there. Isn't there always? She was named Janice Cole, a sort of a social secretary to the hotel. She was about 28. Her eyes were so big and blue they made you think of mountain lakes, and her hair was as black as a jealous rage. She had a figure that made you think you'd seen her before in a swimsuit. Oh, she was real quality. Much to my high blood pressure, she was engaged to a society playboy with $1 for every suntan in Florida, and his name was Clint Hayes. There was dancing going on in the ballroom of the hotel, and Janice was dancing with Clint. But she was watching me. I thought I saw fear in her eyes. They finished their dance right in front of me. Well, I certainly enjoyed that exhibition, Clint.
Glad you liked it, Rogue. Dancing with Janice is a wonderful way to spend an evening.
I believe that. Well, how about the next one, Janice?
Oh,
I can't, Richard. I don't feel very well.
Oh, really, darling?
Yes, I think I'll go to my cabin, Clint. I have a terrible headache.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, dear. Is there anything I can get for you?
I've got some aspirin.
Oh, no. I think I'll just lie down for a while. I'll be back as soon as I feel a little more like enjoying the party.
After Janice Cole left, I ducked Clint and mingled with the crowd, fencing in and out of polite conversation and keeping up a gay front to cover the worry which was stampeding around in my mind. I couldn't forget the lost look in the eyes of Janice Cole, a look that was so full of fear and hopelessness that it haunted me. I decided, after sweating out 30 minutes of wondering why she was so frightened, to drop by her bungalow and have a fatherly chat with her. I casually worked my way along a chain of conversations to the open door and faded unobtrusively out into the night. There was a light in Janice's bungalow. I walked rapidly toward it. The door was ajar. When I knocked on it, it swung open. And I saw Janice lying there, a red pool expanding on the Navajo rug under her head. I took a few steps into the room. Oh! I was on the inside of a giant bell, clinging to the clapper with the strength of desperation. It swung through eternity like a giant pendulum, and at the end of every arc, the universe was shattered by the sound of the tolling. I couldn't stand the noise. I let go on the tremendous upsweep and was catapulted through space at a terrifying, breathless speed. The ringing of the bell grew fainter and fainter. And then, there was quiet. I drifted peacefully for a while and landed as gently as a snowflake on a sparrow's wing. And I rested on cloud 8 in the blackness of complete oblivion.
Hey, Chiefy! Chiefy! You better come out of it!
Oh, go away, Igor.
No, I'm sorry, Rogie, but you've got to get back on the ball or you're going to find yourself behind it. Come on now. Come on.
Igor, go away. I'm not well. I've been hurt.
There are things going on that you ought to know about, Rogie.
I don't care. I'm on my vacation.
You're in trouble, Rogie. Bad trouble. Remember that dead girl?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Let him get away with it?
Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Let me alone.
Well, I guess you've been hit on the head once too often, Rogie. Lost your nerve, huh?
What do you mean, midget?
No fight left in you. It's too bad.
I've got plenty of fight left in me. What's going on down there?
Well, you better go down and see, Rogie. Come on. I'll help you over the side.
Okay. Come on, give me a push, Igor. Oh, you're a fine alter ego, and I'm proud of you.
I try to take care of you, Chiefy. Over you go, Rogie. Over you go.
I dreaded opening my eyes because I remembered that dead girl lying there. But I opened them at last. And what I didn't see made me think I'd lost my mind. Where the body had lain, staining the Navajo rug, there was a Navajo rug, but no stain and no body. I wobbled to my feet. My knees were made of soup. I grabbed the bed for support and threw my massive intellect into high. There were strange things happening here, and they were happening to me. I decided to stay mum and get back to the dance to see what I could discover from the behavior of the inmates. I took out my pocket comb, dressed my hair around the bump on my head so I wouldn't look like I had two, wiped the bed and the doorknob clean of my fingerprints, and looking much better than I felt, rejoined the party. Clint was talking with Nancy Bowman, another luscious lady on the hotel social staff.
Hello, Rogue. We've been looking for you.
Oh, hi, Clint. Hello, Nancy.
Hello, Richard. Where have you been?
We're getting a little fresh air. How about this dance, Nancy?
Can't. I promised Clint.
Oh, go ahead. I'll be noble. Janice should be coming back soon anyhow.
Well, all right then. You're on, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, for you, my dear, both of them. See you later, Clint.
Bye.
You know, Nancy, that Clint's a lucky man getting a girl like Janice. She's what the boys in the back room call a dish.
I suppose Janice isn't lucky getting a man with $1 million.
Not my type. Now, I don't have the million, but I have
then let's just dance.
Oh.
Now that Janice has her millionaire, I'm out to get mine.
You girls old friends?
No, I've worked up here with her summers for a couple of years. She's a grand girl. Everybody loves her.
She's engaged to this creep with the millions?
Yes, they're going to be married in 2 weeks. Don't you ever read the newspapers?
Oh, guess it wasn't on the sport page.
Probably not. Though the way Janice stopped him, it could have been.
Kitty, 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 kitty.
May I cut in?
Hi, Frank. That's up to you, Richard.
Well, I never give up beautiful ladies to strangers.
You don't know Frank, the ladies' home companion?
That can be taken care of. Introduce me, Nancy.
Mr. Rogue, this is Frank Pitts, friend of Janice.
Oh, glad to know you, Mr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Rogue. Where is Janice anyway? She promised me some rumbas tonight.
Well, she wasn't feeling very well. She went to her bungalow to get a little rest. You insist on cutting in?
Unless you have some very fine arguments against it.
Well, I guess I haven't. Nancy, I hope I'll see you later.
You will. This is a temporary thing, Richard.
What happened to your dance, Rogue?
A man cut in on me.
Oh, that's Frank Pitts. He doesn't belong here, Rogue. He's all shoulders and no money.
I understand that he and Janice are old friends.
That's right. Frank Pitts has been in love with Janice for years. They're from the same town back east.
No kidding. Oh, well, he was in love with her too, huh?
Desperately. But I don't feel sorry for him. He's not good enough for a girl like Janice.
No, Clint, a girl's entitled to old friends. You seem to be the jealous type. No, I used to be a little like that about Betty Callahan.
I'm not jealous, Rogue. You'd hate to see a girl like Janice making a fool of herself over a no-good like that Pitts. Ever since he arrived today, she's been moody and dejected.
Oh, that's the way it is. Oh, that's the way it is, huh? You and Janice had a spat over the old flame.
We did not. You're being most impolite, Mr. Rogue. Janice and I happen to be in love.
Yes?
There's a man outside who would like to talk with you for a minute.
Why?
It's most important, Mr. Rogue. Please come with me.
Okay, excuse me, Clint. Well, you look a little upset. What's the matter?
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
May I ask what you're talking about?
No, I can't tell you, Mr. Rogue. But in all my years in hotel management, this is the most terrible thing that's ever happened to me. Here he is, Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills is our district attorney, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Mills. What can I do for you?
You're Richard Rogue, the private investigator from Los Angeles?
That's right. Why?
Well, I'd like to talk with you, Miss Rogue, about a murder.
Oh, yes. Why, sure, Mr. Mills. Always glad to lend my talents to law enforcement.
That's nice of you, Mr. Rogue, because you can help a lot on this case. Why did you murder Janice Cole?
We'll return to our story in just a moment. First, dandruff on the shoulders and coat collar of a well-groomed person is as out of place as snow in July. That's why so many persons who want to have a smart, well-groomed appearance use Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo regularly. For Fitch Shampoo has a special solvent action that dissolves unsightly dandruff. When you apply Fitch's to your hair and scalp before adding water, this solvent action goes to work. So it's important to remember not to wet your hair before the shampoo is applied. After massaging your scalp briskly for a few minutes, then apply water. An abundance of cleansing lather will form to carry away the dissolved dandruff. Then the lather rinses out easily and completely, leaves the hair immaculately clean without a trace of dandruff. Yes, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is a real aid to good grooming. Use it regularly. You can buy an economical bottle of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have a professional application at your beauty or barber shop. Now, back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
My guilty conscience was calling me names and giving me bad advice as I strolled out of the ballroom with the DA. He had accused me of murder. I knew who was murdered. I'd seen her in her bungalow, dead. Janice Cole. The DA was as quiet as a grave during that walk and not a bit more cheerful. I made a couple of abortive attempts at conversation, but I might as well have been talking to a totem pole. I couldn't understand why he was heading for my bungalow until he opened the door. And I saw Janice lying there on that blood-stained Navajo rug, just as I had seen her a half hour before in her own bungalow. I tried to say something, but the words couldn't get by the lump in my throat. I just stood there, my mouth hanging open, and my stomach frozen in a hangman's knot. I could feel the DA's eyes boring into the back of my head.
Well, Rogue, why'd you do it?
Well, I didn't kill her.
How do you explain the fact that she was killed here in your cabin?
She wasn't.
Now, look, Rogue, you better organize yourself, huh? You're supposed to be a smart investigator. Give me a gun.
I haven't got it on me. It's in that drawer there.
Yeah, we found that one. This girl was shot to death with a .25 automatic.
Any prints on it?
We're going to take yours for comparison.
Am I under suspicion for this murder?
At the moment, that's all you're under. I finally hope you'll be under arrest for it the next half hour.
Oh. You know, Mills, in a homicide, you usually have to have a motive. Hey, what's that? Why are you waving those newspaper clippings in my face? What are they?
The motive. You were blackmailing Miss Cole, Rogue. We found these clippings in your briefcase.
What do you mean I was blackmailing her? I didn't even know her.
Now, look, Rogue, you're smarter than that. Here's a whole envelope full of clippings covering Miss Cole's trial for the murder of her first husband back in Passaic, New Jersey. Her name was Jane Sherman then, and she was released for lack of evidence. Remember the trial?
Of course I do. Poisoning. But what's that?
So you found out that this Jane Sherman, now known as Janice Cole, was all set to marry $1 million. And you've been blackmailing her.
Oh, I don't know anything about it, I tell you. I don't know how those clippings got into my briefcase. It must have been planted there when I was knocked out in Janice's bungalow.
It's a switch, Rogue. You were knocked out in her bungalow, eh? When?
Look, Mills, I know this whole thing's going to sound fantastic, but I want to tell you the whole story. I came up here on my vacation. I never saw Janice Cole or whatever her name was before tonight. Disbelief walked across the DA's face as I unspun the web of circumstances which tied me into this murder. As I listened to my own story, I knew I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't been there. I showed him the bump on my noggin. He just nodded. I talked on, and as I talked, I realized that I was acting like every murderer I'd ever questioned. I know my face was red, my eyes were shifting as I browbeat my brain and trying to think of some circumstance which would at least give me the benefit of a reasonable doubt. Finally, I stopped talking. He took my fingerprints, and we went to Janice Cole's bungalow. There I got my first break.
All right, Rogue. Now, where was the body lying when you first saw it?
Right here. Come here. Look here. Look under this rug.
Uh-huh.
And blood on the floor where it seeped through the rug that's now in my bungalow. Do you see it?
Yeah. Blood, all right. Well, Rogue, that's the first thing that's made sense since we got together. I suppose there is an outside chance that somebody's trying to frame you.
Enough of a chance so a conviction would be hard to get, Mr. D.A. Look, you know me. I've got a little standing in my profession, a little substance. Give me 24 hours to get this thing hung around the right man's neck.
All right. If I don't have you locked up tonight, will you try and have the right man for me in the morning?
I'll have him. Now, tell me, who knows about the murder?
Well, the maid who went into your cottage to turn your bed down for the night, and the manager. Though I've told them both to keep quiet until I give them the go-ahead to talk.
Then none of the guests know about it yet, except the killer.
That's right. As far as I know.
Okay, Mills. Okay, now. You keep it that way until morning, and I'll come up with a guilty man for you. Big talk. I had been framed with loving care, like a sweetheart's picture. The DA shoved off to take care of the grisly details of moving the body from its temporary resting place on my bungalow floor, and I started shaking Janice Cole's bungalow down. There were particles of curved glass on the floor near where the body had been lying. I picked them up carefully and fitted the larger pieces together. They could only have been the crystal of a small, square wristwatch. It might be the clue to the killer. I went back to the main hotel building. The Saturday night party was still going strong. I rejoined the merry throng and looked for Frank. He seemed to me to be the logical suspect. He was from Janice Cole's hometown. He would have known about her trial for murder. I found him talking with Nancy in a corner, and he had on a large, round wristwatch. Nancy's watch was a dainty diamond and ruby affair, small and oblong.
Hello, Rogue. Nancy's been beating the bushes looking for you.
I have not. I just was mildly curious about where you disappeared to. I wanted to get rid of Frank and finish that dance with you.
Wow. This is as good a time as any. May I have the next one?
You may have all the rest of them if you like. Oh, what's the matter, Richard? You have a pensive look.
Well, I was just trying to figure something out.
Oh?
I was supposed to have a dance with you at 9 o'clock. Where were you?
I was here. I got here just at 9. Didn't I, Frank?
Don't try to prove anything by me, baby. I don't know. At 9 o'clock, I was having a drink with Clint Hayes in my bungalow.
Well, there goes your alibi, Nancy. You weren't here.
Alibi? Why would I need an alibi? I was here, you weren't. I looked all over for you.
Oh, now, let's not argue about it. Let's have the next one, huh? I'll be right back.
Okay. No tricks now.
Hi, Clint.
What?
Oh, how come you're sitting this one out?
Oh, hello, Rug.
Well, I'm sorry I startled you.
I was just in a deep fog.
Nancy come back yet?
No.
Nancy, I just changed her name there, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm kind of worried about her.
Well, she's subject to headaches like this, poor kid.
Maybe you'd better run over and have a talk with her, huh?
Oh, I hate to bother her when she's feeling bad.
Look, Clint, just to settle a little argument.
Yeah.
Were you and Frank Pitts having a drink in his bungalow at 9 o'clock?
Oh, yes, matter of fact, we were. How'd you know that?
He just told me. Just a silly little argument.
I wish Janice would hurry back in time for the last dance, at least.
Clint Hayes had on a large, square wristwatch. And he and Frank had unbreakable alibis. Nancy had none. They were my 3 prime suspects, and it looked to me like Nancy was about to be elected. I was sitting there looking for Nancy and carrying on a pointless discussion on headaches, their cause and cure, with Clint, when Nancy came running over.
Come on, Clint. You too, Richard. We're all going down to the pool for a moonlight dip.
No, I don't think I want to, Nancy.
Oh, come on. Just because Janice is feeling rocky tonight is no reason for you to be grumpy. Come on, Richard. Get your swim trunks and give the girls a treat.
Huh? All right, I'm in. Come on, Clint. A little dip or you got it.
No, I don't think
come on, Clint.
Oh, might as well, Clint. Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
Well, Nancy, you got it all organized?
Yes, Richard and Clint are crazy about the idea, aren't you?
Oh, okay. I'll join you for a while.
Nice man, Clint. Hurry up now. See you at the pool.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. First, a word to the ladies. Are you planning to have a new permanent to help you achieve that cool, crisp look this summer? If you are, here's a good point to remember. Shampooing with Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo will put your hair into grand condition for that cold wave or permanent. That's because Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is such a thorough cleansing agent. It gets the hair immaculately clean and dandruff-free. Then, since it's completely soluble in water, it rinses out easily, leaving no dull, soapy film. Your hair is left radiant with no dirt, dandruff, or soapy film clinging to the hair strands to obstruct the work of the waving solution. Yes, permanent wave equipment manufacturers, such as the Realistic Permanent Wave Machine Company, E. Frederick Incorporated, and Duart Manufacturing Company, all agree that really clean hair is the first requisite to a successful permanent wave. For a soft, natural-looking wave, prepare your hair first with Fitch, F-I-T-C-H, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Then use Fitch's regularly to keep your wave looking lovely. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
My performance in the pool that night made Nero's fiddle solo in the light of a burning room seem like the height of propriety. Here was Richard, the fall guy rogue, swimming and laughing with Frank, Clint, and Nancy, a bunch of murder suspects. A matter of hours before the law put a pair of stylishly plain bracelets on me and claimed me for its own if I hadn't solved the murder of Janice Cole. But there was method in my madness. That swim gave me the information I wanted. In fact, it gave me the murderer. I left before the swimming party broke up and went to one of the guest bungalows. An open window made the job of getting in as easy as falling in love. I found what I was looking for in a chest of drawers. Then I sat down and waited for my victim to come in and turn on the lights.
Rogue, what are you doing here?
Waiting to talk with you about a murder, Clint. Shut the door. Come in and sit down, Clint. I want to know all about what happened to Janice.
Janice? Something's happened to Janice?
Yes, Janice, and don't act so innocent. What do you know about her murder?
I didn't kill her. What makes you think I killed her?
I didn't say you killed her, but I'm sure you know something about it. You know, you shouldn't get involved in murder, Clint. It's too complicated.
You're just talking, Rogue. You killed her. You were blackmailing her and you killed her.
No, Clint. You weren't supposed to know anything about that. In fact, you couldn't have known anything about it unless you were the guy who framed me so nicely. I'm a little mad at you for that, you know. I'm going to get a confession of that murder out of you some way or other. Now, do you feel like talking, or do I have to beat it out of you?
What makes you think I did it, Rogue?
Take off your wristwatch. Now, look at your wrist.
What?
You see that small square of white skin where you used to wear your small square wristwatch? That was the giveaway, Clint. You see this watch here, the one I found hidden under the shirts in that chest of drawers there? The crystal's broken, Clint. That was broken in the struggle with Janice tonight just before you shot her. The broken glass was found on the floor of the cabin right where the body was before you moved it to mine. Now, do you feel any more like talking, Clint? Why did you kill her?
I didn't kill her.
I got until morning for you to start talking, and I've got more socks in a 10-story laundry. Now, let me know when you want to start singing. You know what happened in that room, and you're going to tell me.
I didn't kill her. I swear. I didn't, Rogue. I was there. Sure, I was there, but
If you didn't kill her, who did?
I can't tell you.
Come on, Clint. You're not smart enough to work out that frame on me. Who was in this with you?
I wouldn't answer that if I were you, Clint. Drop the gun, Rogue.
Oh, hello, Frank. Well, you're mixed up in this, too, huh? Well, maybe we can arrange a double execution.
I didn't tell him anything, Frank. I didn't tell him a thing.
I know it. I was listening. Sit down, Rogue.
Sure. Glad to. You were the brains of this deal, weren't you, Frank?
It's pretty obvious that quivering mess over there wasn't, isn't it? It's a good thing I was keeping my eye on him tonight. You see, Rogue, when he opened the door and turned on the lights, I saw you sitting there, and that's why I came in the back way. I was afraid that Clint would talk too much.
You think of everything, don't you?
I try.
What are we going to do now, Frank? This Rogue, he knows I was there when Janice was murdered.
Knows you were there? Well, you might just as well know that you shot her then, huh? You did, you know.
Well, it was an accident.
Was it? I'll decide that.
Aren't you forgetting me, fellas?
Oh, no. No, we're not forgetting you, Mr. Rogue. It really doesn't make any difference who killed Janice as long as you disappear with all the evidence pointing to the fact that you did the job.
No, Frank. I don't want any more killing.
Shut up. I'm handling this affair.
What?
I'm going to keep you out of the gas chamber, Clint, if you'll just shut up and do as I tell you. Take Rogue's necktie off and tie his hands. We're going to knock him off and throw him over a canyon where he'll never be found.
Oh, you are? Well, I might as well take a crack at it. Give me that gun.
Grab him, Clint. Grab him.
Well, thanks, Clint. You were very handy with that chair. How come you hit him?
I couldn't let him kill you. I just couldn't.
All right. Take his necktie off and tie his hands with it. We're going to take him for a ride down to see the district attorney.
I killed her, Rogue. I killed Janice, but it was an accident. I swear it was an accident.
Well, you'll have a dandy chance to explain that to a jury, Clint. But now, come here. I've got something for you.
Oh!
That's for helping to frame me. Oh, brother, is that DA going to love me? Well, that was the end of the case. Frank had been blackmailing Janice Cole ever since her engagement to wealthy playboy Clint Hayes was announced. And that night, when Frank went to Janice's cabin, Clint followed him. When Clint arrived on the scene, jealousy took over. Frank drew a gun, and Clint jumped him. In the struggle which followed, Janice was shot while the gun was in Clint's hand. Helpful Frank, accused, scared Clint of the murder and talked him into framing me. Frank saw lovely visions of many happy years of blackmailing a millionaire. That broken watch crystal was the only thing that kept the frame from working. So I get my brains beat out, I put the arm on a killer and blackmailer. My vacation is broken up like a drop light bulb, and I didn't make a dime. Oh, well. Let's face it, if I hadn't been so clever, I'd be doing a life sentence instead of Clint and Frank. I would like that. No. I've heard that stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. But it's hard to illustrate the truth of that old saw to a guy who's behind the former looking through the latter. You know what I mean? This is Dick Mushmouth Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and D. Engelbach produced and directed. Be with us again next Sunday, will you? We have a story for you about a doctor, a dentist, and a miserly old lady who comes up dead. We call it, Where There's a Will, There's a Murder. Thanks for listening, and now here's James with a hair doyle.
Listen again next week at this same time to hear Dick Powell as private investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. And by the way, Dick will soon be seen in his newest Columbia picture, Johnny O'Clock.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use pitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use pitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day. Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic is not sticky or greasy, yet it gives your hair that well-groomed look.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Rose Petal Staircase, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, once again I take pen in hand despite the fact that you have not answered my first letter. Since that time, my tireless genealogical search has led me to the little town of Culliver, named, as you perhaps know, after the once eminent Senator Culliver. Here in the senator's very house lies the tragic object of my search, guarded faithfully these many years by the senator's two surviving daughters. The ways of fate are strange, and death wears many hats. However, I do not believe that I will require your assistance as anticipated. I can manage women, particularly spinsters. I can make them see the light. And amid the cobwebs and jealous ruins of this house is a marble staircase which I am sure will lead me not only to the object of my search, but to the resolution of the future as well.
Yes, I am sure I can trick them all. Sincerely, Professor Fulton. Oh, George, we never got a letter from him.
No. Trick them all. Funny thing to say.
Yeah. And it says, P.S. It's too bad that you couldn't have seen this wonderful staircase, Mr. Valentine. It's a delight to the eye, made of solid marble, but exactly the color of faded rose petals.
Yeah. Brooksy, I wonder what it was that Professor Fulton was searching for that he found there. Genealogist, huh?
Yeah.
Something to do with a person, probably. Or a dead person. Anyway, I'm curious about a rose petal staircase set in cobwebs.
Oh, but indeed, this is not an imposition, Mr. Valentine. My sister Bertha and I often receive callers who are passing through.
You know, mister, it's going to cost you 2 bits.
What's that, driver?
To get her to show you the local ruins, it'll cost you 2 bits.
Mr. Valentine, I'm sure you could dismiss your taxi driver there for the time being.
Oh, relax, Claudine. I'll hang around and wait for them. I got no other customers.
Oh, you must excuse Johnny. He's our town character. So how some of the nicer people have endured him as the only taxi driver these many years.
Yes, sure, of course, I understand. Here, I have 25 cents.
Oh, thank you. Naturally, we only collect it for the local historical society. Every penny of it.
Yes.
Oh, naturally.
And now if you'll excuse the hostess who leads the way. Callers, Bertha? Oh, Bertha, dear, callers.
What? Claudine, no. Tell them to come back later.
Pardon me a moment.
Oh, no, Claudine, can't you? It's almost 3 o'clock.
Oh, I'm sure your watch is fast, my dear.
This charming gentleman is Mr. Valentine. And this is Miss Brooks.
Oh, how do you
How do you do?
The house is a mess. There's dusting I can't reach. There's even cobwebs. I've got a bad heart. I want you to know it's all I can do.
I'm sure they understand the difficulties of the servant problem nowadays. And scarcely expect two ladies to sacrifice their other activities. Not to mention the skin of their hands.
The skin of whose hands?
Bertha?
Oh, now, look, please. We just heard about the staircase, and I want...
All right, I don't care. Whatever you want, Claudine. But I warn you, my watch isn't fast. And if you're...
Oh, nonsense, my dear. As all the famous people and handsome young gentlemen in their evening clothes came up to our doorway and in through this hall, a footman stood ready to throw open the doors of the ballroom like this. And there they are. You see?
Oh, it really is the color of rose petals, isn't it? Oh, it's beautiful.
My father said he stole it from the color of my cheeks. The marbles from Italy, but the design is my own father's. He built it for us, for his girls. Rose-colored marbles of the color of my cheeks. I was the oldest, the most beautiful, he said. But there were three of us.
Three of you?
We had a younger sister. Her name was Esther. Oh, but I don't say what these...
No, please, let me... There was music then. Music all the time. And dances and young men by the score. And before his death, my father used to tease me over who would be the first to come down in his arms with the rose petals and orange blossoms, and the young man of choice who'd be waiting below with the minister. Oh, there were many young men, Mr. Valentine. But it wasn't I, though I had many an opportunity. And it wasn't poor Bertha, who was never very attractive.
Claudine!
No, it was the youngest, little Esther, who came floating down dressed in white to the arms of her groom. Esther was married.
Claudine, stop it. Please stop it.
And that's why we're still spinsters, Mr. Valentine. Our misfortune dates from then, from 15 years ago. Our responsibility.
What do you mean?
Esther and her handsome, strapping husband left the house by automobile. And the automobile overturned. And Esther was killed.
Oh, but I don't understand about...
Oh, Claudine, look what time it is. Claudine, get them out of here. Get them. Oh.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
George, a bell. Tiny bell. It's from upstairs, isn't it? Up the staircase.
Our responsibility, Mr. Valentine. For 15 years, ever since Esther's death. Don't be frightened. Perhaps you'd like to carry a bed tray upstairs.
George, it's from in here.
Man's face in the mirrors.
Oh.
Look at all the mirrors.
Oh, there he is. Over there in the bed.
Oh, yeah. Hello there. I brought your tray up. Oh.
George, he can't speak. He just looks at you.
Yeah. And that's the bell. Hanging from the bed springs.
He's paralyzed.
What?
Moves just enough to make the bell ring. He can see you, though.
Oh, yes, of course.
He can hear, too. Can't you?
Oh, that poor guy.
6 months ago, the doctor said he might even walk again or even talk. He tries to sometimes, but then he gets all upset and can't. He'll be this way forever, I guess.
But how long?
15 years like that, you heard her. 15 years and us running up and downstairs for him. It's Esther's husband, that's who it is. She was killed in the accident, but he wasn't so lucky. And neither were we.
Oh, please, if he can hear you.
I don't care what he hears anymore. It's what other people hear and say. He's the man, they say, the only man the Colliver girls could ever catch. And they couldn't have caught him if Esther hadn't died and he hadn't been paralyzed.
Miss Colliver, stop it, please. Come on, Angel. I think we'd better get out of here.
Yes, George. I wish he would, too.
Please, I said.
Don't I, Mr. Fulton? Don't I?
What did you call him?
Hubert Fulton, that's his name.
Fulton. He isn't any relation to a man I met once, is he? A Professor Fulton?
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here right now with your gossip. Your gossip. Oh, George.
Poor guy.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you ready to go back to the train?
Oh, hello,
Johnny. Everybody calls me Johnny.
Everybody, huh? Well, listen, Johnny, you run the only taxi around here. There's a guy I want to find and talk to right now. His name's Professor Fulton.
I know. He mentioned your name to me once.
He did?
Once he was up here at the house, about a week ago. Distant relative of Hubert in there.
Yeah, well?
The professor was trying to locate Hubert. Finally found him. I think he, being the only relative, had it in mind to move Hubert out of here, put him in the hospital.
Well, that's the best idea I've heard in years.
Well, I don't know what'll happen now.
What do you mean, now?
The professor's dead.
What?
Other night he slipped, fell all the way down that staircase. Now he's dead.
Just an accident, I presume, wasn't it, Miss Claudine?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's what the coroner said, and of course it was.
Miss Claudine, I think you're lying to us.
What?
Yes. Why are you so upset, so nervous? And even the way you were before, telling us about your family and the staircase. Yes, and right now, why don't you take your hands away from your... Pair of glasses. Pince-nez glasses. With a black ribbon.
His death was an accident. It was. I know it was. He was going to take Hubert away from us. And that would have been such a godsend. Bertha can't stand taking care of him.
Wait a minute. Are these Professor Fulton's glasses?
Oh, I have to tell someone. Yes. He was nearsighted. He tripped and fell. But when I saw him in the funeral parlor, Well, anyway, I found his glasses the next day. Hidden here in my sister's room. Bertha's room.
It's Bertha, Hubert. Bertha. Can you forgive me the cruel things I say in front of you? I have to say them, Hubert. They mustn't ever guess. No one must ever come again to take you away. I've stopped them all. I won't let them. I won't. All right, Hubert. I'll read to you now. My love is strengthened. Though more weak in seeming, I love not less, though less the show appear. That love is merchandise, whose rich esteeming the owner's tongue doth publish everywhere. Our love was new, and then but in the spring.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Do you know when most wear occurs inside your car's engine? Does it happen when your car is running or when it's standing still? The right answer is when your car is standing still. It's a fact that 80% of all engine wear happens after you turn off the ignition. It's caused by acid-laden moisture which forms on cylinder walls and results in corrosion and rust. RPM motor oil is compounded to prevent this damage. RPM keeps a moisture-proof film on internal parts at all times. Even though your car stands still for days or weeks, rust and corrosion can't get started when RPM is in your engine. No wonder RPM motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. For the car you love, get RPM motor oil tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The rose petal staircase, built long ago for beauty and marriage and happiness, but now only a setting for tragedy. For upstairs lies a man paralyzed, the only man the Colliver girls ever caught, so the gossips say. Hubert Fulton, guarded by the spinsters Claudine and Bertha. And when a relative, Professor Fulton, tries to move poor Hubert to a hospital, the professor somehow has an accident and dies on the marble of the staircase. Well, if you're anything like George Valentine, you'll locate a man from out of town like yourself, the professor's lawyer, Mr. Hines.
Mr. Valentine, if it weren't that my firm has handled a Fulton family business for years, I wouldn't have touched that professor with a 10-foot pole. He wasn't a professor at all.
Okay, it was a phony. What else, Mr. Hines?
A gold seeker, my friend. Huh? Do you know the only earthly reason he so kindly came searching for poor Hubert? A relative he'd never even met?
Well?
I'll tell you. Hubert is worth exactly $73,000.
Oh? Well, if Hubert has so much money, why haven't they spent some of it?
Oh, they've taken very good care of him.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, they have. The doctors have been very optimistic, but, well, I'll grant you, it's rather an unhealthy atmosphere right now.
That's an understatement. I think Bertha positively hates Hubert. Always complaining.
Maybe, but Claudine, well, she's full of delusions, grandeur, and beauty. It's true. But at least to her, he's just a responsibility. We'll work out something for him, all right?
Uh-huh. Okay, Mr. Hines.
Just a moment. You still haven't told me exactly what this is about the professor's glasses.
I'm still not going to. There's enough gossip already. Good night, Mr. Hines.
Did you see the coroner, Mr. Valentine?
No, but we will later. He's out on a case.
I wish you wouldn't.
But I have to.
No. Listen to me. I've been sitting here and remembering. I knew so many boys and gentlemen, so very many. I could have had any one I chose if it weren't for the burden of Hubert. But it was so different for Bertha.
How do you mean?
She was never attractive. No one ever liked her. She never had a single opportunity. And it isn't surprising, is it, if a plant that never saw the sunlight should wither in strange patterns. I just mean, she's been so unnaturally intense lately, and her own health isn't good, and perhaps if she went away somewhere, perhaps if she rested, I'm sure I could work out something with that nice Mr. Hines.
You think your sister's getting a little too peculiar, but as for the coroner, you'd like to just let sleeping dogs lie, is that it?
They're both quite peculiar, I think. Mr. Valentine, I just don't want to know any more about what those glasses of the professor's mean.
I'm afraid it's not that easy, Miss Collins.
But after all, she's my own sister. And it's impossible anything will be found by investigation and prying.
Just a minute. I'm afraid I'm the heel now, Miss Claudine. I'm afraid I want to know about those glasses. Because if there's any chance Professor Fulton's accidental death was really murder, then the sleeping dogs are going to be waked up. Well, Johnny, what are you doing in here in the senator's old room? And a handful of papers, huh?
Yes, George, look. A letter addressed to you.
Give me your hand.
Professor Fulton's first letter to us.
Yeah, that's it, Angel. Now, you just hold still.
Oh, no, please. That was just in my pocket. I brought it to show you. He gave it to me the night he died.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But he did. He found it and realized he forgot to mail it. He'd warned in the desk. I was here looking for that.
Oh, no? Then what were you looking for?
Valentine! Mr. Valentine! What in heaven's name are you doing? Ronnie!
Hello, Bertha. Hello, Claudine.
Mr. Valentine, will you please be good enough to throw this man out?
Just a second, Miss Colliver. I caught a taxi driver friend here rifling your father's desk.
What?
Yes, but I...
All right, all of you. Now, listen. Angel, there wasn't much in that first letter to us from the professor.
Huh?
Just what Hines figured. The professor wanted us to help locate Hubert, that's all.
What's that?
Never mind. Let's stay with you, Buster.
Oh, Valentine, I'm not a criminal. I'm not a housebreaker.
No, you're a taxi driver. A most distinguished citizen.
Thanks, Claudine. I come up here to help you, Valentine. Honest, I did. Only stopped by in the old center's room because this is where they keep all the family papers.
The what? No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is. I wanted to make sure I wouldn't find something.
Something I guessed about for a long time. Maybe you and Hines should know. Nobody else does. They've pretended so well.
Johnny!
Because looking out for poor Hubert up there is the important thing, isn't it?
Johnny, stop it! Please stop it! Please
What I
stop
didn't
it,
find,
please
I knew
stop
I
it.
wouldn't find. The most important paper in the world are these crazy Colliver girls. It's a paper that doesn't even exist. A marriage license. It's true, isn't it, Claudine? Hubert up there and your sister Esther were never married. You and Bertha just pretended all these years so no one would take him away. That's why you never touched his money, so you wouldn't have to show any proof.
I see no reason why a lady need even answer such...
Oh, golly, George.
Claudine's still beautiful, isn't she? But you see, gossip's true, I guess. Two spinsters couldn't stand to lose the only nice guy who's been in this house in the last 15 years. When Hubert got banged up in that accident with Esther, well, he's never been in shape to fight his way out.
Yeah, I'm learning things fast, Johnny. Only I'm afraid there's still a little
Valentine, listen to me. Hines said you was talking something about glasses.
I still am.
The professor's death was an accident. Can't be any question about that. I noticed about the glasses, too.
You did?
Sure. I was here that night. I was a witness.
Okay, witness. Claudine found the glasses in Bertha's room. Now let's hear your testimony.
Bertha's room? But the professor had them on when he fell. I know he did. He was wobbling anyway. That's when he gave me your letter. Mumbled something about he'd forgotten to mail
The
it.
professor was wobbling?
He's no good. He's full of liquor. That's what I was doing here, bringing him liquor. That's why he stumbled. The girls is downstairs. I knew he was, because I was just outside and come running back in.
And his glasses?
I'm positive he had them on, laying there on the floor at the foot of the staircase before I went out to get a doctor.
Yeah, I get it. So what happened to the glasses after that still doesn't make sense, but at least his death was an accident.
You can ask the coroner. There was other evidence.
Why didn't you tell us earlier? Why did you wait until now for a lot of things? Coming here, sneaking, being caught. That scene with Claudine and Bertha, hurting them like that instead of just telling us.
You know, don't you, lady?
Yes, I think so.
Sure. I've been hurt myself.
Claudine?
Nobody's good enough for her. And besides, he's been hurt too, hasn't he? I don't think he's happy here, do you? Hear that? I guess he wants some.
Oh, George, listen. Hubert's bell. Something must be the matter with him.
Come on.
No, hold it, both of you. Johnny, isn't there a back stairway up there?
Well, sure.
Okay, get up there fast, but don't let anybody see you. I'm finally getting my cap on straight.
What?
Now, Angel, we're not going up. We're going downstairs. Come on.
The bell. Let go of me. Mr. Valentine, something's wrong with Hubert. Let me go.
I came down to stop you, Bertha. Be quiet, will you?
I've got to go upstairs. He needs me.
Quiet. Now, calm down. We'll do it. You can't go running all over the house.
He needs me. He needs me. I love him. He needs me.
Look,
George. Oh, George, I better find the light.
No, she's fainted, that's all. I want it dark. She's all right. Now, back we go, Angel, and do as I say. Now, this is it, Angel. Start panting.
Oh,
No.
George, she'll know I'm not Bertha.
It's dark here. Go on, go on.
Okay.
Perfect. Hold your breath.
Bertha? Bertha, dear, is that you? Did you hear the bell? Hubert is all right. I've looked in on him. You needn't have come. You shouldn't have come running up the stairs like that, Bertha. You know you have a bad heart. Bertha, you shouldn't... Oh, dear, you've fallen. Bertha!
I'm all right.
Oh!
Yes, it's just us, Claudine. Your sister just fainted downstairs. Take care of her, will you, Brooksy?
Yes, sure, George.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm afraid there wasn't any heart attack. So I guess there isn't any murder, is there?
Mr. Valentine...
Just like there wasn't any murder of the professor. But you thought it might be a good idea if I thought there was, hiding those glasses and pretending to find them.
I can't talk about it. I won't talk about
Why should you? There isn't anything to say. I guess it was you who thought up the idea years ago of keeping Hubert here. But it wasn't for his money, was it? Pride, I guess. Something to do with your life, with those dreams you live in.
Oh, no.
It might have gone on forever if the professor hadn't shown up trying to get his hands on Hubert's money.
Contemptible beastly, contemptible.
It was just your good luck the professor had an accident. Oh, sure, I'm not nice. But you had to use me, didn't you? With Johnny sniffing around and Bertha all upset, you had to think up something so Mr. Hines wouldn't catch on to the real secret and take Hubert away forever. Hubert might be able to declare himself someday, and your ugly sister just might like it.
She can't have him. She can't.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
She can't
Lady,
have
what
him.
makes you tick if you...
I don't love him, but she can't. Esther can't. But I don't love him. I don't love him, but she can't. The marble's Medley, but the design is yours. Isn't it, Father?
Father?
You built it for me. Rose-colored marble for the color of my cheeks. I'm the most beautiful, you always say, Father. I'll be married first, you say, Father.
Oh, Lord. Miss Colliver, please.
But I'm ready now. And there's music now. Music all the time. And there's orange blossoms and rose petals. Which one is it, Father? Show me the young man who's to be my husband. Give me your arm, Father. Lead me down the staircase. The rose petal staircase.
Poor Claudine.
Bertha, please. Hubert's watching us.
I can't help it. It's my fault, too. Just as much my fault. I've turned bitter and hateful.
Oh, but she helped make you that way. Make you so jealous of him.
Oh,
you're not too old to change.
It's so... Looking at it now, it's so unhealthy. Two old maids pretending. Why, I must be insane like she...
No, you're not. You're not. And anyway, think of Hubert. Someone still has to take care of him. He'll be getting better now. The doctor said so.
Yes. And look at me. Ugly and spiteful.
Bertha, look at him. You see? He's crying. Can't you tell?
Why? Hubert. Would you like me to read to you? George.
Yeah, Angel, I'm here.
From you have I been absent in the spring, when proud-pied April dressed in all his trim.
Time to go, isn't it? From you have I been absent in the spring. Brooksy, I guess spring's a pretty good thing not to miss, isn't it?
If you've had showers in your locality recently, you probably know exactly where your umbrella and raincoat are. But did you know that Chevron Supreme gasoline is also prepared for the whims of October weather? That's because it's climate tailored according to the season and to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. Depend on it to get the best out of your car wherever you drive any month in the year. Try a tank full of premium quality Chevron Supreme tomorrow. You'll notice right away how your car responds better. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. You'll agree you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now, here is Robert Bailey.
Who cares about the kid next door, the boy from the broken home, the little guy who's always getting into trouble? You care when you give all you can to your community chest. For your community chest dollars help pay for child guidance, foster homes, Boy Scout organizations, vital services that healthy youngsters need. So when you give, please give enough. Enough for all community chest agencies. Enough for a full year.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Paul McVeigh as the professor, Lorene Tuttle as Claudine, Jeanette Nolan as Bertha, Ed Begley as Johnny, and Franklin Parker as Hines. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney knows that time and distance are the implacable enemies of law enforcement, because they can mean the difference between preventing a crime or being forced to solve one. This case started with a phone call in the middle of the night from a lonely rural area on the outskirts of the county.
Operator, oh, please. Operator.
Operator, number, please.
Thank heaven. Operator, get me the sheriff's office quickly.
Oh, is that you, Mrs. Deneen?
Yes,
This is Mary Lou Jones, Mrs. Deneen. I'm working nights now. Something wrong.
Mary Lou, stop talking and get me the sheriff's office. He's got to send somebody to my house right away.
Well, I have to take the number on all police calls. What's your number there?
It's J247 ring 3. Will you hurry? Somebody's trying to break into the house and I'm all alone.
Well, there's nobody in the town office at night. I'll have to look up the deputy's home number.
Oh, please. He's trying the door.
Well, isn't your husband there?
He's away in Pittsburgh on business. Get help for me, please.
Well, I'll get it as fast as I can. I don't know all the numbers yet. I have to look them up. Oh, Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen, what is it? What's happening?
He's in the house.
Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen.
Who are you? What do you want? Oh, please. Oh, please don't hurt me, please.
Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen. Mrs. Deneen.
Hi, Chief. Oh, Hyden. Better come inside out of this wind.
How long ago did this happen?
Oh, about an hour and a half ago. She was trying to get a call through to the deputy sheriff when she was shot. He couldn't have gotten here in time to stop it, even if she had reached him.
Shot twice, huh?
Yeah. Phone operator heard the shots right after Mrs. Deneen screamed and dropped the phone. Phone's off the hook there, rural party line.
Any special reason for the two squads you have posted down the road?
No, just cut off curious visitors. Phone operator's a young girl, a little bit of a character. She's been waking people up on the lines to tell them what happened. Any idea how the killer got in?
Yeah. Side door, I'll show you.
Oh, wait. I want to hang this phone up now in case the office wants to reach us here.
Fat chance of anybody getting through while that girl is calling. Only call she's placing on her own.
You said the dead woman is Mrs. Deneen?
Yeah.
Where's her husband?
Now, she told the phone operator he was in Pittsburgh on business. I've got Pittsburgh police checking all the hotels. He'll be notified if they find him. Oh, here's the door. It was wide open. That's how we got in to open the front door.
The lock doesn't seem to be broken. It must have been picked. I don't suppose you know if anything's been stolen.
I doubt it. Everything's neat. Doors haven't been ransacked. Matter of fact, there's Mrs. Deneen's purse on the sideboard. There you see. About $40 in cash. Hasn't been touched.
Well, that wasn't the motive, then. Only one other thing it could be.
What?
Hate, Harrington. Can you think of any other reason for breaking into a house in the middle of the night and murdering a woman in cold blood?
No, I guess not, Chief.
Now, let's take a look around outside. You got your flashlight?
Yeah.
Flash it around.
Right. Ooh, boy. Cold.
Oh, wait. Throw the beam that way again.
What are we looking for?
I saw some shoe imprints on the ground. I'd like to see which way they go.
Yeah, there's a couple of marks here.
Yeah. Seem to lead back that way, behind the house.
You think the killer was on foot?
I don't know. Let's go back a way.
Keep going, all right.
Yes, and a set of prints leading toward the house. He came this way and went back this way. Is there a road back here anyplace?
I've been out here once before, about 5 years ago. Yeah, a suspected arson case. Farmhouse burned down about a mile back this way. Family named Mullen.
Oh, yes, I remember. You decided the fire was accidental.
Yeah, that's right. There was a dirt road leading to the farm. Cuts into the main highway further down.
Oh, man may have been headed for that dirt road.
Why?
Well, he must have had a car. He didn't drive up to the house in it. He left it someplace away from the scene.
Back on the dirt road?
That's what we're going to find out. Never mind the footprints. Head right for the road.
Wind is dying. Be getting light soon. Here. Here's what you want, Chief.
Yes? The car was parked here, all right.
Yeah. Footprints again, too. Coming and going from where the car was standing. Now, that's where the car turned around to go back to the main road.
Yeah. He left something, though.
What is it?
Cigarette butt.
Oh. He didn't smoke much of it.
No, didn't even burn down to the brand mark. Well, that's one thing we know about him. What kind of cigarettes he smokes.
That's about all we do know, Chief. We won't be able to follow these tire marks past the main road.
Tread impressions won't do us any good either. It's a standard tread, no distinguishing marks. Tires were fairly new.
Well, what now?
Back to the house.
Hey, whose car is out at the side of the house?
It's not a squad car. Not the medical examiners either.
The boys had orders not to let anybody through except on official business.
That's between the house and the garage. Could it be Deneen's car?
Deneen? How? Even if the Pittsburgh police had located him right away, he couldn't have made it this soon.
Oh, unless he drove back during the night. Let's go around front.
Yeah, there's a man sitting there on the porch, Chief. Got his head in his arms.
That must be the husband, all right. Mr. Deneen?
Yes?
My name is Garrett. I'm the district attorney. This is Mr. Harrington.
I don't care who you are.
Look, Mr. Deneen, we can't tell you how sorry we are that...
Then don't, please. What good does it do to be sorry?
Let me handle it, Harrington. Mr. Deneen, it would help us a lot to know one thing. Did you or your wife have any enemies?
Enemies? Could there be anybody with enough hatred in their heart to do this? And even if I knew, do you think I'd tell you? I'd take care of it myself.
That's not the right way to talk, Mr. Deneen.
Don't tell me how to talk. You didn't drive home from Pittsburgh 10 minutes ago. You didn't find your wife the way I found mine.
Maybe you'd better rest for a while, Mr. Deneen. We'll talk to you later. I want to go around to the side door and use the phone. See if that telephone operator from the local exchange is on her way out here yet.
Yeah, long enough since I sent for her. We should... What's the matter? What are you looking at Deneen's car for, Chief?
Design of the tire tread. Same as we saw on the back road.
Yeah, but like you said, they're standard on lots of cars.
I know. Well, let's look it over anyhow. Look at this. On the frame of the car door.
Service station lubrication record. Local station.
Yes, dated 3 days ago. 18,106 miles. Now look at the mileage on the speedometer.
18,217 miles. Hey.
Just a little more than 100 miles. He couldn't have driven to Pittsburgh and back since that record was pasted on. I'm going to get a few answers from him.
There comes a squad car. Girl in with the driver.
It must be the phone operator.
Looks like Deneen went in the house, Chief.
Yeah, as long as we know where he is, we'll get back to him in a minute.
Are you Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Well, that policeman drove me out and said you wanted to see me. I'm Mary Lou Jones. I heard the whole thing on the telephone. I'm the operator on the local exchange.
Exactly what did you hear, Miss Jones?
Well, I heard the whole thing. It was just dreadful. I heard her crying, and then she said, "Who are you? What do you want?" And then the shots, and that was all.
You're sure you heard her say, "Who are you"?
Yes, that's what she said. I heard the whole thing. It was just terrible. Then I finally found the deputy's number, and I called him, and he said he'd come out right away, but that I should call the district attorney's office, too, and I did.
Well, thank you, Miss Jones. The policeman will drive you back to town.
Don't you want to know anything else? I mean, an idea about who might have done it or anything?
Well, whose idea?
Well, people around here, some of them think it might have been Ted Mullen.
The Mullen place that burned down, Chief.
Well, why do people think that?
Well, Mr. Deneen works at the bank, you know.
No, I didn't know.
Sure. He's president of the bank. When the Mullens had that fire a long time ago, well, Ted Mullen said it never would have happened if Mr. Deneen had okayed a loan he wanted to put in a water pipe instead of just using a well. Ted hated Mr. Deneen right up until the time he moved away 2 years ago.
I see. Better get through to radio division, Harrington. Put out an information wanted bulletin on Mullen.
You don't want to talk to Deneen again, then?
I guess not. Not anymore. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the silent killer, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A woman had been murdered in her isolated home. The commission of the crime had been overheard by a frantic telephone operator trying to reach the police for the victim. Our only suspect was a former neighbor thought to be harboring a 5-year grudge against the dead woman's husband. We put out an all-points bulletin for the suspect. Meanwhile, as a matter of routine, I checked the alibi of the dead woman's husband.
Here's the report from the Pittsburgh police, Mr. Garrett. It just came in.
Oh, thanks, Miss Miller.
Mr. Deneen was there, all right. Registered at the Penn Plaza Hotel day before yesterday.
Now, when did he check out?
Just after midnight last night.
Telephone operator said the murder took place about 1:30 a.m.
He couldn't have gotten back in time to do it.
No, not if it was really Deneen.
Well, hotel clerk's description checks out 100%.
Well, that's it then. But
What?
teletype them again. I want one more bit of information.
Yes, sir.
Ask if the Penn Plaza Hotel has its own garage or parking lot. I want to know if Deneen had his car with him.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, Chief, I was wondering where you were hiding. You get any word in that pickup of Ted Mullen yet?
No, except that he's moved out of the state. That's all we have so far.
I bet you all the insurance companies. Walter Deneen carried a few small policies on his wife. Nothing exceptional. Deneen's been doing some speculating in the stock market, though.
You check brokerage houses?
Yeah. He's been buying unlisted stocks against their advice.
And how have his investments turned out?
From what I gather, he's been losing his shirt.
Strange conduct for the president of a bank. Even a small bank.
There's something else.
What?
He became president of the bank in a hurry. 6 years ago when he married Mrs. Deneen.
What was he before that?
A bookkeeper.
Yeah, that is a big jump. How did it happen?
Simplest answer in the world. His wife had money. An inheritance from her father. He left her about $250,000. He was in the steel business.
Steel business. That could explain his trip to Pittsburgh. Deneen might have been checking on his wife's holdings. I wonder who he saw while he was there.
Well, who'd have charge of Mrs. Deneen's affairs?
Her father's attorney. I can find out by checking his will. The attorney's name should be listed. Tell Miss Miller to cancel that teletype. I'll get my information directly. Call the motor pool and tell them I want a car and driver to take me out to the airport. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Hey, where you going?
Pittsburgh.
Yes, Walter was here to see me, Mr. Garrett. I've handled his wife's affairs just as I handled everything for her father before her.
And you saw him here in Pittsburgh last night?
Yes, he had dinner at my home.
You seem to be disturbed about something, Mr. Medford.
Well, I don't know if disturbed is the right word, Mr. Garrett, but I wondered about Walter's visit. It seemed unnecessary.
Would you mind explaining that?
I don't quite know how I can explain it. But he just seemed to be preoccupied with the fact that he intended to drive all night in order to get home. As a matter of fact, he became such a bore on the subject that Mrs. Medford, my wife, said she had a headache and asked to be excused.
Did Deneen drive out to your home?
No. We met here at the office and went out in my car. Took a taxi back to the hotel. But, well, there was one other thing I suppose I should tell you under the circumstances.
Yes?
After my wife left us, he did it almost as a joke. Walter asked if his wife had changed her will lately. I don't like to say anything that I'm uncertain of, but I had a feeling that he was trying to draw me out, obtain information.
Has the will been changed?
No, it has not. Walter Deneen gets everything.
You don't like Deneen, do you?
He's an avaricious man, Mr. Garrett, with no special talent.
Well, I don't quite agree with your appraisal, Mr. Medford. I think Walter Deneen has a very special talent. He just missed his calling.
I don't follow you, sir.
Deneen is an excellent actor. Thank you very much for your help.
Oh, I'll see you out.
Morning, Miss Miller.
Oh, good morning, Harrington.
Chief in yet?
No, he got home late last night, but I'm expecting him any minute. What's that you got?
Report on Ted Mullen, but he's not our baby.
You got an alibi?
Yeah, read it. Los Angeles police. Mullen is out there. Camarillo State Hospital for the insane. He's been under lock and key for more than a year.
Oh, that's too bad. The poor man, I mean. Mr. Garrett will be...
Good morning.
Oh, good morning,
Mr.
Chief.
Garrett.
Well, we've come to a dead end on that Ted Mullen thing. Chief,
Never mind. It's not Mullen I'm after now. I'm interested in Walter Deneen.
You mean he wasn't in Pittsburgh?
No, he was there all right, but his car wasn't with him.
How did he travel, then?
Same way I did, by plane. I found an airline stewardess who remembered a man of his description.
Oh, great. I check stockbrokers, you take the airline stewardesses.
She checked her flight list. The man she thinks was Deneen traveled under the name of Art Folger. I want you to run that name through the record bureau, Miss Miller.
Art Folger, yes, sir.
Why do you want to run a make on a phony name?
Because I think it may not be a phony name, Harrington. I think it may be the name of the killer.
Oh? How come?
Deneen inherits a fortune through his wife's death. I have every reason to believe his trip to Pittsburgh was to establish an alibi. He was seen at the hotel, dined with his wife's attorney. A perfect alibi for him.
Yeah.
But the actual killer needed an alibi, too, just in case. And he's got one. If his name is Art Folger. He was on an airplane from Pittsburgh when Mrs. Deneen was killed. The airline records say so.
Pretty neat. But, what about Deneen's car?
The killer used it.
Chief, why wouldn't he rent a car?
I'll ask you. Figure it out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If we checked rental places, he couldn't be on an airplane and driving a rented car at the same time.
Have you seen Deneen since I left?
Yes. He hasn't left the funeral home for a second. He's playing the bereaved husband to the hilt.
That's what I was hoping he'd do. That's all I want from you, Miss Miller. You can go down to the record room. I'll wait for your report on Folger.
Yes, sir.
You want me to pick up Deneen, Chief?
Not yet. Not until we can tie him to the killer he hired. We need indisputable physical evidence of association between Deneen and the killer.
Well, that's something we can't get.
Yes, we can.
Where?
From Deneen's car. If the killer used it, his fingerprints may be in it someplace. Call a lab crew. Take them out to the funeral home. Have them...
I'll take it. DA's office, Harrington. Yeah. Yeah, Jeff. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, don't let him see you, that's all. Jeff Wallace, Chief. He's been keeping Deneen under surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
Deneen pulled a feint to the funeral parlor. He let them talk him into going home for a rest. Jeff followed him.
Did he go home?
Yes, by way of the bank.
The bank?
Uh-huh. Jeff says he stopped about 5 minutes, went into the safe deposit section. I wonder what he's up to.
Same thing the county cashier is up to every week before you go to see him.
What?
Getting the payroll ready. Killers get paid, too. Come on.
We going to go over the car just the same, right at his house?
We certainly are.
He's liable to see us.
That's a chance we'll have to take. Once he pays off, our killer will head for parts unknown.
Hey, perfect timing.
Not quite. That's an up car.
Oh, Mr. Garrett. It's a good thing I caught you. Here's the record on Folger.
Well, then there really is an Art Folger.
Yeah.
Huh?
What have you got?
One conviction, assault with deadly weapon. One charge of manslaughter, no indictment. One charge of murder, no indictment.
Sounds like a pro killer, all right.
There'll be an indictment this time. Give me the file. We'll see you later.
Going down, please. Get the door handles, too, fellas.
Yeah.
Get as many sets of those prints as possible.
Harrington.
Oh, Chief, I was just going to come in the house after you. Morgan just pulled a set of Art Folger's prints from the dashboard of the car. We've got it.
We've got trouble, too. I've been through the entire house. Deneen isn't in there.
Well, he must have gone out the back, or Jeff would have spotted him leaving. He's got to be on foot. Now, where would he be going? The only place back there is that burned-out ruin where Mullen used to live.
The back road. He's walking back there to make the payoff.
And we can grab Folger, too.
If we can get there in time. You say that road runs into the state highway?
Yeah, it angles in about 2 miles down, then cuts around that way.
Let's go, then. Maybe we can drive the 4 miles before he can walk the 1.
watch those charred beams.
Don't worry. Thought you were going to walk out here to meet me.
I did.
I thought I heard a car along the road while I was coming through the trees.
I didn't hear anything here. There's nothing on the road.
You can only see 50 feet to where it turns. You got the money?
Here, 700. I gave you 3 when we made the deal. Now get lost and forget that you ever saw me.
You forget you saw me, too.
Yeah, all right. Get going.
Just stay right where you are, gentlemen.
Who's that, Deneen?
I don't know. Who is it? Where are you?
On both sides of you. And on.
So what?
Try that again and you'll get it back.
Don't, Folger. They might shoot and hit me.
What do you think will happen if they get us? I'm coming out. I'll kill anybody who tries to stop me.
Hold, Folger!
I'm hit.
No more, please.
Hands high, then.
Grab my gun, you yellow belly. Grab it or we'll boom.
I can't. I'm afraid.
Just lie there, Folger. You'd never get to it in time.
Don't make me kill you, mister.
He got me out here to sell me some information about who killed my wife.
Never mind that, Deneen. We know who was responsible.
Oh. How did you find out? Who told you?
A service station attendant, an attorney, and an airline stewardess. Just a bunch of average citizens, Deneen. That's what society is. That's what the law is. This is David Bryan again. I hope you've enjoyed this case from the file of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Walter Deneen and Art Folger were tried and convicted on a charge of murder in the first degree. Their pleas for executive clemency were denied by the governor, and they were executed in the manner prescribed by law. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Be sure to listen tomorrow night for Ted Mack and the Original Amateur Hour, broadcast over most of these ABC stations. The amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The American Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half hour of mystery created by Craig Rice and starring Gene Raymond. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone is the name. John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. And before we get underway tonight, I'd like to thank all our old clients and welcome the new ones who came by. We'll be here every week at this time, so if you're in the neighborhood, drop in. You're always sure to meet some interesting people. Take Paul Conrad, for example. Mr. Conrad is the stocky gentleman marching down the 4th-floor corridor of the Benson building. You can tell from his walk that he's a man with confidence in himself. And when he comes to a door marked Larry Hogan, Private Investigations, he doesn't hesitate for a second, but barges right in. Yes. Mr. Conrad is a boy who knows his way around.
Hello, Hogan.
Huh?
I said hello.
Oh. You know, it's a funny thing, Mr. Conrad, but I was just thinking about you.
All right. Let me in on the joke.
Huh?
You said it was a funny thing, and I could stand a laugh these days.
Oh, you know what I mean. Hey, why don't you sit down?
What's the matter, Hogan? Don't you think I can take it standing up? What have you got for me?
Well, it's like I told you on the phone, Mr. Conrad. You know, you can't rush these things. Now, do you take a dame, a lady, like your wife?
Now we're getting down to cases. Who's the boy Doris has been seeing?
Well, we haven't been able to run him down yet, but I expect I'll have something for you by next week.
That's what you told me 1 month and $400 ago. Just what kind of a chump do you take me for, anyway?
No, I resent that, Mr. Conrad.
Oh, don't get me wrong, Hogan. I don't blame you. I certainly acted like one. What's the man's name?
Let me go.
Come on, Hogan. I'm losing my patience. Well?
You think you're smart?
Not where my wife is concerned. Otherwise, I'd never let a gunner like you bleed me. Now, who's the boy Doris has been seeing? Didn't you hear me, Hogan?
Sherman. Jackie Sherman.
Jackie Sherman, huh? Where'll I find him?
At the Brighton Apartments.
That's very kind of you, Mr. Hogan. Now, if you'll be good enough to make out a check for all the dough you've clipped me for, why, I won't trouble you again.
Just a second.
Hello, Jackie.
Doris, what are you doing here?
Now, darling, you're not going to be angry with me. I couldn't stay away.
Oh, look, Doris.
Oh, don't be mean, Jackie. Honest, I couldn't help myself. I was sitting home all by my lonesome, and I started to think about you. Next thing I knew, I was in a cab.
You aren't the craziest dame.
Mm-hmm.
What am I going to do with you?
Well, if you're stumped for an idea, maybe I can give you one. Come here, darling.
You know, maybe you've got something there. Let's try that again.
Yeah, go on,
What?
Jackie. Don't let me stop you.
Paul.
Hello, Doris. Why don't you introduce me to your friend?
Listen, Conrad.
Oh, you won't have to bother, darling. Obviously, he knows me. Guess that gives you the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Jackie, I didn't find out about you until this afternoon.
Really?
Uh-huh. Doris, suppose you leave us alone for a while so we can get better acquainted.
No.
Go on, darling. I'll see you later.
No, I'm not going. You think I'm afraid of you, Paul? Well, I'm not. I'm glad you found out about it. I'm crazy about Jackie.
Crazier than you were about O'Neill or Burton or Wilson? And what was that fellow's name in Springfield?
Shut up.
I just want to make sure that this is different.
Well, it is.
I'm impressed. All right, clear out.
No.
I'm warning you, baby.
I'll call you later, Jackie.
Did you hear that, Jackie? She's going to call you later.
Look, Conrad, don't try and push me around. It's never been done successfully.
There's a first time for everything, isn't there?
Why don't you stop playing the outraged husband? You know your wife.
Careful, friend. You're speaking of the woman I love. And she loves you, too. You mustn't forget that.
Why, you...
Yeah. She's crazy about you, Jackie. I don't know what you got, but it's a cinch you aren't going to have it long.
Yes, sir, Wadley. Hey, what happened to you, Mr. Shaman?
None of your business.
Yeah, but look at your face. Did you have an accident or
I
something?
said none of your business. You know a boy named Daniel Seymour?
Yeah?
Is he here now?
Well, look, Mr. Shaman, like you say, it's none of my business.
Like I said. Now, where is he?
In the corner booth.
Send a bottle over to the table. You.
Huh?
You're Daniel Seymour?
Uh-huh.
You mind if I join you?
So happens I do.
Oh, you don't understand,
No,
Seymour.
you don't understand, mister. I'm in no mood for company. Know what I mean?
My name is Jackie Sherman.
That doesn't change my mood.
I'm a friend of Sonny Wilson.
So?
So he thought you might be receptive to a business proposition.
Ah. Well, if it's business, that's different. Sit down.
Right.
Yeah?
Seymour, how'd you like to make yourself $500?
It's a pretty ridiculous question, Jackie.
Well, all you gotta do is take care of someone for me.
And what might this someone's name be?
Paul Conrad.
Oh, is Conrad the boy who roughed... Pardon, I shouldn't even ask. This wouldn't be the same Conrad who owns the Club 59 with Jerome Barney.
Does that make a difference?
Certainly. Conrad and Barney are big operators, and a kid like myself don't bat in their league. Unless there's a big incentive. Know what I mean?
All right, what do you want?
Another 500.
Fair enough.
You know, Jackie, I like a guy who don't quibble over a couple of pennies. Let me tell you, fella, you'll be happy with the service. Know what I mean?
Come in.
Hello, Conrad.
What brings you here, Barney?
I just thought I'd drop by to see how you and Doris were getting along.
Just peachy.
You couldn't expect me to know. You haven't been down at the club in quite a while.
I've had other problems on my mind.
You got room for another? We're short.
What do you mean, we're short?
I just finished going over the books with Harold Plant. He tells me there's close to $50,000 that he can't account for.
Is what?
Well, I didn't mean to upset you, Conrad. Still, I can't blame you. 50 grand ain't peanuts.
What happened to it, Barney?
I was hoping you could tell me.
Well, let me get this straight. You think... just a second. Don't go away, Barney. I'll be right back.
Take all the time you need, Conrad. I'll be here.
What the... devil?
Yeah?
Have I the pleasure of addressing the amazing Mr. Malone?
Don't tell me. It can't be Lieutenant Brooks.
Can't it?
I know I'm asking the impossible, Lieutenant, but if you had a mind, what would be on it?
You know, that layoff did you good. Before your vacation, I didn't think your jokes could get any worse, but you fooled me.
You're wasting your time in homicide, Brooks. Have you ever considered radio?
You like my delivery?
I think it's the greatest thing since the U.S. mail. What's up?
Ever hear of Paul Conrad?
What about him?
Got himself knocked off at 5:30 tonight.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, silly fools that we are, we're holding his partner for the murder.
Jerome Barney?
Uh-huh.
You're crazy.
Oh, I bet you tell that to all the cops.
Barney couldn't have killed him.
You didn't even know Conrad was dead. You already got it figured out Barney isn't the killer.
That's right.
That's my boy who said that. Unfortunately. All right, Malone, we haven't been amazed in months. Come on down here and get to work.
You're listening to the amazing Mr. Malone. Today, more than ever before, Americans must be made to realize that freedom and the rights of the common man are a precious heritage. History has proved that people start to lose their freedom the moment they think it is forever secure. That is why we must all work at keeping our American heritage of freedom. For freedom is everybody's job. Many nations of the world today are standing at the crossroads between free government and dictatorship. But there are those who still aspire to political, economic, and religious freedom, and they look to America as an example. Well, it goes without saying that what Americans do during the troubled months ahead can greatly influence the decision that the war-exhausted peoples will make. To win against the totalitarian idea, Americans must become more aware of their citizenship. As a good citizen, remember your American heritage and work to defend your individual liberties. Do this by taking a more actual part in the affairs of your community and in fulfilling at all times the duties of American citizenship. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
Well, that's life for you. 1 minute you got it, and the next you haven't, as Mr. Conrad learned to his sorrow. And 2 hours after the police picked up Jerome Barney for teaching him the lesson, I was down at headquarters where I was greeted by the team that panicked the policeman's ball in 1922, and they were still using the same material.
Hey, Sussman.
Look who's here.
Do I have to, Lieutenant?
Oh, now come, Sussman. Let's have a little respect for the gentleman. This is, you should excuse the expression, John J. Malone.
Attorney and counselor at law. Oh, that's a great routine you got there, fellas. Do you do a repeat performance for the coast? Where's Barney?
Oh, well, Malone, seeing that he's one of your clients, we gave him the best seat in the house. Of course, it doesn't compare with the one he's going to get at Joliet.
Whatever happened to all the straight men on the force?
We traded them to the straight cleaning department.
That's enough out of you, Sussman.
Only he can make the jokes.
Personal jealousy, Hank.
Come on, open him up.
Malone?
How are you, Barney?
Fine. How soon can you get me out of here?
What's the matter, Mr. Barney? Haven't we made you feel at home?
All right, Brooks, knock off already. What have you got on him anyway?
Where do you want me to start?
At the top of the page.
Okay, number 1, he was spotted leaving Conrad's apartment right after the murder. Number 2, the gun was in his pocket.
Why did you do that, Barney?
Because my fingerprints were on it.
Say what?
Well, I lost my head, and I picked it up when I saw Conrad was dead.
Oh, that's a jolly one.
Come on, Sidney. Fool us both and try to use your head. Where's his motive for killing Conrad?
Where's his motive?
Yeah.
Conrad was tapping the till down at the club. The books were short to the tune of almost $50,000.
Is that right, Barney?
Well, sure, but if I killed Conrad, how was I going to get my money back?
Because you boys had a partnership insurance policy on the lives of each other.
You know, I forgot about that.
Well, it's a pleasure to remind you. But what do you say, Mr. Malone?
I wish I could think of a smart exit line.
Oh, you leaving already, Counselor?
Yeah.
Why, you haven't been at all amazing.
Well, that makes us even because you haven't been at all amusing. I'll see you, girls.
Just a second.
Hello, Mrs. Conrad.
Yes?
I wonder if you could spare me a few minutes of your valuable time.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Oh, you can't be that busy. My name's Hogan.
Hogan?
Larry Hogan. I'm a detective.
Oh. Well, won't you come in?
Thanks. Hey, it's quite an establishment you've got here, Mrs. Conrad.
Can I offer you anything?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Of course, I told Lieutenant Brooks.
Oh, I guess there's been a slight misunderstanding. I'm not with the police.
But you just said...
Yeah, I know. I meant I was a private detective. Hey, is that bar just for show? Or
Get out.
Oh, no. Let's not be hasty, Mrs. Conrad. I know you're upset about your husband, but then he was plenty upset about you.
What's that supposed to mean, Hogan?
Just what it sounded like. I was doing a little research for him. Get me?
No.
Well, a couple of months ago, he dropped by my office and asked me to do some checking on you.
Well?
Well, if I say so myself, I'm pretty good. Didn't take me long to find out about you and Jackie Sherman. The next time you do something like that, honey, you want to use a little discretion.
I think I've heard enough.
Good. Now, let's say, suppose I drop around, let's say, every Wednesday morning.
What for?
Well, to pick up my check. Though, actually, I prefer cash.
You're wasting your time, Hogan. I don't intend to be blackmailed.
Oh, now, baby, who said it was blackmail? You're just buying my services.
I don't need them.
You're making a serious mistake, Mrs. Conrad.
Are you threatening me?
Why, I wouldn't dream of it. Still, I got something to sell, and if you don't want to buy, I'll bet I can find myself another customer.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk to John J. Malone, please.
You are now.
Well, you don't know me, Mr. Malone, but my name is Larry Hogan.
Who?
Larry Hogan. I'm a private eye.
A private eye. You've been seeing too many Bogart pictures. I bet you even own a trench coat.
Look, Mr. Malone, I called to do you a favor.
Why?
What do you mean, why? You're representing Jerome Barney in the Conrad killing, ain't you?
Well?
Well, what would it be worth to your client if I can clear him?
What do you want?
Well, I'm no pig, you understand. How does $500 suit you?
It suits me fine.
Well, the party for you to see is Mrs. Conrad. Her hubby hired me to keep tabs on her.
Who was you holding hands with?
A boy named Jackie Sherman.
Jackie Sherman.
Yeah, he lives at the Brighton.
Well, thanks a lot, Hogan. I'm forever in your debt.
Hey, wait a minute, Malone. What about my dough?
Hey, what dough?
You promised me 5 bills.
No, I didn't. I said 500 would suit me fine, and it would. I haven't made a penny since I came back from my vacation, so if you'll excuse me, Hogan, I got to get down to cases. Mrs. Conrad?
That's right.
You don't know me.
And what makes you think I'd like to?
I've got references.
What about samples?
Well, that can be arranged, too.
Well?
In public.
Uh-huh. In that case, you better come in.
Thanks.
What did you say your name was?
I didn't. But it's Malone. John J. Malone.
Offer you a drink?
You can try.
What'll you have?
Anything you've got.
You're taking quite a chance.
Well, I believe in living dangerously.
That's a reporter for you.
Pardon?
Well, you are a reporter, aren't you?
How could you tell?
Well, there's a certain something about all you newspapermen.
Does it show?
Oh, definitely.
Well, I guess there's no fooling you. You know a Larry Hogan?
No. Am I missing something?
Well, if you are, I'll make up for it.
Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Good?
I don't know when I've had better. Now, tell you what I had in mind, Mrs. Conrad.
The name's Doris.
Well, I didn't want to presume. How would you like to do a personal series on the murder of your husband?
Oh, what do you mean, a personal series?
Oh, what it was like to be married to a big shot?
I'm afraid I couldn't.
Why not?
I never learned how to write. Now, maybe if I had someone to collaborate with,
That's an idea.
You'll be willing?
No, but maybe Jackie Sherman would.
What did you say?
Well, let's face it, lover, you and Jackie are a natural. He probably knows more about this case than anyone else. How long have you two known each other?
Get out.
Out? I haven't even finished my drinking.
You're going to get out of here.
Now, Doris, you wouldn't throw a glass at me. Hey, yeah, I guess you would.
Get out.
Now, don't be angry just because you missed. It's hard to hit a moving target. It's lucky your husband didn't present that problem. Don't say it. It's been grand, lover. Let's do it again real soon.
One, two, one.
Hello?
Is that you, Jackie?
Yeah.
Darling, you got to come over here.
You out of your mind,
You
Doris?
don't understand. A newspaper man named John J. Malone was just over here.
Who?
John J. Malone.
He's no newspaper man. He's a lawyer.
But he just told me...
He's representing Barney.
Well, that's even worse.
What did you tell him?
I didn't tell him anything. He knew about us.
Oh, how?
Hogan must have told him. Jackie, I got to see you.
Don't be any stupider than you have to be, Doris.
Well, I can't go on like this.
Look, will you try and get this through your head, baby? We're through. Washed up. Finished.
Oh, no, we're not.
I say we are.
And what about me?
You don't have to worry. According to the World Almanac, there are a million other men in Chicago.
How dare you say that?
It's the truth, isn't it?
All right, Mr. Sherman. I can see you're looking for trouble. Maybe I know just the girl to accommodate you.
Hello, Seymour. Remember me?
Well, the bandages look familiar. Squat.
I was very surprised to hear you were still in town.
Why? You expect me to leave, Jackie? I got nothing to hide.
I disagree with you.
Never seen it to fail. Look, Jackie boy, up to this point, my association with you has been very pleasant. You know why? Because you didn't tell me how to run my business. Know what I mean?
Well, don't you think with Conrad dead that you...
Conrad? Never heard of him.
Now, look, Seymour, you... All right, look. I'm willing to pay you $500 more to get out of town.
Well, if you're going to put it on that basis, Jackie boy, I'd be an ingrate to refuse. Know what I mean?
I don't.
What?
That's what I hate about this place. They never keep out the riffraff. What are you doing here, Malone?
You probably won't believe this, Seymour.
Probably not.
I had no idea you were here. I was following your friend. Imagine my surprise.
Beat it, Malone.
Hey, what's the trouble with me today? Nobody seems to want me around.
Maybe you ought to start reading the ads.
That's a thought. And I got one, too. What do you suppose Lieutenant Brooks is going to say when I tell him that Mrs. Conrad's boyfriend has been consorting with a hired killer?
Is that what you think I am, Malone?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're wrong. I never harmed a soul in my life. But you keep talking like that, and I might surprise myself. Know what I mean?
Well, what are you stalling for, Sussman? King me.
King you? Wait a minute, Lieutenant. How'd that checker get there?
It was in that box all along.
Funny, I didn't see it.
Are you implying that I would cheat?
No, he wouldn't do that, Sussman. He's just dishonest.
Well, if it isn't the amazing Mr. Malone. What do you hear from Perry Mason?
Why don't you give up, Brooks? I don't think you boys will ever replace the Keystone cops. What did you find out?
Find out about what?
Conrad's murder.
Oh, haven't you heard, Mr. Malone? We've got the killer under lock and key. It's a fellow named Jerome Barney who, by an odd coincidence, happens to be your client.
You mean you haven't done any more work on the case?
Well, it seemed like such a waste of effort with you on the job. Shall we get back to our game, Sussman?
Listen, you comics, you know darn well that Barney didn't kill Conrad.
Well, enlighten us, Counselor. Where did we make our mistake?
Mrs. Conrad was holding hands with a boy named Jackie Sherman.
Do tell.
20 minutes ago, Mr. Sherman met with a fellow named Daniel Seymour, and you know what Dan Seymour does for a living.
Yeah, I have my suspicions.
Well, what deduction do you Hawkshaws draw from that?
Now, you listen to me, Malone. As strange as it may seem, we occasionally get an idea once in a while.
Yeah.
Now, it's your theory that Seymour gunned Conrad on behalf of Jackie Sherman.
Yes.
Well, there's only one thing wrong with that. When Conrad was killed, Mr. Seymour was being questioned by the police 15 miles away.
He what?
So I guess you'll have to find yourself another suspect. It's your move, Mr. Malone.
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. The United States Forestry Service has declared a state of emergency. Drought conditions across the nation have increased the danger of forest fires. Recently, 17 forest fire fighters lost their lives. Due to these unprecedented drought conditions, destructive forest fires are causing widespread damage in the West, the Rocky Mountains, New York, and in New England. The danger of similar disastrous fires elsewhere is rapidly increasing. The only obvious reason that 90% of forest fires are started is carelessness on the part of the average American. All persons entering wooded or forest areas, or even driving through in automobiles, are urged to exercise extreme care when smoking or using fire. Learn by heart these simple rules. Crush out cigar, cigarette, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two after using. Drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. And find out the law before starting any fire outdoors. Remember, 9 out of 10 forest fires are caused by people. You can help prevent them. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
I wonder if Professor Einstein had as much trouble with his theory as I had with mine. Here I had it worked out so beautifully that Dan Seymour had killed Conrad at the behest of Jackie Sherman, and according to Lieutenant Brooks, there was only one slight flaw. It never happened that way.
Say Malone.
Huh?
Your mouth's still open.
Now, listen, Lieutenant, are you sure that Seymour couldn't have killed Conrad?
Positive.
How do you know?
Because at the time of the murder, we were having a little tete-a-tete. I got a phone call yesterday afternoon that Mr. Seymour had secured himself an assignment and a little interview might be in order.
Who was your tipster?
My friend didn't care to leave his name.
But the point is
that at the very moment Conrad got himself gunned, I was looking into Seymour's beautiful brown eyes.
Well, how about Mrs. Conrad?
Yeah, hey, how about her?
I mean, why couldn't she have killed her husband?
No reason, except she didn't. At 5:30, she was having cocktails in Evanston. Any further nominations?
Hogan.
Who?
Did you ever hear of a private detective named Larry Hogan?
Yeah, several times.
Well, he was the one who gave me Mrs. Conrad and Jackie Sherman.
Well, that was sweet of him.
Maybe Hogan killed Conrad.
Oh, Malone, don't you think you're reaching a little?
Well, why not?
Where's his motive?
He did some work for Conrad.
By you, that's a motive?
Suppose Conrad refused to pay him. Suppose they had a... Wait a minute, Lieutenant. I think I see it all now.
You do?
Yeah. Put your head on. We got work to do.
Hello, Jackie.
Doris, I thought I told you on the
now,
phone
sweetheart, you know you didn't mean that. You couldn't possibly.
Couldn't I?
No. You're crazy about me, and I'm crazy about you.
You're crazy, period.
You're wasting your time, Jackie. You can't make me angry. I know how much you care. But look what you did for me.
What did I do for you, Doris?
You know.
Yeah, but we don't. So suppose you enlighten us, Mrs. Conrad.
How did you get in here?
Oh, I suppose we should have knocked, Brooks.
Yeah, but they probably wouldn't have paid any attention.
All right, Malone, what do you want?
The party who killed Paul Conrad.
I thought you were a lawyer.
That's a common mistake. Actually, Jackie, I'm very bad in a courtroom, so I find it much easier if we never go to trial. All right, Lieutenant. Like they say in the police manual, Do your duty.
All right. And, Mr. Conrad, by the power invested in me,
No, Lieutenant, not her. Him.
What does that mean?
You killed Conrad.
Are you nuts?
Now, there's no reason to be sore, Jackie. You went to a great deal of trouble to work out this plot. I'm just seeing to it that you get the proper billing.
Say, Malone.
Huh?
If it's not asking too much, would you mind drawing me a diagram?
Oh, I thought the doctor told you to lay off those stupid pills.
Well, Malone, we can't all be as smart as you. After all, if I knew all the answers, I'd be doing guest shots on gangbusters.
Well, it had to be Jackie Sherman.
Had to be. Now, why?
Couldn't be anyone else.
What was his motive? Don't tell me he was in love with Doris.
Of course not, but you saw the shellacking Conrad gave him. Well, Jackie wasn't the kind to take it laying down.
No, that still doesn't prove anything.
Well, where do you think your tip came from to pick up Seymour?
Jackie?
Whom else?
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Sure it does. Jackie knew his name was bound to pop up in this case. He was the most obvious suspect.
So he hires a killer and then tips us off about it?
Exactly.
Oh, that's Miss Sugar.
It's not crazy at all. Jackie had a great knowledge of psychology. He banked on us figuring the way we did. It didn't seem possible that having hired a gunman, he'd do the job himself, which is just what he did. Why do you think I had no trouble following him to Seymour? He led me there, deliberately.
And I can't get over it. Did you realize how unusual this case was?
You mean I didn't wind up with a beautiful blonde?
No, I've seen that happen before.
Oh, what then?
Well, I've been running around with you, man and boy, almost 3 years. And this is the first time I can remember where you didn't get your head parted in the middle with a lethal weapon.
Say, that's right.
Yeah, let's just hope it doesn't establish a dangerous precedent. Good night, Malone.
Ever hear the story of the gangster who was haunted by ambition? He was going to be public enemy number 1 if it killed him. You gotta give the boy credit, he made it. I'll tell you all about it next week, so why not pick me up in my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
Gene Raymond was starred as John J. Malone. Our program was written by Gene Wang and directed by William P. Rousseau. Music by Basil Adlam. The Amazing Mr. Malone is produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters depicted in this story were entirely fictional. Any resemblance to actual places of people living or dead is entirely coincidental. This is George Fenneman inviting you to be with us next week. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from Hollywood. Now, a listening reminder. Listen now for the premiere of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.